Pirate God Level Upgrade System Grim Reaper Chapter 1-20 Chapter 1 First Entry into Death World Soul World Liuhun Street West 80 District. This is the most remote area of West Liuhun Street. Because it is far away from Jingling Court, the security and environment here can be said to be very poor. There are dilapidated houses everywhere, as well as overbearing local gangsters, and even from time to time there are ghost haunts. The residents living here are all living precarious lives, and in addition to cruelty, every face is left with numbness. Call out. At a certain moment, in the sky above this numb place, a dark portal invisible to ordinary people suddenly appeared out of thin air. The next moment, a figure suddenly walked out of the portal. The figure that came out was, of course, Mu Feng. This is the second time he has used the World Access Scroll. Compared to the first time, Mu Feng is of course calmer. After stepping out the door, he quickly adapted it. This is the world of death. Calming down, Senbon Sakura and Bengyu who were beating in the body, Mu Feng quickly glanced around, and said to himself in a determined tone, this should be the Lusol Street of the Soul Society, and the area code is still very far behind. As the manga described, the area with the area code behind is more chaotic, and this place may already be called a place of sin. Quote, I just don't know which area is here, and what time is it. Mu Feng turned his gaze to the distance and muttered to himself again. He still had a good understanding of the world of the God of Death. After all, he had read the Grim Reaper comic several times back then. It's just that, just from the street in front of Liuhun, it is still impossible to tell what time point the current Death God world is in. Having said that, Mu Feng directly released Haki, trying to figure out this problem. However, before seeing Sewin Haki reach out 10 meters, the system prompt sounded suddenly in Mu Feng's mind, interrupting his behavior. Warning, warning, please use the power carefully. The host body power is too strong. Once you use the power that does not belong to this world, you will be rejected by the world's origin. Rejection from the origin of the world. What is this? Why didn't I receive your warning when I first entered the Naruto world? Hearing the system's warning, Mu Feng quickly retracted his haki, and asked aloud with some doubt. World origin rejection is a world's rejection mechanism for outsiders. When the host entered the Naruto world, the reason why he was not rejected by the Naruto world. First, because the host's original strength was too weak. Only the strong who touched the origin of the world were strong, will be rejected by the world. And the second is because the world of Naruto already has outsiders who are stronger than the host. Quote, the system mechanically explained. When you touch the origin of the world, that is to say, only the powerhouses of the heavenly Tao level will cause the occlusion of the origin of the world. In this way, when I first entered the Naruto world, I was indeed not qualified to cause the occlusion of the origin of the world. Then the system, how can we shield the rejection of the origin of the world? Mu Feng asked hurriedly. Since the system can take him through the world, I believe it can also solve the problem of the world's source rejection. Ding! Congratulations to the host for being promoted to World Marauder and getting the system reward. God level Mall is promoted to advanced level, and the source is reshaped one. This time, the system did not answer Mu Feng, but sent a system prompt into Mu Feng's mind. World Plunderer. Origin reshaping. What is this? Why have I never heard you mention it? Could this reward solve the rejection of the origin of the world? Mu Feng frowned slightly, full of doubt. World Predator. The title given by the system. The host can successfully plunder more than 2 world origins, and its own strength can be activated after touching the world origin. Original reshaping means that the system intercepts the origin of the world of death and reshapes the origin for the host. After reshaping, the host will integrate into the world of death and will no longer be rejected. However, its existing power will be temporarily sealed. Recultivation is required to break the seal. This reward is optional, and the host can choose to refuse or accept it. The system explained aloud. I need to practice again to break the seal. In other words, I have to start from scratch again. Hearing this, Mu Feng's brows couldn't help but knit together. Yes, host, since it is an optional reward, does it mean that there are other means to solve the rejection of the origin of the world? Vivi thought for a while, and Mu Feng asked again. Yes, the host. As long as the host is needed, if you stay in this world for a long time, you can still integrate into the world of death. However, before the complete integration, the power of the host will be suppressed to a certain extent, and you can't shoot at will. With the passage of time, this repression will continue to weaken. Quote, how long does it take to completely integrate into the world of death? Judging from the strength of the origin of the world of death, it will take at least 30 years. It took so long. After hearing this answer, Mu Feng's eyes became hesitant. 30 years. It's been too long. Mu Feng has only gone through such a long time since time travel. He didn't want to waste 30 years fighting against the rejection of the origin of the world. However, the reward just mentioned by the system also made him hesitant. Over the years, from pirates to Hokage, Mu Feng has long been accustomed to the existence of the system and trusts the system very much. He believed that the reward given by the system must have some deep meaning. Moreover, this reward is still tied with upgrading the advanced God level mall, which is enough to explain its value. However, the reward given by the system system this time made him hesitate. The consequences of reshaping the source are really hard for him to accept. The existing power is sealed and needs to be recultivated to break the seal, which means that his heavenly Tao level power will all return to zero, and he needs to start from scratch. Mufeng has experienced 2 worlds successively, and after countless adventures he was lucky enough to break through to the heavenly Tao level. Now the system has let him in the new world. Giving up this power, how could he be willing? Please rest assured, the host, this time to reshape the origin, only the power in the host body will be sealed, and the identity of the host world agent will not be sealed. Therefore, even if the host power is sealed, the origin of the 2 worlds can still be used. As long as the host does not act death, there is absolutely no danger to life. Quote, he seemed to sense Mufeng's hesitation, and the mechanical sound of the system sounded in Mufeng's mind again. System, are you sure that in this world, I can use the origin of Pirate World and Naruto World, and will not be rejected by the origin of the world? Mufeng asked hurriedly. Yes, host, if it is only used on a small scale, it will not be rejected. After getting the system's affirmation, Mufeng's last hesitation was finally dispelled. Chapter 2 Reincarnated. The main reason why Mufeng has been hesitant until now is that he is worried about his own safety. Power is only sealed, not deprived. As long as there is enough time, with the help of the system, Mufeng believes that he will soon be able to break the seal and regain his own power. However, Mufeng could not guarantee his safety during the period of regaining his rank. The world of the god of death is a very dangerous world where the weak and the strong prey on the weak. Mufeng doesn't want his dignified heaven-level master to die in the hands of some trash fish during the rebuilding process. And the system just mentioned that in this world, the origin of pirates and Naruto world can be used, which undoubtedly gave him a reassurance. The origin of the world can only be touched by the heavenly Tao level. There are 2 world origins to protect him. As long as he does not die and provokes the heavenly Tao level who also controls the origin of the world, there will be no danger. Ding! The reward for reshaping the origin has been issued. May I ask if the host chooses to withdraw it? If not, the reward will be automatically cancelled. I choose to extract, Mufeng said decisively. Since he has made a choice, there is nothing to hesitate. As soon as the words fell, Mufeng felt an aura that was vast and far beyond his imagination, and suddenly rushed out of his body. The next moment 510, this breath returned to his body, and brought back a power similar to Senbon Sakura and Bengyu. No need to guess, this power is the origin of the death god world just mentioned by the system. This source, as soon as it entered the body, was integrated with the wood under the control of the system. In an instant, countless pictures flashed through Mufeng's mind one by one. Mufeng has experienced such a scene many times, so he naturally knows what happened. The origin of the world is the foundation of a world, recording all the information of a world. Once the origin of the world is integrated, it means that you can control all of the world. Just like Shepard's control over the world of pirates and the world of Naruto. Shepard's wind is only a small part of the origin of the world of death, and of course it can't achieve the level of the world of pirates and the world of Naruto. However, seeing the leopard in the tube, through this source, Mufeng still learned a lot of the secrets of the world of death. The source has been extracted, and the reincarnation has begun. This reincarnation will take a day. The mechanical voice of the system sounded in Mufeng's mind. However, before Mufeng could react, he only felt that his eyes darkened, and he suddenly lost consciousness. The remodeling of the host origin has been completed, and the system upgrade conditions are met. The upgrade will start immediately. The upgrade will take 1 day. Not long after Mufeng passed out, the mechanical sound of the system sounded again, but Mufeng, who was in a coma, obviously couldn't hear it. Liuhun Street, West 80 District. In a barren grass, a boy who looked only 15 or 16 years old was lying there with his eyes closed. Judging from the pale complexion and weak breath, he should have fallen into a deep coma. The West 80 District is the foremost chaotic district in Liuhun Street. This district is full of famine, and the residents living here decide who gets the right to live by killing each other. It can be said that human life is the least valuable here. Being in a coma here is almost the same as death, because no one will come to save you. However, what is surprising is that suddenly, for some reason, this young man's breath began to become stronger at an extremely fast speed. After a while, the boy who had already lost his breath and was almost dead, miraculously opened his eyes. The system is really unreliable. Reincarnation actually means that. The young man raised his head slowly, and complained in a weak tone. That's right, the boy in front of him is Mufeng, who was reincarnated by the system. However, don't get me wrong, in the scene just now, it wasn't that the system was helping Mufeng win the house, but that the system directly restored Mufeng to a boy, replacing the boy's mark in this world. This is much smarter than the so-called snap. As the power really sealed, Mufeng said, rather uncomfortable, feeling the strong sense of emptiness in his body. Suddenly, from a lofty heavenly Tao level to a mortal person with no power at all, no matter how strong the Xingxing is, it will be difficult to accept for a while. Fortunately, Mufeng could sense that the origins of pirates Pirate World and Naruto World in his body were still there, which meant that he could still use the origins of these two worlds. This reassured him a little. Ding! The system upgrade is complete, and the God level mall has been upgraded to high level. Please check it yourself. At this time, the voice of the system rang in Mufeng's brain at the right time. System upgrade. Mufeng was keenly aware of the difference in the sound of the system just now. Yes, the host has been promoted to World Predator, which has met the upgrade conditions of the system. Like the title, the system upgrade is also a hidden feature of the system. It will only be triggered if the conditions are met. The upgraded system will have more complete function. The system still explained mechanically aloud, including becoming more intelligent. Mufeng asked. Since entering the world of Death God, he has keenly discovered that compared with before, the system seems to have become a little different, far more intelligent than before. The original system can be said to be just a rigid program, and it is impossible to explain so much to him. Yes, host. After the host meets the upgrade condition, my only ability has been improved. The system did not hide it, and replied directly. Mufeng nodded and didn't ask any further question. He just asked casually, not asking anything. After getting along for so long, he still trusts the system very much. If the system really wants to harm him, I am afraid that he would have died long ago, and it is impossible to live until now. Moreover, Mufeng could hear that the intelligence of the system, although much higher than before, still belongs to the category of intelligent. In other words, the system in front of you can still watch a program, but it is a little more advanced than before. After inquiring about the system, Mufeng did not immediately check the changes after the system upgrade, but shifted his mind to some information left by the system in his mind, as well as the information obtained by integrating the origin of the world of death. Superior Tanaka Masaichi has no father or mother, has a withdrawn personality, and has no friend. He was severely injured because he competed for drinking water. The identity that the system chose for me is quite simple. Since I don't have any friend, from today onward, my name is still Mufeng. Anyway, after entering the Soul Realm, there are not a few people who changed their name. Quote, after checking the information left by the system in his mind, Mufeng muttered to himself, I have to say that the system has been very thoughtful this time, and has directly selected an extremely clean identity for him. Let him not have to think about the interpersonal problems that he needs to face after accepting this identity. Mufeng didn't want to suddenly have a bunch of relatives. Chapter 3 Main Quest Art. After clarifying his identity, Mufeng turned his attention to the information about the Soul Realm in his mind. The original owner of this identity had just entered the Soul Realm, and this was the 80th district of the most chaotic West Liuhun Street. He didn't know much about the current situation of the Soul Realm, and comparing it with the original plot of death, Mufeng roughly judged the time point he was in. According to the memory obtained, it should be 60 or 70 years before the start of the plot. At this time, if I remember correctly, Kuchiki Rukia and Asane Renji should have just become death gods. I don't know them. Are you still in the True Spiritual Art Institute? Mufeng muttered to himself. The system displays my current status, and informs me of the functions after your upgrade. You have already understood everything you need to know about your current state, and now it's time to see what has changed after the system has been upgraded. Yes, host. As soon as the voice fell, a light curtain exuding a faint brilliance appeared in front of Mufeng. Mufeng is of course very familiar with the attribute light curtain, but the next moment he found that the light curtain that appeared in front of him seemed to be very different from before. The strongest god system, host shepherd, belongs to the world of death, plundered world, pirate world, Naruto world, physical strength, mortal level, indestructible level, energy intensity, mortal level, origin level, soul strength, mortal level, indestructible level, skill, kendo, open black lens bracket grandmaster close black lens bracket open black lens bracket 100% comprehension close black lens bracket master swordsmanship 8000 swordsmanship special swordsmanship 100 times Momo sword intense slash fighting technique open black lens bracket grandmaster close black lens bracket open black lens bracket 50% comprehension close black lens bracket mastering skills marine rokushiki ghost road part of master level comprehension degree 30% immortal art holy grade comprehension 50%. The rest of the skills are being sealed. The system is what you changed after the upgrade? Mufeng asked impatiently before the system could explain. Yes, host. After the upgraded system, the database has been upgraded again, which can reflect the status of the host in more detail. Moreover, after this upgrade, the skills of the host will be divided into skills and supernatural powers. Skills can be improved with experience scrolls, and evolutions need to be improved with evolution scrolls. Quote, the system still introduced it aloud without the slightest emotion. Skills, supernatural powers. Skills I know should refer to skills like kendo. Supernatural powers, if I guess correctly, it should be skills like writing wheel eye. This division does make sense. Just how to get the evolution scroll. After thinking for a while, Mufeng understood the system's words and continued to ask aloud. After the system upgrade, the kill drop function has been cancelled. After the host kills the enemy, he will get the origin point. Use the origin point to exchange experience scrolls and evolution scrolls from the God level mall. The advanced mall has been opened. Exchange of these two items. Quote, at the same time, due to the system upgrade, from now on, the host can only use the origin point to exchange in the mall, and all the previous coupons will be invalid. However, the system will give corresponding compensation for the invalid coupons which have been melted in the host body. When the host breaks the seal in the body, it can receive compensation from the system. What? As soon as the system mentioned that his coupons were invalid, Mufeng's heart immediately burst into anger. In the last period of Naruto World, the mall did not refresh anything useful for him, so Mufeng kept I didn't buy anything but accumulated a lot of points. Now the system told him that all the coupons were invalid. How could he not feel angry? Immediately, when the system said that there was compensation, the anger in Mufeng's heart was barely suppressed. System, I hope your compensation can satisfy me, Mufeng said, still a little unhappy. No matter who, after saving a sum of money, suddenly being told that the money saved is forfeited, it will feel uncomfortable. Please rest assured that the host will be satisfied with the compensation of the system. I hope so, Mufeng said noncommittally. Afterward, Mufeng turned his attention back to the attribute panel. The issue of voiding the coupons was a done deal, and he couldn't change anything. If he thought about it, it would only make him more depressed. Now Mufeng can only hope that the system's compensation is really what it said to satisfy him. System, you have clearly stated the types of skills, so what is this level? Mufeng couldn't help but ask aloud as his eyes swept over the terms mortal dust level, source level, grandmaster level, and so on. 0 asking for flowers. Mortal level and source level are the division of power level. Among them, the dust level corresponds to the Naruto world's lower tolerance to upper tolerance level, and the source level corresponds to the Tiandao level. The master is the level of technical skills, and the skills of the corresponding level can allow users to exerting more power. It seemed that he felt that he could not explain a few words for the time being, and the system directly poured a lot of information into Mufeng's mind. After a brief glance at the information transmitted by the system, Mufeng quickly understood. The so-called mortal level and source level are the same as the reincarnation level and heavenly level of the Naruto world, but they are just a different term. Reincarnation level, heavenly Dao level, that is Naruto world. The division of power realm has the characteristics of Naruto world, and the division provided by the system is more common among all heavens and 10,000 worlds. The skill level in the back is also the mode of the game was used before, which has great disadvantages. The mode currently used is universal. Ding! The host has completed the reincarnation, and the main quest is open. Desire of Benyu. After entering the world of death, the Benyu held by the system feels other Benyu, and is eager to devour other Benyu and complete self-evolution. Please host to seize it. The Benyu in the world of the god of death help Benyu to complete its evolution. Note, it is necessary to capture the Benyu of the complete system. The more perfect the state of Benyu, the higher the task evaluation. Mission reward, determined by the task evaluation. Task punishment, Benyu escape from the host. The main quest has started so soon. Hearing the system prompt, Mufeng Vivi was stunned for a moment, and then he thought to himself, capturing Benyu, the full version of Benyu, according to the original plot, will not be born until Aizen betrays the soul world. In other words, I have to wait until the plot begins before I can complete this mission. There are still 60 or 70 years from the beginning of the plot, and I am in the soul realm again. It seems that I have to infiltrate the 13th division of the Guardian. Only then can I come into contact with Aizen. Moreover, my power is due to reincarnation. The reason for it was sealed, and a relatively safe place is needed to restore its own strength and break the seal in the body. Jingling Ting is barely a good place to live. Quote, Chapter 4_ Phantom Attack. According to the introduction of the comic, the soul of Liuhun Street only needs to show the talent of spiritual power to enter the True Spiritual Art Institute, and then enter the 13th division of the Guardian. Spiritual talent, I definitely have no problem. Now I just need to find the corresponding registration point. However, the area after the 70th district of Liuhun Street is too chaotic and there is no corresponding registration point. I have to go to District 70 will do. Thinking of this, Mufeng stood up directly from the ground, ready to go to other district. As soon as he stood up, a strong sense of weakness hit Mufeng's heart. Damn, you are really enough of the system. Just replace the identity. How can you also replace the hunger? Mufeng, who received the boy's memory, naturally knew what the weakness in his body was. People in the world of the god of death, as long as they don't degenerate into a void, or are swallowed up by a void, they can live again in the world of corpses. However, the difference between the life of the soul in the world of corpses and the present world is that ordinary souls do not need solid food, but only need to ingest the spirits in the atmosphere to maintain life, and they will not feel hungry. Therefore, Roar. Most areas of Liuhun Street are there is nothing to eat. However, in addition to ordinary souls in Liuhun Street, there are also some souls with higher spiritual power. Because of the relatively large consumption of spiritual power in their bodies, sometimes even if they ingest the spiritual suns in the atmosphere, they are still not enough to survive. Starvation leads to physical exhaustion and even death. This type of soul needs to drink something called drinking water to survive. The drinking water is distributed by the god of death, and it is not endless. The closer the area is to Jingling Court, the more drinking water you will get, and the farther back you will get, the less drinking water you will get. Starting from the 78th district, drinking water has basically been in a state of scarcity, and only a small number of people have access to drinking water. This is also one of the fuses of chaos in these areas. If you want to survive, you must get water, and if you want to get water, you must kill others. It's hard to think about chaos. The young man Mu Feng replaced was because he failed to compete for water and was severely injured. In addition, he was in a state of starvation for a long time, and he died in the grass. However, Mu Feng never imagined that while the system was helping him replace the boy, it even replaced his hunger. Right now, the location he is in the wilderness, which makes him how to find drinking water. Can you be more reliable in the system? Mu Feng couldn't help but cursed in his heart. After scolding, Mu Feng had to look around, thinking about the solution. He didn't want to starve to death here. After all, Mu Feng was a heavenly Tao level powerhouse, and soon he figured out a way to eliminate hunger. The reason why the soul is hungry is because the spiritual child absorbed from the air cannot sustain the consumption of life. In this case, I only need to increase the speed of absorbing the spiritual child. Xian Yin, open. A loud shout sounded from Mu Feng's mouth, and with this violent shout, Mu Feng's hands suddenly began to form a mortal mark. Immediately, a suction force came out from Mu Feng's body, and countless spirits were directed towards Mu Feng from all directions. A mortal jutsu, different from ninjutsu. Ninjutsu needs to use chakra to release. A mortal jutsu needs the energy of nature. Lingxi is also a kind of energy of nature. Mu Feng can of course use a mortal seal to absorb the energy in the air Lingxi. As an immortal ancestor, Mu Feng has already mastered the immortal seal created by himself to the point of perfection. With this use, the surrounding spirits were immediately swept away, and even the spirits from farther places were also attracted and melted into Mu Feng's body. With the addition of these spiritual suns, the hunger in Mu Feng's body gradually disappeared, and a strength that was not weak compared to ordinary people grew from his limb. After his physical strength was almost recovered, Mu Feng slowly dissipated the immortal seal and prepared to go to the 70th area. He couldn't wait to regain his strength. Roar, roar, roar. However, before Mu Feng could leave, a roar accompanied by a tyrannical and chaotic atmosphere approached Mu Feng at an extremely fast speed from not far away. After a while, the roaring master came behind Mu Feng. Mu Feng turned around and looked up. Behind him, there was a man 3 or 4 meters tall, with a rather large body, with 2 horns on his head, a ferocious white mask on his face, and this one on his chest. Big hole monster. As this fall, Mu Feng watched with interest, and the monster suddenly appeared in front of him, without a trace of fear on his face. As long as there is killing intent and tyranny in the eyes, as it is said in the comic, emptiness is formed by the gathering of negative emotions, only the nature of tyranny, without the slightest wisdom. Although Mu Feng's original powerful perception was sealed because of reincarnation, but with his own knowledge he could see the essence of emptiness at a glance. Roar. After he stopped, Niu Tushu roared at Mu Feng again, revealing his big, hideous mouth. In his chaotic eyes there was a flash of longing, as if he had seen some delicious food. This is Shu. It should have been attracted by my immortal seal just now. It seems that Shu's favorite is the soul with higher spiritual power. I should be considered. Just got out of the tiger's mouth and turned into a wolf den. Mu Feng touched his chin, and there was a hint of self-deprecation in his tone. He didn't pay attention to the bullhead who was about to pounce on him at all. Void is very powerful. Even the most common void requires death to deal with. The emptiness in front of him, in terms of volume, is definitely not an ordinary emptiness. Think about it too. This is the soul realm. Although it is far from Jingling Court, the soul realm is the soul realm, and it is not an ordinary virtual world. With the current strength of spiritual power in Mu Feng's body, even if there are 100 of them, it is impossible to be the virtual opponent in front of him. It's a fact that the strength is temporarily incomparable, but it doesn't mean that Mu Feng take him in his eyes as a heavenly Tao level powerhouse, let alone the void in front of him. Even if a Wastad level void came, Mu Feng would not take it seriously. 3.1 This is Mu Feng's arrogance as a Tian Tao level powerhouse. Even if he temporarily loses his power, he is still not someone, and it is worthy of his attention. Niu Tao Shu doesn't care about this. It has long coveted the incomparably pure spiritual power of Mu Feng. Although it's a little strange why Mu Feng didn't run away in horror like other souls it encountered, but the desire for food still made it eager to eat Mu Feng. Roar. With another roar at Mu Feng, Niu Tushu immediately opened opened his mouth to the maximum and swallowed at Mu Feng. With the size of the bull head, the open mouth can already be called a bloody mouth, enough to swallow half of Mu Feng's body in one bite. However, facing the ferocious mouth that was getting closer and closer, Mu Feng still had a calm smile on his face, neither afraid nor dodging. Chapter 5 Matsumoto Ranju, the 31, Red Cannon. Seeing that Niu Tu Shuan was about to hurt Mu Feng, the sound of a tender voice suddenly came from not far away. Along with the sound, there was also a group of burning flame. Boom! Before Niu To's big mouth bit Mu Feng, the flames that came galloping slammed into Niu To's body. Chi! There was a sound of roasted beef, and the huge body of the bull's head flew out immediately and smashed heavily on the ground not far away. Kai artillery. Mu Feng knew it before, so he was no stranger to it. As the number 31 path breaker, the Kai artillery cannon's power is still quite impressive. Only the spiritual pressure in the body is strong enough, and if it is used properly, it is enough to kill the not so strong virtual with one blow. However, this is the soul world, and the virtual things that can appear in the soul world are not simple things. Judging from the strength of the spiritual pressure on Niu Tao Shu just now, I am afraid that only the death god of the officer level can handle it. In the case of no singing, he can use the red artillery to knock out a virtual blow that can only be dealt with by 11 officials. Such a person must not be a nameless person. It is impossible to say that he has also appeared in the plot of the god of death. Therefore, Mu Feng was quite curious as to who the person who had just shot was. He didn't let Mu Feng wait for a long time. After the red artillery was used, the person who had just shot it quickly rushed to Mu Feng's side. Brush! I only felt that there was a flash of golden light in front of me, and a female god of death in a death tyrant costume appeared in front of Mu Feng, standing between Mu Feng and Niu Tao Shu. With his back facing him, Mu Feng could only see the person, with long golden wavy hair and a supposedly good figure. However, for some unknown reason, the moment he saw the figure in front of him, a name flashed in Mu Feng's mind: Matsumoto Ranju. A good figure, with golden wavy long hair, the female death god. In the whole death god plot, Mu Feng is the only one who has an impression, only Matsumoto Ranju. As for the reason, woo, everyone understand. Roar! When Mu Feng was thinking about it, Niu Tu Shu, who had just been knocked down by a red cannon, stood up from the ground again. The power of the Kai cannon just now is good, but it is not enough to kill Niu Tao Shu with one blow. At some point in time, with the recovery power of the virtual, the injury caused by the Kai cannon has almost recovered. Whisper, Grey Cat. It's a pity that the female god of death in front of Mu Feng didn't give Niu Tao Shu any chance to express. A whisper sounded, and the zanpakudo in the female death god's hand suddenly turned into a burst of smoke, leaving only the hilt, and then the smoke from the blade wrapped around Niu Tao Shu. The female god of death waved the handle of the knife, entwined with the smoke of Niu Tao Shu, as if half of a sharp blade instantly cut Niu Tao Shu. Niu Tao Shu didn't even have time to let out a pained cry, and then dissipated into the air. Little brother, are you alright? After killing Niu Toksu, the female death god put away the zanpakudo, turned to look at Mu Feng, and asked with concern. As soon as the female death god turned around, Mu Feng finally saw her appearance clearly. Mei Yan has a pretty face with a hint of heroism, a pink shawl, quite sexy clothes, and the iconic majesty on her chest. Mu Feng was 100% sure that the female god of death in front of her was Matsumoto. It seems that I've been lucky recently. As soon as I entered the world of death god, I met a beautiful woman, Mu Feng secretly said in his heart, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. But immediately, Mu Feng's face darkened because he remembered what Matsumoto called him just now. Beauty. Do you know that when it comes to men, little brother can't bark indiscriminately? Mu Feng suppressed the emotions in his heart, and laughed with a hint of evil charm on his face. Little brother can't scream. Beauty. Little brother, how old are you? You are starting to learn badly. After hearing Mu Feng's word, Matsumoto couldn't help but smile. Seeing the smile on Matsumoto's face, Mu Feng couldn't help but feel helpless. Although his real age is not young, the new identity given to him by the system is a boy of 14 or 15 years old, and his face has been restored to 14 or 15 years old by the system. After laughing for a while, Matsumoto seemed to have thought of something, and asked again. Little brother, you haven't told me yet. What's your name? By the way, remember to call your sister. Haha. Saying this, Matsumoto couldn't help laughing again. My name is Shepherd. Mu Feng replied angrily. Mu Feng, a very good name. By the way, little brother, it seems that you were almost eaten by the virtual just now. Why do I look at you? There is no fear at all. After a little bit of Mu Feng, Matsumoto asked with some doubts when he saw Mu Feng's flat face. She had never seen someone so bland even when they were almost eaten. What's the matter? Life and death are up to you. You've already died once, so there's nothing you can't see through. Besides, wasn't Shu destroyed by the beauty? Mu Feng said indifferently, as if he said something irrelevant. Hearing Mu Feng's answer, a strange look flashed in Matsumoto's eyes. She had never seen someone who took life and death so lightly. Of course, Matsumoto didn't know Mufeng. It wasn't that he really took life and death so indifferently, but he didn't take Mu Taoshu in his eyes at all. Although observation hockey is sealed, Mufeng's perception is still far beyond superhuman. So, in fact, he had already discovered Matsumoto. Reason why he didn't dodge or be afraid was because he was sure that Matsumoto would save him 440 times. Moreover, even if Matsumoto didn't take action, Mufeng himself could kill Mu Taoshu. His strength was sealed, but the simple realm was not sealed. He had the great master swordsmanship in his body. Even if his power was completely lost now, Mufeng was sure to inspire a trace of sword intent and easily kill Mu Taoshu. In this case, how could Mufeng feel afraid? You are very good, really good. Matsumoto took a deep look at Mufeng and said solemnly, well, I also think I'm pretty good. Mufeng nodded without any modesty. With this answer, Matsumoto couldn't help but look at him a few more times. After all, it is relatively rare for a person like Shang Mufeng to be so outspoken and unassuming. However, Mufeng's unfeigned performance made Matsumoto appreciate him even more. I don't think your spiritual talent is weak. Are you interested in becoming a god of death? Now the True Spiritual Art Institute is really recruiting outsiders, and as long as you pass the test, you can study for free. If you become a god of death, the next time you encounter such a void just like me, I can easily kill it. Out of appreciation in his heart, Matsumoto immediately persuaded Mufeng to enroll in the True Spiritual Academy. However, before she could finish speaking, Mufeng interrupted Matsumoto directly. I promise. Chapter 6_sign up. Reiatsu. What? Matsumoto didn't react for a while when she was suddenly interrupted by Mufeng, and said in a stunned manner, I said, I promised but signed up to become a death god. Mufeng repeated helplessly. Really? Matsumoto looked at Mufeng in disbelief. She didn't expect Mufeng's promise to be so straightforward. I've already decided to be the Grim Reaper, and if it wasn't for the lack of registration spot here, I'd have signed up. Mufeng glanced at Matsumoto and explained lightly. The reason why he talked so much with Matsumoto was that he hoped to get Matsumoto's invitation. With the recommendation of Matsumoto, the official god of death, he will definitely go a lot smoothly when he enters the True Spiritual Art Institute. After listening to Mufeng's explanation, Matsumoto nodded without doubting anything. For the souls of Liuhun Street, the god of death is a great figure above and beyond. 99% of the souls want to be the god of death. It is not surprising that Mufeng has such thoughts. Since the level has decided to become a god of death, then I will take you to sign up, Matsumoto said directly. Matsumoto's decision was also what Mufeng thought, and of course he would not refuse. In this way, Matsumoto took Mufeng with him and rushed towards the god of death who signed up. With Matsumoto, the god of death, Mufeng naturally never encountered any danger along the way. After half a day, Matsumoto and Mufeng appeared at the Shinigami registration point. Because Matsumoto was with him, Mufeng did not choose to register in the 70th district but went directly to the Junyang Spiritual Art Institute to register. Although it is also possible to register in Liuhun Street, it is just to register the basic information. In the end, all applicants need to focus on the registration point of the True Eye Spiritual Art Institute for summary and qualification inspection. This is a friend of mine. Could you please help him sign up? Ah, it's Chairman Matsumoto. Does your friend want to sign up? I'll handle it for you. With the recommendation of Matsumoto, the official god of death, Mufeng naturally doesn't have to wait in line like everyone else. Even because he was worried that Mufeng would not understand, Matsumoto directly arranged the registration process for him, which really helped save a lot of trouble. After getting his registration form, Mufeng thanked him. This thank you came from the heart. In the process of Matsumoto's registration for him just now, Mufeng also observed that it would take at least half a day for an ordinary person to complete the entire registration process. Like him, it takes longer to come to a later block. Like now, the registration is completed without him doing anything. Matsumoto's help really saved him a lot of trouble, and what Mufeng hated most was trouble. In terms of effort, little brother Mufeng, if you really want to thank me, just call me sister, Matsumoto said indifferently, and also took the opportunity to tease Mufeng. Sister, it's impossible, beauty, you should die. Mufeng refused decisively. Just kidding, although she only looks like she is 14 or 15 years old, Mufeng's real age is about 60 or 70 years old, and she will be called Matsumoto's sister. Moreover, if I really called my sister, it would cause a lot of trouble if I did some bad things in the future. Mufeng didn't want to cause trouble for himself. Che, if you don't call, don't call. You can stay here for the time being. This is where I used to live. After a few days and passing the qualification test, you can enter the True Spiritual Art Institute. Matsumoto began carefully, commanded. After making arrangements for Mufeng, Matsumoto quickly left. After all, Matsumoto is now a god of death at the level of an officer, and there are many things to deal with every day. This time he appeared in Liuhun Street street for a mission. Now that the mission has been completed, she needs to return to the squad by herself. After watching Matsumoto leave, Mufeng slowly retracted his gaze. Glancing at the room where he was temporarily living, a trace of gentleness flashed in Mufeng's eye. I have to say that Matsumoto really helped him a lot this time. You can sign up at the Junyang Spiritual Arts Academy at any time, and you only need to pass a simple test to qualify. However, this qualification refers to the qualification to participate in the qualification test. Only after passing the qualification test can one truly enter the Junyang Spiritual Arts Academy. Although Junyang Spiritual Arts Academy claims that as long as you have a certain talent, you can study for free. However, there are too many souls in the entire core soul world, and there are too many souls with certain talent. If there is no screening mechanism, the Junyang Spiritual Art Institute will be overcrowded. This qualification test is a screening mechanism to control the number of people who study at the True Central Spiritual Arts Academy each year within an acceptable range. You can register at any time, and the qualification test is only once a year. Mufeng is relatively lucky, and the next qualification test will be 3 days later. Therefore, he must stay here for 3 days. Only after 3 days, he can enter the Junyang Spiritual Arts Academy after passing the qualification test. This is why Mufeng said that Matsumoto helped him a lot. If there was no Matsumoto, he would probably have to sleep on the street for the past 3 days. After sensing that there was no surveillance around the room, Mufeng put his mind back on himself. Now that he has signed up for the True Central Spiritual Art Institute and has a safe place for the time being, it is time to improve his strength and strive to break the seal as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Mufeng immediately closed his eyes and began to prepare for cultivation. This is the world of the god of death, and the only thing he can cultivate is spiritual pressure. Previously, Mufeng had already understood from Matsumoto's mouth that the god of death did not have any practice secrets or the like. A god of death, if he wants to improve his strength, he first needs to raise the spiritual power in his body to the level of spiritual pressure, and then inject the spiritual pressure into the white fight to form his own Zanpakuto. After that, he used his Zanpakuto to absorb the spiritual child in the air and practice. To a certain extent, the god of death is completely a profession that relies on talent. The stronger the talent, the faster the cultivation, and the weaker the talent, the slower the cultivation. However, Mufeng is different from ordinary death god. He has immortal skills that can help him to improve quickly. At the moment, without hesitation, Mufeng directly formed the immortal seal. Immediately, a suction force was created from Mufeng's body, and under this suction force, the surrounding spirits immediately gathered towards Mufeng, and then were swallowed by Mufeng. With Mufeng's mental strength, these spiritual children were of course instantly refined and turned into spiritual power. Under such efficient absorption, Mufeng's spiritual power increased rapidly. Boom! It didn't take long for Mufeng's surroundings to suddenly shake, and an extremely weak aura emanated from Mufeng's body and spread to the surrounding. With Senbon Sakura's astral wind, it is natural to know that this is Reiatsu. Have you finally mastered the spiritual pressure? This time, you can use the ghost path. Finally, you have the power to protect yourself. Mufeng muttered to himself. Although he has only mastered a very weak spiritual pressure, the feeling of regaining control of the power still makes Mufeng feel particularly happy. Go on. After checking the situation in his body, Mufeng closed his eyes and entered the practice again. With the spiritual pressure, Mufeng's attraction to the spiritual child is much stronger than before. More spiritual sons gathered towards Mufeng, and were eventually refined into spiritual pressure by Mufeng. In this way, the spiritual pressure in Mufeng's body rapidly increased with the help of the immortal seal. Chapter 7 Qualification Test begins. 3 days passed quickly, and the annual qualification test finally began. The registration point of the True Central Academy of Spiritual Arts is available in most of the streets of Liuhun Street, but there is only one place for qualification testing, and that is in front of the True Central Academy of Spiritual Arts. As long as you pass the qualification test, you can pass the courtyard gate and enter the Junyang Spiritual Art Institute. Because most of the gods of death in the Junyang Spiritual Arts Academy are just preparing for the gods of death, the Junyang Spiritual Arts Academy is not set up inside the Jingling Court, but between the Jingling Court and the first few districts of Liuhun Street. Jingling Ting is a holy place in the soul realm that only the official god of death is allowed to enter. Although the True Spiritual Art Institute is known as the cradle of the god of death, it sends a large number of talents to the Gotei 13th Division every year. However, this large number is not worth mentioning relative to the number of students enrolled each year. Among the immeasurable souls in the corpse and soul world, there are not a few people who can condense the spiritual pressure and become the god of death. These people can enter the True Central Spiritual Arts Academy as long as they are willing. Every year, the True Central Spiritual Arts Academy recruit thousands of people. However, among these people, there are very few people who can enter the 13th Division of the Guardian or other institutions after graduation. graduation, and there are no more than 100 people at most. As for the others, they could only become the so-called lower-level gods of death, assisting the 13th division of the Gote to manage the entire Ryahun Street. These lower-level death gods only have some spiritual pressure, which is much stronger than ordinary people, and they do not have the ability to fight against the virtual. 573. The only condition for entering Jingling Court is to have the ability to fight against the virtual, which is the meaning of the official death. Although at the time of registration, a preliminary screening has been carried out, and applicants who do not have spiritual talent are excluded. But the more than 300 districts of Liuhun Street, the number of all the qualified ones brought together is still extremely staggering. When Mufeng came to the front of the Zhenyang Spiritual Art Institute, there were already a lot of people outside the test site. Fortunately, there are many gods of death in the crowd maintaining order. Although the number of people is overwhelming, it is not chaotic. Matsumoto was not here today, and no one helped to walk through the back door, so Mufeng could only honestly queue up. These days, Mufeng has also done some understanding of the qualification test. There are 2 rounds of the entire qualification test. The first round is the spiritual pressure test. To put it bluntly, it is to test whether there is a possibility of condensing spiritual pressure. As long as you pass this round, you can enter the True Central Spirit Art Institute. As for the second round, it is a potential test. This round of testing is used to test the talent of applicant. If the Shinigami wants to become stronger, talent is very important. The main purpose of the establishment of the True Central Spiritual Art Institute is to cultivate a Shinigami who is enough to enter the 13th division of the Guardian and fight against the virtual. Therefore, even though you only need to have a certain talent for spiritual pressure, you can enter the True Central Spiritual Art Academy. But after entering the True Central Spiritual Art Academy, the treatment of those with outstanding talent and ordinary talent will be different at the beginning. Those with outstanding talent should be trained according to the standards of the god of fighting death. Those with average talent should be cultivated according to the standard of the lower-level death god. This is also a very natural thing. To cultivate a combat death god, at least elite death god, or even death gods at the officer level, need to be taught. In the entire Gote 13th division, all the elite death gods added together, there are not many, and it is impossible to teach thousands of people at the same time. Of course, it doesn't mean that those who are classified into the lower-level death class have no possibility of entering the battle death class. As long as they perform well after entering the True Central Spiritual Art Institute, they can enter the battle death class. After all, the potential test is not absolute. What's going on right now is a spiritual pressure test. The spiritual pressure test uses the spiritual pressure ball, which is a tool invented by the Technology Development Bureau to test the purity of spiritual power. If you want to know whether a soul can condense spiritual pressure, you only need to detect the spiritual purity of a soul. Spiritual pressure is the condensation of spiritual power after compression. To put it bluntly, spiritual pressure can be condensed when the spiritual pressure is pure to a certain limit. Therefore, as long as the spiritual power is pure enough, you can condense spiritual pressure and become a god of death. The whole testing process does not take too long, but this time, multiplied by tens of thousands of people, is quite long. Shepherd's Wind was relatively late, and when he couldn't go through the back door, he could only queue at the back of the long queue. Ah, Renji, we all passed. It great. Yes, Rukia, now we can all be death gods. Just when Mufeng was bored, a surprise cry caught Mufeng's attention. Renji, Rukia. Hearing these 2 names, Mufeng's eyes narrowed slightly, and he hurriedly looked in the direction from which the voice came. Not far from the test point, a petite girl with black hair and a single bangs hanging in front of her, with dark purple pupils, caught Mufeng's eyes. A bright red, guy-shaped boy. Isn't this Kuchiki Rukia and Asane Renji? So, I'm at a point in time when they just entered the True Spirit Academy. Mufeng thought to himself. Although the teenagers and girls not far away were all wearing Liuhun Street clothes, they were not wearing Death Tyrant clothes like in the plot. But through the familiar faces and the words of the 2 just now, Mufeng still recognized the identities of the 2 at a glance. After all, Kuchiki Rukia and Asane Renji were quite popular in the original plot. Is it the same level as Kuchiki Rukia? It's really interesting. Mufeng muttered to himself, a smile on his face. Through the 2 familiar characters of Rukia and Renji, Mufeng finally determined the time period he was currently in, which made him feel quite good. Rukia and Renji, after being excited for a while, headed to the next site under the guidance of the other gods of death. After waiting for a while, Mufeng finally ushered in his own test. Just put your hand on the Reiatsu ball. The official death god in charge of the test looked at Mufeng and said. Mufeng nodded, no nonsense, and directly put his hand on the spiritual pressure ball. The next moment, a suction force came, and the spiritual pressure in the body immediately rushed into the spiritual pressure ball uncontrollably. Of course, if Mufeng is willing, with his will, he can block this suction at any time. However, Mufeng didn't do this. He came here to become a god of death and infiltrate the 13th division of the Guardian. Of course, you have to show your talent. Only by showing enough talent can you attract the attention of the 13th division of the Guardian. Moreover, this time, Mufeng is also going to play a big game. Having read so many novels and anime, the protagonists have all played 13 during the test. Now, it's my turn, so naturally I have to pretend. In this way, it can also pave the way for the skyrocketing power in the future. Without Mufeng's stopping, the spiritual pressure in the body immediately followed the suction and poured into the spiritual pressure ball. Chapter 8 _ The first time I saw Kenpachi. Whoa! In an instant, a dazzling blue light bloomed from the spiritual pressure ball, rendering the entire spiritual pressure ball into a blue crystal. Seeing this scene, the god of death, who was in charge of the test, froze in place. How is it? Am I qualified? It wasn't until Mufeng reminded him out loud that the god of death came to his senses and hurriedly replied, "Pass, of course pass. Now please take the nameplate and go to the square over there, where the potential test will be conducted." The god of death, who was in charge of the test, carefully handed a nameplate to Mufeng, with a hint of respect in his tone. Mufeng glanced at him, took the nameplate, and walked towards the gate of the True Central Academy of Spiritual Art. Of course Mufeng could see that the name of death had changed before and after. However, he was not surprised. In the court soul world, the strong are originally respected. With the spiritual pressure that he just showed, it is reasonable for this god of death to fear him. He was assigned here to be in charge of the spiritual pressure test. Although this god of death was an official god of death, his status in the 13th division of the Guardian was not high. Not to mention the officials, I am afraid that even the elites are not counted. It seems that this time, the True Central Spiritual Arts Academy is looking for a great genius. Looking at Mufeng's figure, thinking of the blue light just now, the director of death muttered to himself, even he can't do that level of blue light from the spiritual pressure bead. You must know that he is an official god of death. No matter how bad it is, he graduated from the True Central Academy of Spiritual Arts and can kill the god of death. For a soul who has not yet entered the True Central Spiritual Arts Academy, Reiatsu surpasses him, and his talent can be imagined. After watching Mufeng disappear, the director of death's attention returned to the next tester. Holding the nameplate, Mufeng, under the guidance of a lower-level god of death, quickly came to a square, which was the location of the potential test. Because the first round of testing is not over yet, therefore, Mufeng still needs to waiting for everyone to arrive. The second round of testing is carried out together and will not start until everyone is present. His eyes swept across the crowd, and Mufeng quickly found the figures of Rukia and Renji. In addition to these two people, Mufeng also saw two other familiar figures, Kira Izuru and Hinamori Dao, who also entered the True Spiritual Art Institute at the same time as Rukia and Renji. I have to say that there are quite a few geniuses who entered the True Central Spiritual Arts Academy this year. These four will all be vice captains and even captains in the future. In one session, there are 4 vice captains, which can already be regarded as a generation of talent. However, now I have to add another one, and that is Mufeng. After his gaze stayed indiscernible on the 4 of them for a while, Mufeng withdrew his gaze. In the first round of testing, the Mufeng was ranked relatively backward. Therefore, this time, without letting Mufeng wait long, all the souls who passed the first round of tests have arrived. This also means that the second round of testing is about to begin. Right in front, on a high platform, a god of death who looked like an officer level, stood in front of the crowd. First of all, congratulations, you have passed the test and become a member of the True Spiritual Academy. As long as you enter the True Spiritual Academy, you can learn the stunt of death for free. However, here, I must remind you that if you go into the future dare to use the stunts mastered from the True Central Spiritual Art Institute to do evil things that violate the rules of the Soul Society once discovered, I will not forgive you. Although the god of death in front of the crowd was only a seat officer, compared to the group of souls below who were not even the god of death, his words were harsh and haughty, and he immediately stunned most of the people. Of course, most of these people do not include Mufeng. Next, what you are about to do is a potential test. Seeing that the people below were stunned by himself, the officer death continued with satisfaction. Passing the first round of tests above means that you can enter the True Spirit Academy. However, if you want to become an official death god like me and join the 13th division of the Guardian, you still need to pass the potential test. Only those who pass the potential test will be trained as the official death god. Of course, don't feel unfair. The official death god needs to fight against the virtual. If the talent strength is not enough, it will only die. The reason why the Spirit Art Institute is trained separately, but also for your safety. Quote, even if you didn't pass the potential test this time, in the next few years, as long as you progress fast enough, you can still join the ranks of official death training. Not much to say. Now let us invite the host of this potential test, the captain of the 11th team Kenpachi Zakagi. Speaking of this, especially the last sentence, the tone of the seat officer death god involuntarily became excited. It turned out to be the captain. This time, the person who presided over the potential test turned out to be a big man like the captain of the 11th Division. I heard of the 11th Division, but the strongest division among the 13th Division of the Guardian, shouldn't their captain also be the strongest captain besides the chief captain? As soon as the officer's remarks came out, some of the Shinigami who knew about the 13th Division of the Guardian were all exploded. For these soul bodies, the officers are already high-ranking figures, not to mention the captain, Zaraki Kenpachi. Even Mu Feng, after hearing the name of Zaraki Kenpachi, turned his gaze to the front subconsciously. Zhengmu Janpachi. This is a person Mu Feng is quite familiar with. Like a monster, he can be regarded as a strong man in the whole death story. 0. Cut. It's really troublesome. What kind of potential test is being conducted? If you have time, it's better to find a prey and kill it. With a ferocious face, a scar on the left side of his face, and his hair in the shape of a hedgehog, Kenpachi Zengeki, wearing the captain's haori, came from not far away with a displeased look on his face. For him, who regards fighting as his only pleasure, hosting the so-called potential test is simply boring. This is the rule, Shaojian. The potential test has always been presided over by the 13th Division. Brush. Behind Tsuragi Kenpachi, a petite figure suddenly appeared. This petite figure is naturally the vice-captain of the 11th Division, Paolu Bachinliu. She and Tsuragi Kenpachi have always been inseparable. Rule. How do I remember? This kind of thing has always been done by the vice-captain. Zakagi Kenpachi still said fiercely. So, it must be Shaojian. You remembered it wrong. Bachinliu blinked and said seriously. Under a similar conversation, the two quickly came to the crowd. Without saying much nonsense, Zakagi Kenpachi glanced at the officer and said, "You continue to host." Upon seeing this, Ziguan instantly felt that he was being stared at by a ferocious beast. He trembled all over, and immediately said in a trembling voice, "Yes." However, he turned around at the fastest speed, looked at the souls, and announced loudly, "The potential test begin." Chapter 9 _ Potential Monitoring. The content of the potential test is very simple. If you want to become an official death god who can fight against the virtual, you must first have a strong enough spiritual pressure. The potential test is to detect your spiritual pressure potential. Around you, there are already the spiritual pressure generator is arranged. As long as you can support enough time under the spiritual pressure generator, you can pass the monitoring and accept the training of the official death. Quote, "Not much to say. The detection begins." As soon as the words fell, a chanting text followed, and the surrounding air shook, and an invisible spiritual pressure enveloped all the testers on the field. In an instant, all the test subjects felt that their entire bodies sank, as if they had suddenly carried a heavy object on their back. Moreover, this sense of oppression not only appeared on the physical level but also appeared on the spiritual level. From the inside to the outside, they are being oppressed by this invisible spiritual pressure. Mu Feng roughly judged that this sudden spiritual pressure was roughly equivalent to the level of an ordinary death god. This level of spiritual pressure is not even comparable to the spiritual pressure that has just condensed in Mu Feng's body, and of course it does not affect him. The testers around were not affected much either. Although there are many testers, it is a little difficult to perform. However, those who can stand here basically have the talent to gather Reiatsu. Ordinary death god level Reiatsu is not enough to make them lose their resistance. Time passed, and the spiritual pressure around him also increased a little bit. After about a minute, the spiritual pressure around him climbed to the level of an elite death god. Elite Reaper, but the Reaper who can easily kill the emptiness. For these testers who have not yet condensed the spiritual pressure, they are already considered wrong. Boom. This time, some testers could no longer support it, and some testers began to fall. Every fallen Grim Reaper will be taken out of the test area by the Grim Reaper who has been guarding around there for the first time. The spiritual pressure continued to climb, and in a blink of an eye, it reached the peak of the elite death god. At this time, hundreds of testers had fallen one after another, and many of the remaining testers were beginning to falter. Even the testers with outstanding talent who have already gathered spiritual pressure have a trace of pressure on their faces. Only Mu Feng remained calm as always, as if the surrounding spiritual pressure did not exist. After a brief pause, the surrounding spiritual pressure suddenly climbed a step again. Above the elite death god is the seat officer. Officers are the backbone of each squad. As the 13th division of the Guardian with the highest force in the Soul Society, each division is composed of a captain, a vice-captain, an indeterminate number of officers, and an equally indeterminate number of members. Because the number and strength of each team are different, the number of officers is also different, but there are no more than 20 seats at most. The seats are generally arranged according to the strength, and the seats of the chairman start from the third seat, because the second seat is the vice-captain and the first seat is the captain. Although due to the different responsibilities of each team, the combat power of the officers sometimes varies greatly. However, one thing is certain, as long as he can become a seat officer, his spiritual pressure strength is definitely ranked in the top hundreds in the entire Jingling Court. This level of spiritual pressure, of course, is not something that these testers who have not yet condensed spiritual pressure can bear. Boom, boom, boom. Therefore, all the candidates who were still persevering on the field just after breaking through to the rank of senior officials all fell down like dumpling. In just an instant, nearly 1,000 people fell. Most of the remaining testers did not last long, and they all arrived one after another. After a while, there were only hundreds of people standing on the field. At the level of the seat officer, the speed of the rise of the spiritual pressure around him has become much faster. Soon from 20 seats to a dozen seats. Thump, boom. This time, hundreds of testers fell in half again, leaving just over 100 people. These 100 people who are still insisting, each has a spiritual pressure blooming on their body, or they have already mastered it, or they have broken through the cohesion under the pressure just now to resist the oppression of the surrounding spiritual pressure. Before being cultivated, the spiritual pressure has been condensed, and there is no doubt that these are further talents for the testers. Of course, there are exceptions. This exception is Mu Feng. Under the pressure of the spiritual pressure, the rest of the testers broke out the spiritual pressure to resist the pressure of the surrounding spiritual pressure. Only Mu Feng was still standing in the same place with an indifferent face, and there was not a trace of spiritual pressure fluctuations on his body. It was so easy to be able to be under the spiritual pressure of the chief officer level without showing the spiritual pressure. Mu Feng's performance was directly shocked, and all the gods of death who presided over the test. Even Zanaki Kenpachi has cast a little bit of attention. Fun. Looking at Mu Feng standing in the crowd, Zaraki Kenpachi said rarely, "Interesting." Xiaojian, what is interesting? Let me see. Hearing Kenpachi's word, Yachinliu also raised his head quickly and followed Zanaki Kenpachi with a curious expression on his face. It's very interesting. It's really amazing that you still don't change your face even under the pressure of the officer level. After seeing Mu Feng's performance, Bachinliu also nodded and agreed. Xiaojian, after he graduate, let's recruit him into the 11th team. Bachinliu thinks he must be a very interesting person. Looking at Mu Feng up and down, Bachinliu blinked and turned his head to propose. It is indeed a good prey candidate, but now I want to see how far he can hold on. Zaraki Kenpachi grinned and looked at Mu Feng with interest. During the time the two were talking, the reiatsu that was pressing on the tester climbed to a critical point again. Hum. A faint sound sounded. The air suddenly suffocated, and a suffocating spiritual pressure suddenly enveloped the remaining more than 100 testers. This level of spiritual pressure is already available in the first UC, and the chairman in this E, without exception, have mastered Shikai. Among the gods of death, before the strong and weak 2.5, the difference in combat power is often huge. The reason for such a big difference is because of Shikai and Bankai. Shikai and Bankai are extremely powerful for a death god. A death god who has understood Bankai can easily defeat several or even a dozen people who have never understood Bankai. As for Bankai and Shikai, the gap is even bigger. This is also the reason why the captains of the various teams can stand at the top of the Soul Society. The reiatsu at the Shikai level, even the Shinigami who condense the reiatsu, is difficult to compete with. As soon as Pooh came into contact, 90% of the remaining more than 100 testers arrived in an instant. There are only a limited number of them who are still insisting. Among them, Rukia, Renji and others are suddenly included. Rukia, Renji and others, the worst in the future, are also vice captains, and of course their talents are relatively outstanding. Chapter 10 _ terrifying achievement, on. However, even they, after holding on for a few seconds, Rukia and Hinamori Dao couldn't hold on anymore and fell to the ground. Immediately after that, Kira also fell. After seeing Kira fall, Renji also gave up resistance and fell to the ground. In fact, he had reached the limit long ago, but he was unwilling to lose to Ji Liang, so he had been relying on his will and struggling to support it. This time, I should be the first. As he fell, Renji thought to himself. However, in the next second, he was suddenly stunned because he saw Mu Feng not far away. Impossible. Under such a powerful spiritual pressure, how could someone be so relaxed? Is he a monster? A thought flashed through Renji's mind, and then a sense of exhaustion struck. Renji only felt that his eyes were darkened and he completely lost consciousness. However, even though he passed out, Mu Feng's figure was deeply imprinted in his mind. After Renji fell, the only tester standing on the field was Mu Feng. The spiritual pressure around him was still strengthening, and he used 11 to prevent himself from being too maverick, causing unnecessary doubt, and Mu Feng also inspired a little spiritual pressure. And, with the enhancement of the spiritual pressure around him, he gradually improved his spiritual pressure. However, Mu Feng's behavior did not last long and was forced to end, because the surrounding spiritual pressure, after rising to a certain intensity, it no longer rises. Is this the end? Feeling that the spiritual pressure around him was not rising, Mu Feng looked at the officer who was in charge of the test with a flat face. At this moment, the officer was looking at Mu Feng with a dull expression on his face. The spiritual pressure has risen to the limit, and there are still testers who have not fallen. This has not happened many times in the entire history of the True Central Spiritual Art Institute. The most terrifying thing is that under the ultimate spiritual pressure, there is still no pressure on Mu Feng's face, as if this level of spiritual pressure is nothing to him at all. You must know that the Reiatsu generator can simulate the strength of the third officer after Shikai at most. The third officer is already the strongest in a division except for the captain and vice captain. Even in the 13th division of the Guardian, he can be regarded as a big man. Mu Fengning was still under the pressure of the spirits released by the powerhouses with all their strength, and he still seemed to be nothing. The third chairperson, that is a chairperson much higher than him. Hey, do I pass it like this? After waiting for a while, seeing that the spiritual pressure still did not increase, Mu Feng said lightly. After Mu Feng's reminder, Ziguan Death God reacted and said quickly, of course you. Under the pressure of the third officer's full release, he still did not fall down. Of course, such a monster is qualified. If he is not qualified, no one is qualified. However, before waiting for the seat officer Death to say the word qualified, an oppressive gaze fell on him. Under the gaze of this gaze, Ziguan Death shivered all over, quickly closed his mouth, and took a few steps back one after another. Seeing Ziguan, he retreated to the back with such interest. The owner of the look just now stepped forward with satisfaction and walked to the position of Ziguan Death God. Little devil, you are very good. Zengi Kenpachi looked at Mu Feng and said, Zaraki Kenpachi seldom praises a person, and the person who can be praised by him is without exception the person he looks at as a prey, or who may become a prey, but can be praised by him. No one who looks at the prey as weak. This sentence, very good, to a certain extent, has been regarded as Kenpachi's approval. Oh, I think so too. Mu Feng also looked at Zengmu Janpachi, and said incomparably plain, as if what he said was a matter of course. As a heavenly Dao level powerhouse, Mu Feng is indeed qualified to say so. Hearing Mu Feng's word, the seat officer Death, who had just retreated to the back, looked at Mu Feng in disbelief. He had never seen someone who dared to speak to Kenpachi Zengi in such a tone. Zaraki Kenpachi was called a monster like a beast by the entire Gote 13th division. If you dare to talk to him like this, you are already dead and can't die anymore. However, what Zakagi Kenpachi said next shocked him even more. Hey kid, now, I can be sure that you are really a very interesting person and qualified to be my future prey. However, as the price of being listed as a prey by me, your potential test will be conducted by me personally. Quote, Zaragi Kenpachi grinned, revealing a hideous smile. As soon as the words were finished, an astonishing spiritual pressure rose from Zanmu Janpa's body and pressed towards Mu Feng. This spiritual pressure suddenly reached the level of vice captain. The vice captain, although only one level away from the chairperson. However, most vice captains are much stronger than the officers. Able to become a vice captain almost always brought Shikai to the top, and he was only one step away from Bankai. It can be said that the deputy captain is the strongest group of people above the captain. Under the pressure of such spiritual pressure, even the Shinigami who presided over the test had to bloom with spiritual pressure to compete. In order not to arouse suspicion, Mu Feng raised his spiritual pressure again, and his expression also pretended to have changed a little. However, the figure is still tall and straight, and there is no sign of being unsupported. Seeing this scene, Zaragi Kenpachi's eyes narrowed, and he started to raise his spiritual pressure again. Boom! The next moment, a huge spiritual pressure that far surpassed the previous one rushed out from Zengmu Kenpachi. Under the pressure of this spiritual pressure, the void began to tremble, and crack began to appear on the ground under Zengmu Janpachi's feet. The stone kept shaking. Zaraki Kenpachi did not increase the spiritual pressure little by little like the spiritual pressure transmitter, but increased the spiritual pressure to the captain level in an instant. Yes, captain class. With the spiritual pressure alone, it is possible to interfere with matter, which only captain level spiritual pressure can do. Such a powerful spiritual pressure act on Mu Feng 797. The strength of spiritual pressure in the body was not even that of Mu Feng, who was at the level of an official. Suddenly, it was like a flat boat in the sea. Under such spiritual pressure, Mu Feng finally felt some pressure. Although Mu Feng is a heavenly Dao level powerhouse, but now all of his strength has been temporarily sealed, and there is only a small amount of spiritual pressure in his body that can be used. It is very different from the captain level, and it is reasonable to have pressure. Of course, there was only some pressure. After all the spiritual pressure broke out, Mu Feng was still standing steadily, and there was no sign of falling down. Seeing that Mu Feng could still hold on, Zengi Kenpachi grinned Isho. A flash of excitement flashed in his eyes, like a beast that found its prey. Just as Zengi Kenpachi was about to continue to improve his spiritual pressure to see how far Mu Feng could hold on, Captain Zaragi Kenpachi, we can't continue. Please put away your Reiatsu. The seat officer behind him, the god of death, supported his body and shouted loudly with all his strength. Hearing the cry of the chief death god, Zaragi Kenpachi turned his head to look at him, and there was a dangerous gleam in his eyes. Aware of Kenpachi's gaze, Ziguan Death heart trembled, and he almost couldn't help falling to the ground. Kenpachi has a fierce reputation, and he was also afraid that Kenpachi would attack him. Fortunately, a voice that sounded like the sound of heaven given to Ziguan Death God suddenly sounded, stopping Zengi Kenpachi's behavior. Chapter 11 Shaking Soul World. Xiaojian, put away the spiritual pressure. Stop making trouble. Those who can speak to Zaragi Kenpachi in such a tone of voice are only the same in the entire soul world. Hearing Yachinliu's word, he looked at the god of death who had maintained the order, and the tester who had passed out in a coma. With a look of pain on his face, Kenpachi pulled back his reiatsu with a frown on his face. Although he has always acted in his own way, he still can distinguish the importance of it. The spiritual pressure of the captain level is obviously not the case. The spiritual pressure has not yet been condensed, or the tester who has just condensed the spiritual pressure can bear it. If he continues forcibly, I am afraid that these testers will all be destroyed under his spiritual pressure. Zaraki Kenpachi didn't care about the life and death of these testers. However, if so many testers have an accident at one time, there will definitely be a lot of trouble, and he hates these troubles the most. Hey kid, I remember you. The next time I meet you, I hope you can become strong enough so that I can fight as much as I want. Otherwise, I don't mind my knife. One more dead man. Zaraki Kenpachi grinned, showing a cruel smile, staring at Mu Fengdao. After he finished speaking, he turned around and left the test site, ignoring whether the test was over. It was Xiaojian's fault just now. I apologize for Xiaojian, but you have to do your best. Bachenliu turned his head to look at Mu Feng, showing a cute smile, then followed Zaraki Kenpachi, and then with Zaraki Kenpachi left the test site together. Mu Feng was very indifferent, glanced at the figure of Zengmu Janpachi leaving, and didn't pay any attention to what Zengmu Janpachi had just said. Although Zengi Kenpachi is very strong, for him at the Heavenly Dao level, it is nothing at all, and even when he first entered the Naruto world, he was enough to defeat Zengi Kenpachi. As soon as the figures of the two disappeared, the god of death who was in charge of the test quickly took a sigh of relief. Zengi Kenpachi is so terrifying that when he thinks of Zengi Kenpachi, he still can't help but feel terrified. Today's potential test is definitely the most unforgettable one in his life. You haven't told me just now. Have I passed the test? As soon as the chief death god calmed down, Mu Feng's voice rang in his ear. Hearing Mu Feng's question, the Ziguan death god gave a jiggle, nodded to Mu Feng and said, well, of course, you have passed the potential test this time, and you are still the first. Just kidding. He dares to say that he is not qualified for a monster who can be suppressed by the captain level spirit and still not change his fate. Such geniuses are destined to shake the entire Gotei 13th division. Mu Feng nodded lightly and said nothing. After seeing Mu Feng and having no other opinion, the chief officer, Death, couldn't help but sigh in relief. He couldn't afford to offend Zengi Kenpachi, and he couldn't afford to offend the tester in front of him either. With Mu Feng's perverted talent, as long as he doesn't fall, let alone the deputy captain, the captain is probably all in his pocket. Such a genius is not something he can offend as a petty officer. Moreover, not to mention the future, even now, the spiritual pressure that Mu Feng just broke out is not much worse than him. Just give Mu Feng a little more time. I am afraid he can surpass him. After the announcement of Mu Feng's result, this potential test was over. The officer who presided over the test, the Shinigami, hurriedly greeted the Shinigami who had just recovered from the spiritual pressure of Zaraki Kenpachi, and began to arrange other testers. It will take some time for these testers to wake up. By convention, they will be sent directly to their respective residences that have already been arranged. With the speed of the god of death and the assistance of ghosts, although the number of testers is quite large, it does not take much time. It's just that when they arrived at Mu Feng's place, all the gods of death didn't know what to do. In previous years, even if there were testers who passed out, they could almost just lie down and let them be at their mercy. After all, in the testers just now, almost everyone was pressed to the limit. Like Mu Feng, after the potential test is over, it's so like nothing, and it's never happened before. Moreover, because of what happened just now, when the gods of death saw Mu Feng, they were still a little worried. It was because of Mu Feng that they were affected by Zengi Kenpachi's spiritual pressure. In the end, it was the chief officer Death who bit the bullet and explained the situation to Mu Feng, and then personally sent Mu Feng to a rearranged single-person courtyard. In the Zhenyang Spiritual Arts Academy, generally only teachers have the treatment. In this way, the annual admissions test of the True Spiritual Arts Academy finally ended. However, the impact of this test is far from over. Jing Lingting, the first team captain's room. The 13th division of the Guardian is the most important guarding force in the Soul Society. It consists of 13 divisions. Each division has its own responsibility. The captain is responsible for managing his own division, and the divisions do not interfere with each other. To a certain extent, each squad can be said to be highly autonomous. The responsibility of the first team is to lead the 13th team, and is responsible for issuing notices from the 46th room of the central government and holding regular meetings. Therefore, the captain of the first team is also the captain of the entire Gotei 13th team. In the captain's room of the first team, an old man with a handsome face and a scar on his forehead was sitting sitting at the desk. In front of him, a man dressed in fancy clothes with a hat on his head was looking respectfully. Stand there. This old man is naturally Yamamoto Yuanujai Shigekuni, the captain of the 13th Division of the Guardian. The one standing in front of him was Jingle Chunchui, the captain of the 8th Division. The main responsibility of the 8th Division was to organize and collect information, and to count the information and intelligence of the 80 districts of Liuhun Street and other division. When Jingle Chunchui came here, it was obvious that he had something to report to Yamamoto Shigekuni. Captain, this is the information just sent by the True Central Spiritual Arts Institute. Jingle Chunchui submitted a piece of information to Yamamoto Shigekuni. Oh, today should be the day of the annual admissions test for the True Central Spiritual Arts Institute. You came to report in person. Is there something wrong with the admissions test this time? Yamamoto Shigekuni's eyes narrowed at Vivi, and he asked aloud. He created the Junyang Spiritual Arts Academy, and it was specially designed to send talents to the 13th Division of the Goding Court, but he valued it very much. Yes, this time, there was indeed an accident. There is a candidate potential test result, which is a bit scary. Jingle Chunchui nodded. Terrorist. If you can use this word to describe it, this candidate is probably not easy. There was a hint of surprise in Yamamoto Shigekuni's tone. He had never seen Jingle Chunchui describe a person with horror, and he was also a student of the True Central Spiritual Arts Academy. Yeah, Jingle Chunchui said with a slight sigh. In this potential test, there was a candidate named Mufeng, who not only broke the record of Junyang Spiritual Arts Academy, but also remained awake under the pressure of captain-level spiritual pressure. Quote, Chapter 12_shallow hit. What? A tester, under the pressure of captain-level spiritual pressure, can stay awake. Chun Shui, are you sure the information is true? And in the potential test, how can there be captain-level spiritual pressure? Yamamoto Shigekuni Vivi was startled, and involuntarily there was a little doubt in his word. It's not that he really doubts Jingle Chunchui, but the disappearance is too shocking. I have personally verified the information. As for the appearance of the captain-level spiritual pressure, it is because the host of this test is Tsuragi Kenpachi. Jingle Chunchui didn't care about the doubts in Yamamoto's word. In fact, not only Yamamoto, but even when he first got this information, his first reaction was not to believe it. But after some verification, he had to believe that the information was indeed true, and the Junyang Spiritual Arts Academy did recruit a pervert this time. Zaraki Kenpachi. Upon hearing the name, Yamamoto Shigekuni nodded and did not continue to ask. He knew very well about Zergi Kenpachi, that anything could happen in the place of Zergi Kenpachi. Have you checked out the origin of that Mufeng? I have already checked it. Not long after I came to the Soul Society, I had been staying in the West 80 district of Liuhun Street. Later, I was rescued by Matsumoto Ranju from the 10th Division. Under her recommendation, I signed up to become the God of Death. The origin is very innocent. Quote, very good. Yamamoto 337 Chonguo Vivi nodded. A gleam of light flashed in his eyes. This Mufeng must be paid attention to. If nothing else happens, the 13th Division of the Guardian will soon welcome a new one. The genius is dead. Yes. Captain Eisen, the enrollment results of the True Central Spiritual Arts Academy have come out this time. In the 5th Division captain's room, a member of the team was really respectful and reported to Eisen, who was sitting behind the desk. Well, this time, is there any more amazing genius? Lan Ran said gently. Yes, Captain Eisen. In this admissions test, a monster appeared. He was still able to stay awake under the spiritual pressure of Captain Zaraki. The team member said quickly, with a hint of incredulity in his tone. The captain-level spiritual pressure is unbearable for ordinary officers. It is really hard to believe how a young man who has not yet entered the True Central Spiritual Arts Academy can do it. Stay awake under the captain-level spiritual pressure. A bright light flashed in Lan Ran's eyes. What is this person's name? Shepard. Apart from him, are there other outstanding people? Eisen nodded and asked again. Yes, apart from him, there are 4 others who can't perform as well, and they are all in the final round and hold on for a while. Okay, I know, you go down. Yes, the 5th team member said respectfully, and then exited the captain's room. Shepard. In the empty captain's room, Eisen said in a low voice. For some reason, when he read the name, he always had a strange feeling, as if this person would have a great influence on his future. Mufeng, no matter how talented you are, as long as you hinder me, I will destroy you at all costs. Lan Ran muttered to himself. While speaking, an astonishing momentum rose from him, but in an instant, this momentum was put away. In addition to Yamamoto Shigekuni and Eisen, the rest of the Jingling Court also received news that the Jingling Court tonight is destined to be unstable, and the culprit that caused all this. Mufeng was currently researching a few things that the True Central Academy of Spiritual Art had just sent to him. Souls who enter the True Spirit Academy will receive free teaching. This free fee does not only refer to teaching Death God's Son, but refers to all aspects. Once you enter the Junyang Spiritual Art Institute, you will be provided with food, clothing and housing, so that you have no worry. After all, those who can graduate from here will be at least a lower-level death god in the future, and this investment is also deserved. Of course, because of the different talent, the treatment will also be different. For example, the single-person courtyard where Mufeng lives now was specially arranged for him by the Spiritual Arts Institute. With Mufeng's talent, he might be able to become a chairperson as soon as he graduates. It is normal to have this special treatment. As for Rukia, Renji and others, the treatment is not bad. At least they are all single-room. Comparatively speaking, those gods of death who were trained in the direction of lower-level gods of death were treated a lot worse. The Soul World was originally a world where the strong were respected, and such an arrangement was normal. In addition to the resident, the Spiritual Arts Academy also distributed several other things to them, including uniform, basic rules, certificate, and other things. These things are basically handheld. Like Mufeng, who passed the official death test, the only thing that was more than ordinary testers was the Zanpakuto that every death god must have. No, it should be called a shallow punch now. Shallow hits were created by Soul Realm to carry spiritual pressure. Shallow fights are not Zanpakuto, but only the prototype of Zanpakuto. It can only become a unique Zanpakuto when it is infused with its own spirit and belief by its owner. Before Shinigami comprehends Shikai, their Zanpakuto is generally called a shallow strike. Every soul cultivated according to the official death mode will receive a light blow after entering the Junyang Spiritual Art Institute. This shallow fight did not belong to them, but was temporarily lent to them. Only when they passed the entry test and officially entered the 13th division of the Guardian would they be officially awarded the shallow fight. Therefore, the Zanpakuto is the unique symbol of the official Shinigami. No, as long as you put on the Death Tyrant outfit and grab a sword, you can call it Zanpakuto. His eyes swept over everything, except for the slightly idiotic black and white uniform that made Vivi twitch at the corner of Mufeng's mouth. He ignored everything else. In the end, Mufeng's gaze was directly projected on Qianda. Is this the prototype of the Shinigami Zanpakuto? Mufeng muttered to himself, with a hint of interest in his eyes. Zanpakuto had been in contact with him as early as in the world of Pirate. However, Senbon Sakura was rewarded by the system, and the Zanpakuto that belonged to Byakuya Kuchiki did not belong to him. In his hand, Senbon Sakura can only be regarded as a weapon with skills. Unlike Kuchiki Byakuya, who is one with Senbon Sakura, it can be said that once he loses Senbon Sakura, the Reiatsu in his body disappeared, because that belonged to Senbon Sakura, not him. Even though that bit of spiritual pressure was nothing compared to the heavenly Tao level power in his body, now it is different. After reincarnation, the spiritual pressure he has in his body is his own. Mufeng also looked forward to what kind of Zanpakuto he could create with his heavenly Tao level nature. Intuition told Mufeng that shaping the Zanpakuto was the key to breaking the seal in his body. Thinking of this, Mufeng directly held the shallow punch and poured the spiritual pressure in his body into it. Although Senbon Sakura does not belong to him, through Senbon Sakura, Mufeng has a good understanding of Reiatsu and Zanpakuto. This time, shaping the Zanpakuto was a breeze. In a moment, Mufeng used the spiritual pressure to erode the shallow attack inside and out. Ding! At this time, the system prompt sounded suddenly in his mind. Chapter 13_Void Walker. Ding! Congratulations to the host for becoming a god of death. The first layer of seal has been lifted, and the feature is Nothingness Walker, and a special Zanpakuto as a compensation reward. May I ask if the host will receive it? Click. As the sound of the system fell, a mysterious aura rose from Mufeng's body and spread to the surroundings. Under the influence of this mysterious aura, Mufeng only felt that his whole body suddenly loosened, as if some invisible shackles had been opened. An indescribable sense of intimacy came from the surrounding space. A trace of enlightenment came to his heart, and there was a hunch that Mufeng told Mufeng that at this moment he was completely integrated into the world of death. System, show my current state. Mufeng ordered in his heart. Yes, host. A stream of light flashed, and the familiar attribute panel appeared in front of Mufeng's eyes. The strongest god system. Host, shepherd, belongs to the world of death, plundered world, pirate world, Naruto world, physical strength, mortal level, indestructible level, energy intensity, mortal level, origin level, soul strength, mortal level, indestructible level. Features, Void Walker. You are the shadow walking between the world, the void outside of destiny. Automatically shield the world consciousness at the cost of the origin point and the world's luck. You can blind the world consciousness and completely integrate into a certain world. Skill, Kendo, open black lens bracket Grandmaster close black lens bracket open black lens bracket 100% comprehension close black lens bracket Master Swordsmanship 8000 Swordsmanship special swordsmanship 100 times Momo sword intent / fighting technique open black lens bracket Grandmaster close black lens bracket open black lens bracket 50% comprehension close black lens bracket mastering skills Marine Rokushiki Ghost Road part of master level comprehension degree 30% immortal art holy grade comprehension comprehension 50%. The rest of the skills are being sealed. Void Walker, is this your purpose for the system? Mu Feng said indifferently. Earlier, when the system mentioned that reshaping the origin was an optional reward, Mu Feng had already faintly noticed that the reward provided by the system had some purpose. It now appears that his hunch was not wrong. Yes, the host, the Void Walker trait, is one of the rewards for reinventing oneself. The system doesn't deny anything, it just mechanically returns. Since it's an optional reward, if I don't choose it, will this reward still appear? Mu Feng directly said the biggest question in his heart. Reshaping the origin is an optional reward. If the host does not choose, it is naturally impossible to obtain similar reward. However, when the host completes the plunder of the three worlds, he will obtain characteristics similar to those of the Void Walker. System, I can understand. Are you setting a trap for me? Mu Feng Yu asked angrily. Although the system just said, after he conquers the world of death, he will still acquire characteristics similar to those of the Void Walker. However, from what the system just said, Mu Feng could hear that this similar feature is difficult to compare to the Void Walker, not to mention that according to what the system just said, the Void Walker feature is only part of the reward for reshaping the origin this time. 1. When he thought that he almost missed out on these rewards, Mu Feng couldn't help but be full of anger. The system will not set trap for the host. The purpose of the system is to assist the host to become the strongest. For a strong person, how to choose his own path is also a crucial matter. The system will only provide the host with countless possibilities. How to choose is up to the host to decide, and the system has no right to control it. Moreover, the system is not completely without prompting the host. The system's voice without a trace of emotion resounded in Mu Feng's mind again. Hearing the system's answer, Mu Feng fell silent. I have to say that he really can't blame the system for this matter. If it weren't for the repeated reminders from the system, there is a 90% chance that he would not choose to reshape the origin. Sealing a whole body of power and starting from scratch again, there are too many unknown and uncertain factors. He is afraid of these unknowns and uncertainties, and is afraid of death. Although he has conquered two worlds successively, and ascended to the sky in one step in the Naruto world, he has become a heaven-level powerhouse. However, Mu Feng must admit that in the depth of his soul, there is still a shadow before he passed through. Because of this, he is full of resistance to starting from scratch. It will be full of anger at the concealment of the system. His resistance, his anger, stemmed from a deep lack of self-confidence. He was afraid of starting from scratch and not being able to return to the heights of the Naruto world. He was afraid that the system would abandon him, and the system had always been his only reliance. Although he has conquered two worlds successively and became a heavenly Tao-level powerhouse, deep in his heart, Mu Feng is still not confident in himself, and all his achievements in Naruto and Pirate World, in Mu Feng's eyes, can only be achieved by knowing the plot and having the golden finger of the system. What the system said just now undoubtedly woke him up. As the system said, its existence only gave him countless possibilities, and it was himself who really made the choice. Maybe another person, with the system, can conquer the world of pirates and the world of Naruto. However, the final result will never be the same as him, because he is Mu Feng, the unique Mu Feng in the world. Regardless of whether he conquered the world of pirates or the world of Naruto, he relied on the system or the knowledge of the plot. He did it after going through countless risks. This alone made him proud. 0. The reason for this achievement is not the system nor the plot, but the choice, his own choice, Mu Feng's choice. Since he can be in the pirate world, starting from scratch and relying on the system, he can conquer the entire world. It doesn't make sense. In the world of death, he can't do it. Besides, this time, he didn't really start from scratch. Thinking of this, Mu Feng suddenly felt a sense of relief in the depths of his heart, and a confidence from the inside to the outside rose from Mu Feng's body. Thank you, system, Mu Feng said to himself with a smile. After thinking about it, Mu Feng no longer cared about the concealment of the system before. What the system provides him is only a possibility. As for the final result, it depends on how he chooses and how to do it. Ding! May I ask if the host will receive the reward? As soon as Mu Feng finished his thing, the system's untimely reminder sound suddenly reminded him, breaking the atmosphere just now. System, this special Zanpakuto is your compensation for invalidating the coupon. It too perfunctory. The coupons I swallowed by you are at least enough to buy 7 or 8 Zanpakuto. Although thanks to the system for the previous reminder, the calculation still has to be calculated. In the God-level mall, the coupons that were voided, but he scoured most of the Naruto world, and the compensation for a mere Zanpakuto, Mu Feng can't accept it. Chapter 14 _ Special Zanpakuto. The Zanpakuto that the system compensates the host for is made from the world origins of the 3 worlds of Hokage, Pirate, and Shinigami. It is a source-level weapon, and its value is far above the coupons that the host gives. The system has no previous mechanical explanation. Original weapon. It's almost the same. Although Mu Feng didn't know how powerful the system's so-called source weapon was. However, since the origin is involved, the explanation is definitely not simple. You must know that even the Naruto world, the divine tree known as the source of chakra can already travel through the dragon veins of time and space, but at most it is only a reincarnation level. It is one level worse than the source level, that is, the heavenly Tao level. The difference at this level is the difference between heaven and earth. The difference between the samsara level and the heavenly Tao level is still not one level, but one dimension. The Zanpakuto built using the origins of the three worlds. No matter how bad it is not far behind. Get it now, Mu Feng said impatiently. As soon as the words fell, three rays of brilliance of different colors rushed out of Mu Feng's body and then converged together. From the three beams of brilliance, Mu Feng felt a familiar aura. Two were very familiar, and one was a little unfamiliar. The two familiar ones are naturally the origin of Pirates and Naruto world, and the other one is the origin of Death God world. Ding! Three beams of brilliance were intertwined, and after a while, a long sword exuding a mysterious aura appeared in front of Mu Feng. This long sword is not the same as the ordinary Death God Zanpakuto, and is more inclined to the ancient sword in his memory. Carefully stretched out his hand to the long sword, and as soon as his fingertip touched the body of the sword, the entire long sword immediately turned into a stream of light and entered Mu's body. Suddenly, a feeling of water and blending rose from Mu Feng's heart, as if suddenly there was an extra part of his body, and the extra part was the long sword that was submerged in the body. At this moment, Mu Feng really understood the meaning of Zanpakuto to the god of death. For Shinigami, Zanpakuto is not only a weapon, but also a part of their soul. In a sense, Zanpakuto is themselves, but they are themselves hidden in the depths of their soul. Because of this, there won't be two identical Zanpakuto in the world, because everyone is unique. As soon as his mind moved, the long sword in his body was summoned by Mu Feng. However, Mu Feng did not directly reveal the long sword, but attached it to the shallow strike in his hand. The Zanpakuto built for him by the system does not have a fixed shape and can be used alone or attached to other things. Brush. After summoning the long sword, Mu Feng couldn't wait to check the familiarity of the Zanpakuto in his hand. Shallow hit. Level. Mortal. Quality. Flawless. Introduction. The excellent shallow strike produced by the Soul Society has been transformed into a perfect level nameless Zanpakuto through the host spiritual pressure and will infection. Hidden. Level. Origin. Quality. Perfect. Introduction. Created from the origins of the three worlds, the host's unique Zanpakuto has terrifying potential beyond imagination. Ability. The name and ability are unknown. It seems that I need to understand Shikai and Benkai like other death gods in order to discover your attribute. Holding the Zanpakuto in his hand, Mu Feng muttered to himself. Not only did he discover the potential of Zanpakuto, his intuition told him that Shikai and Benkai would be the key to unlocking the other seals in his body. As long as you master Benkai, you should be able to restore your own heavenly power. Thinking of this, Mu Feng hovered and sat down, put the Zanpakuto on his lap, closed his eyes and entered into the practice. Mu Feng was still wearing the immortal seal, and with the help of the immortal seal, a large number of spiritual suns rushed towards Mu Feng from all directions. To Mu Feng's surprise, compared to before, this time, the number of spirit suns that came in was far greater, and most of the spiritual children were swallowed and absorbed by Zanpakuto, and then refined into spiritual pressure and fed back to him. With the assistance of Zanpakuto, the spiritual pressure in Mu Feng's body was rapidly increasing at almost the same speed as riding a rocket. In just a short while, the elite death god broke through to the level of an officer. This is the Zanpakuto. Is it important to the god of death? Feeling the sudden change, Mu Feng said to himself in his heart. At this moment, he finally understood why Rukia, Renji and the others, after only 6 years of studying at the True Spiritual Art Institute, had grown from an ordinary person to a powerful reaper who could kill Shu. I also understood why these Zanpakuto were temporarily lent to them. In fact, the Zanpakuto had a great effect on raising the spiritual pressure of the Shinigami. With the Zanpakuto, the number of spirits absorbed has become much faster, and the speed of refining spirits has also become much faster. Owning a Zanpakuto is like owning a cheating device, and it is difficult for Reiatsu not to improve. Of course, Mu Feng also knew that the ordinary death god Zanpakuto was definitely not as perverted as his Zanpakuto. However, it should not be difficult to increase the training speed by 3 or 5 times. Suppressing all the distracting thoughts in his mind, Mu Feng's whole mind was immersed in his cultivation. Souls who have just entered the True Central Academy of Spiritual Arts usually have 3 days of vacation to recover from the potential test, the fatigue brought by them, and to familiarize themselves with the environment and teaching mode of the True Central Academy of Spiritual Art. 3 days, in the excitement of the soul, quickly passed. A group of preparatory death gods who passed the potential test also ushered in their first class. This class will be their first step in calling the gates of death. Most of the preparations for death arrived early in the class, waiting for the start of the class. However, in this world, there is never a shortage of exceptions. For example, the god of death in front of him. Let give. Somewhere in the Junyang Spiritual Arts Academy, a young man wearing a school uniform and a young man with a Zanpakuto hanging around his waist was running wildly. This young man, of course, is Mu Feng, because he had just received the Zanpakudo, and after enjoying the thrill of a flying spiritual pressure, in order to break the seal as soon as possible, Mu Feng stayed in the house almost all day for the past 3 days, devoting himself to the practice, so much so that I forgot that there are still classes today. When he reacted, he remembered that there were still class hours, and there were only 3.6 hours left until the start of the class. Although Mu Feng was not interested in Zhenyang Spiritual Arts Academy, he still didn't want to be absent from his first class. Therefore, there is just that scene. Fortunately, although most of his skills have been sealed and Shunpo has not yet mastered the God of Death, the fighting technique brought from Pirate World is still there. With Moon Step, Mu Feng finally arrived at the class area. Soon, the figure of Mu Feng Ben slowed down. No, he had already arrived at the class, but he suddenly realized that he didn't know where the class was. After scanning the surrounding area, perhaps because of the approaching class, there was no one around, even if Mu Feng wanted to find someone to inquire about it, etc. Just when Mu Feng was depressed, a familiar figure who was running came into his eyes. Chapter 15 Road Encounter with Young Mori Dao, Young Sen Dao. As future plot characters, Rukia, Renji, Hira, and Hina Mori Dao, Mu Feng had paid close attention to them as early as the test. Although Hina Sen Dao's current attire has been replaced by the civilian clothes of Liuhun Street to the hospital clothes of the True Spiritual Art Institute, Mu Feng still recognized her at a glance. That classmate over there, can you wait a moment? Hina Moritao, like him, has passed the potential test and should know where the class is. At the moment, Mu Feng immediately shouted as if he had met a savior. Huh. Hearing Mu Feng's cry, the slightly timid young Sen Dao was immediately startled, and subconsciously turned her head to look at Mu Feng. Because he was running, his mind was startled by Mu Feng's cry, and Xiao Sentao accidentally stepped on his feet and stepped on the air, and his galloping figure suddenly fell to the ground. Be careful, Mu Feng hurriedly reminded. He didn't care about anything else, and directly displayed Moon Step at his feet, rushing towards young Sen Dao in the shape of a phantom 12. Dangerous and dangerous. At the last moment, he hugged the young Sen Dao who was about to fall. Are you alright? Mu Feng asked in a slightly soft tone. After all, it was because of him that young Sen Dao almost fell, and proper care should be taken. The young Sen Dao, who was hugged by Mu Feng, was still in the thrilling adventure just now, and his mind was blank. It wasn't until she heard Mu Feng's voice that young Sen Dao barely recovered and replied, I'm fine. As soon as he finished speaking, more consciousness returned, and Hina Morita finally noticed that he seemed to be being held in his arms by a man, and he was also a man. Immediately, Xiao Sentao's face turned red, and he quickly struggled to break free from Mu Feng's arm. Of course, Mu Feng didn't stop her. She hugged young Sen Dao just now, but she just followed the matter urgently. If she continued to hold her now, that would be a hooligan. Because of the accident just now, Xiao Sendao was still shy, and Mu Feng didn't know how to speak. The current atmosphere has temporarily fallen into embarrassment. Fortunately, this awkward atmosphere did not last long. It didn't take long for Hina Moritao to remember that there was still a class to attend, and she said to herself with a little eagerness on her face, ooh crappy, it's too late, it's over, it's definitely late. This classmate, are you in a hurry to go to class? Mu Feng, who finally waited for a chance to speak, finally asked the question in his heart. Yeah, but it's only 10 minutes before the class time. It's too late to rush over now, Hina Sentao said with some annoyance. In fact, she went to the class late early, but only because of a temporary incident she went back to her residence. According to her calculation, the time should be enough. However, the accident just now made enough time become insufficient. Thinking of being late for the first class, Hinamori Dao couldn't help showing a look of frustration on her face. If you tell me the location of your class, I can guarantee that you will not be late. Even if you are really late, someone will accompany you, Mu Feng said with a smile on his face. The location of the class was the reason why he stopped Hina Sentao. Compared to being late for the first class, Mu Feng felt that truancy in the first class should be more serious. Why? Someone will accompany me. A hint of doubt appeared in the eyes of the young Sentao. Because you and I are in the same class. Mu Feng continued to smile. You mean, you don't know where the class is? That's why you stopped me just now. Although Hina Morita has a relatively simple personality, she is not stupid. Through Mu Feng's words just now, Hina Sendao immediately figured out the cause and effect. Mu Feng nodded. A trace of embarrassment appeared on his face. Although he didn't know the location of the class was a fact, Mu Feng was still a little embarrassed when Hina Moritao said it directly. My name is Xiao Sendao. I'm going to be late anyway. Why don't we go together? Xiao Sendao said softly. As soon as these words came out, most of the embarrassment on Mu Feng's face was immediately resolved. My name is Mu Feng. If you don't mind, as long as you tell me the location of the class, I can guarantee that you will not be late. Mu Feng also introduced himself. You are Mu Feng, the first place in the potential test. You are not even afraid of the captain level spiritual pressure. The Mu Feng who entered the first class without participating participating in the retest of the class. After listening to Mu Feng's introduction, Xiao Sendao suddenly acclaimed, as if seeing something novel. If nothing else, the Mu Feng I'm talking about seems to be me. But what is the retest by class? Why haven't I heard of it? Mu Feng nodded. He didn't expect that young Sendao actually knew about him. Moreover, according to what Hinamori Dao just said, it seems that he is still famous. Placement test. We'll talk about this later. You still tell me the class location. If you don't dare to go there, you'll really be late. Just as Hina Sentao was about to explain aloud, she was interrupted by Mu Feng. But now it's less than 10 minutes before class time. It's impossible. You don't need to worry about this. Just tell me. The class will be where it will be. Mu Feng waved his hand, interrupting the words of the young Sendao again. Okay. Under Mu Feng's slightly domineering tone, young Sentao, who was a little weak in character, had to give Mu Feng the direction of the class. After knowing the class location, Mu Feng didn't say any more nonsense, and said directly to the young Sendao, "Get ready, we'll be at the class location in 5 minutes. What? 5 minutes? 870. Before Xiao Sentao could react, Mu Feng waved his right hand, and the spiritual pressure in his body spurted out, turning into a shield and pulling Xiao Sendao behind him. Afterward, Mu Feng displayed Moonstep. The speed was full, and he even used spiritual pressure, and he rushed towards the class place like a gust of wind. Ah! Hina Sentao only came to let out an exclamation, and found that he was clinging to Mu Feng's back, and together with Mu Feng, he turned into a gust of wind. In an instant, Hinamori Dao's brain fell into a blank again, partly because of shyness, partly because of surprise. In the end, all these turned into a thought. That is, this is the shepherd wind called a monster. The location where Xiao Sentao and Mu Feng were just now was not far from the class location. For ordinary souls like Xiao Sentao, it might take 10 minutes, but for the official death, it only take half or even less time to cross. Mu Feng already owns the Zanpakudo, and the spiritual pressure in his body has even broken through to the level of an officer. Although some stunts of the God of Death have not yet been practiced, as a heavenly Dao level powerhouse, the skills that he mastered before are still there. It can be said that the current Mu Feng is already a death god at the level of a chairperson, and he is not an ordinary chairperson. With the power of an officer level, it is not difficult to lead a person to cross a 10-minute journey of an ordinary soul within 5 minutes. Chapter 16 Goodbye Matsumoto Ranju. Soon, Mu Feng and young Sendao came to the class location. Mu Feng didn't take it indirectly with young Sendao, but stopped not far from the class location. After he stopped, Mu Feng's thoughts moved, and the spiritual pressure wrapped around the young Sendao immediately dissipated. Young Sendao hurriedly took a few steps back. Her face was shy. She lowered her head and did not dare to look at Mu Feng. "It here. You go first," Mu Feng said lightly. Hearing Mu Feng's voice, the young Sentao immediately rushed towards the class location as if receiving amnesty. However, just as he was about to enter, Xindao suddenly turned his head, looked at Mu Feng, and said in a low voice, "Thank you." After speaking, regardless of whether Mu Feng heard it or not, he ran into the class place as if he had escaped. Shepherd's Light Isho didn't care. After slowing down a bit, Mu Feng raised his legs and walked towards the class location. Just brought the young Sentao, and came all the way. The consumption of Mu Feng was quite large. If it wasn't for the past few days, if the spiritual pressure had grown significantly again, I am afraid that the spiritual pressure would have been exhausted before he arrived here. With the power of the officer level, it is not a big problem to lead a person to rush such a road. The problem is, because Hina Sentao is a girl, in order to take care of her, Mu Feng wrapped her with spiritual pressure and brought her here. Using Reiatsu to lead people is a fairly advanced skill in using Reiatsu, and it is difficult for even an ordinary vice captain to do it. With advanced skills, the consumption of spiritual pressure is naturally not small. Mu Feng can persist for so long. It is because he is a master of heavenly Dao. Even if his strength is sealed, but his knowledge is still there. With other officials, even if it can be done, I'm afraid it won't last long. Most of Reaper's courses require actual combat, so almost half of the courses are conducted in an extracurricular environment. Today's class is also conducted in an extracurricular environment. As soon as Mu Feng stepped into the classroom, he found himself in an open space. The center of the open space was already full of people, and every face was full of excitement. They were obviously at the same level as him. They had just passed the potential test and entered the soul of the true Central Academy of Spiritual Art. Among these souls, Mu Feng also saw several familiar figures: Ji Liang, Renji, and Rukia. It seems that this class was attended by everyone. Mu Feng thought to himself. On the road just now, from the mouths of young Sentao, Mu Feng already knew about the so-called class division. This year, there were more than 100 souls who passed the potential test, and these 100 people were divided into 3 classes according to their talent. One of the strongest classes, and those who enter it, are all very talented. Of course, this talent is not completely based on the previous potential test. After the potential test, the Spiritual Arts Academy also arranged a retest. This time, other talents were tested. The purpose purpose of the establishment of the True Spiritual Art Institute is to cultivate the Shinigami who will fight against the virtual, but it does not mean that the Gotei 13th Division does not need other talent. The retest is to eliminate non-combat talent. Prepare 3 classes of Reaper. 1 class is completely trained in the direction of fighting Reaper. The only purpose of this class is to train students how to fight against the virtual. The 3rd class is to cultivate other talent. For example, engaged in treatment, enchantment, intelligence and the like. Class 2, between Class 1 and Class 3, mainly trains those students who have not yet shown specific natural tendency. The True Central Academy of Spiritual Arts has been established for so many years, and it has already established a very complete training model. Generally speaking, those with more prominent potential tests will enter the first class. The most important thing in fighting against the virtual is Reiatsu. Like Renji, Kira, Hinamori Dao, including Mufeng, the ones with the best potential detection all entered the first class. Only Rukia, because of her relatively weak personality and fighting talent, was temporarily assigned to the 2nd class. Originally, Hinamorita had a similar problem, but because of her excellent talent in controlling Reiatsu, she finally entered the first class. The 3 classes are taught separately most of the time, but some courses will be conducted together, such as today's class. Glancing at the environment of the open space, Mufeng found a seat very low-key and sat down. For him, the contents taught by the True Central Spiritual Arts Academy are optional. The reason why he came to class was simply to hide it. Matter how talented the God of Death is, it is impossible to master Ghost, comprehend Shikai, and even Benkai without any guidance. It seems that I came at the right time, and everyone happened to be here. Just sitting down, a familiar voice came from the center of the open space. Mufeng quickly raised his head and looked at the figure in the open space. A gorgeous figure appeared in his eyes. This figure is Matsumoto. While Maki looked at Matsumoto, Matsumoto was also looking at him. Aware that Mufeng was looking at him, Matsumoto's eyes suddenly slanted to another direction, and there was an ambiguous smile on his face. The direction Matsumoto was looking at was suddenly where the young Mori Dao was. Suddenly, a wry smile appeared on Mufeng's face. Obviously, Matsumoto just saw him and Matsumoto, and also misunderstood their relationship. Just looking at each other, Matsumoto withdrew his gaze and his expression became serious again. The reason why she appeared here was not to see Mufeng, but to teach them. Hello everyone. First of all, let me introduce myself. I am the 5th seat of the 10th Division, Matsumoto Ranju. Next, I will teach you all. It turned out to be the chief officer, and it is also the 5th seat. I heard that the 5th seat of the general squad is a powerful death god who can perform Shikai. Team 10 is not a weak team. The 5th seat must be very strong. I didn't expect that on the first day, a seat officer would come to teach us a lesson. Yes, and Mr. Matsumoto is so beautiful. ... After listening to Matsumoto's self-introduction, the students below started to discuss one after another, looking at Matsumoto with a look of reverence and a few traces of admiration. Please be quiet, now I'll start teaching everyone. Just after Matsumoto finished speaking, the students fell silent. Seeing this, Matsumoto nodded with satisfaction and continued. The lesson I gave you today is very simple, but it is also very important. I will tell you in the next time what is a real death and how it has become a real death. First of all, let me talk about what is the God of Death. I believe that everyone sitting here has a little understanding of the God of Death, and also has their own definition of the God of Death. In my opinion, the definition of the God of Death is very simple. In simple terms, it is to be able to use the Zanpakuto to fight against the virtual, and the responsibility of the God of Death is to maintain the order of the world and the soul world. Chapter 17 Way of Awakening. Matsumoto paused, glanced at everyone and continued. The definition of the God of Death is very simple, but it is not an easy thing to become a God of Death. You can't be called a God of Death if you can condense spiritual pressure and release ghosts. If you want to become a God of Death, the first and foremost thing is to have a Zanpakuto. Speaking of this, Matsumoto's tone couldn't help but intensify. I believe everyone, you should have received it. The Spiritual Arts Academy gave you a light hit, right? Hearing Matsumoto's word, everyone nodded their head. To be able to come here to take classes, naturally, they have the power of the Spiritual Arts Institute. Clang! Matsumoto pulled out the Zanpakuto from his waist, put it in front of everyone, and then continued. This is my Zanpakuto, and it's exactly the same as the one in your hand, because it was originally a shallow one. If you want to have your own Zanpakuto like me, you must wake up the shallow strike in your hand. Only in this way, the shallow strike in your hands can be called Zanpakuto, and you will fight against the virtual with you. Like this. Brush. Holding the Zanpakuto tightly in his right hand, CC-ling pressure poured into it, and Matsumoto slashed at a gravel not far away. Click. A sharp knife slashed across, and the gravel that was chopped by Matsumoto 967, if it was the same as tofu, was chopped in half by Yoshimoto. This scene completely stunned the students below. With a light flash, a hard stone was cut in half. It is hard to imagine what would happen if this this knife fell on them. They didn't realize that their bodies were comparable to stone. This is the power of the Zanpakuto. Only with the Zanpakuto can you fight against the ferocious Shu. Next, what you need to do is to try to awaken your own Zanpakuto. Slowly putting away the Zanpakuto, Matsumoto looked back at the students who had been restrained by him. How to wake up. After a brief shock, the students all had a scorching heat in their eyes, and couldn't wait to ask. If you want to wake up Zanpakuto, there is only one way. Use your Reiatsu, will, and soul to infect Shallow Strike and make it a part of your soul. Matsumoto didn't make things difficult for everyone, and directly stated the method to wake up the Zanpakuto. It's a pity that the soul and will she was talking about are too inscrutable, and few of the novice below can understand it. It seems that this has been expected for a long time, and Matsumoto continues. Soul and will are too profound for you only. What you need to do in this lesson is to pour the spiritual pressure into the shallow attack and try to infect it. And, starting today, in addition to some necessary lessons on top of that, you must always take a shallow strike as a part of yourself, and only then can you awaken your Zanpakuto. Quote, did you hear that? Matsumoto looked around, and all the students sitting below shouted loudly. While speaking, Matsumoto also brought a hint of coercion in his tone. Under this coercion and oppression, all the students had a heart-to-heart and replied loudly, I heard. Matsumoto nodded, and then said, now, you start to try to inject spiritual pressure into shallow stroke. Remember that you need to feel it with your heart. Yes. A group of students took out their shallow punches and placed them in front of them. Following Matsumoto's explanation, they began to inject spiritual pressure into the shallow punches. There was only Mufeng alone, sitting in the back of the crowd board. He already has his own Zanpakuto. Of course he doesn't need to be the same as other Xiaobai. Mufeng's maverick behavior quickly attracted the attention of the people around him, as well as Matsumoto. Matsumoto went straight through the crowd and walked towards Mufeng. Seeing this scene, all the students thought that Matsumoto would definitely punish Mufeng, and there was a gloat in their eye. The people sitting around Mufeng, for fear of being affected, began to move their positions, and the surroundings of Mufeng suddenly became empty. Out a big P. Among the crowd, the only one who didn't gloat in misfortune was probably only Hina Sentao. When she saw Matsumoto walking towards Mufeng, there was a flash of worry in Hina Moritao's heart for some reason. However, to everyone's surprise, the imaginary punishment did not appear. Matsumoto just said with a cold face, follow me. Then he turned around and walked out of the open space. Seeing Matsumoto's figure, Mufeng could only helplessly follow behind her. As soon as Mufeng and Matsumoto left, the pot exploded on the open space, and various discussions came one after another. What the matter? Could it be that the guy just now knows Mr. Matsumoto, or is he a relative? Maybe Mr. Matsumoto wants to punish him alone. Nonsense. I know the guy just now. He is the #1 potential test in our class. He can resist even the captain level spiritual pressure and enter our first class without testing Mufeng. Punishment alone. I think it's a bit like opening a small stove. How can this be possible? Because he is the first, so he has the privilege. What if you don't accept it? If you don't accept it, you can also try yourself. Can you resist the captain level Reiatsu? Talent belongs to talent. It doesn't mean strength. With his attitude just now, no matter how strong his talent is, I'm afraid it will be wasted. Quiet. Give me a careful understanding. When I come back, if I see someone slacking off, I will let him know what punishment is. Just when everyone was talking about it, Matsumoto's icy voice with a hint of coercion came from outside. The students who were still talking just now quickly closed their mouths and did not dare to speak again. Not everyone dared to act like Mufeng and stand alone in front of an official. Ranju, you called me out. What the matter? Mufeng looked at Matsumoto and asked with some doubt. He couldn't understand what was Matsumoto's purpose in finding him out. Although Matsumoto had helped him a lot before, they didn't seem to know each other very well. Why do you have a little girlfriend? Brother Mufeng, you have a little girlfriend, so you forgot your elder sister. It makes your elder sister so sad. Matsumoto pretended to be sad and joked. Don't talk nonsense. I just met Xiao Sendao. Mufeng explained quickly. As soon as I met, I sent people to class. Zuizu, Mufeng brother, I can't tell. You are still a veteran. You just entered the Junyang Spiritual Arts Academy, and you tricked a little girl into it. Looking at Mufeng up and down, Matsumoto said with a little surprise in his tone. That was just a misunderstanding. She did me a little favor, but I brought him here after the class time. Mufeng explained with a wry smile. I understand, Mufeng brother. Misunderstandings are usually your usual skill. Only when there are misunderstandings can you continue to communicate. As soon as Mufeng finished speaking, Matsumoto immediately nodded and said with a look on his face that I understand. Chapter 18 Matsumoto's reminder. Hearing this, Mufeng immediately closed his mouth and did not speak anymore. Although he had only known Matsumoto for a while, Mufeng knew very well that in terms of eloquence he could not be Matsumoto's opponent. After all, he was not very good at eloquence, and the system did did not have the means to improve this aspect. As soon as he closed his mouth, Mufeng immediately noticed the smug look in Matsumoto's eyes, and he immediately understood that Matsumoto's words just now were all joke. Matsumoto also felt that the joke was about the same, and immediately put away the smile on his face. VV's expression became solemn. Okay, the joke ends here. Brother Mufeng, I am here this time to remind you, because of the potential test a few days ago, you have entered the high-level line of sight of the 13th Division of the Guardian. Mufeng didn't say anything, only Vivi nodded. For this, Mufeng was already mentally prepared. Besides, it was one of his high-profile goals to get the senior management of the Gote 13 Division to notice him. Seeing Mufeng nodding, Matsumoto immediately understood that Mufeng knew this. Although I don't know, how could ordinary teenagers who lived in the West 80 district of Liuhun Street think about this problem? But Mufeng's understanding of his own situation still made Matsumoto feel a lot more at ease. Since you know everything, I won't say more. From today onward, you must be careful about everything. Talent can make people look up to you, but at the same time it may make people look down on you. Matsumoto said solemnly. You mean, someone might want to deal with me? Mufeng's heart moved lightly and he asked aloud. I'm just saying it's possible. The 13th Division of the Guardian is far more complicated than you think. Matsumoto looked at Mufeng and said, anyway, brother Mufeng, you must be careful. Cultivation, only when you are strong, others will not dare to harm you. Quote, I see. Mufeng nodded in agreement. Mufeng praised Matsumoto's words just now. If you want others to dare not be against you, the only way is to become stronger. The stronger you become, the less others dare to count against you. Brother Mufeng, you should have awakened your Zanpakuto. As soon as the voice changed, Matsumoto shifted the topic to other areas. Without any sense of concealment, Mufeng nodded directly. In his opinion, there is no need to hide the trivial matter of awakening the Zanpakuto. Brother Mufeng, remember, starting from today, if someone asks you how you know how to wake up the Zanpakuto, you can tell him, I told you. If you have other questions, try to do your best. Push on me, Matsumoto said suddenly and solemnly. Ranju, don't you think so? The method of awakening the Zanpakuto, even in Liuhun Street, is not a secret. Mufeng said with some puzzlement. He felt that Matsumoto seemed to be too vigilant. Moreover, what puzzled Mufeng the most was why Matsumoto cared so much about him. Indeed, it is not a secret for many people in Liuhun Street. However, it is a secret for ordinary teenagers who have just come to Seoul society and live in the West 80 district. Matsumoto pointedly said. Hearing Matsumoto's word, Mufeng was suddenly shocked. Perhaps it was the reason why things had been going so smoothly all along. He didn't even think about this aspect. Many things are indeed not a secret in the Soul world, but his current identity is a secret. As an ordinary teenager who has just arrived in the Soul realm, there are people who have amazing talent, and it is not doubtful. However, in addition to talent, other things inevitably will not arouse suspicion. For example, the Zanpakuto can be awakened without a teacher without being taught. Another example is the immortal seal, and another example is the moon step that was performed when we were on the road. Talent can be explained, but things other than these talents are difficult to explain. If someone really made an essay on these things, it would definitely have a great impact on him. I have to say, what Matsumoto just said really woke him up. During this time, he did relax a bit. When the potential was tested, the talent he showed was exactly as he thought, and it brought him into the sight of the high-level Soul world. However, at the same time, it will inevitably attract these people. In other words, his every move may be monitored again. Once what he shows is too amazing, it will definitely be unfavorable for him to arouse the suspicion of the high-level Soul world. At this stage, Mufeng still needs the identity of the god of death for the time being. If these high-level leaders are preconceived and suspicious of him, it will undoubtedly be detrimental to his future life in the Soul realm. It can be said that Matsumoto's reminder helped him a lot, and helping him bear the blame made Mufeng's heart warm. He never thought that someone would give so much to a person he just met. Thank you, Ranju. Mufeng looked at Matsumoto and said solemnly. This thank you comes from the heart. After staring at Mufeng for a while, Matsumoto suddenly puffed Isho and said, it's just a small matter. Who asked me to introduce you to the Junyang Spiritual Arts Academy? Since you were brought in by me, I will be responsible for you. Without further nonsense, Mufeng just glanced at Matsumoto lightly, and put everything she did for herself into her mind. What Matsumoto has done is not particularly important to Mufeng. The god of death is just Mufeng's identity, and he can completely change his identity as long as he wants. But Matsumoto's heart is worthy of Mufeng's memory. 0. Okay, Mufeng brother, I should go back and teach them. As for you, why should you go? Since you have awakened your Zanpakuto, you don't need to take these basic courses. I will tell you it was reported by the Spiritual Arts Institute. All that was said. Matsumoto stopped talking nonsense with Mufeng, and started chasing people directly. It's class time now, and it's really not suitable for her to be away for too long. Feng. Well, then, Luanju, there is a chance to see you again. Mu Feng did not refuse, and turned to his resident. He had no interest in the courses arranged by the True Spiritual Art Institute. Rather than taking classes, he hopes to use these time to improve his Reiatsu, so that he can understand Shikai and Benkai as soon as possible and restore his own power. Once he recovers to the heavenly Tao level, there will be no more people in the entire Death God world, and it is worth his scruple. Matsumoto's words not only reminded him to pay attention to hiding, but also made him more urgent for the improvement of Reiatsu. Watching Mu Feng's figure in the distance, a trace of complexity flashed in Matsumoto's eyes. She knew that there were many secrets hidden in Mu Feng. Therefore, Matsumoto himself didn't know what kind of impact Mu Feng's appearance would have on the Soul Society. With a light sigh, Matsumoto turned around and walked towards the open space, where there were more than 100 Xiaobai who needed her guidance. Chapter 19 The shock of the crowd. The students were naturally very concerned about Matsumoto's whereabouts. After seeing Matsumoto's return, all eyes were focused on Matsumoto and behind Matsumoto. After a long time no see, after Mu Feng came back, a daring student couldn't help but ask President Matsumoto, why didn't Mu Feng come back? Oh, Mu Feng has gone back. He is different from you. He doesn't need to take these basic courses, Matsumoto explained casually. As soon as these words came out, the pot exploded again, and many people dared to ask, why is Mu Feng different from us? The difficulty is because he is the first in the potential test. Yeah, just because he is number 1. The Academy of Spiritual Art treats him specially. It's too unfair. Yeah, why can he specialize? All kinds of discussions, starting with each other. The entire open space resounded with denunciations of Mu Feng. Matsumoto didn't pay any attention to the denunciations and discussions of the crowd. She only said one sentence, and the scene became quiet again. If you can wake up your Zanpakuto now, you can also apply to not come to class. Matsumoto's voice was not loud, and his tone was extremely flat. However, it was this very bland sentence, but the open space where the crowd was excited instantly cooled down. After being silent for a while, everyone broke out again, and their voices were full of disbelief. President Matsumoto, you mean that Mu Feng has awakened his Zanpakuto? How is this possible? It's a lie. We've only just gotten the light punch for a few days. How could someone have their own Zanpakuto in such a short period of time? I heard the senior say that under normal circumstances, it takes at least a month to wake up your Zanpakuto. Even if you are a genius, it will take 7 or 8 days. It's only been 3 days since we got the shallow fight. How is that possible? Awakening the Zanpakuto can't be done by just relying on the spiritual pressure. I heard that there was someone who had a spiritual pressure that was not inferior to the official death god when they entered the Spiritual Arts Academy, and it took almost half a month. Only in time did I have my own Zanpakuto. However, he is Mu Feng, the only monster in history that can still persist under the captain level spiritual pressure in the potential test. At this moment, I don't know who said something weakly. This sentence is quite discordant, and the confidence is also somewhat lacking. However, it was just such a discordant remark that made the open space fall into dead silence again. Everyone who thought it was unbelievable closed their mouths subconsciously after these words sounded. Although they didn't believe it, they had to admit that if it was Mu Feng, there was indeed such a possibility. Being able to persevere in the potential test and under the captain level spiritual pressure was originally something that monsters could do. Besides, Matsumoto, who was the seat officer, had absolutely no need to lie to them. Instead of caring about others, it's better to work hard on your own. In view of the noise you've been making one after another, today's class will be extended to 5 hours. As soon as everyone fell silent, Matsumoto's cold voice suddenly sounded in their ears. This time, no one made a sound, and those who were still clamoring just now fell into silence. To be able to pass the potential test and enter the preparatory death class, everyone is somewhat arrogant and feels that they are very talented. In fact, it does. To be able to enter the true Central Spiritual Art Institute, at least one must have a good spiritual pressure talent. Compared with the countless souls in Liuhun Street who do not have spiritual pressure talent, they are already considered talent. To be able to stand out from among these people and enter the preparatory death class is undoubtedly the best among them. It is not an exaggeration to describe them with outstanding talent. However, now they suddenly discovered that the talent they had been proud of these days was nothing compared to Mu Feng. They had only just started trying to use the spiritual pressure to infiltrate and strike, and Mu Feng already had his own Zanpakuto. This kind of blow is simply too big, so big that they have some despair. Of course, among the crowd, there are some people who behave differently from others, such as Kira, Renji, and of course, Hinamori Dao. I already have my own Zanpakuto. It's really a monster. No, I won't lose to you. Thinking of the potential test, the figure he saw before he passed out, Renji said secretly and firmly. Renji has never been a person who easily admits defeat. Since Mu Feng has shown his talent, he can only be described as a monster, and and he still has not lost his confidence. Mufeng looks like another genius like Ichimaru Silver. In comparison, Ji Liang is relatively calm. Unlike Renji and most people, Ji Liang's background is not bad. The team is nothing at all, and their mentality is relatively positive, so their reactions are relatively flat. I didn't expect that you already have your own Zanpakuto. No wonder you can be so fast with me. This is the thought in Hina Moritao's heart. Immediately, thinking of Mufeng before, with her picture, a hint of red glow appeared on Hina Sentao's face. Mufeng. She silently recited Mufeng's name in her heart, and the young Sentao closed her eyes and continued to try to inject spiritual pressure into the shallow blow. Now that Mufeng has awakened her Zanpakuto, she also needs to work hard. Not only Hina Sentao, but after a short silence, almost everyone began to pour the spiritual pressure into the shallow attack. Talent is not as good as others, so use hard work to make up for it. Besides, they have just entered the true 4.3 Central Spiritual Art Institute, and it will be a long time to come. They are arrogant in their heart, but they are not the ones who will admit defeat so easily. Seeing this scene, Matsumoto nodded with satisfaction, and told everyone that Mufeng had awakened Zanpakuto. While helping Mufeng cover up the inside story, she also planned to use Mufeng to inspire others. This year, in addition to Mufeng, there are many talented people such as Ji Liang, Renji, and Hina Moritao. The talents of these people, put into other classes, are all eligible to become chief student. It's just that this time, Mufeng was too dazzling and took away all the light, so it seemed a bit ordinary. Although Matsumoto resented the upper management of Gotei 13th Division, Gotei 13th Division itself still agreed with it. These people in front of her are all the future of the 13th Division of the Protectorate, and she is quite attentive. Chapter 20 First name. While everyone was discussing, with Matsumoto's permission, Mufeng, who could not take the basic course, had already returned to his residence. Based on Matsumoto's previous reminder, Mufeng didn't use Moonstep when he went back, but only used rough Reiki skills to make his speed appear to be faster than others. At the same time, on the way back, Mufeng fully expanded his perception and probed his surroundings. What reassured him was that no one was watching around him. However, after thinking about it, this is also normal. He has only entered the Junyang Spiritual Arts Academy for 3 days. Apart from some evildoers in the potential test, he has not performed any other extraordinary performances. The performance of the potential test can only show that he has a strong talent, and the mere talent is not worth it, so he specially sent someone to monitor him. And, if someone was really watching him, even if he didn't notice because of his negligence, Matsumoto couldn't go unnoticed. Since Matsumoto dared to meet him in private, and said so much, it means that the attention of the higher-ups in the Soul Society has not been placed on him for the time being. Of course, not now does not mean not in the future. After Matsumoto's reminder, Mufeng had a hunch that someone would soon monitor him. 13. After returning to his residence, Mufeng entered a state of retreat and cultivation again. Although he has a reasonable identity and has a system to protect himself just like he is in the soul world. However, Mufeng still desperately hoped to break the seal in his body as soon as possible and restore his own strength. In this world, the most reliable person is still yourself. What Mufeng didn't know was that when he retreated again, the entire Junyang Spiritual Arts Academy was boiling because of him, and even the senior management of the 13th Division of the Guardian was shocked again. The reason for this was naturally because the news that Mufeng had awakened the Zanpakuto was spread by the people who were preparing for the death class. Not long after entering the true Central Academy of Spiritual Art, he awakened Zanpakuto on his own without any guidance. This news is extremely exciting for the students of the entire true Central Academy of Spiritual Art. In particular, those senior students who have also taken basic courses deeply understand the difficulty of awakening the Zanpakuto. Now, someone told them that a newcomer who had just entered the Shino Spiritual Arts Academy woke up Zanpakuto in less than 3 days without any guidance. How could they not be shocked? As for the senior management of the 13th Division of the Guardian, they got the news from Matsumoto. Soon after Matsumoto told Mufeng, he personally reported the news that Mufeng had awakened the Zanpakuto, and reported to the 13th Division of the Guardian. It was also mentioned that she had mentored Mufeng for a while. Matsumoto's report did not arouse suspicion. Mufeng was recommended by Matsumoto, and it was reasonable to give him some pointers. Moreover, it took 3 to 5 days to wake up the Zanpakuto, which was quite shocking in the Junyang Spiritual Art Institute, but it was not something that the 13th Division of the Godu had done. However, because Mufeng had performed too enchantingly in the potential test before, this news was presented to Yamamoto Shigekuni for the first time. As Yu Mufeng guessed, Yamamoto Shigekuni immediately ordered Jingle Chunchui to send people to focus on observing Mufeng after he got the news. Yamamoto Shigekuni did this not because he doubted Mufeng, but because of Mufeng's talent. After 1,000 years, Yamamoto Shigekuni, known as the strongest god of death in the soul world for thousands of years, has become become old and has no haki of the path. For the current Yamamoto Shigekuni, the balance of the soul world is the most important. When Zaraki Kenpachi first joined the 13th division of the Guardian, Yamamoto Shigekuni, for the sake of the balance of Jinglingting, had calculated him by personally teaching him kendo. The reason why Yamamoto Shigekuni taught Kenpachi himself was not to make him stronger. On the contrary, Yamamoto Shigekuni hoped to make Kenpachi give up Kenpachi through his own teaching. Because the potential in Zanaki Kenpachi is too terrifying, without understanding Shikai, Bankai, and not good at kendo, he can defeat the captain level. If Zengi Kenpachi is allowed to master kendo and develop his own potential, then Zengi Kenpachi will most likely destroy the balance of soul world. From a certain point of view, it can be said that Yamamoto Shigekuni single-handedly sealed Kenpachi's Akagi. Now, from Mufeng, Yamamoto Shigekuni saw the shadow of Zengi Kenpachi. Of course, he wanted to know whether Mufeng would destroy the existing balance of soul world before Mufeng grew up. Time passed little by little, and in the blink of an eye, it was another 7 days. The basic course to prepare for the God of Death usually lasts for 7 days. These few days are enough for the students who have newly entered the True Central Spiritual Arts Academy to understand some basic common sense of the God of Death, and have mastered the way to awaken the Zanpakuto. Of course, it's just a way to wake up Zanpakuto. 7 days is far from enough. After all, not everyone is as perverted as Mufeng. Not to mention the awakening of the Zanpakuto, the spiritual pressure of most students is not even enough to infect the entire shallow pun. Normally, the time for ordinary students to wake up the Zanpakuto should be within 3 months. 3 months is quite a long period of time for these students, and it is impossible to waste all of them on awakening the Zanpakuto. Therefore, after the completion of the basic course, these new people who have just entered the Junyang Spiritual Arts Academy have also started to get on the right track. Awakening the Zanpakuto is the basic condition for becoming an official Shinigami, but to become a qualified Shinigami, having a Zanpakuto is not enough. Zanpakuto is just the foundation. On top of having Zanpakuto, one has to master more death god stunts in order to use Zanpakuto to fight against Shu. Matsumoto only allowed Mufeng to not come to the basic course. These courses that teach death god stunts are not basic courses, and Mufeng also needs to take them. Although these so-called courses are of no use to the heavenly Dao level Mufeng, however, he had to take it. Only after taking these courses can he justifiably rationalize his own strength little by little. Self-taught without a teacher will lead to suspicion. However, on top of the technique taught by the True Central Academy of Spiritual Art, if you show what you are good at, it will not cause too much suspicion. Because this is called improvement, this is called self-creation. And the reason why Mufeng can do this is of course because he is a genius. Since entering the Junyang Spiritual Arts Academy, Mufeng has had an aura of genius on his head. Of course he wants to use it. Anything that seems unreasonable, backed by genius, will become reasonable no matter how unreasonable it is. Genius is not something that can be speculated by common sense. Except for some special trick, the stunts of death taught by the True Central Academy of Spiritual Art can generally be summed up in 4 words: slashing fists and walking ghosts. These 4 words are the 4 aspects of the stunts that all death gods are good at. Slashing is a slashing technique using the fighting skills of Zanpakuto. Boxing refers to the fighting technique, also known as white fight, that is, unarmed fighting skill. Walking refers to shunpo, the advanced moving footwork that the Shinigami is good at. Ghost naturally refers to the way of ghost, and it is also an advanced spell that only the god of death is good at. Any qualified death god must master these 4 skills, and at the same time be proficient in one of them. Only in this way can you save your life to the greatest extent possible in the battle against the virtual. Mufeng and the others' first day of lessons today was the boxing among the slashing fists and the ghost, that is, the white fighting lesson. Pirate God level upgrade system. Grim Reaper, Chapter 21 to 40. Chapter 21 _ White Play Course. Given the first day of class, couldn't find a lesson where the class was almost late. This time, Mufeng had determined the location of the class early, and it was not too late to go out. Of course, compared to the others, Mufeng came too late. Kankan arrived at the class 10 minutes before class. There are 4 major courses of slashing fists and walking ghost. Each course has a specific class venue. Slashing is in the Kendo Hall, Ghost is in the Ghost Hall, Fighting Technique is naturally in the White Fight Hall, and Shunbu is a practice place because of the required practice. For larger reasons, it was arranged in an open space. The teaching of white play and Kendo is carried out indoors. When Mufeng came to the White Play Hall, it was no surprise to find that everyone had arrived. Even the teacher had arrived, and he was the only one left. Therefore, as soon as Mufeng entered the White Play Hall, everyone's eyes were focused on him. These eyes are very complex, with hot, strange, jealous, and unhappy. In addition to the eyes, many people also gathered together and whispered, "That's Mufeng." I suddenly discovered that he is not only a perverted talent but also look very handsome. Yeah, I think so too, especially the temperament on my body. It's really cool. I think so too, but Mufeng seems to be a little younger. Why don't I think? And Mufeng is so handsome now. Won't he be even more handsome in a few years? Yes. This is the voice of the girl. I have to say that no matter the world, there is no shortage of nympho. It's like this every class. It's so late. It's amazing to make me wait. It took him 3 days to master the genius of the Zanpakuto. Can he be the same as us? It's understandable. Cut. The genius is only in the aspect of spiritual pressure. The white class teaches the fighting technique, which relies on strength. As far as his small arms and legs are concerned, I don't believe how much strength he has. That's right. I heard that both the white fight and the kendo class have battle practice. I'll let him know when the time comes that genius is useless in the face of absolute power. Compared with the voices of girls, the voices of boys are much more impolite, and even mixed with a lot of yin and yang accent. The formal courses are taught separately. In the white play hall, there are only one class of people today, and those who can enter the first class are all geniuses with extremely high qualifications in this admissions test. Most people have a sense of arrogance in their heart. How could they be subservient to the shepherd's wind just because of a single blow? Spiritual pressure talent is not comparable to Mufeng, and other aspects are not necessarily inferior to Mufeng. Although Reiatsu is the most important thing for the Shinigami, these are all auxiliary means. But being able to overpower Mufeng in these aspects, he was still able to let out a bad breath, especially in kendo and white fighting classes, which were not taught in the early stage. The application of Reiki on kendo and white fighting mainly relies on strength and skill. Those who are naturally strong and have mastered some fighting techniques in advance are already gearing up for it, and make up their minds to teach Mufeng a lesson. Mufeng's 5 senses are so sharp. Of course everyone's eyes and voices of discussion, he looked into their eye. In this regard, Mufeng directly chose to ignore it. Although because of the seal of the system and the need for a reasonable identity, Mufeng's current identity and strength are not much different from everyone else. But in essence, he is a heavenly Tao level powerhouse who has already ruled the 2 worlds, and is equivalent to a godlike existence. The people in front of him were nothing more than ants in his eyes, and he would not care about the voices of ants. Picking a relatively remote location at random, Mufeng walked into the crowd with a look of indifference. When everyone was talking about it, the teacher who played the class for nothing was actually paying attention to Mufeng. Unlike most people, the teacher of Baida class is more curious about Mufeng. The name of Mufeng has spread throughout the entire Junyang Spiritual Arts Academy, and is known as a genius that has been seen in the Junyang Spiritual Arts Academy once in a century. Such a genius, teachers naturally have to pay attention. Okay, let's go to class. Seeing that Mufeng was already in the rank, did the teacher of Baida class also react? He coughed and signaled everyone to stop talking. Afterward, the white class teacher began to teach. The course I teach is the white fighting course, which is also called the fighting technique, which is hand-to-hand combat. Everyone should not instinctively underestimate the white fighting course because the Shinigami has a Zanpakuto as a weapon. Fighting is a very important stunt, and it must be mastered by every god of death. It can be seen from the fact that the Spiritual Arts Academy arranges the white fight course in the first class of the official course. Quote, you don't have to be proficient in slashing, but you must master slashing. Because slashing is the foundation of slashing, even Shunpo needs to use some skills of slashing. Slashing is the technique of using Zanpakuto. If you can't even master some basic boxing skills, how can you master the Zanpakuto with your own hand? Quote, furthermore, in the middle of a battle, there will be accident, and no one will be able to keep it. You always have a Zanpakuto in your hand. In the case of losing the Zanpakuto, fighting in vain is your only means of close combat. Therefore, whether it is for the beheading technique that you need to master in the future, or for your life, you must all seriously, carefully write down and practice the skills I teach. Have you heard? After some narration, the teacher of Baida class suddenly shouted in a serious voice, I heard. The crowd replied in unison. Mufeng, who was standing among the crowd, also pretended to reply with the crowd. I don't know if it was an illusion, but Mufeng always felt that when the teacher of the white class was talking, his eyes always swept over him. Rather than asking for trouble, Mufeng chose to keep a low profile. Moreover, in all fairness, the teacher of the white play class did a good job. He didn't hype the importance of white play because he taught the white play class everyone needs to be proficient, and so on, but told the truth. Whether it is kendo or shunpo, a certain fighting technique is needed as a foundation, otherwise, it will be very difficult to practice kendo as soon as you get started. Kendo is a general term for the skills of fighting with weapons. From a certain point of view, weapons can be said to be an extension of fists and feet. If you don't even master fists and feet, you just want to go to the sky in one step and master the extension of fists and feet. Weapons, how can it be difficult? This point, Mufeng, who is a great master of kendo, is naturally very clear. After hearing everyone's answers, teacher Baida nodded with satisfaction and continued. Next, I will show you the basic skills of free fighting. Don't underestimate them because of the basic. These foundations foundations are accumulated and refined over thousands of years in the Soul Society. All the advanced fighting skills are derived from these. From the foundation, it evolved. While talking, the teacher of the white class practiced the trick for everyone in person. Chapter 22_slap in the face. Perhaps because of the first class, everyone watched it very seriously, even Mu Feng. However, after only watching it for a while, Mu Feng seemed a little absent-minded. The foundation accumulated over thousands of years in the Soul Society is really not bad, but Mu Feng's accomplishments in fighting technique, like his accomplishments in kendo, are all at the master level. The skills demonstrated by the white class teacher are too immature for him, and he just glanced at them. It is almost mastered, and even the follow-up skills, Mu Feng has been deduced. Although the world of death is somewhat different from Pirates and Naruto in the development of fighting technique, it is still not a secret in the eyes of the great masters of fighting techniques like Mu Feng. He had already mastered it, and of course Mu Feng was not in the mood to continue watching. After the white class teacher practiced white, he began to let everyone start practicing one by one. At first, Mu Feng pretended to practice with everyone, but after a few practice sessions, he didn't want to. Asking a master of the fighting technique, pretending to be a beginner, to practice the basics for nothing, is just as uncomfortable and boring as letting an adult playhouse with a group of children. Therefore, after a few practice sessions, Mu Feng did not continue. Mu Feng is not an ordinary person, and his every move is always watched. Moreover, when everyone was practicing, he didn't practice alone, and it was too conspicuous. Others around him noticed it at once. "Oh, Mu Feng, why don't you practice? Did the teacher just teach you? You didn't understand. Do you want me to teach you?" someone suddenly asked. His opening immediately attracted more people's attention. Haha, how is it possible? Mu Feng is a genius. I think Mu Feng may think that what we are practicing is too naive. I think so too. After all, people are geniuses. It's different from what we think. In the crowd, a strange sound of yin and yang sounded again. This time, the sarcasm in their tone was even stronger, and they were full of wanting to see Mu Feng digest it. Seeing this scene, Mu Feng couldn't help but have a smile on his mouth. He was thinking of this excuse to leave the white play hall, but unexpectedly, these people happened to give him an excuse. "What are you doing? Don't you need to practice? The white play hall is not big." And the teacher of the white play class, of course, heard the voices of the crowd, and he immediately yelled angrily. However, just as the teacher of the white class was speaking, a dull voice suddenly sounded, causing him to stand frozen in place. "You are right, I do think the basics are too naive." Looking around at everyone, Mu Feng said in a light voice. His tone was extremely flat, as if he was talking about something that was taken for granted. And this is indeed the case. For a master of fighting technique, the basics taught by the teacher in the white class are indeed very naive. However, everyone didn't know this. In their eyes, Mu Feng, like them, was just a newcomer who had just entered the true Central Spiritual Arts Academy. This time, after Mu Feng made a sound, everyone did not ridicule him anymore, but looked at Mu Feng with schadenfreude. They all noticed that the teacher who was playing the white class was not far away. If Mu Feng dared to say such arrogant words, the teacher of the white class would definitely punish him. "Your name is Mu Feng, right? You were just saying that the basics of my teaching are naive." The teacher of Baidoc class suppressed the anger in his heart and walked up to Mu Feng and asked. "Yes." Mu Feng Vivi nodded and said with a flat face. "However, I didn't say that the basics you teach are naive. I just said that they practiced very naively." Seeing Mu Feng nodding, the teacher of Baidoc class almost didn't suppress his anger. However, after hearing the words behind Mu Feng, the anger in his heart eased a little bit. He vaguely heard the meaning of Mu Feng's word, which seemed to be a little different from what he had just understood. "Why do you say that? Mu Feng is a genius after all." And with a vague feeling in his heart, the teacher of the white class decided to give Mu Feng another chance to defend. "Because I've mastered the basic, it's no use," Mu Feng said with the same tone. "What? How is this possible? It's a lie. I haven't even remembered the first move. How could he have mastered it all?" As soon as these words came out, there was an uproar in the surrounding people. They had just started the white play class, and the teacher of the white play class had only rehearsed the basic white play skills twice. How could Mu Feng have mastered it so quickly? Not only them, but even the white class teacher didn't believe it. However, compared to other people, the character of the teacher of the white class is much better, and he reacted after a while. Looking at Mu Feng, said, "Mu Feng, since you said that you have mastered the basic fighting technique, then it is up to you to practice it for everyone." Mu Feng did not refuse, but nodded and walked out of the crowd. The reason why he is so high profile is for this: as long as he shows that he has mastered the fact that he has basically mastered the fact that he is basically free, he can justifiably not come to class. Basic fighting technique 1. But with his master level fighting technique attainment, 1 pass is enough for Mu Feng to fully grasp him. The basic white attack 100% comprehension has just flashed on the skill panel. Proof. In fact, as long as Mu is willing, relying on his fighting technique attainment, it is only a matter of a thought to sublimate the basic basics and create more powerful white fighting technique. It's just that this is too high profile, and it completely unnecessary. He just wants to get the approval of the teacher for the free class, and he doesn't come to the class. It's enough to play the basic. As the spiritual pressure increased, Mufeng's spiritual body became more solid, and the whole set of basics was played in vain, which can be said to be played in one go. The people below who had just ridiculed Mufeng were all stunned. They never thought that Mufeng had really mastered the basic. The same is true for the white class teacher. Because of his accomplishments in basic white play, he has been teaching the white class for a period of time, and he has met countless talented people. However, he has never seen anyone who has completely mastered the basic free play in the first class after only watching the basic free play one. Teacher, is this all right? After the fight was over, Mufeng stood on the spot and asked in a faint voice. Hearing Mufeng's voice, Baida's teacher quickly reacted and said excitedly, "Very well, you've played well. You really have mastered all the basic fighting technique. Then, teacher, can I not come to class in the future?" Before waiting for the free class teacher to continue, Mufeng hurriedly stated his purpose. "Don't come to class." Hearing Mufeng's request, the teacher of the white class couldn't help but suffocate. He didn't expect that Mufeng's purpose was actually this. Although he was a little unwilling, under the circumstance that Mufeng had already mastered the basics of white play, the teacher of the white play class had no reason to refuse Mufeng's request, and could only helplessly say, "Yes, you don't need to come to this year's free play class. However, the teacher hopes that you will continue to work hard and not waste your talent on free play." Yeah. After getting the answer he wanted, Mufeng responded casually and turned around to leave the white play hall. Wait, before Mufeng could take the first step, someone behind him suddenly stopped him. Chapter 23_Renji's Challenge. The one who spoke out was none other than a Sanjing Renji, who had always been dissatisfied with Mufeng. "What? You have something to do with me?" Mufeng turned to look at Renji, and asked with some doubt. He didn't remember any intersection between himself and Renji. "I challenge you to see how far apart we are." Renji stared at Mufeng and said very seriously, "Challenge yourself." Mufeng looked at Renji with interest, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. Renji suddenly challenged him, which was somewhat unexpected. However, Mufeng, who had seen the whole plot of Reaper and had a good understanding of Renji, quickly figured out why Renji challenged him. Renji is a rather arrogant person. In the original plot, he has always regarded the same year Chief Sheng Jiliang as his opponent. It seems now that Renji seems to regard him as his opponent, perhaps because he has been too high profile in recent days. "What do you want to discuss with me?" Mufeng said indifferently, not directly rejecting Renji. "I have to say that although Renji is a bit arrogant, he is not arrogant, and he is very self-aware. If he does not come up, he promises to surpass him, which makes his perception of Renji not bad. Since it's a free course, let's learn about it." Renji was stunned for a moment, and then quickly said he didn't expect Mufeng to agree so simply, which made him look at Mufeng more. "Okay, let's start now. Teacher, can I trouble you to be a referee?" Mufeng nodded and agreed, then turned his head to look at the teacher Baida and asked aloud. The white class teacher thought about it for a while, and finally agreed. Although it was a little inappropriate to let Mufeng and Renji compete during the class, it was not impossible. The white class itself had similar combat training. After receiving permission from the teacher of the white class, Renji immediately stood opposite Mufeng. The rest of the surrounding people, after a brief period of stun, also reacted, taking a few steps back one after another, leaving enough space for Mufeng and Renji, and then looked at the two with interest. This is the first time they have seen someone compete with each other since they entered the Zhenyang Spiritual Arts Academy, and it is the same session. Needless to say, Mufeng was a rare genius in the true Central Academy of Spiritual Art. Renji is also not simple. In the past few days when Mufeng was away, he also made a lot of fame. Although he was not as good as Mufeng, he was also regarded as one of the geniuses second only to Mufeng this year. The two geniuses sparred with each other, and everyone was naturally interested. Although these two geniuses entered the true Central Academy of Spiritual Art for a few days, they did not learn anything substantial at all. "Come on, you attack first. There is not much nonsense," Mufeng said directly. Renji did not answer, but bowed slightly, and directly made a gesture of preparing to shoot. From the complete basic hit that Mufeng just laid, Renji had already seen that Mufeng was not comparable to him now. The reason for the challenge was as stated at the beginning, just to know the gap between him and Mufeng. Incomparable now does not mean incomparable in the future. Knowing the gap between each other can catch up. Taking a deep breath, Renji suddenly raised his fist and attacked Mufeng, using the basic white beating that the teacher had just taught. Brush. With a slight movement of his right foot, Mufeng lightly avoided Renji's right fist. In his eyes, even the basic white play of the white play teacher is full of flaws, let alone the basic white play of Renji, who has not even entered the door. Missing a punch, Renji was not discouraged, and used all the basic white fighting skills he had just mastered to attack Mufeng. As before, Mufeng did not fight back, but still still chose to dodge. Renji's onslaught didn't even touch a single corner of his clothes. However, as the fight continued, Mufeng's appreciation for Renji became stronger. As expected of the four in this session, he was the first to step into the captain's class and had the highest achievement. Renji's talent in melee combat is really strong. That's right, the basic free play that the teacher of the white play class just taught. In just such a short time, he can barely perform 50%. Renji is not a shepherd. He has a master-level fighting technique in his body. He can master such low-level things in vain at a glance. Before entering the True Central Spiritual Art Institute, Renji had never been exposed to any free play, and the reason why she was able to do this was entirely dependent on her talent. Tapping. Renji also seemed to have a little bit of anger. Drink. He suddenly shouted. His anger sank into his dantian, and he used all his strength to punch. I don't know if it's a coincidence or not. The fist of Lianji actually mobilized the few spiritual pressure in the body, and a faint blue light glowed on the fist with the slightest sound of wind, and hit Mufeng. Aware of this scene, Mufeng's eyes flashed a gleam of light, but instead of dodging, he chose to fight back, and also punched, facing Renji's right fist. Boom! The two fists collided, and a strong force suddenly hit. Renji was shocked, and he took a few steps back uncontrollably before he stabilized. As for Mufeng's right fist, it stopped in the same place, and it was obvious at a glance which one was stronger and which was weaker. Assignment, Mufeng said lightly, then turned around and walked out of the white play hall. Behind him, everyone including Renji fell into silence. Renji actually lost. This is Mufeng's strength. It's too strong. I just watched it once, and I have mastered the basics of free play. Is he still a human? I have only mastered one trick until now. I am also a human. Why is the gap so big? I think Mufeng may have mastered the basic free play a long time ago. Otherwise, how could he have mastered the entire set of basic free play in such a short period of time? Although Mufeng defeated Renji, I don't think the gap between them is too big. Otherwise, they wouldn't end up fighting for so long. Not long after Mufeng left, in the white play hall, a voice of discussion resounded again, with admiration, doubt, and depreciation. Compared with the previous one, there were a lot fewer people talking this time, and most of them chose to remain silent, especially Renji, one of the protagonists of this discussion. Since she was kicked back by Mufeng, Renji stayed where he was, and a trace of frustration flashed in his eyes, but this trace of frustration lasted only for a moment, and then a trace of fighting intent turned into a flash. Zero. In the eyes of outsiders, the two fought a lot of trick before Renji was defeated. However, only Renji, who played against Mufeng, knew that Mufeng had been letting him. If Mufeng was really willing, he could be defeated with one move. From Mufeng's last punch, Renji could clearly perceive the hidden power in Mufeng's body. For the last punch, if Mufeng hadn't kept his hand, his fate would not have been as simple as taking a few steps back. In addition to Renji, the white class teacher on the side also saw that the two of them were playing trick, even more than Renji saw. What a monster. Class teacher sighed in his heart. Since Mufeng and Renji just laid against each other, he has already seen that Mufeng's basics are not only that simple, but the move can be done in one go. Moreover, he can be sure that Mufeng has never been exposed to basic free play before. He added some of his own recent insights into the basic free play he had previously practiced, which was slightly different from the ordinary basic free play. He could see that what Mufeng was doing was exactly the basis of his teaching. Just read it once, and you can put the basics into the room. Except for the evildoer, the teacher of the white class already doesn't know how to describe Mufeng. It's a pity that neither Renji nor Baida's teacher knew that what they were watching was made by Mufeng. As for Mu's purpose in doing this, of course, firstly, it is to let Renji recognize the gap, not to challenge again and again, and secondly, to make himself appear more enchanting so that he will display the fighting of pirates and Naruto world in the future. Technical skills will not be suspected. Chapter 24 Arrogant word. Because the first time the freshmen came into contact with these courses, it was when they were laying the foundation, which was a bit of a distraction. For the 4 courses, the time for the first course is a full day. It only took less than an hour from Mufeng stepping into the white play hall to leaving, and there was still a long time until the next day. Mufeng decisively chose the meeting place to continue to improve his spiritual pressure. As time went by, the members of the first class also ended the first day of the class, and Mufeng's performance in the white class was once again passed on. After just reading it once, he has mastered the basics of free play, and Mufeng's evildoer caused quite a stir again. Only this time, the sensation caused by Mufeng was much smaller than before. First, Mufeng's previous achievements were too dazzling, which made the originally unusual things seem ordinary to him. Second, things like fighting technique can be fake. Many people think that Mufeng may have already mastered the basic. Compared with the repercussions caused by ordinary people, the response of the senior officials of the court's whole world was even greater. After the white play class ended, the teacher of the first class of the white play class presented what they saw to the court's whole upper bound. Compared with ordinary people, the higher step-ups of the Soul Society no more, and it can be confirmed that Mu Feng's talent in white fights is indeed a monster level. A person with outstanding kendo talent does not necessarily have outstanding talent in white fight, but outstanding talent in white fight. As long as he is diligent in kendo, his achievements in kendo will not be bad. Swords are originally an extension of fists and feet. If you can master your own fists and feet, you will naturally be able to master kendo. The talent of Reiatsu is amazing, and his comprehension in Zanpakuto is not bad. The talents of white fight and kendo are equally evil. Such a genius, as long as he does not fall, will be a captain level, and he is also a captain level who is extremely good at fighting. Captain level, that is the powerhouse who can control the pattern of the court's whole world to a certain extent. Since Mu Feng has a great hope of becoming a captain, how can the senior officials of the Soul Society not pay attention to it? And the result of paying attention is that Mu Feng found that there were several more monitors around him. In this regard, Mu Feng still pretended not to have found it, and raised the spiritual pressure with peace of mind. One day passed in a blink of an eye. The next day's class was a slashing class, and Mu Feng was still the same as before, coming to the kendo hall just before the class. Compared to yesterday, although Mu Feng's appearance this time still attracted everyone's attention, the voices of discussion were much less than the last time. Obviously, Mu Feng's performance yesterday made many people have a little more respect for him. The Soul World was originally a world where the weak eat the strong and the strong respected. Most of these people in the first group were from Liuhun Street, and they had already deeply understood this truth. The kendo class teacher is obviously not someone who likes to procrastinate. When he sees everyone coming, he starts the class immediately. Zanshu, also known as kendo, is the technique of using Zanpakuto. As a god of death, Zanpakuto is our strongest and only weapon. Only by mastering slashing can we maximize our own strength. Quote, after some theoretical explanations, the kendo class teacher practiced some of the most basic kendo skills and let everyone practice by themselves. Mu Feng originally hoped that he would be able to directly show his kendo talent like taking a class in vain, so that he could justifiably skip another class. However, the content of the kendo class taught him that he had no room to play at all. The kendo skills taught by the kendo class teacher are nothing more than stabbing, chopping and the like. Anyone with a little talent can quickly get started. The main part of the kendo class is the practice that follows. Compared with the practice of the white class, the kendo class is more boring. Simply put, it is to let everyone hold swords in both hands, facing the error state, and use one move to continuously chop. This teaching mode, even from the eyes of the Grand Master Mu Feng Kendo, is very good. The most important thing in kendo is always the basics and the perception of the sword, not the so-called sword skills. The problem is, Mu Feng is not a rookie, but a great master of kendo. This kind of mechanical training has no effect on him. Knowing the mode of kendo class, Mu Feng simply stood in place with a wooden sword. This kind of behavior of Mu Feng, needless to say, once again attracted everyone's attention. From the potential test to now, Mu Feng has never stopped, and almost every class will do something unexpected. Since Mu Feng entered the kendo hall, everyone has been secretly guessing that Mu Feng will not be able to do it this time, will continue the previous action. Therefore, everyone was not surprised that Mu Feng was standing on the spot with the wooden sword and did not train, but instead they all cast their eyes on him. Everyone turned their attention to Mu Feng, and the same was true of the kendo teacher. Long before the class, he had heard of Mu Feng's name as a genius. Since Mu Feng entered the kendo hall, he has been paying attention to Mu Feng in secret. Seeing that Mu Feng is not like other people when practicing kendo skills, the kendo teacher immediately went to Mu Feng. Mu Feng, you don't practice kendo skills with others. Do you have your own ideas? Because of Mu Feng's performance in Bai Da's class, the kendo teacher did not question or reprimand Mu Feng for the first time, but asked in a gentle tone. Mu Feng is a genius, and he is a rare genius. Anyone who can become a genius is undoubtedly not an ordinary person. The kendo teacher is not a pedantic person. To see him, the tone of the kendo teacher's tone made Mu Feng very comfortable, but at the same time it made him annoyed. Originally, Mu Feng hoped that the kendo class teacher would scold him as soon as he came up, and then he could refute and slap his face with peace of mind. However, the kendo teacher did not do this, but instead asked him if he had any comments in an equal tone. As the saying goes, if you don't reach out and don't hit the smiling face, the kendo teacher treats him like this. Of course, Mu Feng is not good at deliberately targeting him. However, Mu Feng didn't give up his plan. He didn't want to waste too much time on these boring exercises. His eyes swept around quickly, and Mu Feng's heart flashed again with a plan. With a plan in mind, Mu Feng immediately said, I didn't want any ideas. I just felt that the skills that everyone was practicing were too unnatural. It didn't seem like kendo. Kendo should be more natural. Mu Feng touched his head and pretended to understand. As soon as this statement came out, many people around began to feel uneasy again. In Basic Lesson 5.6, the reason why Mu Feng caused a discussion was mainly because Matsumoto told everyone that Mu Feng had awakened his Zanpakuto. In the white play class, it was just because Mu Feng only used a very short world to master the basic white play. In these two incidents, although Mu Feng was very high profile, everyone was just jealous and dissatisfied at most, and didn't have much opinion. After all, these are the manifestations of Mu Feng's talent, and it is useless even if they have an opinion, unless their talent is higher than Mu Feng. This time, it was a little different. Mu Feng's words just now were a little arrogant. Like everyone else, Mu Feng had just entered the Spiritual Arts Academy, and it was his first time in the Kendo class, so what qualifications did he have? Saying that the Kendo skills taught by the Kendo class teacher just didn't look like Kendo. In view of the experience of being slapped in the face twice before, this time, everyone did not speak out directly, but looked at the Kendo teacher to see how he dealt with Mu Feng. Chapter 25_Terrifying Sword Guild. To everyone's surprise, after hearing Mu Feng's word, the Kendo teacher not only did not scold Mu Feng, but instead stared at Mu Feng with a hint of surprise. Mu Feng, do you really think so? Then you can tell the teacher what is unnatural. Hearing the words of the Kendo class teacher, a smile appeared on Mu Feng's mouth. He really guessed right. Although the spiritual pressure in this Kendo class teacher's body is not strong, his Kendo skills are probably not weak, at least not lower than that of a pirate. The swordsman level of the world. The words he just said were somewhat paradoxical, and ordinary people might not understand it, but a swordsman level expert in swordsmanship would definitely be able to understand it. Since Kendo teacher can understand, then the next step is simple. Mu Feng remained calm and continued to pretend to think hard for a while, and then hesitantly said, "Teacher, I just feel that the Kendo skills they practiced are a little unnatural. I can't say exactly what is unnatural. However, I think it will definitely not be the case if it is replaced by me." Then you cut a sword against that stake and let the teacher see the difference. The Kendo teacher said impatiently, 11 inches okay, teacher. Mu Feng agreed without hesitation. What he was waiting for was the words of the Kendo teacher. Walking slowly to the stake, Mu Feng took a deep breath, clenched the wooden sword tightly in both hands, and stared at the stake not far away very seriously. At the same time, Mu Feng evoked a trace of sword intent in his body, which rose from his body with a weak but sharp intent to pierce all things. Aware of the changes in Mu Feng, everyone in the Kendo hall, including the Kendo teacher, all held their breath, staring at Mu Feng intently, waiting for Mu Feng to take action. Brush. The crowd didn't wait for a long time, and after feeling that the disguise was almost done, Mu Feng chose to shoot. The wooden sword in his hand stabbed like lightning, with a faint whistling sound, and stabbed at the wooden stake not far away. This stab is extremely simple, and the skills that the Kendo teacher just taught are also included, and even most of the people present know it. However, after Mu Feng stabbed out, no one sneered at him for talking big. Because Mu Feng just stabbed the wooden sword at the stake, most of it suddenly fell into the stake. Yes, Mu Feng just stabbed a wooden sword into the stake they were training. The stakes in front of them are not ordinary stakes. The Kendo teacher told them before that the stakes used for practice are made of a wood called iron wood, which is as hard as steel. Practicing Kendo here, they are all prepared death gods who have mastered the spiritual pressure. The strength of each one is far beyond that of ordinary people. If it is an ordinary wooden stake, I am afraid that many roots will be replaced in a day. The wooden stake, which was comparable to steel, was pierced by Mu Feng with a wooden sword, and when Mu Feng did not use his spiritual pressure, everyone didn't know what to say. Those who had ridiculed Mu Feng, the most powerful one, even trembled involuntarily when they saw this scene. Shepherd's wooden sword can pierce the stake, and naturally it can also pierce their body. Their bodies are not as hard as steel. Even Renji, who has always been arrogant and unyielding, closed his mouth subconsciously after seeing this scene. Renji originally planned to challenge Mu Feng again. After all, no matter how strong Mu Feng's talent is, he can't be strong in every aspect, and Renji is more confident in Kendo. After seeing this scene, Renji decisively extinguished his challenge. He didn't think he could stop Mu Feng's stab just now. Okay, very good, really good. Mu Feng, you are the most talented person in swordsmanship that you have ever seen. After a brief shock, the Kendo class teacher reacted quickly, his face full of excitement. Because Mu Feng deliberately concealed it, the stab just now only touched the level of a swordsman, which was far worse than that of the Kendo teacher's Kendo attainment. Of course, Mu Feng's enchanting talent still shocked him. He had never seen anyone before, and when he first came into contact with Kendo, he understood Kendo to this level. It is no exaggeration to say that although Mu Feng has just come into contact with Kendo, his attainment in Kendo surpasses the vast majority of the gods of death in the 13th division of the Guardian. The swordsmanship level of the swordsman level is not much in the entire core soul world. After all, for the Shinigami, Kendo is only a support, and the most important thing is Reiatsu. Mu Feng didn't take the Kendo teacher's praise at all to heart. His real Kendo realm is far beyond the level of a great swordsman in the world of pirate, and even Ujawali is not necessarily comparable to him. Teacher, you have passed the prize. However, Mu Feng let go of the wooden sword and said very humbly, effectively. The ultimate goal of his play is to get the kendo teacher to agree that he will not come to the class in the future. Before this purpose is achieved, it is natural to be humble. What the teacher said is the truth. Your kendo talent is indeed unprecedented. This is the teacher's understanding of kendo. You can take it back and take a look at it. With your talent, kendo class is no longer suitable for you. You cannot use it in the future. Kendo class. The kendo teacher took out a notebook from his arms and handed it to Mufeng. Quote. Mufeng looked at the kendo class teacher speechlessly. He was still thinking, how can he convince the kendo class teacher to agree that he would not come to the kendo class? Unexpectedly, before he could say anything, the kendo teacher directly allowed him not to take kendo lessons in the future. Thank you, teacher. Although I didn't expect things to go so smoothly, since the goal has been achieved, that's enough. The process doesn't matter. Without hesitation, Mufeng took the note from the kendo teacher, thanked him again, and turned to leave the kendo hall. Looking at Mufeng's figure, this time, no one made a sound. Previously, the reason why they talked about Mufeng was mostly because of jealousy. From the time Mufeng entered the Zhenyang Spiritual Arts Academy to the present, it was too high profile and too dazzling, setting off everyone else's bleakness, so they couldn't help but be jealous. Although the former Mufeng was known as the genius of Zhenyang Spiritual Arts Academy once in 100 years, everyone was not convinced by him, and the one who could enter the preparatory death class was not a genius. However, Mufeng's dab just now really let them know what an evildoer is. The premise of jealousy is that there is little difference between the two. Once the difference between the two is too great, there is only envy and awe. For example, when your net worth is 100,000, you will be jealous of those who are worth millions, but you will never be jealous of those who are worth hundreds of millions, because the two are not on the same level at all. Mufeng's dab just now completely shattered the jealousy in their heart, making them realize that they and Mufeng are not on the same level at all, and there is only conviction and awe in their heart. Of course, not everyone thinks that way. For example, in the eyes of those girls, in addition to Nympho, they are also Nympho. Another example is Renji and Kira. In addition to being convinced, their hearts are more wary. Mufeng's talent is indeed a monster, but they are not the ones who will easily give in. And Hina Sendao, who had been hiding among the girls, also flashed a complex color in her eyes. There was admiration, joy, and a trace of inexplicable affection that was deeply hidden. Chapter 26_Inspiration Ball. Shepherd deeds in the kendo class were once again spread out, and this time, it still only caused a small sensation. After all, most people already know Mufeng's enchanting talent, and even if Mufeng does something against the sky, they will take it for granted. That day, when Mufeng became a normal person, they would feel abnormal. The initiator of these sensations, as usual, returned to the dormitory and continued to increase the spiritual pressure. This unconscious move made the higher-ups of the Quartz realm feel a lot more at ease. In the eyes of the higher-ups of Soul Quartz realm, Mufeng is simply a cultivator who is not interested in anything other than cultivating. Talented, obsessed with cultivation, and not making trouble. Such a talent is undoubtedly the favorite of the top executives of the Quartz realm, because such a person is easier to control. As for whether Mufeng is scheming, deliberately disguised, etc., the high-level officials of the Quartz realm did not consider it at all. If Mufeng was really scheming, he would not be so high-profile. There is no one who has a city government and like to act in a high-profile manner. Acting in a high-profile means that a lot of people pay attention to you, and it also means that you are easily exposed. Of course, Mufeng wouldn't know what the senior officials of the Soul Society thought of him. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. From the beginning to the end, Mufeng only cared about his identity, an identity that made him justifiably stay in the Soul realm. The power struggle between high-level officials and Aizen's secret plans have nothing to do with him, as long as they don't get on his head. The main task that the system assigned him this time was to obtain a complete collapsing jade. Moreover, this is not the final task, which means that he needs to stay in the world of death for 60 or 70 years. For such a long time, the barren land in the virtual circle is not suitable, nor is it suitable for the present world. Only the soul world is more suitable. Therefore, Mufeng still hopes that he can stay in the soul realm all the time. Mufeng never cared about the so-called power struggles and conspiracy. He has always believed that power is everything, and in the face of absolute power, all conspiracies are false. As long as he can break the seal in his body and restore his own strength, he will not be afraid of any conspiracy and trick. Moreover, Mufeng felt that this day would not come too late. With the rapid increase in spiritual pressure in the past few days, he was confident that he would be able to restore his original strength within a few years. The third class of the formal course for freshmen is the Ghost class, which takes place in the Ghost Hall. The Ghost Hall is set up in the open air, and the scope is relatively large. After all, the destructive power of ghosts is still quite strong. Mufeng stepped on the spot as always and entered the Ghost Hall. When Mufeng walked in, the Ghost Hall was quiet again. What followed was still the voice of discussion, but but this time, it was almost all the voices of girls. My Mufeng is as cool as ever. I step into the class and I will do the same next time. Maybe, I can still be with my Mufeng. What's your family, Mufeng? When did Mufeng become your family? However, you said a lot. Next time I'll take a class. Maybe I'll have a chance encounter with Mufeng. Then we have to hurry up. Mufeng no longer has to go to the Bida class and the Kendo class. After today's class, the ghost class is estimated to be unnecessary, and there is only a chance for tomorrow's Shunpo class. Oh, what a pity. Doesn't that mean that after the Shunpo class tomorrow, during the class, I will never see Mufeng again? Full of nympho voices, Mufeng's scalp was numb when he heard it. Although Mufeng enjoyed the feeling of being adored by countless girls in his former student days, this kind of treatment was something he had always dreamed of. However, enjoying the enjoyment, Mufeng was still reluctant to be disturbed by so many girls. At this moment, Mufeng suddenly felt that the treatment that he had spent a lot of time fighting for without attending classes was an extremely correct decision. Spiritual pressure talent is high. Kendo talent is high. Ghost talent is not necessarily high. I don't believe he is omnipotent. Seeing this scene, Renji, who was sitting in the corner, pouted and muttered to himself, Renji, I think you're jealous. Hearing Renji's self-talk, the person beside Renji who was fairly familiar with him joked, whoever is jealous of him, look at him. Sooner or later, I will surpass him. Renji looked at Mufeng with determination in his eyes. In the original plot, Renji, who has always regarded Kira as his opponent, now completely regards Mufeng as the goal he needs to surpass. Cough cough. It looked like they're all here. The ghost class teacher coughed and motioned everyone to calm down. Everyone respected the teacher and stopped talking immediately. It's been a while since you came to the True Central Spiritual Art Institute. You should know something about the ghost way, so I won't say much. The ghost way is the most important method for the god of death to deal with the virtual, apart from the Zanpakuto. 1. Being proficient in Ghost Dao can make it easier and safer for you to kill Shu. Ghost Dao tests your control over the spiritual pressure and the spiritual child. With enough Reiatsu, you can use any ghost way. Quote, so, in this section, I will first teach you how to concentrate on controlling the spiritual pressure in your body. Now let's see how well you can control the spiritual pressure. While talking, the ghost teacher took out a large basket from a corner, which was full of football-sized crystal beads with pattern. Isn't this the spiritual pressure ball used for the spiritual pressure test? With just one glance, Mufeng recognized the crystal ball of the basket's strength. It was the spiritual pressure ball that he used in the previous spiritual pressure test. Not only him, but others also recognized these crystal balls. This is a special spiritual pressure ball made by the Technology Development Bureau. It is different from what you have seen before. This is specially used to exercise spiritual pressure. Each of you will receive one. The ghost class teacher explained aloud. Everyone clicked and went up in order to receive their own spiritual pressure ball. Mufeng was no exception. He went up to pick up a spiritual pressure ball. He was still quite interested in this item. Holding the spiritual pressure ball in both hands, while everyone was not paying attention, Mufeng put a slight trace of spiritual pressure into the spiritual pressure ball. With Mufeng's knowledge, in a moment he figured out the purpose of the spiritual pressure ball. After knowing the purpose of the spiritual pressure ball, the corners of Mufeng's mouth couldn't help turning up vivi. After everyone got the spiritual pressure ball, the ghost teacher began to explain how to use the spiritual pressure ball. The use of the spiritual pressure ball is very simple. You only need to inject the spiritual pressure into it, and then, teacher, is that so? Chapter 27_depressed ghost teacher. Before the ghost Dao teacher could finish speaking, Mufeng interrupted him loudly. At the same time as the sound, a layer of blue light appeared in the spiritual pressure bead on Mufeng's hand. Under the control of Mufeng, the blue light changed at will, changing into a knife, a gun, and a teacup. Shepherd's Wind was like a child who got an interesting toy, playing with the blue light in the Reiatsu ball. In just a moment, the blue light of the spiritual pressure ball changed dozens of shapes. Although each shape looked rough, it was not very regular. However, for a person who has not yet been exposed to ghosts, it is already an excellent result. No, it should not be said to be excellent, it should be a demon. There has never been that newcomer who can do this to such an extent. Teacher, this Reiki ball is quite interesting. Ghost Dao teacher. He silently put away the spiritual pressure ball in his hand. Originally, he wanted to show it to everyone, but after seeing Yuan's performance, the ghost teacher wisely gave up this idea. If the meticulousness of the spiritual pressure manipulation is only discussed, the ghost teacher thinks that he is definitely stronger than Yuan, and the things condensed by manipulating the spiritual pressure are more delicate than Yuan. However, in terms of speed, he is not as good as Yuan. After all, the more delicate things are, the more they need to consume the world, and the speed of 020 degrees just displayed by Yuan is a perverted level. If when he demonstrated to everyone, the speed of condensing his body was not as fast as Yuan, or similar to Yuan, wouldn't he be slapping himself in the face? He is a teacher, and Yuan is just a freshman. At this moment, the ghost teacher finally only understands what it feels like to teach students who are too talented. The ghost teacher doesn't know what other people feel, but there is only one feeling in his heart. Before teaching, it is over. Others didn't notice the little actions of the ghost teacher, but Yuan could see it clearly. However, Yuan didn't have the consciousness of embarrassing the ghost teacher. What he did just now was just to show his talent, and then let the ghost teacher agree that he could not come to the class in the future, not to let the Taoist teacher was embarrassed. Ahem, that's true, Mu Feng, you've done a good job. Your control over the spiritual pressure is enough to perform some basic ghost ways. Hearing this, Yuan immediately withdrew the spiritual pressure injected into the spiritual pressure ball. The goal has been achieved, and you do not need to continue performing. This spiritual pressure ball can indeed play a role in exercising spiritual pressure. The spiritual pressure of the god of death cannot be seen or touched until it reaches a certain level. Even if you want to improve the control of the spiritual pressure, you can only rely on your senses to temper your spiritual pressure little by little, thereby improving your control over the spiritual pressure. However, with the spiritual pressure ball, it is different. You only need to inject the spiritual pressure into it. You can materialize the spiritual pressure and show it directly in front of you. You can manipulate this group of spiritual pressure through your mind and carve it into the shape you want. In this way, you can clearly see the degree of control you have over the spiritual pressure, and improve it in a targeted manner. Such a simple principle, with Yuan's eyesight, certainly does not take long to figure out. Therefore, there is just that scene. Yuan just deliberately interrupted the teacher of the ghost class, and then showed the previous scene. This is the method he came up with to show his ghostly talent. Seeing Yuan so skillfully withdraw the spiritual pressure injected into the spiritual pressure ball, the ghost teacher's eyes could not help twitching. If he didn't know, Mu Feng was indeed a newcomer, he really doubted whether it was the one who was proficient in ghost Taoism. The god of death, disguised as a new student, came to play tricks on him. Taking a deep breath, the ghost teacher calmed down his mind, and then said, I didn't make it clear just now. If you want to fully display the ghost path, in addition to the control of the spiritual pressure, you also need to know how to communicate with the spiritual child, and have mastered the corresponding chant. These three are equally important, only these three. There is a certain degree of fire in order to display the ghost way. Quote, next, I'll show you a simple ghost way. I hope you will take a serious look. While talking, the ghost class teacher glanced at Mu Feng, and seeing that he was looking at him like everyone else, the ghost class teacher was relieved. He was really worried, but Mu Feng interrupted him again. After making sure that there was no accident, the ghost teacher immediately stared at an archery target not far away, and sang in a deep voice, destroy yourself, the black dog of Rondanini, burn it to the ground and cut your own throat at a glance. With the sound of his singing, the spirits around him, as well as the spirit pressure in his body, began to gather on his right hand. The ninth strike of the Tao. The ghost teacher pointed at the archery target not far away, and a red light beam immediately shot out from his right hand and wrapped around the archery target not far away. Did you see? This is the ninth road binding strike. Although it is only the ninth road binding, but don't underestimate it. If you use it to the strongest state, it will be enough to easily restrain an ordinary ghost. This is only the ninth bond road. On top of this, there is a stronger bond path, and still a stronger attack. This is the power of ghost, so everyone must be serious. Don't underestimate ghost Tao. Did you hear that? Dispersing the red light beam wrapped around the target, the ghost teacher turned around and warned in a deep voice. While speaking, the ghost teacher looked at Mu Feng subconsciously. I heard, everyone said in unison, and Mu Feng also opened his mouth and echoed the crowd. Seeing this scene, the ghost teacher nodded with satisfaction and continued, I'll show you again. This time, I'll reduce the speed by half. Everyone must watch it carefully. The ghost teacher looked at the archery target again and demonstrated to everyone the ninth road binding strike. This time, his speed was indeed much slower than the last time, even for the newcomers like Mu Feng who were new to the ghost road for the first time, but also to see his every movement. Being able to be appointed by the true Central Academy of Spiritual Art to teach a group of ghosts, his own strength may not be strong, but his attainment in ghost must not be weak, especially in basic ghost. It can be said that the ninth Tao binding strike demonstrated by the teacher of the ghost class is very standard. Even if it was the captain of the 13th division of Gote, there was not necessarily a standard for his demonstration. After repeating the demonstration, the ghost teacher was about to turn around to see if everyone was watching carefully. However, at this time, Mu Feng's familiar voice reached his ears again. Chapter 28_hit hard. Destroy yourself, the black dog of Rondanini. Burn it to the ground and cut your own throat at a glance. The ninth strike. This time, what passed into his ears was the chant of the ninth Tao binding strike. Mu Feng, what are you doing? The ghost teacher hurriedly turned around and asked with anger in his eyes. He knew that Mu Feng was a genius and dared to do things that ordinary people would not dare to do. However, he didn't expect that Mu Feng was so bold that he would try to use the ghost way without anyone teaching him. Ghost Tao is not enough for you to have enough spiritual pressure. You can use it casually if you know how to sing. Different from other courses, there is a certain danger in the ghost way. Once the display fails, it is very likely to devour itself. So, the ghost class teacher is really angry this time. It's a pity that his voice came a little late. As soon as he turned around, Mufeng had already finished singing. The surrounding spiritual sun, the spiritual pressure in the body, converged towards Mufeng's right hand. Mufeng pointed at another arrow target not far away, and a red beam flew out. However, the beam just flew halfway before dissipating in the air. There is no doubt that Mufeng did not successfully perform the number 9 Dao binding strike. However, seeing this scene, the ghost teacher who just turned around and wanted to scold Mufeng was done, because he could see that Mufeng had managed to perform the number 9 Dao binding strike successfully. With just a little more practice, he could easily master this binding Dao. The first time I performed the ghost way, I was close to success, and even after watching his demonstration twice, I almost succeeded in performing the ghost way. The ghost way teacher didn't know what to say anymore. The words that originally wanted to scold Mufeng were also left behind by the ghost teacher. Destroy yourself, the black dog of Rondanini. Burn it to the ground and cut your own throat at a glance. The ninth right. Before the ghost Dao teacher could react, Mufeng sang again. The ghost Dao teacher was startled by Mufeng's singing. When he was about to stop him, Mufeng had already completed the chant of the 9th Dao binding strike. Compared to the first time, Mufeng was obviously more proficient this time. The right hand pointed at the target, and a red beam flew out and quickly wrapped around the target. The 9 strikes of binding Dao cast successfully. Looking at the arrow target wrapped by the red beam, the ghost teacher was stunned again. After coming over for a while, he looked at Mufeng Dao as if he were looking at a monster. Mufeng, you don't have to use it in class in the future. If you have any questions about ghost Dao, you can come to me directly. Okay, teacher, that. I also want to ask, can I read the ghost stories in the ghost house at will? Mufeng nodded humbly, and then asked aloud, as long as it is in the ghost hall, you can borrow it. However, the teacher has to remind you that a powerful ghost Dao needs enough spiritual pressure to support. If the spiritual pressure is not forced enough, it is very likely to be backlash. When practicing ghost Daoism, you must do what you can. The ghost Daoist teacher warned worriedly. I know, thank you teacher, Mufeng said humbly. Seeing Mufeng being so humble, the ghost teacher was relieved a lot. He waved his hand and said, okay, you can go back first. The existence of Mufeng is a blow to everyone, including him. Today, he didn't want to see Mufeng again. After getting what he wanted, of course there was no need to stay any longer. Mufeng immediately turned around and left the ghost hall. It has to be said that Mufeng is quite satisfied with today's harvest. The reason why he behaved so high profile in the ghost hall was not simply to want the ghost teacher to allow him not to come to the ghost class. The latter requirement was his ultimate goal. Ghost way, different from kendo and fighting technique. Ghost way requires chanting in order to perform. Kendo, fighting technique, Mufeng can take out what he knows, a little bit, and say that he created it by himself. With his enchanting talent endorsement, there is basically no big problem. It will only show that he is more enchanting. However, if the ghost is not good, he will not be so evil that he can figure out the chanting tech by himself, and it is exactly the same as the original version. Therefore, Mufeng came up with this strategy and asked the ghost teacher to agree to him that he could borrow the ghost stories recorded in the ghost museum. In this way, in the future, he will not be suspected of using the ghost path obtained from the system. Moreover, taking this opportunity, he can also complete the ghost path. Because of the relationship between ninjutsu and immortality, Mufeng is quite interested in ghost ways. Mufeng's departure did not cause much commotion, and everyone hurriedly came to Mufeng, and then hurried away. The only disappointment was those admirers of Mufeng. This time, Mufeng didn't stay for an hour before leaving, and in the ghost class, it was estimated that they would not be able to see Mufeng for a long time. How could they? Not disappointed. However, while disappointed, all the admirers are gearing up for a chance encounter with Mufeng before the Shunpo class tomorrow. Oh, by the way, apart from Mufeng's admirers, there is another person who is also a little restless, and that is Renji. He just finished saying that Mufeng doesn't necessarily have a talent for ghost, and he was slapped in the face by Mufeng. If it wasn't for Renji's thick skin, and not many people heard it, I'm afraid Renji would still be ashamed at this moment. After Mufeng left, the ghost class course was back on track. After seeing that most people need to repeatedly teach them to inject spiritual pressure into the spiritual pressure device, the ghost teacher finally recovered from the blow just now. Facts have proved that even if a normal person has a good talent, if he wants to master the ghost path, he has to take it step by step. As for the ability to master a ghost way by watching it twice, only a monster and a monster like Mufeng who are not normal people can do it. In the process, Renji was hit again, because after a vague evaluation by the ghost teacher, his ghost talent is not strong, although it is not the worst, but it is also the bottom one. Before, he also said that Mufeng has fighting technique talent and kendo talent, but not necessarily ghost talent. As a result, it is not Mufeng who who has poor go talent but him. This blow to Renji can be imagined. It is like 10,000 points of damage and an additional 1 million points of critical damage. Of course, Mu Feng, who had already left the ghost hall, didn't know about what happened in the ghost class. After being kicked out of the class by the ghost Dao teacher, Mu Feng did not return to his residence immediately but went to read the ghost Dao recorded in the ghost Dao museum. Of course, knowing that there is surveillance around, Mu Feng did not read all the ghost story but just picked a few more advanced ghost stories, looked at them at random, and then pretended to carefully browse through the 30 ghost stories. No, above the bound and broken road. After doing this, Mu Feng returned to his residence and continued to concentrate on raising spiritual pressure. Not long after Mu Feng returned to Dao's residence, the talent he showed in the ghost Dao class was once again presented to the top of the Soul Society. This time, Mu Feng's talent once again caused a shock at the top of the Soul Society. Chapter 29 Yamamoto's decision. Jing Lingting, the first team captain's room. Jingle Chunchui stood opposite Yamamoto Shigekuni, silently watching Yamamoto Shigekuni flip through the information he just submitted. It has been the past 2 weeks, and this is the second time I have personally come to present information to Yamamoto Shigekuni. The 8th Division is mainly responsible for intelligence collection, as well as a lot of information on the God of Death, and then submits it to Yamamoto Shigekuni, as well as for other divisions to consult. However, in most cases, Hiraku Chunsui, who is the captain of the first team, does not need to submit information to Yamamoto Shigekuni in person. Shigekuni Yamamoto is the commander-in-chief of the 13th Division of Gote, who leads the 13th Division of Gote, but not everything needs to be handled by Shigekuni Yamamoto himself. Generally, what is less important is that it is handled by other members of the first team, and then aggregated to Yamamoto Shigekuni. Most of the information collected by the 8th Division is generally sent to the 1st Division by the 8th Division Chief or Vice Captain. Something similar to the admissions test of the Shino Spiritual Arts Academy did not need to be submitted directly to Shigekuni Yamamoto. After all, the true Central Academy of Spiritual Arts recruit students every year. Most of the time, the souls that are recruited are not talented every year. Most of the Shinigami who graduated from the true Central Academy of Spiritual Arts eventually stop at the level of chairperson. Not many people even understand Shikai. It's just that this year, Mu Feng, Renji, Rukia and other talented people appeared, especially Mu Feng, which alarmed Jingle Chunchui and made him personally submit the results of the enrollment of the True Spirit Academy to Yamamoto Shiga country. And this time, the purpose of Jingle Chunchui coming here is also because of Mu Feng. In just half a month, Jingle Chunchui personally submitted information to Yamamoto Shigekuni twice. Mu Feng was the first of many new students recruited by the Junyang Spiritual Arts Academy for countless years. Chun Shui, Mu Feng's information. You have already read it. I want to know what you think of him. After reading the information in his hand, Yamamoto Shigekuni was silent for a while, and then asked in a deep voice, "There is only one word for my evaluation of him, the talent of the sky." Jingle Chunchui replied without thinking, "Yeah, this son's talent is indeed worthy of the talent of heaven. Such talent, I have seen it in only one person for so many years." Yamamoto Shigekuni couldn't help but sigh. "Teacher Yamamoto Shigekuni, are you talking about Captain Zaraki?" Jingle Chunchui said uncertainly. "Well, Mu Feng's talent is comparable to that of Zengi Kenpachi and Chunchui. You should understand the consciousness of the old man," Yamamoto Shigekuni said in a low voice. Jingle Chunchui was silent, and of course he understood Yamamoto Shigekuni's word. He is one of the many captains of the 13th Division of the Gote Division, and he knows the true purpose of Yamamoto Shigekuni's teaching of Kenpachi Kendo. However, Mu Feng is not Zengmu. He is much more rational than Zengmu. After a long silence, Jingle Chunchui still spoke. He knew what Yamamoto Shigekuni was worried about, but Jingle Chunchui did not agree with Yamamoto Shigekuni's worry. At the beginning of Zaraki Kenpachi, Jingle Chunchui deeply disagreed with him. Although Kenpachi Zengeki is really crazy and doesn't care about the order of the soul world, Jingle Chunchui can see that Kenpachi Zengeki's nature is not bad, at least similar to what endangered the 13th Division of the Guardian. Kenpachi can never do it. Therefore, Yamamoto Shigekuni's initiative is not necessary at all. Asking Kenpachi to give up Kendo, he can indeed block his power. However, at the same time, the Gote 13th Division also lost a powerful captain, and the realization weakened the strength of the Gote 13th Division. Moreover, as long as it is a lock, it will always be opened one day. Instead of blocking, it is better to spark. Yeah, he is indeed more sensible. However, the more rational people are, the more uncontrollable they are. The belief that the old will live is to protect the stability of the corpse and soul world. The old man will never allow factors that threaten the stability of the corpse and soul world. Appeared. Yamamoto Shigekuni said. His voice changed from low to high, and his tone was full of firmness. Then Mr. Shigekuni Yamamoto, what do you want to do to kill Mu Feng in advance? Jingle Chunchui casually looked at Yamamoto Shigekuni, and the old laziness disappeared, replaced by seriousness. Yamamoto Shigeo has his own justice, and he also has justice that he needs to abide by. Chun Shui, you don't have to be nervous. Although the old man is old, he is still not insane. Because of a little possibility, he will kill a genius. As you said, this son is different from Zhengmu. He has not grown up yet, and the old man can continue to observe. Before he is sure that he will threaten the peace of the soul world, the old man will not target him. However, once you find such sign, don't blame the old man and use the power of thunder. Sanguo Yamamoto said solemnly. The tone gradually took on a hint of majesty, especially when the power of thunder was finally mentioned. Yamamoto Shigekuni showed a terrifying aura. Under Yamamoto Shigekuni's increasing majesty, even as the captain, Jingle Chunchui, felt a little pressure. Have you checked this son's information and origin? The majesty of Yamamoto Shigekuni only lasted for a while before being taken back. As soon as his voice changed, Yamamoto Shigekuni directly ended the previous conversation and turned the topic to other aspects. It's been checked, and I've also sent someone to check it out in the present world. We can confirm the origin of Mufeng, and there's no problem. Jingle Chunchui replied. Very good. From today onward, take back all the surveillance personnel around this sun, and you will be responsible for monitoring it yourself to confirm whether it poses a threat to the Soul Society. Yamamoto Shigekuni ordered directly. Yes. Jingle Chunchui obeyed, and he understood what Yamamoto Shigekuni meant. With Mufeng's growth rate, ordinary surveillance personnel are indeed not suitable for monitoring Mufeng. Otherwise, once Mufeng finds out, it is very likely that some misunderstandings will occur. Also, with Mufeng's talent, the teaching mode of the True Spiritual Art Institute is no longer suitable for him. It is up to you to choose a chairperson who has at least comprehended Shikai and guide him individually. Yamamoto Shigekuni added. Yes. In the captain's room of the 5th Division, Aizen stood in front of the desk, holding a pen and writing on the paper, and asked behind him. Yin, did you come to me because you have already investigated the freshmen of this class? I have already researched the information about this year's freshmen. After all, there are only a few outstanding ones. This time I am here mainly to report Mufeng's situation to you. Ichimaru Yin stood behind Aizen and squinted. He closed his eyes and said indifferently. Oh, he made some noise. Vivi, the pen in Aizen's hand, asked aloud. These days, he has received a lot of information from Mufeng. In the ghost class, he only watched it twice before he mastered and successfully performed the 9th bondage. Ichimaru Jin replied. Bai Da, Sword Dao, Ghost Dao, and Ling Ya's talents are really all-rounders. With such talent, even I am a little jealous. Yin, the performance of this 0.1 Shepherd Feng in Junyang Shu Academy is comparable to yours. It was much more dazzling back then. Aizen sighed while continuing to write. His talent is indeed much stronger than mine. However, in many cases, talent can't replace everything. Ichimaru Jin shrugged and said indifferently. Indeed, but your talent isn't bad. Yin, you have comprehended Shikai in just 1 year, and you are not far from comprehending Bankai. It's all thanks to Captain Aizen's cultivation. Ichimaru Jin squinted, his expression unchanged. You are able to achieve what you are now, relying on yourself, not me. Aizen said lightly. Since all the materials have been collected, it's time to start preparation. The freshmen of the Junyang Spiritual Arts Academy this year are full of geniuses, so you can't miss them, especially Mufeng. I'm looking forward to meeting him for the first time. At the same time as he spoke, a bright light flashed from the depths of Aizen's eyes. Chapter 30_Oni and Ninjutsu. Mufeng didn't know that his performance in the ghost class once again attracted the attention of Yamamoto Shigekuni and Aizen, and even made Yamamoto Shigekuni and Aizen make certain decisions about him at the same time. After browsing the Ghost Way, there is an excuse for Guanmingzeng to use the Ghost Way. After Mufeng returned to his residence, although he still focused on improving the spiritual mountain, he did not put all his thoughts on it as before. In the promotion of spiritual pressure, part of his mind was put on the ghost path. In the world of pirate, he has a lot of skills in swordsmanship, Senbon Sakura, and Pupil. After entering the world of Naruto, he has ninjutsu and immortality to study, and he has basically never used it a few times. Therefore, apart from the knowledge of ghosts that was systematically instilled in him, there is not much research on ghosts and animal husbandry. Now he is in the world of death, and the importance of ghosts is unquestionable. Before he comprehends Shikai, the ghost way is the best way to protect himself, and Mufeng certainly needs to spend some effort to study it. Moreover, Mufeng actually wanted to see if there was anything in common between the so-called ghost way, ninjutsu and immortal art. Mufeng once created the 12 seals of the immortal Tao, and there are still 12 natural talents and comprehension, plus Mufeng is a heavenly level powerhouse. Although his Tiandao level was forcibly broken through by harvesting half of the chakra of the ninja world, the heavenly level is the heavenly level. According to the division of the system, the Tiandao level is also called the source level, which is the powerhouse that has touched the origin of the world. At this level, the vision is naturally not comparable to ordinary people. Under the dual use of one heart, Mufeng quickly discovered some clues. With the discovery, Mufeng couldn't wait to stop his practice and wanted to experiment with his own ideas. After sensing a picture and determining the surrounding surveillance personnel, Mufeng immediately began to try. Broken down number 4. Bai Lei. Mufeng pointed to a place in the room and shouted in a low voice, 0 tilde tilde. A faint thunder light shot out from Mufeng's fingertip, hit the ground, and exploded. Because the lightning was weak, only a black spot was left on the ground. Ghost Dao. Mufeng has long mastered it. According to the evaluation of the system, his Ghost Dao attainment has reached the master level, although this master level has a lot of water. Moreover, the standard of grading of ghosts is somewhat different from kendo and fighting technique. However, breaking the number 4 path in the display area was not too difficult for him. Based on Mufeng's perfect control over his spiritual pressure, he can even control the power of ghost freely. The ghost road just now was the result of Mufeng's control. Otherwise, even though the 4th crack is a relatively small crack, it will not be as small as just now. The 9th strike of the Dao. Mufeng drank again, and a red light beam shot out from his fingertips and wrapped around a chair not far away. Sure enough, Onadao and ninjutsu are very similar. They both use the energy in their bodies to form various attacks. However, one uses chakra and the other uses reiatsu. And when Onadao is using it, it also uses it will absorb some of the spirits in the air to enhance its own power. Quote, Mufeng dispelled the red light beam wrapped around the chair and muttered to himself. In his opinion, ghost and ninjutsu can be completely classified into one category. The principle of the two can be said to be basically the same. As for the seal of ninjutsu and the chant of ghost, the uses are almost the same. They are both rituals to control the chakra or spiritual pressure in the body. As long as you have a strong degree of control over the spiritual pressure in your body, you can completely perform the corresponding ninjutsu or ghost way without having to sing or chanting. Of course, compared to chakra, reiatsu seems to be more flexible. It has no attributes and can be freely transformed into any attribute. The way of ghosts is equivalent to ninjutsu, so if I'm not wrong, immortality should be similar to the ability of Quincy. After trying the ghost way, Mufeng turned his attention to immortal art. Immortal art, to put it bluntly, is a means of using the energy of nature to enhance oneself. In the Naruto world, the energy of nature is called natural chakra, and the energy of nature in the world of death is called Reiki. Mufeng remembered that in the original plot, the Quincy master seemed to be using the spirit sun to fight. It's just that the real quencher, Mufeng, has not been seen, and now he can only guess based on the information obtained from the death story. 3000 avenues, the same destination in different ways. It seems that this kind of statement is indeed very reasonable. Although the world of Naruto and the world of death belong to different worlds, the rules are different, but there are many similarities. Thinking of this, Mufeng couldn't help sighing. Slowly putting away his thoughts, Mufeng started to practice ghost ways again. There are only a few ghost paths that the system rewards him, and there are only a dozen of the top 30 ghost paths. But the top 30 ghost ways he wrote down from the Ghost Road Hall. The combination of binding and breaking roads has more than 60 kinds. In addition to the dozen that have been mastered, there are nearly 50 kinds of ghost ways. Need him master them one by one. The top 30 ghost road, whether it is breaking the road or binding the road, are not too difficult. Like Renji and the others, they were only a few months old when they entered the Junyang Spiritual Art Institute, and they were able to display the number 30 or more smashing path, which is enough to show the difficulty of the top 30 ghost paths. These ghost ways are actually some basic ghost ways, laying the foundation for further mastering more powerful ghost ways. Under normal 673 conditions, you generally only need to be familiar with using a few of them, and you don't need to master all of them. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Renji and the others. In just a few months, they would be able to practice ghost ways of number 30 or more. After all, the top 30 ghost paths, although not very powerful, are quite numerous. Even if they can master one in 2 or 3 days, it will take at least half a year. In fact, mastering a ghost way in 2 or 3 days, even if it is only the basic ghost way of the top 30, only a top-level genius like Ichimaru Jin can do it. However, since Mufeng is going to study ghost ways and regard ghost ways as an important means of fighting the enemy in the future, of course he won't be like Renji and the others who only master a few of them and finish the job. Shepard's plan is to master all the ghost house in the top 30 ghost house and even the ghost house recorded in the Ghost Taoist Museum. With the knowledge about ghosts transmitted systematically, Mufeng is no stranger to ghosts. The first 10 ghosts can basically be grasped at a glance. The dozen or so ghost paths in the back, with the realm of Mufeng Tiandao, under the high house. Vivi thought about it, and it was almost certain. It's just that Mufeng's mastery is only a theoretical mastery, and it needs to be put into practice in order to understand more. Because of the surveillance all around, Mufeng couldn't find any other place to practice the ghost way except inside the house. Chapter 31 _ Private Guide Matsumoto. Otherwise, In less than half a day, the top 30 ghost ways will be mastered, and if they spread it, I am afraid that a group of people will be scared to death. In less than a day, he has mastered more than 60 ghost ways, which has never appeared in the history of the court's whole world. This is no longer a genius. There has been enough limelight recently, and it's a bit of extravagant. Shepherd's Wine still chose decisively to practice Ghost Road in the house. The first thing to ensure when practicing ghosts indoors is the power of ghosts. The destructive power and the sound caused by ghosts above number 20 are already quite impressive. Mufeng didn't want to be discovered by others. He was practicing the ghost way. There was only one way, and that was to control the power of the ghost way, just like Bai Lei just now. For the first dozen or so ghosts, Mufeng was still quite handy when he controlled it. After all, the system only sealed Mufeng's power, not Mufeng's will. Tiandao's mind and will. He controlled the spiritual pressure in his body that he hadn't even touched the Shikai threshold, and naturally there was no pressure. Moreover, Mufeng had also honed his control over chakra when he was practicing immortal art, and the cultivation of immortal art had high requirements for chakra control. With experience in controlling chakra, Mufeng is undoubtedly familiar with controlling the spiritual pressure in his body. After spending a lot of time, Mufeng finally performed the first 30 ghost ways one by one. There are more than 60 kinds of ghost ways, and after one practice, even with Mufeng's mental strength, he felt a little tired. After all, in order to prevent accident, his mind must be tense at all times to control the release of spiritual pressure. Concentrating on it for nearly 2 hours is exhausting. However, 2 hours of practice is not without gain. First of all, through this practice, Mufeng has a deeper understanding of ghosts, and there is a very vague idea in his heart. Once this idea is realized, he can stand in the world of death based on ghosts alone. Secondly, this practice has also made him control the spiritual pressure in his body a step further, almost to the level of a hand like an arm, and his own spiritual pressure has also solidified a lot. He came to the world of Death God for more than 10 days, and with the immortal seal, he raised his spiritual pressure from nothing to the level of an official. If the spiritual pressure rises too fast, it will inevitably appear a little vain. After resting for a while, in order to further understand the difference between ghosts and ninjutsu, Mufeng tried to perform a few more rounds of ghost. There are more than 60 ghost ways. That is, every time the ghost way is used, Mufeng will reduce the output spiritual pressure to the level equivalent to the number 1 breaking way. However, after a few rounds, hundreds of ghost paths are accumulated together, and the consumption is still huge. When the last round of ghost path was finished, the spiritual pressure in Mufeng's body was almost exhausted. Feeling a little weakness in the body, Mufeng immediately stopped the ghost practice. After just a few rounds of practice, he has already grasped the principles of the top 30 ghost ways, and if he continues to practice like this, there will be no more gain. For 7 or 8 hours, he was concentrating on carefully controlling his reiatsu, and his mind was exhausted to the extreme. After manipulating the only remaining spiritual pressure in the body and eliminating the traces left by the practice just now, Mufeng directly closed his eyes and began to restore the spiritual pressure in his body. There will be another Shunbu class tomorrow, which must be attended. Mufeng also hoped to show some limelight in the Shunbu class, so that the teacher of the Shunbu class would also approve him, so that he would not need to take the Shunbu class in the future. In this way, he can justifiably skip all the courses at the True Central Spiritual Arts Academy. Not only Mufeng, but also a group of girls who admire him. All of them are looking forward to tomorrow's Shunpo class to have a chance encounter with Mufeng. It's a pity that these girls don't know that their expectations are destined to fail. The next day, before Mufeng went out, an acquaintance was greeted at his residence. "Ranju, why are you here?" Mufeng looked at Matsumoto, who was standing outside the door, and asked suspiciously. He didn't understand why Matsumoto came to him suddenly, and he came so coincidentally, just in time for the class to start. Point in time. What? I'm not welcome. Could it be that you are hiding something shameful in the house? Also, didn't I say it many times? You want to call my sister brother Mufeng? Matsumoto teased. How is that possible? How could I not welcome you, Luanju? But I need to go to class now, so I'm afraid I can't entertain you. Sorry, Mufeng said apologetically. Matsumoto helped him a lot. Of course he couldn't welcome to Matsumoto. However, today's Shunpo, he must get it. Mufeng didn't want to be hated by the teacher of Shunbu class because he skipped the first class, causing his justifiable plan to skip the Shunbu class to fall short. In addition, the 4 stunts of the God of Death, flashing fists and walking ghost, Kendo, fighting technique, and Ghost Road and animal husbandry have been involved before, and his attainments are not low, but Shunpo has never been touched. Therefore, Mufeng really wanted to take the Shunbu class. He wanted to know the difference between Shunbu, the God of Death, and Moonstep in Marine Rokushiki. Brother Mufeng, you mean that class is more important than accompanying my sister? Matsumoto stared at Mufeng with a dangerous light in his eyes. Aware of Matsumoto's gaze, Mufeng's heart trembled, and he hurriedly said, "How is it possible? Since you are here, Luan Luanju, even if you can't take the Shunbu class, one class is nothing more than nothing. While speaking, Mufeng observed Matsumoto's expression. Seeing that after he finished speaking, a smile appeared on Matsumoto's face, and Mufeng breathed a sigh of relief. Women are sometimes very stingy, and the more beautiful women are, the more so. Mufeng didn't want to anger Matsumoto because of a class, and, to be honest, those courses at the Junyang Spiritual Arts Academy are really unimportant in Mufeng's view. If it wasn't for the fact that he needed these courses, showed his talents in all aspects, and used this as a cover to rationalize the various skills he had mastered, Mufeng probably wouldn't even attend a class, and chose to skip classes. Now, the limelight that should be out has come out. It doesn't matter if he doesn't attend the first Shunbu class. If the Shunbu class teacher is really stingy, if he wears small shoes because of this incident, it will be straight up. As for Shunbu, the basic taught in Shunbu's class are completely self-learning at his level, but he can also ask Matsumoto for help. Matsumoto understood Shikai's chairperson, and his accomplishments in Shunbu should be stronger than Shunbu as teacher. Haha, Mufeng brother, I was just joking. How could I not let you go to class? In fact, the purpose of my coming here is related to the Shunbu class you are going to take next. Hear Mufeng with those words. Matsumoto finally couldn't help laughing. Matsumoto's burst of laughter made Mufeng even more confused. Mufeng didn't understand what Matsumoto's words just meant. Chapter 32 _speculate. Immediately, Mufeng remembered the previous basic course, and said with a slightly uncertain tone, could it be that the teacher of the Shunbu class in the first class is you, Luanju? As soon as the word came out, Mufeng denied the guess. The Shunpo class is not a basic course. There are only 7 days in the basic course. The Shunpo class is different. As one of the stunts that the god of death must master, the Shunpo class must be held at least twice a week. Matsumoto has already understood Shikai, the god of death at this level, and is already the backbone of the 13th division of the Guardian. Everyone has an important position and needs to deal with more important affairs. It is impossible, and the high-level core soul community will not let Matsumoto serve. Instant depth teacher. Brother Mufeng, you guessed it right. The purpose of my coming here today is indeed to teach Shunbu. However, it is not to teach a class, but to teach you alone. From today onward, I will be your personal teacher. How's it going? Is it an honor? Matsumoto said with a smile. What? Private teacher? Mufeng was almost stunned by Matsumoto's words. He never thought that Matsumoto's purpose here was to give him a separate instruction. What's so strange about this? Little brother Mufeng, don't you know what you've done these past few days? Do you know that there are already many people in the outside world who have praised you as a genius once in 1,000 years? Such a day 690 fu. Don't you think that the higher up in the soul world will not pay attention to it? By the way, brother Mufeng, you really hide it. Tis tis, I can hear your name in jingling court. Matsumoto looked Mufeng up and down and sighed. She never thought that Mufeng, who she brought back from the 80th district of West Zhengmujian, Liuhun Street, was actually so evil that even the high-level executives of the Soul Society were alarmed and sent her to guide Mufeng alone. This kind of treatment is unprecedented. The hundreds of years since the establishment of the True Spiritual Art Institute, there has never been a new student who has enjoyed the treatment of individual guidance, and it is still guided by the chief officer who has understood Shikai. To be honest, she was surprised for a long time when she received this order yesterday. Like Matsumoto, Mufeng was surprised at first after confirming that Matsumoto didn't lie to him, and he didn't expect that the higher up in the Soul Society would take him so seriously. You know, even Ichimaru Jin, who only spent a year comprehending Shikai and graduated from the True Spiritual Art Institute, did not enjoy such treatment at the beginning. However, Mufeng's temperament was much stronger than Matsumoto's, and after a brief surprise, he quickly accepted the news. And there are some speculations about the purpose of the high-level core soul world. In Mufeng's view, the reason why he received such treatment was because the talent he had displayed in the past few days was so strong that the top brass in the Soul Society had to pay attention to it. It took only 1 year for Ichimaru Jin to understand Shikai, and he graduated from the True Spiritual Art Institute. He can indeed be called a genius, but such geniuses are not absent in the soul realm. In fact, Ichimaru Jin's talent can only be regarded as captain level at most, and the talent who can become Benkai comprehension and become the captain of the 13th division of Godei is no worse than Ichimaru Jin. However, he is different. The talent he has shown in the past few days is obviously beyond the boundaries of the captain's level, and the most terrifying thing is that whether it is Reiatsu, fighting technique, Kendo, or Ghost, his talent is called a monster. Such talent, even if he is as strong as Yamamoto Shigekuni, would not dare to underestimate him. While paying attention, it also means fear. Mufeng, who has seen all the plots of Shinigami, knows very well what kind of person Yamamoto Shigekuni is. Before, in the potential test, the Kenpachi Zakagi encountered was because of his own potential, and was designed by Yamamoto Shigekuni to seal the Kendo. Otherwise, Zakagi Kenpachi's strength is definitely definitely not as simple as the captain level. You know, Zaraki Kenpachi is the only one who can defeat captain level monsters without understanding Shikai. Since Yamamoto Shigekuni planned to seal Kenpachi's path of Kenpachi in order to maintain the stability of the soul world, he might use the same reason to deal with him. The reason why he hasn't done this is because he is not strong enough. He is not even a captain, and he is not qualified to threaten the soul world, and even Yamamoto Shigekuni is not sure whether he is a threat to the soul world. After all, even though Shigekuni Yamamoto was the captain of the 13th division of the Gote, he couldn't kill a genius with just a guess. In the case of uncertainty about his Xinxing, of course, the main thing is to win over a genius who is 100% capable of becoming a captain is a very valuable asset for the entire soul society. The so-called independent guidance must be the means by which the soul realm can win over him. Of course, while instructing, you can also monitor him by the way, which is simply killing two birds with one stone. After roughly speculating about Yamamoto Shigekuni's intentions, the corners of Mufeng's mouth couldn't help turning up. Yamamoto Shigekuni's abacus is undoubtedly very loud. In order to win over him, he even sent Matsumoto, who has some friendship with him. Unfortunately, Yamamoto Shigekuni's plan is doomed to fail. Not to mention, his growth rate is far from what Yamamoto Shigekuni can imagine. Just give him a few years. No, only a few months. Even if Yamamoto Shigekuni personally takes action, he may not be able to get him. Speaking of Matsumoto alone, it is not something that Yamamoto Shigekuni can control, and even without his reminder, Matsumoto will take the initiative to help him cover up these things. Not long ago, Matsumoto specially reminded him to pay attention to the higher levels of soul society. Therefore, Mufeng did not have the slightest opinion on this arrangement of the 13th division of the Guardian. Instead, he expressed his approval with both hands. Without paying any price, he could gain the trust of the high-level officials of the soul society, and there was an additional one that was both eye-catching and directed towards him. The beautiful teacher, who is willing to change. That's it. Then Teacher Luanju, I will trouble you in the future, Mufeng said with a mysterious smile on his face. No trouble, no trouble. To be honest, I have to thank Brother Mufeng. In the next year, I will come to guide every day, which means that I can rest for a whole year, and I don't have to be busy with those annoying things. It's really cool. Although he felt that the smile on Mufeng's face was a little weird, Matsumoto replied quickly, with a hint of joy in his tone. For Matsumoto, who is still a chairperson, a whole year of rest is very rare. Mufeng and Matsumoto didn't know that this time. The reason why the senior officials of the Soul Society sent Matsumoto to guide Mufeng alone was the result of the confrontation between Yamamoto Shigekuni and Jing's ideas. Matsumoto was also sent by Jing to Mufeng without the knowledge of Yamamoto Shigekuni. Otherwise, with Yamamoto Shigekuni's character, knowing that Matsumoto and Mufeng have friendship, Matsumoto will never be sent to guide Mufeng. Chapter 33_C True Central Spiritual Arts Institute. Some open space. This is one of the most remote places in the Junyang Spiritual Arts Academy. There are weeds and weeds, the environment is harsh, and there are almost no traces of people. But today, there are two more figures in one corner of the open space, one tall and one short. Here we are, Brother Mufeng. This is a training place that my sister found when she was studying in the Spiritual Arts Academy. How is it? It's not bad. This tall and one short figure is none other than Mufeng and Matsumoto. The taller one is naturally Matsumoto, while the shorter one is Mufeng. The replacement object chosen by the system for Mufeng was a 14 or 15-year-old boy who had not yet grown. Matsumoto was extremely tall, and it was normal for Mufeng to be shorter than Matsumoto. This is also the reason why when Matsumoto called Mufeng's younger brother, Mufeng let it go and did not refute. As for Matsumoto's purpose of bringing Mufeng here, of course, it was to teach Mufeng Shunpo. Shunpo is a skill that moves the body quickly. To move around, it needs to be practiced in a fairly open place. It is not suitable for a narrow place like a residence. In fact, there was already a dedicated Shunpo practice venue in the Junyang Spiritual Arts Academy, which was where Mufeng's Shunpo course was originally held. It's just that the senior officials of the Soul Society have sent Matsumoto to guide him into a special person, so of course there is no need to take the Shunpo class. If you don't take the Shunpo class, the venues dedicated to practicing Shunpo are not suitable for Mufeng. It wasn't to say that Mufeng couldn't use that venue. The most important thing in the Junyang Spiritual Art Institute is the venue. The dojo dedicated to practicing Shunpo is enough to accommodate thousands of people, and one more Mufeng is nothing at all. However, in this way, the news that Matsumoto was sent by the senior officials of the Soul Society to personally guide him will inevitably leak out. Mufeng's reputation in the Junyang Spiritual Arts Academy was not small. If this incident is leaked, his fame will only increase, and a big trouble will come. Mufeng doesn't want to be surrounded by people all day long. Of course, even if there is no such thing, Mufeng intends to find a way to get rid of the people who are watching him around, and then find a secret place to practice shunpo and ghost way. After all, he has a lot of things that can't be seen. Now, with the arrival of Matsumoto, not only have the people who were being watched around have withdrawn, but he has also found such a remote place to practice. Mufeng really doesn't know what to say. I have to say that Matsumoto is just like his noble person in the world of death. From when he first arrived in the world of corpses, he rescued him in time under the false mouth, to recommending him to study at the True Spiritual Art Institute, and now, he has become his personal guidance. It can be said that Matsumoto has played a big role in the reason why he has been so smooth these days. If there was no Matsumoto, he would never have been able to go so smoothly when he had no foundation in the world of death. Thinking of this, Mufeng looked at Matsumoto with a strange color in his eyes. This place is quite good. I didn't expect that there is such an empty and remote place in the Junyang Spiritual Art Institute. I am very satisfied. You really know me, Luanju. Mufeng glanced around and nodded in satisfaction. Brother Mufeng is satisfied. This is my sister's secret bait. Now it's cheap for you. And my sister is thinking about you like this. Brother Mufeng, don't you still want to call me sister? Hearing Matsumoto's coquettish voice, Mufeng couldn't help looking up and down Matsumoto. As usual, Matsumoto's dress was as sexy and casual as ever, especially the majestic pear on the chest, almost ready to show such a powerful figure. Seeing Mufeng's heart couldn't help but sway, and there was a hint of heat in his eyes. Shouldn't I have said it? If you call your sister, it will be a lot more inconvenient to do some bad things in the future. Mufeng blurted out. Do bad things? Brother Mufeng, what bad things do you want to do to elder sister? The scorching heat in Mufeng's eyes was not deliberately hidden, so Matsumoto noticed it for the first time. Originally, Matsumoto wanted to end this topic directly. Deep down, she really regarded Mufeng as her younger brother. However, for some unknown reason, just when she was about to speak out and change the subject, she accidentally said such an ambiguous sentence. As soon as these words came out, he was undoubtedly playing with fire, and the fiery color in Mufeng's eyes suddenly burned even more intensely. You said it, Luanju. What other bad things can I do? Mufeng said with a slightly evil smile on his face. As he spoke, Mufeng's gaze unabashedly swept across Matsumoto's face and the majestic pair. Matsumoto's heart shuddered when he touched Mufeng's hot eyes. This was the first time someone dared to look at her with such a blatant look. The most important thing was that this person was still Mufeng in her heart. Cough. Brother Mufeng, it's getting late. Let's start practicing shunpo. Matsumoto coughed and hurriedly changed the subject. Mufeng BB Isho withdrew the scorching heat in his eyes. Some things are enough to stop, and if you continue, it will be too much. Mufeng doesn't want to destroy the relationship between himself and Matsumoto when his brain is hot for a while. Anyway, it will take a long time to come to Japan for the next year. Matsumoto was his personal guide. Well, let's start. Mufeng nodded and said lightly. Seeing that Mufeng didn't entangle on the topic just now, Matsumoto couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. If Mufeng really continued to entangle on the topic just now, Matsumoto really didn't know how to face it. She took Mufeng as her younger brother from the bottom of her heart. She cares about Mufeng so much, but she really doesn't want to destroy the relationship between herself and Mufeng because of something. Under the tacit understanding of the two, what just happened was quickly suppressed, and the relationship between Mufeng and Matsumoto returned to its previous state. It's just that Matsumoto didn't know. Although no one brought up the matter, the thought had already been buried in her heart, and she didn't even know it. From this moment on, her so-called sister and brother relationship with Mufeng had changed a little. Brother Mufeng, although we know each other, I won't let you go when it comes to guiding you, and you don't want to beg for mercy. In the future, you will fight against the ferocious Shu, and now you will be slack with you. I hurt you, Matsumoto said with a very serious expression. She has fought with Shu countless times, and has witnessed many gods of death dying at the hands of Shu, so these words are from the heart, and she will never relax on this matter because she cares about Mufeng. I know, but Luanju, I'm sure you won't say that anytime soon. Hearing Matsumoto's reminder, Mufeng couldn't help showing a strange smile on his face. He knew that Matsumoto said these words because he was thinking of him. However, he believes that Matsumoto will soon stop saying such words. Before, the teacher of the fighting technique class seemed to have said similar things, but in the end, the teacher of the fighting technique class approved him directly, so he didn't need to go to the fighting technique class. Chapter 34 Matsumoto was hit. Matsumoto did not understand the hidden meaning in Mufeng's word. Therefore, directly ignoring Mufeng's word, he began to explain shunpo. The god of death has 4 stunts, flashing fists and walking ghosts. This Mufeng younger brother must know all about them. Among them, flashing, white fighting, and ghost way. You have already come into contact with them before, so I won't say much about them. Fighting technique, beheading, ghost way. Every death god only needs to be proficient in one of them. Speaking of which, Matsumoto couldn't help but look at Mufeng, but she only remembered now that Mufeng seems to be very talented in these 3 aspects. However, Shunbu is any death god, and he must master a stunt. The other 3 stunts are all used to fight against the virtual, but this stunt is not only used for fighting, but also it's used to save your life. Brother Mufeng, you must remember that for a god of death, in any battle, the number 1 priority is never how many shuis you kill, but how to save your own life. Living is the most important thing. Quote, the more Matsumoto spoke, the more serious his tone became. Mufeng also nodded in agreement. Matsumoto's words just now. Mufeng has a deep understanding. From pirate to death, all the way. Mufeng deeply understands the importance of living. Only living can have hope. If you die, then there is nothing. Seeing Mufeng nodding in agreement with his word, Matsumoto couldn't help but relax a lot. Mufeng looked only 14 or 15 years old. It was when his grandmother was young and passionate. Matsumoto was really worried that Mufeng would be impulsive and passionate without caring about himself. As life. Over the years, she has seen many gods of death who sacrificed her life because of a moment of blood. Brother Mufeng, I hope you can remember what I said, and you must pay attention to Shunbu. Now, let me introduce you to Shunbu first. After the voice change, Matsumoto finally returned to the topic. The so-called Shunpo is actually the ability to have a reiatsu and move quickly. It's like this. Saying that, Matsumoto's figure suddenly flashed, like a phantom, appearing a few meters away, and then her figure flashed again and returned to the original place. Brother Mufeng, what did you see? The one I just performed was Shunpo. However, although the Shunpo just now is not very advanced, it takes a long time to practice. Of course, the most important thing is to need the support of the spiritual pressure. The spiritual pressure is the foundation of the god of death. Anything needs the support of the spiritual pressure. Quote, Brother Mufeng, it's not long since you became a god of death. Your spiritual pressure is not strong enough, and this is the first time you have come into contact with Shunpo. Therefore, you have to start practicing from the most basic Shunpo. The basic Shunpo is to use the spiritual pressure to improve movement speed. Mufeng brother, you need this. Matsumoto took the trouble to explain the basic Shunpo skills to Mufeng in detail, and there were also many precautions, which took half an hour to finish. Although what Matsumoto said to Mufeng 99% of the time is nonsense, but Mufeng did not interrupt Matsumoto, but listened carefully to every word of Matsumoto from beginning to end. Brother Mufeng, do you understand? After saying the last idea, Matsumoto looked up at Mufeng and asked, well, I almost understand. Basic Shunbu, it should be like this. Mufeng BB nodded, gathered the spiritual pressure in his body under his feet, and floated out like the wind. Brother Mufeng, didn't I say before that we have to do it step by step? First try to concentrate the spiritual pressure under your feet, Shunbu, but among the 4 stunts, the most difficult one. Aware that Mufeng suddenly released the spiritual pressure, Matsumoto hurriedly stopped. However, as soon as the words were spoken, Matsumoto saw Mufeng wandering in the clearing. For a moment, Matsumoto was stunned, because Mufeng was performing the basic Shunpo, and he seemed to be very skilled, as if he had practiced for several years. Brother Mufeng, have you learned Shunpo before? Matsumoto couldn't help asking. Brush. In a flash, Mufeng returned to Matsumoto, and said innocently, no, I've only heard of Shunbu before, but today is my first contact with Shunbu. Of course Mufeng was telling the truth. Shunbu was indeed his first contact. However, who let his real realm be the source level, and he still has the system. Just a basic instant step. Of course it is not difficult to comprehend. In fact, just after Matsumoto explained many basic Shunpo technique to him, a prompt sound came from the system. Ding! Congratulations on mastering the skill Shunpo basic level, and comprehension of 10%. Although Mufeng can't directly use the experience scroll to directly improve Shunpo's comprehension because he doesn't have an experience scroll. However, it is still very easy to analyze the basic Shunpo at the realm of Mufeng's heavenly Dao level. I will explain it to him in Matsumoto. When Shunbu's precautions were taken, he had already pushed Shunbu's comprehension to 100% of the base. That's why Matsumoto felt that Mufeng's Shunpo felt like he had been practicing for several years. Then how did you master Shunpo? Matsumoto asked in disbelief. Of course it was Luanju that taught me. I just performed Shunpo according to the technique you explained to me. Mufeng still had an innocent look on his face. For some reason, he suddenly fell in love with Matsumoto pretending to be innocent. What? It's impossible. I just explained it to you, and I haven't shown you yet. How can you? Matsumoto still didn't believe it. She had never seen anyone before, so she could master the basics in such a short period of time. Shunpo, and it looks like he's been so for years. Ranju, don't underestimate me. I'm a genius. Before Matsumoto could finish speaking, Mufeng interrupted him. Matsumoto. She suddenly remembered that Mufeng, who was in front of her, seemed to be a genius. She had heard that Mufeng mastered a ghost way without any guidance after only watching it twice in the ghost class. Ranju, I have almost mastered the basic Shunpo, so I should be qualified to remove the stronger ghost. Mufeng asked casually. Hearing Mufeng's word, Matsumoto was speechless again. 4.3 Judging from the basic shunpo that Mufeng just performed, it is indeed possible to get in touch with a higher and certain shunpo. However, she also warned Mufeng not to be too ambitious and to pay attention to the basic in the blink of an eye, but to teach him a stronger shunpo. Wouldn't he be slapping himself in the face, etc. A flash of spiritual light suddenly flashed through Matsumoto's mind, and she suddenly remembered that the primary shunpo above the basic shunpo requires a spiritual pressure above the seat officer to perform. Mufeng had just entered the Junyang Spiritual Arts Academy for less than half a month, and even if he was talented, he would not be able to raise his spiritual pressure to the level of an officer in such a short period of time. She knew very well that Mufeng was just an ordinary soul for more than 10 days. Thinking of this, Matsumoto had a plan in his mind. Since Mufeng wanted to learn elementary shunpo, she would call him and let him have a taste of what a blow is. Chapter 35 _ Keep hitting. Judging from your performance just now, you are indeed qualified to release the elementary shunpo that is deeper than the basic shunpo. Since you want to try it, my sister will teach you, Matsumoto said with a wicked smile on his face. Although Mufeng didn't know Matsumoto's plan, he could still hear the change in Matsumoto's tone. However, he didn't say it, because he believed that with his ability and the system, Matsumoto's plan was doomed to fail. Primary shunpo is actually an advanced version of the basic shunpo. It requires you to increase the speed faster, and while moving, eliminate the sound and breath as much as possible. Although Matsumoto intends to attack Mufeng, she still explained to Mufeng very seriously about the many skills of beginner shunpo and some precaution. After all, her starting point was still for Mufeng's sake. Oh, so that's the case. The principle of elementary shunpo is like this. Mufeng nodded after hearing this, and then his body flashed and quickly disappeared in place. This time, compared to before, Mufeng's speed was one level faster, and when it moved, the sound produced was extremely small, almost close to none. 12 suddenly has exceeded the minimum standard of the primary shunpo just mentioned by Matsumoto. How could you cast a primary shunpo? Seeing Mufeng reappearing in front of him, Matsumoto stammered for a long time before saying what he wanted to say with a look of disbelief. Why can't I use the primary shunpo? The skills you just explained aren't that difficult. Mufeng touched his head and said again with an innocent look on his face. Matsumoto. Looking at Mufeng's innocent expression, Matsumoto was speechless. No matter how she looked at it, she felt that Mufeng was swearing and showing off. Taking a deep breath and trying to calm himself down, Matsumoto reorganized his language and asked, Beginner shunpo, you must have a spiritual pressure above the official level to be able to use it. Brother Mufeng, when did your spiritual pressure become so strong? I remember when I first saw you, you even had spiritual pressure. There is no cohesion. It has only been half a month. How is it possible? Although he knew that being able to perform elementary shunpo means that the spiritual pressure in Mufeng's body was no longer inferior to that of a senior officer, Matsumoto was still a little unbelievable. Officer, those are the elites among the gods of death. The Junyang Spiritual Arts Academy has cultivated tens of thousands of death gods for hundreds of years, and there are still no great ones who can get official position. Those who can elevate the spiritual pressure to the rank of chairperson before the graduation assessment of the true Central Spiritual Arts Academy are already geniuses. But Mufeng only spent more than 10 days to upgrade the spiritual pressure to the level of the chairman, and Matsumoto no longer knew how to describe him. Is it difficult to upgrade the spiritual pressure to the rank of the seat officer? I remember that it was just a few days after entering the Spiritual Art Institute, and the spiritual pressure seems to have broken through. Mufeng said casually, as if raising the spiritual pressure to the seat officer rank really is not difficult. Is it difficult? Matsumoto was speechless again. For a genius, it was not too difficult, but that was also the scoring situation. In more than 10 days, ordinary people who didn't even condense spiritual pressure were promoted to the level of senior officials. At least Matsumoto has not heard of it, and who has done it in the soul world? Ranju, how about the primary shunpo I just performed? Is it a standard? Mufeng asked as if he didn't notice that Matsumoto was hit by him, still pretending to ask for advice. Well, very standard. I have nothing to teach you, Matsumoto said through gritted teeth. Looking at Mufeng's expression, and thinking about the series of events that just happened, she was 100% sure that Mufeng was snoring. The Mufeng she knew was not so simple, so lacking in vision. Although he knew it, Matsumoto found that he couldn't help Mufeng at all, because the following series of things seemed to be made by herself in order to combat Mufeng. In other words, she was digging a hole and burying herself in it. Oh, what are you going to teach me next? Ghost Dao, Kendo, fighting technique. Although Mufeng had already laughed in his heart, he still asked calmly, Brother Mufeng, you are really getting more and more bad. Don't you think I don't know what you're thinking? Since you want me to continue to guide, that's okay. Just Kendo. First give me a Zanpakudo to slash 1,000 times. Quote. Seeing that Mufeng was still chattering, Matsumoto gritted his teeth. Ranju, I'm a genius in swordsmanship. swordsmanship. Slashing, which has no technical content, is not suitable for Dao at all. Mufeng refused directly. Just kidding. The reason why he skipped Kendo class was because he didn't want to waste time on these basic skills that were useless to him. There is no technical content in slashing. Okay, I will find you a technical content. Just the tree over there. Within today, use the scabbard to cut it off for me, and the use of spiritual pressure is not allowed. Matsumoto pointing to a big tree with a thick bowl mouth not far away. He deliberately made trouble. Unexpectedly, as soon as she finished speaking, Mufeng immediately agreed. Is that the tree over there? Yes, you can see it. Mufeng held the unsheathed zanpakuto in both hands, and his eyes locked on the uncle Matsumoto pointed at. Brush. A sharp light flashed by. Mufeng suddenly appeared in front of the big tree, and the zanpakuto in his hand slid past the uncle together with the scabbard. Boom. The entire tree was immediately cut off in the middle, and the incision was extremely smooth, not like a scabbard but more like it was cut directly with a zanpakuto. Matsumoto. The words just now were just angry words, she said. The purpose was to make things difficult for Mufeng. The tree she chose was not too thick, and she could barely cut it with a zanpakuto without using reiatsu. But with a scabbard, even if she was given a day, she might not be able to do it. Seeing Matsumoto's stunned expression, Mufeng secretly issued. Using a scabbard to cut off a big tree with a thick bowl mouth and put it in the world of pirate, any swordsman can do it, and his Hindo level is far beyond that of the supreme swordsman. Not to mention a tree, even with a diamond, he could easily cut it in half. How is it, Luanju? Do you want to continue to guide me? Mufeng looked at Matsumoto with a faint smile on his face. Go ahead, let me guide you on the fighting technique. The meaningless smile on Mufeng's face fell into Matsumoto's eyes, but it turned into scorn and ridicule. Matsumoto, who was not going to continue, was struck by Mufeng's smile and gritted his teeth. Over the next few hours, Matsumoto finally realized what it means to be a monster. Instructing Mufeng's fighting technique, Matsumoto chose actual combat. Originally, he wanted to take the opportunity to teach Mufeng a lesson, but he was firmly suppressed by Mufeng's foundation, and he couldn't help Mufeng at all. Of course, Mufeng couldn't help her, but she was instructing Mufeng, and was suppressed by others with the basic. What kind of guidance was she talking about? In exchange, Mufeng's guidance was almost the same. On the Ghost Road, Matsumoto was hit even more. Originally, she wanted to take advantage of Mufeng's ghost teaching class yesterday, and wanted to give some pointers on the basic ghost teaching of Mufeng. However, Mufeng directly performed the first 30 ghost ways perfectly, directly blocking her mind. Then Matsumoto wanted to teach Mufeng a more advanced ghost way, but she only performed it once, and Mufeng followed closely. In the end, although she used a more advanced ghost way, she moved her face back, but what she used was the ghost way of number 60 or above that can only be performed by comprehending Bankai's death god, a senior officer and a freshman named by Raya who had just entered the True Spirit Academy. No matter how you looked at it, she was still the loser. In short, Matsumoto deeply realized that the ghost teacher's original experience, the object of teaching, is too evil. It is a naked blow. In the end, Matsumoto only instructed for a long time, and then he left Mufeng directly, returned to Jinglingting, and threw down the words that he would never guide Mufeng again. Chapter 36_provocative. Of course, Matsumoto came the next day. This time, Matsumoto was not instructing Mufeng to cut the fist and walk away ghost. Instead, he told him about his experience in fighting Shu and some basic information about Jinglingting. Shepherd's Wind only learned some basic information about the world of death through comic. Of course, it is impossible for him to know about meticulous and empirical things. And comics are comic, reality is reality. There are still some differences between the two. Therefore, Mufeng listened seriously, and Matsumoto managed to regain a little faith. When explaining these things to Mufeng, Matsumoto kept telling him to keep a low profile and not let outsiders know about the things he showed yesterday. This made Mufeng's heart warm. To be honest, Matsumoto really had nothing to say to him. Just based on what he showed yesterday, any normal person would suspect that there was something wrong with him, but Matsumoto not only did not suspect but helped him to cover it up. Experience and theory always have time to finish, and Mufeng's memory is very amazing, which can be called unforgettable. So, in just the past week, Matsumoto found he had nothing to talk about. However, Matsumoto did not resign from the task of guiding Mufeng, but changed the guidance to mutual learning, and even sometimes became the one being instructed. Anyway, the reason given by Matsumoto is that she doesn't want the whole year's rest world to go to waste. In this way, Mufeng's life in Junyang Spiritual Arts Academy has completely turned into a residence, an open space, and a life of 2 points and 1 line. In the blink of an eye, more than a month has passed, plus the previous 10 days. It has been almost 2 months since Mufeng entered the Junyang Spiritual Art Institute hall. A mouthful of foul breath came out of his mouth, and Mufeng slowly opened his eyes as always. After feeling the spiritual pressure in his body, a smile flashed in Mu Feng's eyes. After 2 months of uninterrupted cultivation, the spiritual pressure in his body has exceeded the threshold for understanding Shikai, which means that he is not far from understanding Shikai. Far comprehending Shikai, he was unexpectedly able to break the second seal of the system. Nothing made him more happy than this. After restraining the spiritual pressure in his body, Mu Feng took a shower and opened the door, ready to go to the open space. However, Mu Feng just played gate of opening, and an unexpected scene happened to him. You finally woke up. Do you know how long we've been waiting for you? A young man with bright red hair clenched his fists and looked at him angrily. Beside him stood a young man with yellow hair and blue eyes, and 2 girls. One shyly shrank behind, the other looked a little cute. Mu Feng is no stranger to these 4 people. They are Renji, Hinamori, Momo, Kira, and Rukia. What? Do you have something to do with me? Mu Feng ignored Renji, looked at Ji Liang and Hina Moritao and asked. Although Mu Feng knew them, it was because he had seen the original plot of the Shinigami. Except for Renji and Hinamori Dao, he didn't remember having an encounter with Ji Liang and Rukia. Moreover, he remembered that in the original plot, the relationship between Renji and Kira did not seem to be very good at first, and he only became acquainted with Hinamori Dao in the actual combat class not long afterward. Hey, Mu Feng, didn't you hear what I said? Seeing that she was ignored by Mu Feng, Renji was angry and said angrily, Renji, don't make trouble. Rukia, who was behind Renji, hurriedly stopped. Renji still listened to Rukia's word. Therefore, Renji reluctantly held back his anger, but his eyes were still fixed on Mu Feng. It's not that we have something to do with you, it's that Renji has something to do with you. He wants to challenge you. Ji Liang said helplessly. He was also a little helpless about Renji's performance just now. You come to challenge others, but you get angry at them, which is really unreasonable. That's right, Mu Feng, I'm here to challenge you. Last time, the shame of being defeated by you. This time, I will definitely get it back. Renji clenched his fist and shouted, I am sorry, I'm not interested. Mu Feng refused indifferently. He is really not interested. Renji and he are not at all level people. Let him fight with a little kid who just mastered the Zanpakuto. Even if he wins, it is meaningless. The last time he accepted Renji's challenge, it was because he was in class and he couldn't refuse. If nothing else, I'll go first. Without waiting for Renji and the others to speak, Mu Feng directly passed them and walked towards the open space. I think you are afraid of losing to me. Renji mocked Mu Feng's back. Renji, I think it better, since Mu Feng doesn't want to let go. Ji Liang said with a wry smile. The reason why he appeared here was that he was told by Renji, and he didn't like Renji at all when he challenged Mu Feng. More than a month ago, Mu Feng had already mastered the 9th Ghost Way in the Ghost Dao class. Now that more than a month has passed, with Mu Feng's talent, he will only progress faster than them, not slower. No one knows how strong Mu Feng is now, but it must be much stronger than him and Renji. You're just scared. I didn't expect that Mu Feng, who is known as a once-in-a-millennium genius, is actually a coward who doesn't even dare to take up challenges. Renji ignored Ji Liang's persuasion and continued to shout wildly. Of course, Renji's clamoring. Mu Feng wouldn't care, but letting him go on like this might cause a lot of trouble. What Mu Feng hates most is trouble. Therefore, he turned around and stared at Renji, and said slowly, since you ask so sincerely, then I will promise you and come with me. However, you must be quiet, or you will be at your own risk. While speaking, Mu Feng Vivi revealed a little breath, pressing down on Kira and Renji. In the breath that Mu Feng revealed, there was a slight trace of majesty belonging to the heavenly Dao level. Kira and Rukia didn't even understand Shikai yet. According to the division of the system, they belong to the mortal level. The difference between the heavenly Dao level and the mortal level is not a few levels, but a dimension. Even just a hint of breath made Ji Liang and Renji's heart tremble, and a strong fear rose in their heart. They subconsciously obeyed Mu Feng's word, and closed their mouths and stopped talking. The originally arrogant Lian Ji, under the pressure of Mu Feng's breath, restrained the madness on his face. As for Hina Sentao and Rukia, they didn't need Mu Feng's warning. They consciously didn't say anything. Satisfied, the 4 people were quiet, and Mu Feng continued to walk towards the open space. As for Renji and the others, they followed Mu Feng's orders. The open space where Mu Feng usually practiced was quite far from his residence, otherwise, it wouldn't be so remote. Fortunately, everyone has learned Shunpo. Although Renji and the others are still a certain distance away from mastering Shunpo, there is no problem in coming here. Chapter 37_full BDSM time. Soon, the group came to the open space where Mu Feng usually practiced. Brother Mu Feng, you came a little late today, and the people behind you, are they your friend? Matsumoto always came earlier than Mu Feng, so as soon as the group arrived at the open space, Matsumoto came the sound of, you are Chairman Matsumoto. Chairman Matsumoto, why are you here? And you and Mu Feng. Ji Liang recognized Matsumoto at a glance, and could not help but blurt out his debut. Ji Liang couldn't understand why Matsumoto, who was the seat officer, appeared in the True Spiritual Art Institute, and from the words just now, Matsumoto and Mu Feng seemed to be quite clothes. Officer Matsumoto. The other three also responded quickly and shouted respectfully. Renji, Rukia, and Kira were the same. Their eyes were full of surprises, but Hina Moritao was the only one with a face full of surprises after seeing Hina Moritao. In addition to the accident, there is also a hint of complexity. They are not my friend. They are here to challenge me. Mu Feng said lightly. Someone is going to challenge you, and it's still a freshman this year. It's really interesting, brother Mu Feng. Matsumoto glanced at the four of them, and there was a gloating look in his eyes. To challenge Mu Feng. The challenger is still the same freshman as Mu Feng. Matsumoto really didn't know what to say. He could only say that there is no 843 knowledge and fearlessness. Having been with Mu Feng for more than a month, she clearly knows how evil Mu Feng is. Not to mention the same class as Mu Feng. Even if the chief of the sick students is recruited, I am afraid that they are not the enemy of Mu Feng's unity. You must know that Mu Feng had already had the combat power of an officer level more than a month ago. She doesn't even know how strong Mu Feng is now. Didn't you keep clamoring to challenge me just now? Take action. This time, I won't let go. I will have to pay the price. Mu Feng looked at Renji indifferently, and said slowly. When he touched Mu Feng's indifferent gaze, Renji couldn't help but feel a sudden shock. He only felt that under Mu Feng's ordinary but magical gaze, everything about him was invisible. Sorry. Offended. I just hope you can agree to my challenge, and have no other intention. Renji solemnly said with apology. Yes, just in front of Mu Feng's residence. Most of Renji's actions were actually disguised. Although he has a bad temper and arrogant personality, he has not been impulsive and irritable to that extent. The reason why he did those things, behavior, there is only one purpose. That is to hope that Mu Feng can answer his challenge. Go ahead. Everything has to pay a price. Mu Feng's tone was as indifferent as ever. Renji's intentions are still disguised, and he has already seen through it. Don't look at Renji's appearance as a little rough, but Mu Feng is very clear that Renji's personality has a very calm and serious side. Otherwise, in the original plot, Renji would not have become the vice captain of the sick division. You must know that the captain of the sick division is Byakuya Kuchiki, who is notoriously strict. If Renji was really as arrogant as before, he would have been kicked out of the sick division long ago. To be honest, Mu Fengchi admires Renji's character. Under his sharp-edged appearance, he is calm and composed, which can be described as a combination of hardness and softness. Compared with Kira, Hinamori Dao, and Rukia, Renji's heart is undoubtedly more brilliant, which may be the reason why Renji first understood Benkai among the four. However, appreciate it. Appreciation does not mean that Mu Feng will let Lianji go. As he said before, everything has a price. Renji's temperament is indeed good, but she is still immature now, and her heart is too arrogant, so she has to be beaten. Of course, these are all excuses. The most important thing is that Mu Feng is in a very unhappy mood because of Renji's appearance, and he naturally needs to vent his unhappiness. He had already said this. Renji also knew that it was useless to talk too much. He took a deep breath, overwhelmed all the distracting thoughts in his heart, stood in front of Mu Feng, and said solemnly, Asanjing Renji, please advise. Mu Feng Vivi nodded. Speaking of which, this was the first time Lianji introduced himself to him. After introducing herself, Renji's face sank, her eyes locked tightly on Mu Feng, and then without any hesitation, she directly pulled out the light punch from her waist, held it with both hands, and performed basic shunpo under her feet. Her figure jumped. He stood up and slashed heavily towards Mu Feng. Yes, the weapon Renji used this time was a shallow strike, not a wooden sword for practicing kendo. No, it shouldn't be a shallow strike, it should be a zanpakudo. In the past month or so, Renji has also successfully awakened his zanpakudo, which is his courage to challenge Mu Feng. Of course, Renji should know that even though he used the zanpakudo did not come out of its sheath. Although unsheathed, the zanpakudo is still not comparable to a wooden sword, because zanpakudo can accommodate reiatsu. The knife that Renji cut out was undoubtedly filled with reiatsu. The zanpakudo with a scabbard, with a sense of oppression Ruo Ying Ruo Xian, approached Mu Feng. 23 of the Dao crystal shield, facing the zanpakudo that was about to slash him. Mu Feng's face was flat, and he only shouted in a low voice when Renji was less than half a meter away from him. Boom! With Mu Feng's voice, a circular crystal light shield appeared out of thin air, and Renji's zanpakudo happened to land on the crystal light shield. In an instant, the crystal light shield cracked and shattered, and a force of shock was transmitted to Renji's zanpakudo. Unprepared, Renji's figure retreated uncontrollably, and the zanpakudo in his hand almost came out, abandoning the number 23 bondage that sings. How is this possible? Is he really in the same class as us? Rukia couldn't help but exclaim, her face full of disbelief. After entering the Junyang Spiritual Arts Academy for more than 2 months, it is a bit exaggerated to be able to give up singing and display the number 23 bondage. You must know that the same freshmen and their class have just started to contact the ghosts of number 23 and above. Rukia knew a little about the situation of class 1 through Renji, and it was much faster than their progress. She had already taught the ghosts of number 20 and above, and and entered the training stage. After teaching, it does not mean that you have mastered it. In this preparatory death lab, there are absolutely no more than 5 people who can fully display the ghost path of number 20 or more. This is only the ability to perform it completely. Giving up singing and casting the binding Dao of number 20 or more is countless times more difficult than the complete display. Not only Rukia felt unbelievable, in fact, Kira and Hinamori Dao also felt the same. The two of them were in the same group, and there were several people who had mastered the number 20 or more bondage. Because they have mastered it, they were more aware of the difficulty of giving up the difficulty of singing and performing ghost ways above number 20. Compared to the other 3, Renji didn't even have time to be surprised. Under the shock of the light shield, his figure was already rushing backward. Before he could stabilize his body, Mu Feng's voice sounded again. Broken Dao number 4. Bai Lei. A finger pointed at Renji, and a lightning bolt shot out and shot towards Renji. Renji hadn't stabilized yet, so he didn't have time to dodge, so he could only lift up the Zanpakuto and block in front of him. Chapter 38 to torture Kira again. Boom. ZZ tilde tilde. The electric light flickered. Renji's upper body was instantly charred black, and his figure flew out backward. Love. Rukia and Kira were startled and rushed forward to catch Renji. Fortunately, Renji just looked a little embarrassed and was not injured, which made Kira and Rukia heave a sigh of relief. The reason why Renji was not hurt was of course the result of Mu Feng's deliberate control. Although the destructive power of Bai Lei, number 4, is not strong, at Renji's current level, if he is directly hit by Bai Lei without any precaution, he will still be severely injured. As for Renji's charred upper body, it was naturally Mu Feng's who could take revenge. He chose Bai Lei for this. How about it? Do you want to come again? And you, why don't you come together? Mu Feng said with a smile on the corner of his mouth, looking at Renji and Ji Liang. Come on again, I was careless just now. Renji gritted his teeth and said without hesitation, he easily defeated him with just 2 moves, and it was just like a joke. Such a result was really hard for him to accept. Ji Liang hesitated for a while, and finally nodded and replied, good. Like Renji, Ji Liang is actually a very arrogant person in his heart. He has always been dissatisfied with the person who has been pressing on Mu Feng since he first entered the Zhenyang Spiritual Art Institute and has long wanted to make peace with him. Shepherd's Wind competes with each other. This time, he and Renji came to Mu Feng together. In addition to accompany him, he also had the intention of challenging Mu Feng. From the battle just now, Ji Liang already knew that he could not be Mu Feng's opponent, but he still didn't want to give up. Like Renji, he also wanted to know how big the gap between himself and Mu Feng was. Ji Liang and Renji didn't speak, and stood side by side in front of Mu Feng. Both of them knew very well that a person alone could never be Mu Feng's opponent. Therefore, they, who have always been arrogant, did not reject Mu Feng's proposal. O King's Lander, the mask of flesh and blood, all phenomena, fluttering wings, crowning the name of human being, burning and destroying, the silence of all things, 24 breaking paths, flame strike, destroy yourself, entangling, freezing, endless black curtain, covering the sky, the world will eventually be silent. The 19th Black Prison. After knowing Mu Feng's strength, Ji Liang and Renji did not rush up like Renji had chosen before, but chose to use Ghost to contain Mu Feng first. The two had a very tacit understanding. Kira showed his strongest break, while Renji showed his strongest bond. Renji is performing a bondage of less than 20, and the speed is much faster than that of Kira. Just after Kira finished singing, Renji's ghost path has taken shape. Dozens of black stick fell from the sky and combined into a small cage. Block. After the cage was formed, Ji Liang's ghost path was also nearly completed. His palm pointed at Mu Feng, and a flame suddenly spewed out, rushing towards Mu Feng. As before, Mu Feng still did not resist, allowing Kira and Renji to attack. In fact, when Ji Liang and Renji just started singing, Mu Feng had already guessed their plan. The first 30 ghost house, Mu Feng is more familiar than them, not to mention the top 30 ghost house. In the Ghost Dao Hall, Mu Feng has basically mastered all the ghost ways recorded. In the 20th Ghost Road, even if Mu Feng really stood still, it was impossible to hurt him. However, it was too shocking, and Mu Feng chose to take action. Renji, Kira and others, not Matsumoto, would help him to conceal it deliberately. In order to avoid some trouble, it would be better for him to keep a low profile. Cut. Mu Feng gave a low drink. The Zanpakuto at his waist appeared in his hand, and the spiritual pressure was poured into it, and he gently slashed at the cage that trapped him. Tearing tilde tilde. A sword light flew out from the Zanpakuto, blocking several black sticks in front of him, and was cut off in a short time. Boom. The sword light and the flame collided together, and the originally unstable flame was directly detonated. The flame and the sharp energy annihilated each other, setting off heavy air wave, and finally dissipated in the air together. Woo. However, at this moment, a gust of wind suddenly came from behind Mu Feng, and a figure suddenly appeared, holding the Zanpakuto in both hands, with the momentum of thunder, attacking Mu Feng's back. This figure is none other than Renji. Breaking the Dao and binding Dao are not actually the ultimate moves of Kira Kira and Renji. They are just used to attract Mufang's attention. Their real ultimate move is Renji's slash. Kira is good at ghost, Renji is good at slashing, and the two know each other very well. When joining forces, how could they not use their respective strength? When Ji Liang's breach was taking shape, Renji used the cover of flames to perform Shunpo, and quietly touched Mufang's back, while Mufang dealt with the breach, giving Mufang a fatal blow. It's a pity that Kira and Renji thought Mufang was too simple. Before Renji's Zanpakuto dropped, he found that Mufang had turned around and was looking at him with a smile. Immediately afterward, in his field of vision, a continuously enlarged fist appeared. Boom! Mufang's fist slammed heavily on Renji's Zanpakuto, but with his Zanpakuto, he struck him on the head. The next moment, Renji's conscious eyes darkened, and he fell to the ground, losing his meaning. Renji! Rukia hurriedly shouted with concern, wanting to rush up to support Renji, but after seeing Mufang, she subconsciously shrank back. Don't worry, he's fine, he just passed out, Mufang said comfortingly. After finishing speaking, Mufang swept his gaze to Ji Liang. Well, solved it, now it's your turn. Hearing Mufang's words, Ji Liang's pupils could not help shrinking, and hurriedly said, I give up, I give up. How can this be? You and Renji are still comrades in arms, and if they are comrades in arms, it should be difficult, Mufang said with a smile on his face. As if to reassure Ji Liang, he added a few words. Don't worry, it's Renji who offended me, not you. I won't embarrass you too much. Although Mufang spoke with a smile and promised not to embarrass himself, for some reason Ji Liang always had an ominous premonition and was about to say something. At this moment, Mufang's low voice resounded in his ears again. Broken down number 4. Baile. The voice ringing in his ears finally made Kira understand where the ominous premonition came from. Mufang did not embarrass him or even hurt him, as he had just promised, but sometimes it is more uncomfortable not to be hurt than to be hurt. ZZ tilde tilde. A flash of lightning flashed and hit Ji Liang with great precision. In an instant, half a black man appeared in the open space again. Look, as I said, it won't embarrass you too much, Mufang said with a grin. Ji Liang looked at his charred upper body, forced a smile, and said, wanting to cry without tears, thank you for your mercy. Well, don't thank me. As I said, you didn't offend me. Mufang waved his hand generously, then looked at Renji lying behind him, and pointed to his right hand. The ninth right. A red light beam wrapped around Renji, pulled Renji, and hung it on the branch of a big tree not far away. When he wakes up, tell him that this beam will automatically disarm in the afternoon. This is the price of his wild word. You shouldn't have any opinions, right? After dealing with Renji, Mufang turned to look at Shanji Liang, Rukia, and Hinamori Dao, and asked indifferently. The three shook their heads, and even Rukia, who had the last relationship with Renji, did not say anything to stop it. Rukia didn't want to be rewarded by Mufang with a white thunder like Ji Liang and Renji. Seeing that the three of them were very interesting, Mufang turned around and walked towards the other corner of the open space, preparing to start today's practice. That, Mufang. As soon as Mufang turned around, before taking a few steps, a timid voice suddenly came from behind. Chapter 39 Hinamori Dao's request, calling out Mufang as young Sendao. Mufang turned to look at the young Sendao, and said with some doubt, anything else? Could it be that you also want to challenge me? No, it's not. Xiao Sendao continued with a flustered expression. After tangled for a while, Xiao Sendao seemed to summon up her courage and raised her head to look at Mufang. Mufang, can I ask you to teach ghost? Ask me about ghost. Mufang looked at Xiao Sendao in confusion, wondering why she suddenly made this request. Well, I see you, Mufang. You can even give up singing and perform in the 20s. You must be very skilled in ghost Taoism. Could you please give me some pointers? At first, the young Sentao was a little incoherent, but after a while, as time went by, the tone gradually stabilized, and the look in Mufang's eyes was no longer dodging. Mufang did not immediately return to the young Sendao, but looked at Matsumoto with a hint of inquiry in his eye. Brother Mufang, what do you think I'm doing? People are asking you for advice, not me. Matsumoto, who has been watching the play since the beginning, saw Mufang looking at him, first stunned, then swept away a glance at Mufang and Xiao Sendao. A hint of playfulness and ambiguity gradually appeared on their faces. She just noticed that Hina Sendao seems to be the girl who came to the basic course with Mufang 2 months ago. Mufang naturally noticed the playfulness and ambiguity on Hina Sendao's face. He wanted to explain, but he didn't know how to explain it. Vivi thought for a while, and Mufang decisively pushed the question back to Matsumoto. Chief Matsumoto, it's my personal guidance now. As long as you can convince her, I'll agree to give you advice. As soon as these words came out, a stunned look flashed across Matsumoto's face. She didn't expect that Mufang would push the problem to her again. Although she is Mufang's personal guide in name, but now Mufang doesn't need her guidance at all. In turn, sometimes Mufang will guide her from time to time. However, she couldn't say these words. A freshman who has just entered the True Central Spiritual Art Institute for 2 months, instructing a chairperson, and no one will believe it. It turns turns out that Chairman Matsumoto is Mufung's personal instructor. No wonder she is here. Hina Moritao, who was beside him, breathed a sigh of relief when he heard that Matsumoto was his personal instructor. The lingering tension also dissipated little by little. Officer Matsumoto, can I ask a ghost like Mufung? Hina Morita looked at Matsumoto expectantly, waiting for Matsumoto's answer. Matsumoto looked at Hinamori Dao's look of anticipation, and after thinking about it, he finally nodded and agreed. She knew exactly what Mufung was thinking. Based on her understanding of Mufung, even if Mufung really agrees to give advice to young Sentao, it won't be very often, and in the end, the job of giving advice to young Sentao has to fall on her head. This is also one of the reasons why Mufung let her make a decision. After seeing Matsumoto's agreement, Hina Morita's face showed a hint of joy, and she couldn't wait to look at Mufung. Since Matsumoto agreed, Mufung naturally would not object and said directly, in this case, if you have any questions in the future, you can come here to find me. I'm here basically every day. However, remember, don't confide the news of my being here to others. Okay, don't worry, I will never tell anyone, Xin Dao hurriedly assured. Yeah, Yuan Vivi nodded and said nothing more. Well, if I have a problem, can I come along too? Mufung had just agreed when a female voice came again. Rukia, who was still checking Renji just now, appeared in Hina Moritao's room at an unknown time. Behind him, he also looked at Mufung with anticipation in his eyes. One is also a teacher, and the other is a teacher. Mufung and Matsumoto hesitated for a while, then nodded and agreed. As a result, there were only two more people, Mufung and Matsumoto. After that, just as Matsumoto had expected before, Mufung seldom pointed out Hinamori Dao and Rukia because he was busy practicing ghost ways, and this incident fell on her head as expected. However, Matsumoto did not shirk because of this. The high-level officials of the Soul Society sent her here to guide Yuan. Now Yuan does not need her guidance, and it is the same for others. Matsumoto has already understood Shikai, and his own strength is almost as good as that of an ordinary vice captain. Of course, he is much stronger than the teacher of the true Central Spiritual Art Institute. Under her guidance, the two people, who were originally talented, improved almost by leaps and bounds. The reason for the progress of the two people is unknown to others, but Kira and Renji are very clear. At the beginning, Kira and Renji didn't care, and Renji was angry with Rukia for a while because of this. After all, Mufung took him seriously. However, after a discussion with each other, Kira and Renji unexpectedly discovered that Hinamori Momo and Rukia, who were weaker than them, actually caught up with their trend, and now the two are not calm. Although Kira and Renji are very different in character, they are both extremely strong in their bones. How can they be indifferent to being caught up with this kind of thing, and they are still two girls? After that time, Kira and Renji became more and more hardworking, but Hina Moritao and Rukia, with Matsumoto's cheating device, even Mufung wouldn't point them out from time to time. Mufung's vision was far above Matsumoto. Although he gave few pointers, every time he pointed them out, he was right to the point, which undoubtedly made the two of them progress faster. After a period of time, Kira and Renji sadly discovered that the gap between them and Hinamori Dao and Rukia has not widened, but has narrowed a lot. Even in a competition, Renji almost lost to Hinamori Dao. This time, the two were completely restless. In desperation, Kira and Renji had to shamelessly follow Hinamori Momo and Rukia to ask Matsumoto for advice. Matsumoto did not refuse the advice of Kira and Renji. In her opinion, what happened before was a joke at most. Otherwise, she would not have been standing on the side watching the fun at that time. Therefore, Matsumoto did not treat Ji Liang and Renji differently. On the contrary, she admired Ji Liang and Renji very much, especially Renji, and rushed to his courage to challenge Mufung. Matsumoto couldn't help but want to give him a compliment. You know, she didn't dare to mention this kind of thing more than a month ago, because she didn't want to be hit by Mufung again. Like Matsumoto, Mufung also has no opinion on the arrival of Kira and Renji. As I said before, he actually quite admires Renji's character. He took action to rectify Renji just because Renji had ruined his mood. Renji would end up like that. In fact, he deserved it. Speaking of which, Kira is actually the most innocent one, and he was completely implicated by Renji. Seeing that Matsumoto 5.1 and Mufung didn't care about what happened that day, Kira and Renji breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, these days, Ji Liang and Renji also want to understand. They were taught by Mufung that day. They were asking for it. No wonder Mufung. It was them who provoked her. Since you dare to provoke others, you must be prepared to be less skilled than others and be taught a lesson. Therefore, in their heart, there was no resentment towards Mufung for a long time. The reason why I haven't followed Rukia and Hinamori to ask for advice is just because I can't save my fate. Now, they were forced to do nothing by the progress of Rukia and Hinamori, so they had to follow him cheekily. With the addition of Kira and Renji, there was a little more noise in the originally empty space. After a period of contact, Mufung gradually realized that the reason why the four of them got together in advance was entirely because of him, which made Mufung sigh with a butterfly effect. Chapter 40 _ half a year later. Of course, these are all off topic. The addition of Ji Liang and Renji is just a small episode for Mufeng, and his life is still the same as before, 2 points and 1 line. However, because of the arrival of Hinamori Dao, Rukia and others, when he was studying Ghost, he would set up a barrier in advance. After all, the Ghost ways he is practicing now are basically Ghost ways above the 70th or 80th, which are not suitable for Hinamori Dao, Rukia and others to see. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, another 4 months have passed. The turbid coat of arms is faintly revealed, and the unruly and arrogant talent, the tide, the negation, the paralysis, the momentary, hinders the long sleep, the crawling iron princess, the clay doll that constantly self-mutilate, the 90 of the destruction, the black coffin. Quote, in the corner of the open space, in a barrier that could block his sight, Yuan chanted in a low voice, pointing his palm to the front. Several black iron curtains descended from the sky, and a black coffin covered a large zone. Puff, puff, puff. A harsh sound rang out, and Yuan then waved to disperse the coffin. The boulder that had just been shrouded was also revealed again. The originally complete boulder had suddenly become riddled with holes, and at the moment it was revealed, it shattered into countless pieces of gravel. Sure enough, only the captain-level Reiatsu can support ghosts above number 90. Although I used my understanding of ghosts to forcibly display them, their power is not comparable to ghosts below 90. Quote, Yuan glanced at the gravel on the ground, and Vivi sighed. Counting today, it has been almost half a year since Yuan entered the True Central Spiritual Arts Academy. Although the ghost path becomes more difficult as you go forward, especially the ghost path after the 60th, its power is not inferior to Shikai, the ordinary god of death, or even higher than it, but the difficulty is also not inferior to comprehending Shikai. However, Yuan still mastered all these ghost ways through the vision of the heavenly Dao level, coupled with his own talent and hard work. Even the ghost Dao of number 90 and above, he has almost comprehended it, but because of spiritual pressure, he cannot just put it on display. Originally, the Ghost Road recorded in the Ghost Road Museum was only number 1 to 70. The True Spiritual Academy is just a place where most of the gods of death are overwhelmed. Generally speaking, the strength of the graduates of the True Spiritual Academy is lower than that of Shikai. Even if there are occasionally geniuses like Ichimaru Jin, who only took a year to understand Shikai after entering the True Spiritual Art Institute, he would also propose to graduate early and enter the 13th division of the Gotei, so the Ghost Road from number 1 to number 70 totally adequate. The ghosts of number 60 and above are only qualified to contact Shikai after understanding Shikai. The ghost mastered by Yuan, except for the system reward, the rest are all obtained from the Ghost Museum. Originally, before Yuan joined the 13th division of the Gotei, he could not touch the ghosts of number 90 and above, but Matsumoto couldn't resist Mufeng's request, and secretly revealed all the ghost ways after number 70 to Yuan in private. Matsumoto is a seat officer, and his seat is not low. Of course, he is qualified to contact ghosts of number 70 and above. In fact, the chanting of Ghost Dao is not a secret in Jingling Court. As long as it is a death god at the level of an official, it can be read at will, and the senior officials of the Soul Society are not afraid that these will be leaked. Even if you know the chant, you have to use it. Ghost Road began on the 60th, and the difficulty began to climb straight. Even for some very talented people, it often takes several years to initially master a ghost way, which is still known to some people. Not everyone, like Mufeng, can easily master ghosts above number 60, or even above number 90 simply by chanting. After using the black coffin, the spiritual pressure in the Yuan body was almost consumed. Therefore, with a wave of his hand, he dispelled the enchantment arranged around him, and was not ready to continue practicing. The King's Lander, the mask of flesh and blood, the omniscient, the one who flutters his wings and takes the name of human being, the truth and temperance, only stand on the wall of the dream without sin with his minion. 33 of Breaking the Road, King Wo Pendant. As soon as he retracted the barrier, Yuan saw Hinamori Dao, Rukia and the others were practicing ghost ways under the guidance of Matsumoto. Brother Mufeng, have you rested so early today? Seeing Mufeng walking out of the barrier, Matsumoto said a little surprised. At this point, Mufeng should still be practicing ghost Taoism. Yeah, Mufeng Vivi nodded without explaining much. Shepherd, Hinamori Dao, Rukia, and the others who had just finished practicing ghost Dao also stopped their practice and said hello to Mufeng. Although Matsumoto instructed them, Mufeng usually locked himself in the barrier and practiced ghost ways alone. However, after getting along for such a long time, the relationship between them and Mufeng has also become more familiar. Even Renji, who has been clamoring to provoke Mufeng, has improved a lot with Mufeng, and even the faint Renji still worships Mufeng. Of course, Renji's attitude will change like this, and there are some small stories in it. Since Hinamori Dao and Rukia began to accept Matsumoto's guidance, Mufeng locked himself in the barrier. Hinamori Dao, Rukia, and Kira, although they were quite curious about what Yuan was doing in the barrier, they all cherished Mufeng's privacy diplomacy and didn't ask too much. Renji is different. He has always been bold, and he can't hide things in his heart. So, taking advantage of a certain time when no one was around, Renji sneaked out of Yuan's barrier, trying to take the opportunity to peek at what the 453 Shamu was doing. This kind of thing can't be hidden. So, while he was peeping, Yuan decisively rewarded him with a number 60 or above, and frightened him. Renji is not very good at ghost ways, but he still knows a little bit about the 60, so it is naturally impossible for him to fail to recognize what Yuan is doing. In less than half a year after entering the True Central Spiritual Art Institute, you can use ghosts of number 60 or more. Renji is not stupid. Of course he knows what it means. Since that day, Renji has never mentioned challenging Mufeng again. He hasn't even mastered the ghost way of number 31, so Mufeng can use ghost way of number 60 and above to challenge the evil spirits and monsters. Isn't he looking for abuse? This self-knowledge, love time still exists. Later, Mufeng pointed out Renji's kendo skills at will. Shepherd kendo is at the level of a great master, and a casual instruction is enough to benefit a novice in kenchi for a long time. In this way, Renji not only stopped provoking Mufeng, but even worshipped Mufeng. This is normal. When the difference between the two is not big, the weaker one may not admit defeat, but the gap between the two is so big that when one is completely crushed by one of them, the idea of not admitting defeat will of course not also. Not only will there be no more, but it is very likely that it will turn into a feeling of worship. That's what happened between Renji and Meikizuki. Pirate God Level Upgrade System Grim Reaper Chapter 41 to 60 Chapter 41 Simulation Training Number 33 Broke the Tao. What you have mastered is quite pure. You have made great progress. Mufeng acclaimed in admiration. In the past few months, he has seen the progress of the four with his own eyes. It has to be said that the four are worthy of being able to become vice captains and captains in the future, and their talents are quite good. Under the guidance of Matsumoto, and whether he is right or not, the four of them have progressed quite rapidly, although they were only practicing the number 33 piercing just now. In fact, even the weakest Rukia has already mastered the number 40 piercing. Such results, even if placed in the 4th or 5th class, are not considered the bottom. It has only been half a year since they entered the True Central Spiritual Arts Academy, and they have achieved such results. It is almost foreseeable that after they graduate, they will definitely get an official position when they enter the 13th division of the Guardian. Although it is not comparable to Shikai's genius like Ichimaru Jin, who entered the Shinoshu Academy within a year, the four of them are already much better than the other graduates of the Shinoshu Academy. Thank you very much, Mr. Matsumoto and Mufeng, for your guidance. Hina Sentao blushed slightly, and said with a little shyness, after so many days of getting along, Shindao's relationship with everyone has become very familiar. When they get along, they are basically very open, but when facing Mufeng, they are still a little shy. The other three did not speak, but a trace of gratitude flashed in their eyes. They knew very well that if it wasn't for the guidance of Matsumoto and Mufeng, they couldn't have progressed so quickly, and the reason why Matsumoto is willing to guide them is also because of Mufeng. Without Mufeng, in their current status, it is impossible to have any intersection with Matsumoto. Matsumoto is a seat officer, and he is also a very high seat officer, and they are just the freshmen of the True Spiritual Art Institute. Therefore, they are really grateful to Mufeng and Matsumoto. These are the results of your own effort. I don't give you much advice. I really want to be grateful. You should be grateful to Chairman Matsumoto. Mufeng waved his hand and said indifferently. He was telling the truth. He really didn't give the four of them much advice in the past few months. Of course, with his vision, even if it is just a very casual pointer, it can save the four of them from taking a lot of detours. Brother Mufeng is right. Your current achievements are the result of your hard work. My advice is just incidental. If you really want to be grateful, after joining the 13th division of the Guardian, you just need to kill more. Matsumoto rolled his eyes at Mufeng, and then looked at the four people's bold word. With a bold personality, she has never been a person who wants to repay her kindness. The reason why she taught Hina Dao, Renji and others so hard is because of Mufeng. At the beginning, it was Mufeng who promised to give instructions to Hina. After Mufeng agreed, she didn't care about it. She could only instruct the four people instead of Mufeng. The second is that they value the talents of the four, and they are not willing to waste the talents of the four. As for whether the four of them would be grateful, Matsumoto didn't think about it at all. She is already a chairperson, and she is not far from the vice captain. If the four want to repay her, they must at least become the vice captain. Although the talents of the four are good, no one can guarantee that they can become the vice captain except Mufeng. Hearing the words of Matsumoto and Mufeng, the four of them didn't say anything else. It's useless to say any words of gratitude. Regardless of whether Mufeng and Matsumoto care, they will remember this kindness anyway. Oh, by the way, in a few days, the special training class will go to the present world and enter the simulated virtual combat training. Mufeng, will you go? As if just remembering this, Hina Sendao hurriedly asked. Simulation training? Mufeng's eyes changed as soon as Vivi changed, and immediately this change was covered up by him, and his expression was as flat as usual. I know, if there is no accident, I should go. That great, we'll be together then, Hina Sendao said slightly excitedly. Mufeng Vivi nodded and agreed. Not much to say, there are only a few days before the simulation training, and we still have a lot of things to prepare. Therefore, there should be no time to come over in the past few days. We will see you then. After speaking, Hinamori Dao said goodbye to Matsumoto. Goodbye, Chairman Matsumoto. Goodbye. Matsumoto also replied with a smile. After saying goodbye, Hinamori tidied up and prepared to leave. Renji and Kira are also in the special training class, and they also have a share in combat training. After Hinamori Dao finished speaking, they also said goodbye separately. Goodbye in this world, Chairman Matsumoto. Goodbye. Then Renji took Rukia and left the open space with Kira and Hinamori Momo. Rukia didn't need to participate in combat training, but Renji had to take her with her. She really couldn't find a reason to stay alone, so she reluctantly left the open space with the other three. Brother Mufeng, I have already inquired about what you asked me to inquire about. The combat training of the special training class is indeed in charge of the 5th division. But, Brother Mufeng, why are you inquiring about this? Do you think into the 5th division? Matsumoto said as soon as Hinamori Dao, Renji and the others left. The special training class, that is, the class where Mufeng is in, is going to go to this world to enter combat training. Mufeng has long known Matsumoto as the chief officer of the 13th division of Gote, and belongs to the insiders. These are related to the matter of the 13th division of Gote, so she is naturally more informed than the freshmen like Hinamori Momo and Renji. In fact, as early as 3 days ago, Matsumoto had already received this news from the higher-ups of the Soul Society and informed Mufeng. After all, Mufeng, strictly speaking, also belongs to the special training class. This time, all members of the special training class need to participate in this simulation training, including Mufeng of course. However, in view of the special situation of Mufeng, the high-level officials of the Soul Society did not order Mufeng to participate but let Mufeng choose by himself. It was because of this matter that Mufeng stopped his ghost practice so early today. It's nothing, I'm just interested in this simulation training. By the way, Luanju, can you tell me about the situation of the 5th division? Mufeng changed the subject with a haha. It seems that little brother Mufeng is very interested in the 5th division. Matsumoto gave Mufeng a deep look and did not go any further but explained the situation of the 5th division to Mufeng. Having been with Mufeng for so long, Matsumoto has long known that Mufeng hides many secrets. However, she didn't want to say anything about it. She wouldn't care about what Mufeng did if it didn't endanger the Soul realm. The duty of the 5th division is to support the Shinigami and the apprentice Shinigami who are in trouble in the current world when they are killing Shu. The current captain is Aizen, who is a very qualified captain. The current vice captain is Ichimaru Jin, who, quote, having said that, a slight gloom flashed in Matsumoto's eyes, and his tone paused subconsciously. What wrong, Luanju? Mufeng asked knowingly. Chapter 42_purpose. Oh, it's nothing, nothing. Ichimaru Jin, the deputy captain of the 5th division, is a genius who came out of the Junyang Spiritual Arts Academy just like the younger brother Mufeng. However, this person has a cold and paranoid personality. He has too much exposure. Matsumoto suppressed his emotions and continued pretending not to care. Ranju, if Ichimaru Yin heard you arrange him like this, I don't know how he would feel. After all, you are also childhood sweetheart. Mufeng looked at Matsumoto and said with a half smile, Brother Mufeng, how did you know? Matsumoto looked at Mufeng with a look of astonishment on his face. Hehe, you don't need to worry about this, Mufeng said mysteriously. Of course he wouldn't tell Matsumoto that he knew it from the comic. I don't care about Brother Mufeng. How much do you know from where I know Ichimaru Yin? In short, Mufeng brother, don't misunderstand me. Ichimaru Yin and I are just friends from childhood to adulthood. Matsumoto hurried incoherently. Explain. Ranju, what you said is very strange. Are you and Ichimaru Jin a childhood sweetheart? And what does it have to do with me? Why should I misunderstand? Mufeng smiled, looking at Matsumoto, who was quite flustered, and said playfully, slip of the tongue, just a slip of the tongue. 777 I just want you to explain that the relationship between me and Ichimaru Yin is nothing else. Matsumoto seemed to have reacted, and the words just now were a bit wrong, so he quickly covered it up. You don't need to say any more. I understand, Ranju. Mufeng looked at Matsumoto with a deep meaning. Mufeng looked at Matsumoto, who had always been outspoken, and was extremely mad. She had no idea what Mufeng understood. Since it's getting more and more complicated, let's not talk about it at all. Matsumoto decisively skipped this topic. Brother Mufeng, since you are going to participate in this simulation training, you have to prepare. Although you can handle it easily with your strength, you should be cautious just in case. Matsumoto urged Road. Well, I will. Matsumoto nodded. He had been been looking forward to this simulation training for a long time. I've said what I should say. I should also go back to Jinglingting. Little brother Mufeng, be careful. Matsumoto warned again worriedly. Mufeng had to reassure himself that he would be careful. Matsumoto just let him go, and turned around to return to Jingling Court. Ranju. Just as Matsumoto was about to leave, Mufeng suddenly stopped her and said in a low voice, "The past is over. We should let go of the past and cherish the present." The thick and magnetic voice fell into Matsumoto's ears, causing Matsumoto's heart to tremble. Looking at Matsumoto's disappearing figure, a smile gradually appeared on the corner of Mufeng's mouth. The words just now were actually designed by him. How could he not know who the current captain and vice-captain of the 5th Division are? The reason why Matsumoto was asked to introduce the situation of the 5th Division was to draw out Ichimaru-jin and weaken Ichimaru-jin's position in Matsumoto's heart. Seeing the general plot of the Shinigami, Mufeng must admit that Ichimaru-jin is indeed very affectionate towards Matsumoto, but he does not think Ichimaru-jin is suitable for Matsumoto. One thing that Matsumoto just said about Ichimaru-jin is right, that is paranoia. Ichimaru-jin is too paranoid and too self-centered, willing to ambush Aizen for decades, only to avenge Matsumoto for assassinating Aizen. To this end, even Matsumoto can be alienated. It sounds great, but Ichimaru-jin never thought about whether it was what Matsumoto wanted. If Matsumoto chooses, I believe that Matsumoto will definitely not choose Ichimaru-jin to do so. Therefore, what Ichimaru-jin did was actually her wishful thinking. The smile at the corner of his mouth only lasted for a while, and then Mufeng took it away and replaced it with a strange look. In this world, simulation training, if I remember correctly, this simulation training, Aizen should be able to take action, manipulate Daxu who can't perceive Reiatsu, and attack the special training class. Mufeng muttered to himself. He remembered this scene quite clearly. It seems that it is precisely because of this plot that Aizen suddenly appeared like a savior, saving Hinamori Dao, Renji, and Kira, making Hinamori completely worship Aizen. Of course, this refers to the original plot. The current situation is different from the original plot. As a result, the three people, Hinamori Dao, Kira, and Renji, are much stronger than the original plot after Matsumoto's guidance. Second, in this simulation training, there is one more him. For the young Forest Peach, Mufeng still has a good impression. He didn't want the young Mori Dao to be affected by Aizen and then play with it at will. And the most important point, Mufeng was quite interested in those big phantoms that Aizen manipulated. Brush. With a flash of brilliance, a light curtain appeared in front of Mufeng's eye. The strongest god system, host, shepherd, belongs to the world of death, plundered world, pirate world, Naruto world, physical strength, mortal level, indestructible level, energy intensity, mortal level, origin level, soul strength, extraordinary, 99%, indestructible, skill, kendo, open black lens bracket grandmaster close black lens bracket open black lens bracket 100% comprehension close black lens bracket master swordsmanship, 8000 swordsmanship, special swordsmanship 100 times Momo, sword intent / fighting technique, open black lens bracket grandmaster close black lens bracket open black lens bracket 50% comprehension close black lens bracket mastering skills, marine rokushiki, you can freely use all marine rokushiki and its extended move, free fighting, you can freely use most of the fighting technique in the world of Reaper, ghost way, grandmaster level, comprehension degree 10%, if you have enough spiritual pressure, you can give up singing and cast any number 1 ghost way, extended guild, into the micro, according to your own mind, you can challenge the appearance characteristics of ghost to a small extent, immortal art, holy grade, comprehension 50%, special Zanpakuto, the rest of the skills are being sealed. This is Mufeng's current attribute. In half a year, he has raised his spiritual pressure to the peak of Shikai, and he is only one step away from breaking through to the captain level. According to the division of the system, the ordinary level corresponds to the stage of not comprehending the Zanpakuto Shikai, and the extraordinary level corresponds to the Shikai. The peak of transcendence is the peak of Shikai. Switching to Naruto world, the mortal level corresponds to the lower ninja and the chunin, and the extraordinary level corresponds to the upper ninja and the elite upper ninja. Because the rules of the world are different, the power attributes are also different. But whether it is Shikai in the world of death or Jonin in the world of Naruto, they all have a common characteristic, that is, their power is beginning to surpass the ordinary, and a full blow has the power to open mountains and crack rock. Therefore, the system defines this level as transcendent, which means the beginning of transcendence. Mufeng's spiritual pressure has been raised to the peak of Shikai. Under normal circumstances, let alone the peak of Shikai, as long as the spiritual pressure reaches the threshold of Shikai, you should be able to reach Shikai. Otherwise, it will be difficult for the spiritual pressure to increase again. Mufeng was stunned until now, and there was no sign of touching Shikai. Chapter 43 Hisagi Shuhei. If it wasn't for the fact that Zaraki Kenpachi was like himself, and that Reiatsu was also beyond beyond the limit, but he didn't understand Shikai. Mufeng would have long felt that his Zanpakuto had a problem. After all, his Zanpakuto was not born, but compensated by the system. However, Mufeng had a hunch that only when his spiritual pressure broke through to the captain level, he should be able to understand Shikai. Shikai peaked to the captain level, although it seems that it is only one step away, but this step is not low. For other people, only need to comprehend Bankai, and then through the increase of Bankai, you can complete the breakthrough. Different, he didn't even understand Shikai, let alone Bankai. There is only one way for him to raise the spiritual pressure to the captain level, and that is to continue to improve the spiritual pressure, and use the quantitative change to trigger the qualitative change, so that he will push his spiritual pressure up. The difference between Shikai's peak and the captain is at least 5 times. Even if Mufeng's spiritual pressure increases rapidly, it will take about a year to do it. 1 year is too long, and Mufeng doesn't want to continue like this. It is too slow to accumulate a little by yourself. If you want to improve quickly in a short time, you can only rely on the system. The evolution scrolls sold in the high-level God-level mall can not only increase the degree of evolution, but also increase the spiritual pressure. Just glancing at the source point column of the high-level God-level mall, the dazzling 0 word, Mufeng thought, and put away the light curtain in front of him. After the upgrade of the God-level mall, evolution scrolls and experience scrolls can be purchased with only origin point, but since the system was last upgraded and the God-level mall was cleared, he has not yet opened, and there is no origin point at all. Naturally you cannot buy evolution scroll. As a last resort, Mufeng locked his eyes on this simulation training. After the system has been upgraded, you can also obtain origin points by killing them. In the world of the God of Death, what is the faster and more direct way to obtain the origin point than killing the virtual? It's just that Mufeng is still a freshman at the Zhenyang Spiritual Arts Academy, and it is difficult to have the opportunity to go to the world or the virtual circle to hunt and kill the virtual. Opportunity. Aizen, I hope you won't let me down. Mufeng murmured to himself, with murderous intent in his eyes. Spiritual pressure from Shikai peak to captain level requires a lot of origin point. Mufeng hoped very much that Aizen can give a little more power this time, so that he can collect enough origin points for the upgrade at one time. 3 days later, the roof of the bishopric of the True Spiritual Art Institute. The Bishop Hall is the most magnificent building of the Zhenyang Spiritual Art Institute, and almost all the theoretical courses are held here. On the empty and flat roof in the path, today a huge Hisagi gate suddenly appeared out of thin air. In front of the Hisagi gate, dozens of new students of the Shino Spiritual Arts Institute were divided into several columns, with Zanpakuto on their back, standing neatly. That Hisagi gate, needless to say, is of course the way through the gate, the means of transportation between the God of Death and the soul world. The freshmen in front of the door are the freshmen of the special training class who are about to go to the present world for simulation training. Not long after the freshmen gathered, 3 strange figures came from not far away and stood at the Hisagi gate. There are 3 figures, 2 men and 1 woman, each with a very serious face. Compared with the freshmen who are in the queue from time to time, these 3 are undoubtedly much more mature. Let me briefly introduce myself. I'm Hisagi, a 6th-year student. After glancing at the group of new students and confirming that they were all here, the figure in the lead directly introduced himself without talking nonsense. I'm Keizawa. I am Qinglu. The 2 people behind Hisagi also announced their names one after another. The 3 of us will be your team leaders for this simulation training. Hisagi followed them and said. As soon as the 3 of them finished reporting their name, there was a commotion in the crowd, and many new students were talking about it, with a hint of excitement in their voices. What, are these 6th-year students famous? Renji glanced at the people who were discussing all around, and asked with their heads stretched out in front of Kira. Renji, you don't know this. Ji Liang looked at Renji with a surprised expression, as if seeing an alien. You know, I've never cared much about this kind of thing. By the way, are they famous? Renji ignored Kira's eyes and continued to ask. It's not them, it's the one in the middle. Kira turned his head to look at Hisagi in front of the crowd, and said solemnly, he is Hisagi Shuhei. For several years, he is the first person who has passed the entry test before graduating, and has obtained the qualification to join the Gotei 13th Division. It is very likely that he will get it soon. Official position. Renji's expression didn't change in the slightest, and he still looked at Kira with a flat face, as if he was talking about something unimportant. What, Renji, don't you think Hisagi-senpai is very powerful? Renji's expression made Kira angry, and he turned his head and glared at Renji. Before graduating, I passed the entrance examination. Isn't it great? I don't think so. Renji glanced at Hisagi, and said in a flat tone, that's a symbol of talent. In recent years, only Hisagi-senpai has done it. Isn't that enough to explain? Kira argued uneasily. 0. I don't think it very powerful either. If Mufeng is willing, it is estimated that he can enter the 13th division of the Guardian Court now. It shouldn't be a problem to get an official position. As soon as Ji Liang finished finished speaking, a girl suddenly sounded. This is the young girl Sen Dao's voice. Hinamori Dao's word, as if with a crit, directly caught Kira in one sentence. Ji Liang's face froze, and he closed his mouth decisively. Compared to ordinary Shinigami, Hisagi is definitely very powerful. Even some graduates are difficult to pass the entrance test of the Gotei 13th Division, let alone before graduation. However, such an achievement paled in comparison to Mufeng. Although Ji Liang doesn't know how strong Mufeng is, from a battle 4 months ago, Mufeng can give up singing and cast more than 20 ghost paths, and now Mufeng is absolutely powerful and terrifying. With such a comparison, not only Renji and Hinamori Momo, but even Kira felt that Hisagi was not that great. By the way, why isn't Mufeng here yet? Didn't he say he would participate in this simulation training? Ji Liang glanced around and asked with doubt. The simulation training is about to start, but Mufeng's figure doesn't seem to appear yet. I don't know, I've been looking for him again. Maybe there's something wrong. Why don't you come? His situation is special, so he doesn't need to participate in this simulation training. He didn't show up when he was drawn in the classroom before. Sendao said in a low tone. Deep down, Hina Sentao very much hope that Mufeng can participate in this simulation training. Chapter 44 _ Invited Team Leader. Then, from now on, we will divide you into groups of 3 and act. The girl standing on Hisagi's right hand, called Kanazawa, interrupted everyone's discussion and said in a cold tone, please take a look at the lottery drawn before, and those with the same mark will form a team. After hearing Kanazawa's word, everyone looked at the label in their hand. This is really useful. So, Kira, we should be a group. Renji muttered. Well, it's just a group of 3 people. There should be one more person. Ji Liang nodded. The other one is me. Shin Sendao raised the label on her hand and said with a smile, what a coincidence. I didn't expect that the 3 of us were actually divided into a group. Yes. Renji and Kira also nodded, saying it was a coincidence. There were dozens of people in the special training class, but the 3 of them were grouped together. It was indeed an extreme coincidence. It's just that Renji, Kira, and Hinamori Dao do not know that there is no such coincidence in the world. If there is, it must be deliberately arranged by people. Be quiet. After you find your teammate, stand together, Hisagi said in a deep voice, signaling everyone not to make a fuss. Now, let me briefly talk about the precautions for this simulation training. However, before I say this, let me introduce to you the specially invited team leader of this simulation training, Mufeng, who is in the same class as you. His responsibilities are similar to ours, overseeing and recording your performance in simulation training. Quote, brush. Just as Hisagi's word fell, an afterimage flashed past, and Mufeng's figure suddenly appeared to Hisagi's right. This is Shunpo. Hisagi's pupils could not help shrinking when he saw Mufeng's phantom-like figure. Originally, Hisagi was very disliked by Mufeng, the specially invited team leader who was placed in. Every time a freshman simulated training, the team leader was the best among the 6 class students. Never appeared, let alone a freshman in the first year. The name of Mufeng's genius, Hisafungus has heard it before, but no matter how strong the talent is, it can't change the fact that Mufeng is only a freshman who has only entered the true Central Spiritual Arts Academy for half a year. In half a year, no matter how talented, Hisagi didn't think that the current Mufeng could compare to the best of their 6th-year student. After all, being able to become a leader in the 6th grade is not bad in itself. Hisagi would never allow Mufeng to serve as a special team leader if he hadn't taken into account the orders of the senior leaders of the Soul Society. However, after seeing the Shunpo that Mufeng just performed, his impression of Mufeng changed a little. At the level of Shunpo just now, even in the 6th grade, there is not much that can be achieved. With this skill, coupled with the identity of Mufeng's freshman, he was barely qualified to be the special team leader. Thinking of this, Hisagi's gaze towards Mufeng could not help softening a bit. Noticing the change in Hisagi's eyes, Mufeng couldn't help but feel a little bit of issue in his heart. The reason why he just chose to use Shunpo instead of coming over was to shock Hisagi. As the best of the 6 students, he was suddenly notified that he would be the leader of the team with a freshman. Mufeng didn't want Hisagi's discomfort to affect his next action. Therefore, he deliberately exposed a little Shunbu's accomplishments to let Hisagi know that he was qualified to serve as this special team leader. Judging from Hisagi's reaction just now, his goal should have been achieved. Only they know what Mufeng and Hisagi are thinking. However, Mufeng's appearance caused a huge commotion among the freshmen of the special training class. That's Mufeng. Why did he appear here? I remember that he never took another class except for the first few classes. I also remember that he should have only been here for a few classes, and then there was no news. I thought he had been specially recruited by the 13th Division of the Guardian. It was rumored that he was the True Spirit Academy, the strongest genius of the millennium. Quote, he probably hasn't entered the 13th Division of the Guardian. Last time, I met him on the road, but I just don't know what he's doing. After all, the world of geniuses is different from ours. Didn't you hear what Hisagi-senpai just said? Mufeng is the specially invited team leader for this simulation simulation training. Special team leader. Why? Isn't he a freshman like us? Why? Just because someone is a genius. If you can watch it a few times, you can master the basics of free play or go trick, not to mention being a specially invited team leader. I have no problem with being the team leader directly. After a brief silence, the voice of discussion resounded among the freshmen again, and the intensity was far greater than before. To the surprise of the 3 6-year students, most of these discussions were filled with admiration, and there were very few doubts. At this point, even Mu Feng himself was surprised. However, he didn't care too much. These new students in front of him are destined to not have much interaction with him. Whether it is praise or slander, it has nothing to do with him. His eyes swept to where Hinamori Dao, Renji, and Kira were standing. A faint smile appeared on Mu Feng's face. He wanted to know what Hinamori Dao and the others looked like now. As soon as Mu Feng's figure appeared, Hinamori Dao, Renji, and Ji Liang froze in place. It has to be said that Mu Feng's identity this time was far beyond their expectation. After a long while, Ji Liang was the first to react, full of disbelief. Specially invited team leader. Mu Feng actually participated in this simulation training in such an identity. This guy, let him be in the limelight again. Renji also reacted, her sour voice full of envy. Well, Mu Fengxing 5.1 seems to be unexpected every time. Thinking of Mu Feng's previous performance in various courses, Xindao couldn't help but sigh. But, no matter what, you can come. After sighing, Hina Sentao murmured again, as if thinking of something. A faint blush appeared on her pretty face. Hinamori, what are you muttering? Ji Liang asked curiously when she saw Hinamori Dao muttering in a low voice. Ah, nothing, nothing. Upon hearing Ji Liang's voice, Hinamori Dao was startled and hurriedly covered it up. At this moment, Mu Feng's gaze came over. Aware of Mu Feng's gaze, Hina Sentao became even more flustered, and her pretty face was covered in blush. Seeing the appearance of Hina Sentao, Mu Feng was faintly isho, and withdrew his gaze. Chapter 45_ Go to the present. The appearance of Mu Feng is just an episode, and simulation training is the theme of this time. Okay, everyone be quiet. Seeing that it was almost time for everyone to discuss, Hisagi spoke up again to suppress everyone's voices. Then I will introduce the situation of this simulation training. Hisagi glanced at the crowd, and continued in a deep voice. The 6th class students who went to the present world beforehand have already selected a suitable area for you, and set up corresponding enchantment surrounded it. You're right there for combat training using the dummy. Although the area chosen by the 6th-year students is easy to fight, the battle itself is not guaranteed, and you must be careful. In the event of an accident, immediately send a signal to notify our team leaders. We will rush to support as soon as possible. Heard? No, I heard. Hearing Hisagi's solemn word, the freshmen all put away their laughter and said in unison, they still know a little bit about the horror of the virtual. Okay, now 12 is going. After explaining the precautions, Hisagi didn't hesitate, turned around and faced Xuanjiman, and ordered, unlock. Ka. As soon as the command sound fell, the gate of crossing the boundary opened layer by layer. Mu Feng's identity was the specially invited team leader, the same as Hisagi and others, and he also walked into the gate of the world. All the 6th-year students have experience in using the gate, and Hisagi has passed the entry test of the 13th division of Gote, which is equivalent to a member of the 13th division of Gote, and has more experience in this area. Under his leadership, the entire group arrived at the present world without any risk. This time, the location used for the simulation training is a huge virtual industrial area. The night was approaching when everyone arrived, and the 6th session had set up a barrier in advance, isolating the entire industrial area. Therefore, there is not a single person on the road of a huge industrial area. It seems to be extraordinarily quiet and dark. This is the present world of the world of death. Mu Feng glanced around and whispered in his heart, at this point in time, there are still 50 or 60 years before the plot begins. The present world should not be as prosperous as the plot began, but from the industrial area, Mu Feng still vaguely sees traces of modernization, which made his eyes cannot help but trance. The present world of the death god's world should be closest to the modern society where Mu Fengwei lived before he crossed over. This familiarity made him feel like he was in a different world. However, Mu Feng quickly suppressed this feeling, and his expression returned to indifference. He is no longer the one he had just crossed over, and this is not the world he grew up in before crossing. Not only Mu Feng, but the freshmen of the special training class also came to the world for the first time, or in other words, returned to the world for the first time after many years. Like a curious baby, looking around, Hisagi and others are not the first time to come to this world. They have also explored this industrial area in advance, and they are already familiar with it. Naturally, they will not lose their temper like the freshmen of the special training class. Seeing that everyone had almost adapted to the world, Hisagi immediately reminded in a deep voice, this is the location of the simulation training, and the enchantment has been set up around. Remember, you can only move in the enchantment. Don't try to get close to the enchantment. If I find that you don't obey the instructions and act without authorization, I will report the spirit directly. The senior management of the hospital will be given corresponding sanction. Quote, also, you must be vigilant at all time, and don't take it lightly. Although this place has been wrapped by the enchantment, it is inevitable that there will be accidental discovery. It is not uncommon to encounter virtual attack during simulation training. The danger of the enemy must be sent out, and our 6th year students will immediately go to support. Quote, Hisagi looked at the crowd with an extraordinarily serious tone. He was not trying to scare everyone, but he was telling the fact that simulation training did happen frequently. After all, such things as actual combat training are inherently unacceptable, and these accidents are also one of the tests for everyone. The freshmen of these special training classes will enter the 13th division of the Godin Court in the future to fight against Shujin. When actually fighting against the virtual, it can be much more dangerous than the so-called simulation training. Many accidents in the simulation training were actually deliberately ignored by the top executives of the court's whole realm. They were just some minor troubles and harmless. Of course, small troubles can sometimes be fatal if not vigilant and taken lightly. As the leader of the team, Hisagi knew a little about these relatively obscure things. Therefore, they will speak out and let everyone be careful. As for how many people will listen, that's up to him. His eyes wept over everyone. Hisagi said solemnly, from now on, the 3 of you will act separately, and come back here before dawn to gather. Listen carefully. Understood, everyone said in unison. Then disband. As soon as Hisagi's words fell, the freshmen of the special training class, who had been impatient to wait, immediately rushed to various parts of the industrial area. Hinamori, Dao, Renji, and Kira did not act immediately like everyone else, but looked at Mufeng, as if they wanted to see what instructions Mufeng had. Mufeng didn't say anything, just motioned the 3 with his eyes to act first. After receiving Mufeng's instructions, the 3 of them didn't stop there, and rushed towards the industrial area. Seeing the scattered figures of the special training class, Hisagi turned his attention to the sick raider. The sick class students will return to their respective positions according to the previously assigned areas, and keep in touch at any time. As for you, after the sick class students were finished, only Mufeng was left. Although Hisagi reluctantly accepted the status of Mufeng's special team leader, he had not thought about how to arrange Mufeng. This time, all the personnel arrangements for the simulated training were pre-arranged. Mufeng intervened in the middle. Hisagi didn't think about it at all, and of course he couldn't arrange it. After Vivi thought for a while, Hisagi quickly made a decision. As for you, move freely, as long as you don't leave the barrier. Unless there is an accident, you must not interfere in the battle of the new student. Remembering that Mufeng was also a freshman, and that he and Hinamori, Dao and the others seemed to be very familiar, Hisagi added. Mufeng nodded, and had no opinion on Hisagi's decision. In fact, even if Hisagi didn't arrange it that way, he would have asked for freedom of movement. The reason why he obtained the status of the specially invited team leader through Matsumoto's relationship is to be able to move freely. Freshmen participating in simulation training are subject to the supervision of sick raiders. In this way, the safety of new students can be guaranteed, and the performance of new students can be known, and targeted training can be carried out. Chapter 46_tentative. Seeing that Mufeng didn't raise any objection, Hisagi breathed a sigh of relief in Vivi's heart. Mufeng's identity is rather special. If it is not necessary, he doesn't want to have any conflict with Mufeng. Everyone, act, Hisagi whispered. The 6th year students received orders one after another, and hurried to their respective responsible areas quietly. Compared with the freshmen of the special training class, they were undoubtedly much more experienced. Mufeng also randomly chose a direction. His figure flashed, and disappeared into the darkness. The 33 of the broken Dao, blue fire pendant. Somewhere in the industrial area, in a relatively dark street, Mufeng pointed a finger, and a burst of flames shot out immediately, hitting a Shu who was about to pounce on him not far away. Boom! The scorching flames exploded directly after hitting Shu, shattering it into pieces and dissipating in the air. It's an imitation again. Looking at the spot where the phantom disappeared just now, Mufeng retracted his fingers and muttered to himself in disappointment. The simulation training has been going on for almost 2 hours. Except for the first contact with Hina Sentao and others, Mufeng wandered around the industrial area for the rest of the time. However, to Mufeng's disappointment, apart from encountering a phantom that should have slipped through the net, he never encountered a real phantom. I have encountered a lot of simulated virtuals, but the problem is that simulated virtuals are only exhibe good, and killing one only gives a minimum point of origin. The reason why he participated in this simulation training was to obtain enough origin point to raise his spiritual pressure to the captain level. A simulation of a virtual origin point, even if the entire industrial area, all the imitations are given to him to kill, and the origin points obtained are not enough to plug the teeth. Damn, why hasn't Aizen acted yet? I'm getting impatient waiting. Mufeng scolded in his heart. However, he also knows that this matter can't be rushed. According to the original plot, Aizen manipulated the giant phantom to attack Hina Morita and the others, which happened when the simulation training was about to end. It is still early before the simulation training ends. After concealing his figure a little, Mufeng continued to swim in the industrial zone. Although he knew that there was no real emptiness in the industrial zone, he was still idle when he was idle. It might be better to walk around. If Aizen had any other plan, he could destroy it and harvest a wave of origin point. What Mufeng didn't know was that his case would really become a reality soon after. Moreover, this case is not aimed at anyone else. It is precisely him. Just as the freshmen of the special training class were fighting hard against the simulated virtual one by one, outside the barrier, on an inconspicuous roof, two figures suddenly appeared out of thin air. Silver, are you all ready? Among the two figures, there was short brown hair, black-rimmed glasses, and the figure of the Captain Yori. Looking at the industrial zone shrouded by the barrier, he said lightly, "This figure is exactly Aizen, and the silver in his mouth is naturally Ichimaru silver. Everything is ready, just wait for your order from Captain Aizen." Ichimaru Jin stood behind Aizen with a hint of respect in his tone. "That's alright, this time I'm doing activities under Yamamoto Shigekuni's eyes, so be careful not to leave any traces." Aizen Vivi nodded, clearly telling Ichimaru Jin to be cautious in his word, but his tone was incomparably flat, and he could not hear the importance of Yamamoto Shigekuni at all. "Understood," Ichimaru Jin replied. "However, Captain Aizen." Ichimaru Jin squinted his eyes, and stopped talking. "What's the matter, Jin? What do you want to say?" Aizen looked back at Ichimaru Jin and asked lightly, "Captain Aizen, you shouldn't have said before. Mufeng's talent is too strong. It is not easy to control, and he has received a lot of attention from high-level officials, so it is not suitable for contact. Then this time, why are you targeting him? And even Daxu has been dispatched. It's just a freshman who has just entered the True Spiritual Art Institute, isn't it?" Ichimaru Yin expressed the doubts in his heart. "I did say that. Judging from Mufeng's various performances, the possibility of pulling him to our side is not high. Therefore, this time against him, it is not a contact but a temptation," Aizen explained lightly. "Try." Ichimaru Jin Vivi was stunned for a moment, but he rarely heard such a word from Aizen's mouth. Using the word temptation undoubtedly shows that Aizen attaches great importance to Mufeng. However, apart from talent, he didn't see that Mufeng had something that Aizen valued. Therefore, Aizen's explanation not only did not eliminate the doubts in his heart, but made him more doubtful. He's just a freshman. What's there to test? Even if you want to test, you don't need to send out such a big ghost. Those big ghosts that have been specially transformed are not low in value. Hehe, Yin, you underestimate Mufeng. He has a lot of secret. Besides, he is not an ordinary freshman. It only took you a year to understand Shikai, and it is known as the centennial of the True Central Spiritual Arts Academy. A once-in-a-lifetime genius. And he is known as a once-in-a-millennium genius at the True Central Spiritual Arts Academy. How can such a talent be inferred from common sense? Okay, go and prepare for the action. When necessary, you can directly open the black cavity and dispatch the backup force. I need to know all his secrets. Aizen Vivi Isho, a touch of the road. Yes, Ichimaru Jin obeyed. After being under Aizen for so long, Ichimaru Jin is very aware of Aizen's character. It seems gentle, but it is really ruthless and domineering, and disobedience is absolutely not allowed. Since Aizen has ordered him to act, even if he has more doubt in his heart, he has to temporarily suppress it. Brush. In a flash, Ichimaru Jin performed Shunpo and disappeared on the roof. After Ichimaru Jin disappeared, Aizen's eyes returned to the industrial area, and the eyes hidden under the black-rimmed glasses became extremely deep, as if they were going to pass through the barrier and peep into the shepherd's wind. Brush. After staring for a while, Aizen's figure suddenly flashed and disappeared on the roof. Of course Mufeng didn't know about the conversation between Aizen and Ichimaru Jin. At this moment, he was still wandering in the industrial zone, killing some blind imitations from time to time. I don't know if it was Mufeng's intention or coincidence. The area where he was wandering happened to be the most remote area in the entire industrial area, and hardly any freshmen from the special training class appeared in this area. As time passed, the night became darker and darker, and seeing that midnight was approaching, Mufeng, who was wandering around, suddenly noticed that the atmosphere was a bit wrong. The places he walked seemed to be getting quieter and quieter, and the number of simulated virtual appearances was also dropping sharply. After realizing that something was wrong, Mufeng's lazy eyes suddenly became sharp, and his perception was fully unfolded, spreading around. Chapter 47 Giant Virtual Attack. Although Mufeng's abilities are mostly sealed by the system, the spiritual pressure is only at the peak Shikai level. But before he was sealed, he was at the source level after all, and his mind and consciousness far surpass that of ordinary people. Under the blessing of the mind and will, his perception ability is far from the ordinary Shikai peak level, that is, the vice captain level is comparable. As long as he wants to, he can perceive the situation in the entire industrial area. Of course, because the realm is sealed, this level of perception cannot last long. Therefore, when Mufeng was wandering, he only maintained his perception around him, and concentrated part of his perception on Hina Sendao and others. He wasn't 100% sure when Aizen attacked, so of course Hinamori Momo would always pay attention. It is precisely because the perception is always locked on the young Sentao and the others that Mufeng dares to walk around so calmly. Now, Mufeng will fully develop his perception, and the situation in the industrial area is immediately imprinted in his mind. Soon, Mufeng knew where the lingering sense of injustice came from. The enchantment only blocked me. It seems that my appearance has attracted the attention of some people. As soon as the perception was unfolded, Mufeng found that at no time around him, an enchantment had formed, separating him from the outside world. 733 dared to do it in the simulation training, and it was so generous that only one person in the entire Soul Society could do it, and that was Aizen. Mufeng really didn't expect that. He guarded the young Sendao and the others and waited for a long time, but did not wait for Aizen's attack. Instead, he became the target of Aizen's attack. It's really interesting. I don't know how much power Aizen will use, but I'm looking forward to it. Knowing that he was ambushed, Mufeng not only did not panic, but a slight surprise appeared in his eyes. The purpose of his coming to this world was to kill the phantoms who attack Hina Sentao and others to obtain the origin point. Originally, he was a little worried that the number of phantoms was too small to meet his requirement. Now, Aizen took the initiative to deliver it to the door, which was undoubtedly exactly what he wanted. The connection world has been made, so it shouldn't be too stingy. Putting away his perception, Mufeng pretended not to notice the enchantment, and continued to walk around at will. The 33 of the broken Dao, blue fire pendant. With a single finger, a burst of flames shot out again, blasting a puffed-up imitation phantom into pieces. Mufeng swept the position where the imitated phantom disappeared, and continued to walk forward lazily. As soon as Mufeng turned around, simulating the place where the void disappeared, a ferocious-looking, extremely huge void suddenly appeared out of thin air. The void of this size is called the Giant Void, and it is the strongest void below the Great Void. Roar! As soon as the Giant Void appeared, there was a red light in his eyes, and he couldn't wait to pounce towards the unsuspecting Mufeng. The 63 Thunder Roar Cannon. However, before the giant phantom approached, a resounding chant sounded again in the silent night. Mufeng did not turn his head, but pointed his right hand behind him. 0 tilde tilde. There was a flash of thunder, and a thick thunder column rushed out from Mufeng's right hand, in the middle of which was preparing to attack Mufeng's giant virtual. Boom! The Thunder Roar Cannon is the number 63 smasher, and the 63rd smasher has the power of Shikai, so killing a mere gigantic phantom is certainly not a problem. Under the bombardment of the lightning blasted by Mufeng's right hand, the giant virtual was instantly blown up and disappeared into the air. Ding! In Mufeng's ears, a system prompt sounded. It finally here. After waiting for so long, it finally opened. Glancing at the source point column of the high-level God-level mall, Mufeng's eyes flashed a bright light with the newly increased data. I have to admit that Aizen is indeed a genius. The ability of that giant phantom hidden spiritual pressure just now is really amazing. If it weren't for his perception far exceeding ordinary people, he might have been raided by him without any precaution. Arrive. The most important thing is that with such a giant virtual, Aizen has more than one subordinate. Roar, roar, roar. After the giant void that just raided Mufeng was killed, I don't know whether it was because Mufeng had discovered them, or was stimulated by the death of his companion. Around Mufeng, more than a dozen giant phantoms showed their bodies one after another, surrounding Mufeng in the center. It's still a giant phantom. You must have underestimated me a little bit. Obviously caught in the encirclement, but Mufeng's face did not change in the slightest, and even muttered to himself in a leisurely manner. The giant virtual has only instinct but no wisdom. Of course it is impossible to understand Mufeng's self-talk. Roar. Just after showing their stature, these Daxu surrounding Mufeng, just like the Daxu who was killed by Mufeng before, roared and rushed towards Mufeng. As I said, don't use these little characters to test me. The 78th of breaking the road, smashing the wheel. Putting his fingers together, Mufeng swiped lightly at the dozen or so Daxu around him, and the spiritual pressure in his body immediately converged to the close fingers, and then turned into an arc-shaped blade with a sharp aura, sweeping towards the surrounding. Number 78 broke the Dao, which is already considered to be a very strong ghost road. Even the extremely advanced officers in the 13th Division of the Guardian are rarely mastered, and it is simply overkill to deal with the giant virtual. Puff, puff, puff. Among the more than a dozen original plot, even the best of the sick-year students like Hisagi can't deal with the giant phantom, so the curved blade in Mufeng's hand is like chopping melons and vegetables, and it cut down with ease. Broken, dissipated into the air. With these dozen giant virtual beings slaughtered, the surroundings returned to silence again. However, this silence did not last long before it was broken. In order to test Mufeng this time, Aizen even arranged a barrier that could easily reveal traces. How How could this be the only mean? Roar, roar, roar. In the surrounding night, one giant virtual appeared out of thin air again, blocking the surrounding water. It is extremely difficult to transform a Daxu that can hide the spiritual pressure, because the volume of the Daxu is very huge, and the spiritual pressure in the body is also extremely large. It is of course very difficult to join the concealment. It is different when it is replaced with a giant virtual. Although the giant virtual is the strongest virtual below the big virtual, there is still a qualitative difference between it and the big virtual. This difference is equivalent to the difference between before the Shinigami comprehends Shikai and after comprehending Shikai. A giant virtual that can hide Reiatsu Aizen has a lot of subordinate, basically belonging to the first level of cannon fodder. In just a few breaths of time, dozens or hundreds of giant voids appeared around Mufeng, pressing towards Mufeng from all directions. Although the giant voids are not strong, they are only relative. Compared to Mufeng, these giant voids are indeed vulnerable. However, for ordinary death god, the giant virtual is already quite powerful. Generally speaking, only the death god of the officer level can fight against the giant virtual. Dozens or hundreds of giant virtual machines are equivalent to dozens or hundreds of officials. With such a large number of officers, even the vice captain would have a headache. Obviously, Aizen, not Ichimaru Jin, wants to use these giant voids to consume Mufeng's spiritual pressure and force out Mufeng's hidden mean. Among the enchantments at the moment, there is only Mufeng alone. As long as Mufeng's spiritual pressure is exhausted, he can only be slaughtered by others. Chapter 48 Into the micro powerful Zanwa wheel. In the face of such a large number of giant phantoms, Mufeng was not surprised but delighted. What he needs most now is phantom. Ichimaru Yin sent so many gigantic phantoms at one time, it was like giving him a gift. If it were an ordinary death god, it would indeed be unable to deal with so many giant void, but Mufeng was not an ordinary death god. Brush. Mufeng performed Shunbu at his feet, his figure flashed, and he took the initiative to appear in front of the rushing giant virtual. This time, he didn't sing the ghost way, but waved his right hand violently. The arc-shaped sharp blade that had just disappeared actually reappeared, like a death scythe, harvesting more than a dozen giant phantoms again. The reason why Mufeng was overkill just now was to display the number 78 Dao breaching slashing wheel. In addition to pursuing the fastest speed to kill more than a dozen giant phantoms, it was for the present. This is why he mastered all the ghost ways of number 99, and gained the ability after pushing the ghost way from the master level to the master level. Enlightenment. According to one's own will, the appearance and characteristics of ghosts can be slightly changed. The standard for the division of ghost realms is somewhat different from kendo and fighting technique. From the lowest level to the master level, and the grand master, each realm is related to the strength of ghost realm mastered by oneself. For example, only those who have mastered the ghost path of number 90 or above can be called a master. If you want to break through to the master level, you need to master all ghost ways. Of course, having mastered all the ghost ways doesn't mean that there is no room for further improvement in ghost ways. In fact, the upper limit of ghost realms above the 90th is very high. Let's put it this way. At the same time, the number 90 ghost road, displayed from the hands of Yamamoto Shigekuni, is definitely more tyrannical than from the opponents such as Ichimaru Jin. Therefore, the master level of Ghost Dao only represents the attainment of Ghost Dao. However, the Grand Master level has another meaning. The master of the one sect, the attainments of the ghost path have reached this level, which means that all ghost paths are still integrated. Now that you have mastered it, you can naturally add changes to the ghost realm, which is the origin of subtlety. Being subtle means that the control of ghost realms has been nuanced. Originally, this ability can only be initially accessed when the ghost path attains breakthrough to the peak of the master level. Because of the peak of the master level, it is possible to truly integrate all ghost ways. But Nehi Mufeng is quite special. His original realm was at the heavenly Dao level, and his accomplishments in immortality and ninjutsu are extremely extraordinary, far exceeding that of a grand master. Therefore, as soon as he entered the master level, he mastered the ability to be subtle. The Wazan wheel in his hand didn't disappear after killing more than a dozen giant phantoms because he used the ability of subtlety. The control of spiritual pressure has been meticulous, so it is natural to control the overflow of spiritual pressure without wasting spiritual pressure at all. Of course, the curved blade in Mufeng's hand could not exist indefinitely. At first, Mufeng could not completely ignore the overflow of spiritual pressure, but could only control the speed of spiritual pressure overflow. Second, every time the arc-shaped sharp blade kills a giant virtual, it needs to consume a certain amount of spiritual pressure. Zanhua Lun is only the number 78 ghost path, and the spiritual pressure it contains is limited. Despite these drawbacks, through his subtle ability, Mufeng can undoubtedly maximize the power of the Zanhua wheel, and the Zanhua wheel is a powerful weapon for group attack. After killing a wave of giant phantoms, Mufeng flashed and appeared in front of another wave of gigantic phantom. The curved blade in his hand swept away again, and harvested blasted another batch of gigantic phantom. Repeating this, after Mufeng made his 5th shot, the curved blade in his hand finally reached its limit and collapsed into the air. That is to say, 1 flower cutting wheel in Mufeng's hand fully played the role of 5 flower cutting wheels. Brush, the 78th of the breaking way, the flower slaying wheel. After the arc-shaped blade in his hand shattered, Mufeng once again condensed an arc-shaped blade and continued to harvest the giant emptiness around him. For Mufeng, these giant virtuals are the origin of walking, and he doesn't want to let go of any of them. After the surrounding giant phantoms were slain, although there were new giant phantoms replenished, the speed of replenishment could not keep up with the speed of Mufeng's slaughter. If this continues, the giant void surrounding Mufeng will be wiped out sooner or later. Ichimaru Jin, who was hiding behind the giant virtual, also saw this. However, he was not in a hurry. The giant ghost in front of him was just cannon fodder. The real big head was still behind. Seeing that the giant ghost couldn't help Mufeng, Ichimaru Jin finally used a stronger method. A wave of ripples appeared in the void, and the monster, which had always been far above the giant void, suddenly showed its stature, with huge claws, like a huge rock. Wind pressure. It is bigger than the giant virtual volume. Only the big virtual Daxu is a phantom monster that surpasses ordinary emptiness, and the power possessed by each Daxu is far stronger than that of ordinary emptiness. According to the different degrees of evolution, the big virtual can be divided into 3 levels: the lowest level big virtual Jillian, the intermediate big virtual Yachukas, and the strongest superior big virtual Vastord. Under normal circumstances, even the weakest Daxu Kilian would need to understand Shikai's chairman in order to fight. This is just a confrontation. If you want to kill a Kirian alone, you can only do it by dispatching the vice captain level. The lowest level Daxu Jillian look very similar, basically the same, and has no individual consciousness. The one in front of him, after the transformation of Aizen, is obviously different from the ordinary Kilian, and the power he possesses is also much stronger than the ordinary Kilian. Even at the vice captain level, it may not be possible to take advantage of it. Dashu's huge sharp claws did not hold back when he patted Mufeng, and before the sharp claws came down, Mufeng felt the air around him, and there was a faint sense of oppression. Finally, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Mufeng directly ignored the sense of oppression on the sharp claws, and said lightly to himself. The curved sharp blade in his hand shattered directly. The huge sharp claws appeared very suddenly, and others might feel flustered, but Mufeng didn't have it at all, because he had already sensed the existence of this big void in front of him. For others, the hidden ability of this big virtual can be regarded as extremely excellent, but for Mufeng, his hidden ability is completely useless. In Mufeng's perception, the big phantom in front of him, and the giant phantoms that appear from time to time around, are all very clear. No matter whether they appear or not, they are the same. He had already discovered his existence. How could Mufeng be raided? With a flash of body shape, Mufeng pushed Shunbu to the extreme, and the whole person immediately disappeared into place out of thin air. Chapter 49 Big Void Attack. Mufeng's figure disappeared too suddenly, and the sharp claws that Dashu grabbed didn't have time to react. Boom! Daxu's full strength blow is so powerful, and since this is the present world, the solidity of various substances is far less than that of the present world and the quartz world. With a single blow, a large pit immediately appeared on the ground where Mufeng was standing, and the sharp claws of Dashu, who had just attacked Mufeng, were also briefly trapped in it. Roar! All of a sudden, the prey disappeared under his own eye, with almost no consciousness. Only the instinctual Daxu left. Roared, pulled the sharp claws out of the ground, and swept the blood-red giant eyes around, trying to find the animal husbandry. Wind figure. Broken down. Number 73. Double Lotus Kingfire Pendant. At this moment, a clear voice sounded from the side of Dashu. The figure that Mufeng had just disappeared did not know when, appeared beside Dashu, and his right hand suddenly aimed at Dashu. A huge spiritual pressure that was not inferior to Dashu suddenly erupted, and converged towards Mufeng's right hand. 2 flames of light with a terrifying aura condensed and formed in front of Mufeng. Against the backdrop of these 2 flaming beams, although Mufeng's figure is relatively large and imaginary, it is countless times smaller, but his aura is no worse than Daxu's, and even faintly presses Daxu's head. The Shuanglian Kingwo pendant is the number 73 Ghost Dao and the advanced version of the number 33 Ghost Dao King Huo pendant. It can release 2 bursts of flames at one time, which is twice as much as the King Huo pendant. The power is incomparable. King Huo Pang is a slightly stronger ghost way than the entry-level ghost way. As long as it is an official death god, it can be mastered. The Shuanglian King Huo Ping belonged to the high-level ghost realms after number 60, and even among the advanced ghost realm, it was not weak, and its power was at least 10 times stronger than that of the King Huo Kui. It has been said before that ghosts above number 60 can only be mastered by the Shinigami who understands Shikai. In other words, high-level ghosts are the power of the Shikai level and one of the means used by the Shinigami to fight against Daxu. The reason why the god of death can have have the absolute upper hand in the battle with the virtual, the ghost also has a very important factor. One can imagine the power contained in the advanced ghost path that can fight against Daxu, the Zanwa wheel just now, although it is also a high-level ghost, and its ranking is still above the Shuanglian Kanghuahui. However, the Zanwa wheel belongs to the sharp blade type ghost path, which is condensed from the highly compressed spiritual pressure, and it is relatively introverted. Second, Mufeng used the subtle characteristic to use the spiritual pressure in the Zanwa wheel to the limit, maintaining the level of killing the giant phantom every time, thus limiting the power of the Zanwa wheel. Therefore, Zanwa Lun did not show the momentum that belonged to the number 78 ghost realm. Now it's different. Now Mufeng's opponent is Daxu. Even if it's the lowest level Daxu, he has to be a deputy captain to kill him. How dare Mufeng keep his hands like just now? This time, Mufeng not only did not keep his hand but also used his subtle ability to push the spiritual pressure contained in the double lotus blue fire to the extreme. The Shuanglian Kangwo pendant was originally intended to transform spiritual pressure into explosive flame, destroying the enemy with the most explosive attack. Under the urging of Mufeng, the burst attribute has climbed to the extreme. Boom! As soon as the two terrifying explosions took shape, the flames ejected from the end of the rocket with a destructive aura bombarded the big virtual in front of Mufeng. Dashu, who attacked Mufeng, just pulled his sharp claws up from the ground and didn't even notice that Mufeng was already in front of him. The Shuanglian Kang fire pendant was again displayed by Mufeng's abandonment of singing, and it condensed and formed in almost an instant. The big virtual had no time to react at all. Boom! Two bursting flame beams hit the big virtual without any accident. In an instant, a violent explosion broke out suddenly, and the earth with a radius of nearly 100 meters collapsed with a bang. Under the influence of the explosion, the surrounding buildings were also swept away by the storm, inch by inch disintegration and disintegration. The rolling air wave, like a gust of wind, swept toward the surrounding. All the objects and buildings in the way, including some giant voids that remained around, were overturned and swept away. Only Mufeng was the only one who remained motionless in favor of the air wave. Gradually, the air waves dissipated little by little, and the scene at the center of the explosion gradually appeared. Surprisingly, the Daxu that was hit by the two blasting flames did not fall under the blasting flame. However, living is living, and the current situation is a bit miserable. The sharp claw that attacked Mufeng was still broken, and only half of it was left. There were holes everywhere on the body, and the whole person was like broken cotton wool, with only half of his life left. Roar! The air wave dissipated, and the moment Mufeng was seen again, the Dashu suddenly made a deafening roar, which was different from the previous roar that showed fierceness. This time Dashu's roar was full of content, pain and anger. As expected of Dashu, he was able to block the 73rd Ghost Road full blow. Mufeng looked at Dashu, his eyes flashed, and he couldn't help sighing. This time, the reason why he used Huanglian Kingwo Peng instead of a stronger ghost is to see how tyrannical Daxu's defense is. Looking at it now, the defense of Daxu is more tyrannical than he imagined. A mere low-level Daxu can face the double lotus fire pendant. It is difficult to imagine the defense of a Chukas and Vastord. How strong it must be. It is no wonder that even the lowest level Daxu needs the deputy captain to make a shot to ensure that it is killed. However, it is normal to think about it. Compared with the god of death, the virtual has too many shortcomings. Even the big virtual, ordinary big virtual, in addition to its own power, speed, virtual flash and some special abilities, there is no other means to fight the enemy. Compared with the Shinigami, the powerful Zanpakuto, the complicated ghost path, and the virtual means of fighting the enemy are undoubtedly lacking to the extreme. Using various means of confronting the enemy, as long as the death god has a careful plan, it is not difficult to defeat Daxu, who is not very intelligent. If Daxu itself does not have a certain advantage, I am afraid that in the current situation, it is not the Soul realm that has the upper hand, but the Soul realm completely occupying the virtual circle and slaughtering all Daxu. And one of Daxu's own advantages should be defense. With the same level of defense that is difficult to break, even if death can defeat Daxu, it is difficult to achieve a one-hit kill. In addition to defense, Daxu also has an ability, which is far better than the super speed regeneration ability of the god of death. With this ability, as long as a certain part is not swallowed by the same kind, or the heart and head are injured, Daxu can quickly recover. It can't be killed, and the injury recovers quickly. This is why the Soul realm can only suppress the virtual circle, but cannot destroy the virtual circle. Of course, in addition to this reason, there must be other extremely complicated reasons, which cannot be explained in a few words. Chapter 50_Kill Daxu. Is this the super speed regeneration ability of Daxu? Glancing at the big virtual body, just as he roared, the wound healed quickly at a speed that was almost visible to the naked eye, and Vivi flashed in Mufeng's eye. To be honest, Dashu is most interested in the super speed regeneration ability, which is like a cheat in battle. No matter who it is, they will never hope that their enemy is Xiao Qiang who cannot be killed. Roar! The big virtual virtual roared again, and the roar seemed to contain other meanings. Soon, Mufeng meant what the big virtual roar meant. With the sound of the roar, the big virtual suddenly opened his bloody mouth, and a terrifying spiritual pressure began to condense into his mouth. The condensed spiritual pressure, the air around the big virtual body, under the pressure of this spiritual pressure, all became heavier. This should be a virtual flash. Mufeng stared at the light ball of spiritual pressure that was about to condense in the mouth of Dashu, and murmured, "It is worthy of being the strongest trick of Daxu 12. Whether it is spiritual pressure or momentum, it is comparable to the breaking of number 80 or above. Although I really want to see how strong Daxu's virtual flash is. However, now there are some not a good fit. Sorry, the 32 of the destruction, yellow fire flash." The chant sounded, and a flame instantly condensed and formed in Mufeng's palm. Compared with the previous Shuanglian Kanghuo pendant, the flame formed by the yellow fire flash was less than 1/10 of its size and momentum. However, yellow fire flash also has its advantages. One of the advantages is that is the number 32 Ghost Dao, which is not much stronger than the entry-level Ghost Dao. With Mufeng's Ghost Dao attainment, Huang Huoshan's speed of condensation is very fast, faster than powerful high-level ghosts. Secondly, Huang Huoshan has another advantage, that is, the speed is fast enough, especially after Mufeng's use of his micro-penetration ability has been strengthened. Huang Huoshan's speed has been strengthened to the extreme, which is several times that of Shuanglian Kanghuazu. The reason why Mufeng displayed the yellow fire flash is of course to deal with the big virtual, and the virtual flash that the big virtual will condense. Boom! A group of blazing flames flew out from Mufeng's palm, galloping towards the big empty mouth like lightning. In terms of power alone, the number 32 Ghost Dao Huang Huoshan can't even do anything about the giant ghost. Compared with the advanced Ghost Dao such as Shuanglian Kanghuahui, it is simply useless garbage. However, in this world, nothing is really useless. It's just that you haven't found it. It's just a suitable use. Right now, Huang Huoshan is the most direct and effective ghost way to deal with Dashu. Daxu's virtual flash is indeed powerful. Even if it is the most inferior Daxu's virtual flash, ordinary captains would not dare to fight head-on, only to avoid its edge, which shows its power. However, although the power of the virtual flash is strong, the shortcomings are also very obvious. Its biggest disadvantage is that the speed of condensation is too slow. As long as you pay a little attention, anyone with a little bit of shunpo can dodge easily. This caused Dashu to seldom pose a threat to the god of death, although he possessed a unique skill that was enough to destroy and kill God. This time Mufeng took advantage of this shortcoming. The speed of the virtual flash is very slow, while the speed of the yellow fire flash is fast enough to hit the big virtual before the virtual flash is completely condensed. The blazing flame, with an indomitable momentum, burned through the spiritual pressure that was scattered around the big virtual, and slammed into the spiritual pressure light group before the virtual flash condensed and formed. PFF. Under the pressure of the huge spiritual pressure of the light group, the flames formed by the yellow fire flash, and Vivi let out a whimper, and was extinguished. This explosion was like a spark that fell into the explosive. In an instant, the condensed light group that had not stabilized was suddenly detonated. Boom! A dazzling white light bloomed in the mouth of the big virtual, spreading to the surroundings with a trace of destructive aura. Void Flash is the strongest trick of Daxu, and its power is no less than the ghost path of number 80 or above. Now that it has been suddenly detonated, the power has not weakened much. With such a close-range explosion, the power is still on top of the previous Shuanglian Kingwo pendant, and Dashu, who has already been severely injured, can't bear it. Boom! The huge virtual head was the first to bear the brunt. Like a watermelon, it was directly blasted away by the explosion. The head is the key point of Daxu. Without the head, Daxu's super speed regeneration can no longer work, and a head will grow again. It didn't take a moment for Dashu's figure left in the explosion to dissipate into the air. Hehe, sure enough, to deal with such a powerful but long preparation time trick, you just need to strike first. Mufeng was indifferent to Isho, no longer caring about the fallen Daxu, but turned his eyes to the back. In fact, he had just thought about it when he just used the skill of Huang Huoshan to annihilate Daxu and watched the plot of the God of Death before time travel. It is undeniable that Dashu's virtual flash is indeed very strong, and its power is extremely terrifying. However, the shortcomings of the virtual flash are also extremely obvious, which is why it is difficult for Daxu to fight the God of Death, and it is difficult to pose a threat to the God of Death. No matter how strong the attack is, it must be able to hit the enemy. Daxu's virtual flash is the kind of attack that can't hit others. A God of Death of the same level, as long as he is not stupid, it is impossible to be hit by a virtual flash. Compared with the 073 God of Death, who has various means, the gap is too big after all. Only when it reaches the level of broken faith can the same level of Dashu be able to compete with the God of Death, or even win. Of course, although the shortcomings of the virtual flash are obvious, but like Mufeng, by virtue of the mere 30-second road, it can be detonated before it condenses and takes shape. It rarely happens, and even if it happens, it is basically a coincidence. Death and Shu have fought for thousands of years, and the shortcomings of Shu Shan have been thoroughly studied for a long time. It is not that no one has proposed similar ideas. However, very few can turn this vision into reality. There are very few things that can be done, and it is not the ghost way, but the ability of the Zanpakuto. The reason for this is that when Daxu was condensing the virtual flash, the spiritual pressure condensed around his body was too large. Ordinary ghosts have not yet approached, and they will be directly annihilated by the overflowing spiritual pressure. If you want to break through the blockade of this layer of spiritual pressure, at least the 50 or 60 ghosts can do it. The ghosts of this level are much slower than Huanghu Ocean when condensed. Moreover, among the 50 or 60 ghost paths, there are no ghosts with high speed and burst characteristics similar to those of Huanghu Ocean. Even if the opportunity is seized and the ghost path is sent into the virtual flash, it is difficult to skyrocket to detonate the virtual flash. Therefore, Mufeng's feat today, even in the thousands of years of history of the Death God, can be regarded as rare. Chapter 51_Show Weakness. After the big virtual that attacked Mufeng was killed, the coercion of the upper big virtual that shrouded the remaining giant virtual body gradually dissipated. The giant virtuals who were originally oppressed by the big virtual and stagnant surrounded them again. Between the virtual, the oppression of the upper position on the lower position is not too obvious. Many virtuals have the following experience in the process of growth. However, there are two levels, but it is insurmountable. The first level is the Great Void and the Ordinary Void. For the common void, the Great Void is high and powerful. No void dares to offend the Great Void, and the Great Void can dominate the Ordinary Void. This is an instinct inscribed in the soul. As for the second level, it is the lowest level Dashui Jillian, the middle level Dashui and the highest level Dashui. Although Killian is also a big virtual, but unlike Achukas and Vastord, Killian has lost almost 100% of his individual consciousness and his intelligence is extremely low. Can drive them. The giant voids remaining around are already the most powerful ordinary voids below the void, but they still have to accept the rule of the void and dare not offend the void. Therefore, after the big virtual who raided Mufeng showed his figure, the surrounding giant virtuals shrank around and did not dare to go forward. Now that Dashu has been killed by Mufeng, his instinctual fear has disappeared. Although Mufeng carries the power of killing the giant, it makes the giants somewhat fearful, but this fear has not overcome the people behind the scenes. The manipulation of the giants is the same as the ordinary one. There is no wisdom, only instinctual monsters. Seeing the giant emptiness coming up from the surrounding, Mufeng's eyes narrowed at Vivi. He raised his right hand, took a Vivi, and shouted in a low voice, "Broken Tao 76, 10,000 blades heaven punishment." As soon as the chant fell, a huge spiritual pressure suddenly erupted, and in the void around Mufeng, dozens of sharp blades exuding a sharp breath condensed and formed out of thin air. After sweeping the sharp blades all around, Mufeng seemed to feel that it was not enough. When his mind moved, spiritual pressure spewed out, and dozens of sharp blades were hanging around. Woot, woot, woot. After all the sharp blades have stabilized and no more increase, the sharp blades hanging around Mufeng, in an instant, turned into dozens of streamers, and galloped towards the giant illusory surrounding Mufeng. Puff, puff, puff. Under the control of Mufeng, the streamers shot towards the giant void. None of them failed, and all fell into the giant void's body. The remaining giant phantoms, before they could even make a scream, were killed by the streamer with a sharp blade and dissipated in the air. At this point, the giant virtual and big virtual that surrounded and killed Mufeng were completely swept away. But after witnessing Wanrenshan punishment slaughtering the last giant void, Mufeng's tense nerves suddenly loosened, and the whole body seemed to be paralyzed. Not even an ordinary god of death can compare. From the attack of the giant ghost to the eradication of all the giant ghosts, Mufeng has successively used 6 advanced ghost ways, 5 of which are ghost ways above number 70. With such a large number of high-level ghosts, even if the vice-captain of the 13th division of Gote comes in, they may not be able to use it. The power of high-level ghosts is indeed amazing, but the consumption of spiritual pressure that comes with it is just as high. If it were the vice-captain of the 13th division of the Guardian, he would definitely not be as capricious as Mufeng, and the high-level ghosts would be thrown out as if they didn't want money. Therefore, according to the normal situation, even if Mufeng's current spiritual pressure is comparable to the vice-captain level, after such a high-intensity battle, the spiritual pressure in the body should be consumed by 70-80-80. Of course, this refers to the normal situation. Mufeng is a super powerhouse at the heavenly Tao level, so how can you use common sense to deduce it? The reason why Mufeng's aura became extremely bleak is because it was deliberately disguised by Mufeng. Yes, deliberately disguised. The purpose of this camouflage is to induce Aizen, who is standing behind those giant virtuals just now, to continue sending big virtuals to attack him. In the battle just now, because there were too many giant ghosts, Mufeng wanted to quickly harvest these giant ghosts, so he used several ghost paths of number 70 or more in succession. Ghost Tao of number 70 and above. As long as it is used properly, it is enough to kill ordinary Daxu. Mufeng was a little worried because he was too strong, so Aizen was reluctant to send Dashu to test him. Therefore, he deliberately disguised his own aura as extremely sad, as if his spiritual pressure was about to be exhausted. In fact, Mufeng thought a little bit too much. Aizen's attempt to test this time was to test his hidden mean. Before trying out his hidden mean, Aizen would not simply stop. Being able to perform the ghost way of number 70 or more can only show that Mufeng is indeed amazingly talented and hides a great secret. A person who has only entered Junyang for only half a year can give up singing and display the ghost path of number 70 or more. It is not only a genius that can do it. It is said that he has no secret, and I am afraid no one will believe it. However, Mufeng's camouflage also played a small role. That is, it made the hidden emptiness around him quicken the pace of attacking him. The more dangerous the moment, the easier it is to expose the card. Moreover, the fighting power that Mufeng just showed really calmed down. Standing behind these big virtuals and manipulating these big virtuals, Ichimaru Yin. Ichimaru Jin is also a vice captain anyway, and he still understands the truth of not giving the enemy any respite. Especially Mufeng. Once he recovers, he will bring a lot of trouble to the enemy, and Ichimaru Jin will not give him a chance. The remaining giant void was just killed, and strange ripples appeared again in the surrounding void. This time, the ripples were far more intense than before. Moreover, after these ripples, several huge spiritual pressures are constantly condensing. Brush. The next moment, one after another huge black shadow gradually appeared in Mufeng's field of vision, like a high wall piercing the sky, obscuring Mufeng's field of vision. This time, all the people surrounding Mufeng were all emptiness, and the number exceeded double digit. More than a dozen big virtuals appeared in this small area at the same time, and the huge spiritual pressure gathered together, almost freezing the air around them. The most important thing is that, in the mouths of Daxu directly in front of Mufeng, Huo Ran is condensing the virtual flash. Judging from the situation, these big virtual flashes are about to condense and form, and the destructive aura permeates all around. With a large amount of spiritual pressure, it was not worth the money, and it continued to gather in the mouths of several Daxu, and the spiritual pressure light balls in Daxu's mouth instantly condensed and formed, leaving no opportunity for Mufeng to take advantage. Boom! At the moment when the spiritual pressure light ball was condensed and formed, several silver-white flashes suddenly shot out from the mouths of the big virtual. Chapter 52_Crystal Mountain. Behind these big virtuals, Ichimaru Jin, who has been hiding all the time, also secretly condenses Reiatsu, ready to take action at any time. Aizen's order this time was just for Ichimaru Yin to test Mufeng, not to kill Mufeng. Mufeng is known as Junyang's once-in-a-thousand-year-old genius, and he always receives the attention of the high-level officials of the Soul Society. If he is only attacked, he can still cover it up with a little operation. After all, simulation training is more likely to have accident. However, once Mufeng dies, there is no doubt that the higher-ups of the Court Soul realm will be furious. With Mufeng's talent, as long as he doesn't fall, 90% of the time he can become a captain. The life and death of an ordinary god of death, the high-level Court Soul world will not pay too much attention to it. In the process of fighting against the virtual, the death of an ordinary god of death is almost a common occurrence. The 13th division of the Guardian has been established for so many years, and every year, a large number of Reapers join through various channels, but the number is still less than 10,000, because a large number of Reapers sacrifice every year. The official death god, belonging to fighting against the virtual, was originally a high-risk occupation. This is also the reason why the 46th office of the Central Committee defines the 13th division of the Gotei as a just organization. It can be said that it is these low-level death gods who have exchanged their own sacrifices for the reputation of the 13th division of the Gotei. 100. In the same way, it is precisely because many ordinary death gods are sacrificed every year, so the high-level Court Soul world is almost numb to the death of ordinary death gods. They have seen so many sacrifices that they are accustomed to it. Official Reaper, and so on, let alone these trainee Reapers who are participating in simulation training. The reason why Aizen dared to arrange Daxu to sneak attack on the Shinigami who participated in the simulation training this time, the lack of attention from the top of the Soul Society accounted for a large part of the reason. If the top level of the Soul Society really paid attention to this sneak attack, and made great efforts to investigate, it is difficult to guarantee that nothing will be found. In the Soul world, Aizen couldn't cover the sky with one hand. Aizen would not allow such a thing to happen unless it was a last resort. Therefore, Aizen had told Ichimaru Yin long ago not to hurt Mufeng's life. Aizen's order, he must listen. Of course, this is not because of how loyal he is to Aizen, but because of Aizen's eyes. He must be paying attention to this place at the moment. Even if he doesn't make a move, Aizen will definitely make a move. If he doesn't take action, he will definitely be suspicious of Aizen. What kind of person Aizen was, Ichimaru Jin was very clear. What Aizen hates most are those those who don't obey orders. Aizen will never be soft on such people. Ichimaru Jin didn't want to lose Aizen's trust because of trivial matters. The silver-white phantom flashes, wrapped in a destructive aura, crushed the air where they passed, and poured towards Mufeng with an irresistible force. Seeing that Mufeng was about to be annihilated by the virtual flash, at this moment, a voice with more and more weakness suddenly sounded in the night. 73 of the Binding Road, Inverted Crystal Mountain. A surge of spiritual pressure rushed out of Mufeng, and there was a wave in the surrounding void. A huge, inverted triangular shade crystal was formed out of thin air, covering Mufeng's figure. Boom, 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 click, click, click. Several virtual flashes with an aura of destruction, in no particular order, hit the huge crystal at the same time. The huge impact made the huge crystal tremble continuously, and even cracks appeared on the surface. Despite this, the huge crystal was not completely broken, but remained under the attack of the virtual flash. Mufeng, who was shrouded in it, was unscathed, but the aura on his body seemed to be even weaker, and it seemed that he would not be able to support it at any time. Inverted Crystal Mountain is number 73 Binding Road, the main defense. Although the number of numbers is not high, because the Inverted Crystal Mountain has abandoned the rest of the characteristic, leaving only the solid one. Even a full-strength attack from the deputy captain level is difficult to break the defense of the Inverted Crystal Mountain. A few phantom flashes, it looks amazing, but the attack is scattered, and it can't break the defense of the Inverted Crystal Mountain. Shushan didn't hurt Mufeng, and Da Shu, who was surrounded by Mufeng, certainly wouldn't be reconciled. Boom, boom, boom. A part of Daxu began to condense spiritual pressure again, and the other part of Daxu rushed directly to the Inverted Crystal Mountain, and the huge sharp claws carried a great force, constantly bombarding the Inverted Crystal Mountain. Click. Under the bombardment of these big voids, regardless of the cost, the cracks on the huge crystals continued to spread. As long as these big voids can persist for a while, they will definitely be able to break the huge crystal. Although the huge crystal formed by the Inverted Crystal Mountain is strong enough, the Inverted Crystal Mountain is only the number 73 Ghost Road after all, and it is impossible to endure the endless attack of Daxu. After displaying the Inverted Crystal Mountain to cover himself, Mufengwan didn't care, and began to do his best to restore the spiritual pressure, and he had to act in a full set. In fact, from the battle to the present, Mufeng has indeed used 5 or 6 advanced ghost waves, and each of them has gone all out. But the spiritual pressure in his body is very abundant, and there is no problem with more than a dozen advanced ghost pads. Mufeng's spiritual pressure is so abundant is because the spiritual pressure in his body has broken through to the peak of Shikai, and because there is no restriction of Bankai, the spiritual pressure in his body is far thicker than the ordinary peak of Shikai. Second, with immortality in his body, Mufeng can always absorb the spirits around him and refine them into spirit pressure. The concentration of spiritual suns in the world is extremely thin, and cannot be compared with the soul world at all. However, in the area where Mufeng is located, hundreds of giant virtuals and one big virtual have just fallen. Their scattered spiritual pressure is enough. Raise the concentration of spirits around it to an extremely rich level. Under the influence of these two factors, Mufeng has no shortage of spiritual pressure at all. While pretending to be recovering spiritual pressure, Mufeng unfolded his perception and quietly monitored the surrounding. However, Mufeng was not as reckless as before, fully expanding his perception, but confining the spiritual pressure to the surrounding area. Aizen is not a simple character. Mufeng doesn't want his perception to be noticed by Aizen, so he pays too much attention to himself. This year, pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger and making a fortune in silence is the right way. Boom, boom, boom. Several spiritual pressures bombarded the huge crystal again. It was already a huge crystal at the end of the arrow. With a click, it shattered and dissipated into the air with countless fragments. The figure of Mufeng also appeared in the figure of Da Shu. Roar, roar, roar. The few Daxu surrounded by bombarding the huge crystal, when they saw Mufeng, their eyes instantly became extremely red, and finally made a roar, and the huge claws couldn't wait to shoot with all their strength, with a whistling sound, to the pastoral wind. Obviously, Mufeng's behavior of hiding in the huge crystal angered these Daxu. Chapter 53_Stalemate. Brush. Seeing that the sharp claws of the surrounding Daxu were about to fall, Mufeng's figure suddenly flashed, and he used his shunbu to disappear in the same place. Boom. Several big vein blows with anger, and suddenly fell into the air, bombarding the ground. The ground all around shook, and several giant pits appeared again, and countless cracks spread around. Shunbu can move the body quickly, even to the extent that others can't see it, just like teleportation. Only to achieve this effect requires extremely high shunbu attainments and the support of Reiatsu. The farther you move, the more Reiatsu is consumed, because the core of shunbu is to compress all the movements into an instant, surpassing the limit of human vision. Accomplishment. Mufeng is definitely enough. In the realm of Mufeng Tiandao level, under the high house, in half a year, even without relying on the system, he has already realized shunbu to the point of perfection, far above the ordinary captain captain level. In the case of spiritual pressure, it is a bit far behind. Not to mention, Mufeng is still pretending that the spiritual pressure is too much loss. In this case, it is impossible for him to put too much Reiatsu on Shunbu. Therefore, Mufeng's figure soon appeared, more than 10 meters away from the few big virtuals that had just been shot. The few Daxu who hit the empty with all their strength quickly reacted, withdrew their sharp claws from the ground, and roared and continued to pounce on Mufeng. Daxu, who was surrounded by them, also began to contain Mufeng. Seeing so many voids surrounding him, Mufeng pretended to show a trace of panic, and the depths of his eyes were still calm as water. The 51 lightning strike. Seeing the time, Mufeng's right hand pointed at a certain Daxu who was pounced on him, and a thick thunderlight appeared out of thin air and slashed towards the Daxu's right leg. This Daxu had just lifted his left leg, and before it fell, his right leg was hit by the lightning. Lightning strikes are only the number 51 Ghost Road, and they can't even break Daxu's defense, let alone hurt Daxu. But the lightning condensed by the lightning strike will have a paralyzing effect when it hits the enemy. The lightning strike that Mufeng displayed was transformed by his subtle ability, which weakened the lethality and greatly increased the paralysis characteristic. Crackling, the electric light flickered, and the thunder light landed on Dashu's right leg. Not even a black spot was left, but the thunder light contained paralysis properties, but it was transmitted to Dashu's right leg. In an instant, Dashu, who was hit by the lightning, only felt numb in his right leg and briefly lost consciousness. This big virtual left leg was just lifted, and the weight of the whole body was placed on the right leg. The right leg lost consciousness and was unable to support his body. Although the paralyzing effect of the thunder light only lasted for a moment, it was enough. The size of the Great Void is so huge, it is almost equivalent to the fusion of hundreds of ordinary voids. The size is huge. In addition to bringing about an increase in strength, it also has an increase in body weight. The heavier the weight, the more likely you will fall over if you get unsteady. The paralysis above the right leg only lasted for a moment. At this moment, all of Dashu's weight was placed on his weak right leg. The right leg suddenly couldn't support it. The foot was soft, and even the entire huge body lost its balance. It is easy to lose balance, but it is difficult to restore balance, and the bigger the body, the more so. When Dashu's right leg regained consciousness, he was already powerless. Boom! The huge body like a high-rise building fell heavily on the ground, and the ground suddenly burst, and the surrounding buildings, under the shock of Dashu's falling to the ground, were shaken and even collapsed. At the same time, several big virtuals close to this big virtual were also blocked by the huge body that fell down. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Mufeng hurriedly used Shunbu to escape the confinement of the Daxu. Roar! A defeat in containment was nothing, and the surrounding Daxu quickly regrouped and contained it again. Even Dashu, who had just fallen to the ground, got up from the ground, roaring and continuing to chase and kill Mufeng. With Daxu's defense, the impact of falling to the ground is not enough to hit Daxu. Of course, on the ground hit by the big virtual, a giant virtual crater was left unsurprisingly. Although Mufeng repeatedly used Shunbu to dodge Daxu's containment, Shunbu's dodging distance was only a dozen meters. A mere 10 meters. For Dashu, it is only a distance of 1 or 2 steps, and it can be easily crossed. Therefore, despite Mufeng's left and right flashes, he still did not escape the containment of Dashu. Of course, these great idiots who surrounded Mufeng had no choice but to get him. Relying on the 40 or 50 ghost paths, and the enhancement of the characteristics of these ghost paths with the ability to penetrate into the microscopic level, Mufeng repelled the Dashu who rushed up again and again. Sometimes, being forced to escape by these big virtual flashes, he would display the inverted crystal mountain, hide directly, escape the big virtual attack, and recover the spiritual pressure by the way. In this way, Mufeng and the surrounding Dashu gradually became deadlocked. Daxu can't help Mufeng, and Mufeng can't help Daxu. As for Mufeng's weak aura, during the stalemate with Dashu, not only did it not weaken, but it actually increased a lot. It can be said that the more you fight, the stronger you are. Most of these changes are naturally camouflaged by Mufeng. The purpose is very simple. From the beginning to the present, Mufeng's purpose has only been one, that is, to kill these big virtuals, to obtain enough origin point, and to raise his spiritual pressure to the captain level as soon as possible. Between Shikai Peak and Bankai, the lowest is 5 times, and the highest is 10 times different. The origin points obtained by more than a dozen great virtuals and hundreds of giant virtuals are not enough to help Mufeng raise his spiritual pressure to the captain level, and he still needs more origin point. In a short period of time, the only chance to hunt Daxu and obtain the origin point is this one. Of course, Mufeng wanted to scrape as many origin points as possible. He showed the enemy to be weak, and pretended to be at a stalemate with Daxu, in order to let Ichimaru Yin send more Daxu. If he had attacked with all his strength from the very beginning, cutting and killing the dozen or so Daxu in front of him, Ichimaru Yin 99% would not be able to send Daxu again. The simulation training didn't last long, and when he played against Daxu, the movement was not small. Even if there was an enchantment to cover it, it was difficult to guarantee that it would not be noticed. This is the present world, not the soul world. The spiritual child in this world is too thin, and the slightly violent fluctuation of spiritual pressure is like a fire in the dark night. What's more, ghosts and ghosts above number 70. Every little delay increases the risk of exposure, which is undoubtedly detrimental to Aizen and Ichimaru-jin. So, Ichimaru-jin has only two options: stop at this point, or continue to send more Daxu. The latter is what Mu-feng wanted. Chapter 54_sweet. A little bit of time passed, and in the blink of an eye, Mu-feng and Dashu had been at a stalemate for nearly an hour, and a ray of light gradually appeared in the sky. In the surrounding void, familiar fluctuations began to appear, and Ichimaru-jin finally made a decision. The purpose of Aizen letting him test Mu-feng this time is to find out the secret hidden behind Mu-feng. Before finding out the secret, he can't easily stop. What's more, Mu-feng's disguise has always been almost perfect, so Ichimaru-jin has no doubt that Mu-feng is playing with him. A freshman who has only entered the True Central Spiritual Art Institute for half a year can achieve this level. It is already the first level of the sky, and anyone else would not believe that Mu-feng still hides a part of his combat power. As the spatial fluctuations appeared, one after another huge figure appeared out of thin air, joining the ranks of besieging Mu-feng. In just a few breaths, the large void surrounding Mu-feng had more than doubled. Dozens of Daxu were besieged at the same time, which immediately increased the pressure on Mu-feng. After this heart of the great void was added, the surrounding void returned to calm, and no new great void appeared. Is that all? Perception quickly swept through every corner of the enchantment. After confirming that no new Daxu joined, Mu-feng's eyes suddenly condensed, and a bright light suddenly flashed. Dozens of big virtuals should be the limit. After all, these big virtuals are all transformed big virtuals, not ordinary Chinese cabbage. There are as many as you want. Since that's the case, I'll accept these big falsehoods rudely. Mu-feng murmured. The weak aura on his body was swept away, replaced by a spiritual pressure that rose into the sky. The 88th Flying Dragon Strike, the Thunder Cannon. A clear low shout sounded, and countless spiritual pressures converged towards Mu-feng's right hand. Before long, a huge beam of light flashing with thunder appeared in front of Mu-feng's right hand, sweeping in front of him. Any big void that was touched by the beam of thunder light, before even screaming, was annihilated and dissipated into the air by the thunder light. Number 88 is already the strongest attack below number 90. In other words, this attack is already the strongest attack below the captain level. How could it be blocked? With this light of lightning alone, nearly a third of the great void was killed, and the great void surrounding Mu-feng was almost swept away. Brush! The figure flashed, and while the surrounding Daxu hadn't reacted, Mu-feng directly flashed out of the encirclement and appeared dozens of meters away. The 83 Dian Waterfall. At the moment of leaving the encirclement, Mu-feng suddenly turned around, waved his right hand, and shouted in a low voice to Dashu who was behind him, and once again displayed a breakthrough of the number 80 or more. A surge of spiritual pressure spewed out and appeared above the Daxu. The next moment, the sky seemed to be dyed red, and a large number of dark red raindrops kept dripping from the sky. These raindrops got bigger and bigger, and eventually formed a huge waterfall. Roar, roar, roar. All the big voids washed away by raindrops or waterfalls couldn't help roaring. This time, their roars were filled with pain, and on them, where they were washed away, blue smoke came out one after another. These dark red raindrops are not ordinary raindrops, but magma. Washed by the magma like a waterfall, more than a dozen Daxu only persisted for a few breaths before being completely melted by the magma. The two ghost paths of the 80-odd number were displayed, and only a third of the Daxu who were originally besieging Mu-feng remained. This third, Mu-feng did not let go. The 83 Dian Waterfall. Looking coldly at the remaining Daxu, Mu-feng once again displayed the Great Flame Waterfall. After being stunned by two 80-odd ghost roads one after another, the Daxu finally reacted and started to run away. However, the speed of Mu-feng's use of the ghost path was too fast. Among the remaining Daxu, there was only one Daxu that seemed to be much stronger than the other Daxu. Fortunately, it escaped Mu-feng's attack and survived, and the rest of the dozen or so Daxu were all buried under Mu-feng's ghostly way. After slaughtering dozens of Daxu until only one remained, Mu-feng did not use the ghost way, and completely killed the Daxu that had been in the end. Instead, Vivi gasped and stood on the spot, and began to recover his spiritual pressure. After a large number of Daxu fell, the overflowing spiritual suns gathered towards Mu-feng, which he refined through the Zanpakuto and transformed into own spiritual pressure. When Mu-feng was recovering spiritual pressure, somewhere outside the industrial zone, a figure was staring at this place with a shocking face through some kind of prop. This figure is naturally Ichimaru-jin. The 88th broke the road. How is this possible? And the 88th, who gave up singing, how did he do it? Ichimaru-jin murmured to himself in disbelief. The scene he just discovered really shocked him, and he never imagined that Mufeng, who was still under the siege of countless big empties, gave up singing before he blinked, displayed a number of 80 or more smashes, and almost killed all the big virtual. Those are ghosts above number 80. Even if he has comprehended Bankai and has broken through to the captain level, Ichimaru Yin still can't guarantee that he can successfully perform ghosts above number 80, let alone give up singing to cast number 80 or above. Ghost Road. That dozens of Daxu. It's just a monster, and it seems that only the last backhand can be used. Suppressing the shock in his heart, Ichimaru Jin squinted at Mufeng, ready to use the last hand that Aizen gave him. Brush. However, at this moment, the space behind Ichimaru Jin was suddenly torn apart, and Aizen's figure came out of the torn space. Ichimaru Jin also noticed the movement behind him. He quickly turned his head and looked behind him. After seeing Aizen, Ichimaru Jin squinted his eyes and said respectfully, "Captain Aizen, why are you here? Hehe, there is such an amazing genius in the Soul Society, how could I not come and see?" Aizen smiled and passed the road 4.2 in front of Ichimaru Jin, and locked the figure of Mufeng. In the words just now, although there was admiration for Mufeng, and there was even a smile on his face, but Lan Ran's eyes were cold. "Sorry, Captain Aizen, I seem to have messed up this time." Ichimaru Jin followed Aizen's eyes and glanced at Mufeng, and then asked Aizen for sin. "You didn't do anything wrong. Even if it was me who led the matter, the result would not make any difference." Lan Ran helped her eyes. A strange light flashed in the depths of her eyes, and her tone continued flat. "Road, who would have thought that we just wanted to test the once-in-a-thousand-year-old genius, but we found a monster. After only half a year of entering the True Central Spiritual Art Institute, he would be able to perform the number 88 Ghost Way without singing. If it wasn't for him who just entered True Central when I was in the Academy of Spiritual Art, I personally checked it out, I'm afraid I would think he was disguised as the captain who was good at ghosts." Chapter 55 Appreciation of Aizen. "Captain Aizen, you said a lot before. This Mufeng definitely has a big secret. I don't believe there is any genius who can master the number 88 Ghost Way in such a short period of time, and release it without singing. It is too exaggerated to release number 88 Ghost Road without singing, and there are not many in the entire Soul Society who can do it." Sweeping Mufeng, who was still recovering his spiritual pressure quickly, Ichimaru Jin's tone was exaggerated. Although the tone is a bit exaggerated, the meaning in Ichimaru Jin's words is not exaggerated at all. No chanting can perform number 88 Ghost Way. In today's Soul Society, apart from a few veteran captains, there are really few captains who can do it. Not to mention that there is no chanting to perform the number 88 Ghost Way. Even if there are few captains who master the number 88 Ghost Way, the captain level is like this, and there is no deputy captain level. Aizen did not refute Ichimaru Jin's word, because Ichimaru Jin's words were indeed true. In fact, not only Ichimaru Yin, but even he was shocked by Mufeng when he just saw Mufeng Wuzing perform number 88 Ghost Way. A freshman who has just entered the True Central Spiritual Arts Academy for half a year can achieve this level, and it is true that he cannot only use his talent to explain 13 interpretations. Throughout the thousands of years of history in the Soul Society, Aizen has never seen that genius grow to the level of Mufeng in such a short period of time. "Mufeng, you are really mysterious," Aizen whispered in the bottom of his heart. This is the first time he has a sense of incomprehension towards a person. "Captain Aizen, do you need to use backup power to continue testing him?" Seeing that Aizen couldn't speak, Ichimaru Jin couldn't help asking aloud. To be honest, it was the first time he saw Aizen and didn't speak to someone for a long time. Based on this alone, Ichimaru Jin couldn't help but glance at Mufeng. "I don't need it. The reserve strength alone is not enough to force him to the limit, and the movement is too big and it is easy to be exposed." Hearing Ichimaru Jin's word, Aizen came back to her senses, and her expression returned to its usual dullness. How is it possible that the backup force, even the captain, can be entangled for a while? How can he not be able to push his limit? Ichimaru Yin's complexion changed. He never thought that Aizen's evaluation of Mufeng was so high. The reserve force was arranged by him personally. He knew very well how strong the reserve force was. He might not be able to deal with the captain, but it was still no problem to deal with 3 or 5 vice captains. He knew it, and of course Aizen knew it too. With such a power, Aizen thinks he can't deal with it, and is recovering the spiritual pressure. Mufeng, who seems to be at the end of his force, can't let him be surprised. "Yin, you didn't see the difficulty." Although he was recovering the spiritual pressure, he didn't show any signs of panic on his face. Those Daxu who just besieged him were all hiding their figures. When there is an enemy, there is still no panic on his face, which is enough to show that he is confident and not afraid of possible dangers. Moreover, from the beginning to the present, he has never used the Zanpakuto. Looking at the shepherd's wind that was standing in front of the only remaining giant, calmly recovering the spiritual pressure, there was a flash of appreciation in Lan Ran's eye. Shepherd's talent and hidden secrets aside, just the disposition that never changed his face in front of Taishan's collapse is worthy of admiration. Aizen's words hit Ichimaru Ichimaru Jin's heart like a giant hammer, especially the last sentence, which woke him up. Ichimaru Yin only remembered at this moment that Mufeng seemed to be pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger just now, drawing out all the Daxu in his hand, and then killing them all in one fell swoop. It is difficult to guarantee that Mufeng will not be there again this time. Camouflage. Of course, these are all secondary, and what really makes Ichimaru Yin hard to ignore is Aizen's last sentence. So far, Mufeng has not used the Zanpakuto. You know, for most Shinigami, the Zanpakuto is the strongest weapon. Although the ghost path is strong, for most death god, it is not comparable to his own Zanpakuto. Except for a few Shinigami, Zanpakuto's abilities belong to the complete auxiliary category, and most Shinigami's Shikai skills, Benkai skills, are their strongest trick. Although Mufeng has been using the ghost way and has not used the Zanpakuto, Ichimaru Jin is not sure that Mufeng's Zanpakuto belongs to the kind of complete auxiliary type. Once Mufeng's Zanpakuto is not a fully auxiliary type, then Mufeng's combat power needs to be reconsidered. Developing Shikai and creating Shikai skills is much easier than Onigiri after number 70. Mufeng can even give up singing and performing on Ghost Road number 88, and his development of his Zanpakuto can be imagined. According to the original plan, deal with the traces here. Blue died lightly. Yes, Ichimaru Yin obeyed. Since Aizen wasn't going to continue to test Mufeng, he didn't object either. Moreover, Aizen's inference just now does have some truth. If Mufeng really hasn't done his best and continued to test it, it will not only be meaningless, but it may also cause unforeseen problem. Moreover, this time the temptation did not come to nothing. At least the strength of Mufeng has been tested, and it can be 100% confirmed that there must be a big secret hidden in Mufeng. This harvest is enough. Mufeng, it's interesting. Maybe, in the near future, you will become my only opponent in the Soul Realm. Lan Ran stared at Mufeng, and disappeared in a flash. In this simulation training, testing Mufeng is only one of his goals, and there are other things waiting for him to deal with. In addition to the traces here that need to be dealt with, the traces in other places also need to be covered up by him. 350. After all, because of Mufeng, this time there was a lot of noise, and the 5th Division is the leader of this simulation training. Once the senior officials of the Soul Society investigate, it is difficult to guarantee that they will not notice any clues. If something was missed, Aizen decided to take action himself to end these traces. After Aizen left, Ichimaru Jin also turned his attention back to Mufeng. Taking a deep look at Mufeng, Ichimaru Jin turned his attention to the only remaining Daxu. For so many years, the reason why Aizen has not been exposed but instead forced Kazuki Urahara and the mass army and others, in addition to Kyoka Shueyu's perverted illusion ability, because Aizen considers everything very meticulously and thoughtfully, trying to ensure that there will be no accident. To be honest, Mufeng's combat power was beyond the expectations of Ichimaru Jin and Aizen, and to a certain extent disrupted Aizen's plan. However, before the plan started, Aizen had already thought about how to remove all traces if a certain accident happened. Although the accident brought by Mufeng was not small, it was still under the control of Aizen, and Ichimaru Jin thought contacted the only remaining Daxu through some way, and Ichimaru Jin gave the final order without hesitation. Chapter 56_blow up. Face crack. Roar. After receiving Ichimaru Jin's order, the only remaining Daxu's eyes were congested, and the pupils became extremely red, and the endless tyrannical aura rolled in the bottom of his eyes, as if he had suddenly lost his mind. At the same time, the spiritual pressure in Daxu's body also boiled like boiling water. Is this your backhand, Aizen? Seeing the changes on Dashu's body, a gleam of light flashed in Mufeng's eyes. In fact, Aizen's inference about Ichimaru Jin was only partly correct. The trump card, Mufeng, does have the status of 2 world agents in the system, which is his biggest trump card. However, Mufeng would not use this trump card unless it was a last resort. In addition to this trump card, Zanpakuto is also Mufeng's trump card. It's just that, not as Aizen and Ichimaru Jin guessed, Mufeng hasn't understood Shikai yet, and Zanpakuto doesn't actually have much power. The reason why Zanpakuto is one of Mufeng's trump cards is because of Kendo. Mufeng's swordsmanship is in the realm of a great master. With his first-time master level ghostly attainment, he can easily kill ordinary Daxu. The swordsmanship of the great master realm will undoubtedly be stronger. Kendo is also the only means he can currently compete with the captain. The system and the origins of the 2 worlds can only protect themselves and cannot be used for counterattack. Moreover, this time, Mufeng is not pretending to be like Ichimaru Yin guessed. He is really hurrying to restore the spiritual pressure. Due to the absence of Benkai's restrictions, the Reiatsu within Mufeng's body is far thicker than the normal Shikai peak. However, no matter how rich he is, he can't stand the monopoly of Mufeng's profligacy. There are 3 ghost paths of number 80 and above, and several ghost paths of number 70 and above. If any vice captain comes, the spiritual pressure in the body will also be changed. Drain. Apart from the captain, there is no spiritual pressure of the Death God, which can support so many advanced ghost ways, and it is still the top one among the advanced ghost ways. Therefore, after the display of the second Great Flame Waterfall, the spiritual pressure in Mu Feng's body has been exhausted. Although it is not difficult to use one or two more ghost paths to destroy the only remaining one, but once this is done, the last bit of spiritual pressure in Mu Feng's body will also be drained. This is not the world of pirate, but the world of death. Here, Kindle, like Ghost Way, also needs spiritual pressure to support. Without the support of spiritual pressure, no matter how high Mu Feng's Kindle attainments are, the lethality is extremely limited. It is impossible for him to put himself in danger just because of a mere big void. Therefore, after displaying the second Great Flame Waterfall, he started to recover the spiritual pressure regardless. Of course, Mu Feng's purpose for doing this was to continue to test Aizen. Although all the surrounding Daxu had been killed by him, he did not believe that Aizen had only these methods. Roar! An earth-shattering roar came out, and the spiritual pressure on the only remaining Daxu boiled to the extreme, and the paths were like white light flashing like a phantom, blooming all over Xidaxu's body, like a huge luminous body, lighting up the entire night. A strong aura of destruction spreads around. Aware of the aura of destruction contained in Daxu's body, Mu Feng's expression changed, and there was a hint of vigilance in his eyes. With his eyesight, he could see the aura of destruction in Daxu's body, and he had already touched the threshold of the captain's level. Right now, he has only broken through to the peak of Shikai, and he is still a long way from the captain level, and he can't ignore the attack of the captain level. Just when Mu Feng was about to be on guard, an unexpected scene happened to him. The only remaining big phantom exploded, and all the spiritual pressure in the body was transformed into a phantom flash in an instant. A huge phantom flash that was several times the size of the ordinary phantom flash, and it was like destroying the sky and destroying the earth. The breath rushed out of the exploding big virtual body. However, this spiritual pressure did not rush towards Mu Feng, but soared into the sky and blasted towards a certain point in the void. The spatial intensity of the present world is simply not comparable to the soul realm and the void circle. The captains and vice-captains of the soul world will limit their spiritual pressure to 1/5 of the spiritual pressure. The fear is that the captain level spiritual pressure is too strong, which will affect the stability of the world. There is the safety of ordinary human being. A big virtual burns all the spiritual pressure. Even if this big virtual is only the lowest level big virtual, the virtual flash released can be comparable to an ordinary captain's full blow. Click. Under the bombardment of such a powerful attack, a huge crack suddenly appeared in the void, and a large amount of chaotic and tyrannical aura gushed out from the crack. The point in the virtual flash is not an ordinary point, but a space node, which can be connected to the virtual circle as long as it is open. Aizen chose to test Mu Feng in this place, and this space node accounted for a large factor. As long as there is this space node, the virtual circle can be easily connected. Is this the breadth of the virtual circle? As soon as the chaotic aura came over, Mu Feng knew where the crack in the space opened by the virtual flash were connected. He has never been to the virtual circle, but he has felt the breadth of the virtual circle from the virtual body. Aizen wants to use the virtual circle to cover up the traces here. From this point of view, he is not going to continue to test me. His thought turned, and in an instant, Mu Feng knew Aizen's plan. The current situation is very different from the original plot. In the original plot, Aizen just rescued Hinamori Dao and the others when they were besieging them, and did not do such a thing. However, Mu Feng also understands why Aizen is so generous, directly opening up the space node between the present world and the virtual circle. His eyes swept around a huge industrial area. Because of his fight with the giant virtual and the big virtual, it has been in a mess, and it has almost become a ruin. In this situation, in addition to opening the channel between the virtual circle and the world, and retreating everything to the virtual circle invading the world, there is no second excuse to cover up. Click. With the influx of the virtual circle's breath, the crack began to expand continuously, and countless black dots flew through the space cracks and flew towards the world. These black dots, each black dot represents virtual. After these black dots, some huge bodies like high-rise buildings also tried to pass through the crack in space to come to the world. These huge figures are naturally Daxu Jillian. Acting has to be a full set. Since there has been a Daxu here before, then of course there must be Daxu at the other end of the space crack. As soon as the space crack appeared, there were so many ordinary virtual and big virtual discoveries, and there was no doubt that they were deliberately arranged by Aizen. Under the scouring of a lot of virtual circle aura, the fighting aura that filled the air was gradually covered by assimilation. Not only that, Mu Feng also found that the enchantment shrouded in the surrounding was also quietly dissipating. Chapter 57_Final Harvest. This is the end. Aizen, should I say that you are anticlimactic? Mu Feng muttered to himself. In fact, he also understood why Aizen's temptation to him felt anticlimactic, because Aizen seriously misestimated his combat power, which led to the hasty end of this confrontation. Of course, this is no wonder Aizen. In fact, Aizen's preparations are already and fully prepared. Hundreds of giant phantoms and dozens of great phantom. Even a normal captain would feel a headache when they encounter such forces. Not to mention, dealing with a freshman who has just entered the Junyang Spiritual Arts Academy for half a year. At the very beginning, Ichimaru Jin even felt that Aizen was a little over the top. Who would have thought that Mufeng would be so perverted that the 80-odd ghosts could easily come to him? However, this result is not bad. Before leaving, he gave me a big gift. Looking at the other side of the fissure in the space, scrambling to face the emptiness coming from the world, Mufeng's eyes flashed a scorching heat. These are all origin points. The 88th Flying Dragon Strike Thief Thunder Cannon. Without any hesitation, Mufeng aimed his right hand at the space crack in the sky and shouted in a low voice. With the assistance of a mortal technique, at that time, he had already recovered the spiritual pressure in his body to 557. Tearing tilde. A huge beam of light flickering with thunder rushed out from Mufeng's right palm and swept to the other side of the space crack. The residences where the laming light beam passed, whether it was an ordinary void or a great void, were all annihilated. When the beam of light reached the virtual circle, Mufeng's thoughts moved, and the beam of thunder light exploded directly. Crackling, countless thunder light flickered, and a large number of ordinary voids and a few great voids were directly annihilated by the thunder. A certain area on the other side of the space crack was immediately swept away, and a short-term vacancy appeared. Among the virtual circles, the most common ones are ordinary virtual ones, as well as Kyrian. Soon, a large number of ordinary virtual and Kyrian were added. Tearing tilde. Mufeng didn't stop there. For him, every time he kills one more of these ordinary and big ones, he can gain a little more origin point. He is very lacking in origin. In a short period of time, there is only this opportunity now, which can allow him to slaughter the ordinary and big virtual. 2 consecutive Flying Dragon Strike Thief Thunder Cannons rushed out of his hand, and once again harvested a large number of ordinary virtual and a lot of big virtual. After the third Flying Dragon Strike Thief Thunder Cannon was detonated, Mufeng restrained his breath and stopped shooting. The reason why he didn't shoot anymore was not because Mufeng didn't want to, nor because the spiritual pressure in his body was exhausted, but because the enchantment that isolated this area had disintegrated for the most part. If he continues to shoot, it will be difficult to ensure that the movement will not be discovered. Wang's use of the Flying Dragon Strike Thief Shocking Thunder Cannon was too amazing, and Mufeng also didn't want this to arouse suspicion among the higher up in the Soul Society. Without the obstruction of Mufeng, a large number of ordinary voids and large voids formed out from the crack in the space, falling like raindrops to various areas of the industrial zone. Puff, an indiscernible wave came, and under the scouring of a large amount of tyrannical spiritual energy, the surrounding enchantment finally completely dissipated. Because of the appearance of space crack, the traces of spiritual pressure left by the enchantment were soon mixed with the breath leaked by the virtual circle. The biggest feature of the aura of the virtual circle is chaos. In this way, as long as they didn't see the barrier with their own eyes, no one would have thought that a barrier had ever appeared here. Other than Aizen and Ichimaru Jin who had set up the barrier, Mufeng was the only one who had seen the barrier. Aizen and Ichimaru Jin, needless to say, will definitely not commit suicide, and Mufeng will also not leak the slightest. The reason why Aizen so blatantly set up the enchantment to test Mufeng is that Mufeng has a secret, and he does not dare and will not casually reveal his attack. Otherwise, how dare Aizen, who has always been cautious, dare to create a barrier directly? You know, as we all know, only the god of death can arrange the enchantment. Once the enchantment thing leaks out, no matter how Aizen guides it, it will be difficult to divert attention from this matter. Being cautious, unscrupulous, and making decisions before moving is the main reason why Aizen has been dormant in the soul realm for so many years. As the enchantment arranged around dissipated, this area was finally connected to other areas in the industrial area. In the enchantment, the original atmosphere of the virtual circle found a new breakthrough, and suddenly swept out towards the entire industrial area like a tide. Of course, after the enchantment disappeared, the aura from the outside also surged up. Other breath don't matter, but practicing the breath of the god of death has attracted the attention of countless ordinary and big ones. Between the virtual and the god of death, they are born to stand on opposite sides. For the god of death, emptiness is evil, and it must be killed when it sees it. For Shu, the pure spirit body of death god is the best food. Therefore, as soon as I smelled the breath of the god of death, these ordinary emptiness and great emptiness that had just appeared in the world immediately fell into a frenzy. One by one, ordinary emptiness and great emptiness, following the direction of the breath, quickly rushed towards the practiced death god. Go. There is a hint of desire in the eyes of these ordinary and big virtuals, and it is obvious that they regard the god of death as delicious food. Mufeng didn't know the purpose of the emptiness, but he knew that this was not a place to stay for a long time. Moreover, because of his appearance, Aizen made a lot of noise this time, and the original plot was much bigger. In no time, the entire industrial area area will be filled with void. In this way, the safety of those trainee gods of death will inevitably be greatly threatened. Shepard did not hope that too many people died in this simulation training. It's not that Mufeng has any sympathy or guilt for the intern death god. He simply doesn't want it, because the intern death god has too many deaths and injuries. It has attracted the attention of the higher ups in the Soul Society. After the perception was fully developed and the situation in the industrial zone was ascertained, Mufeng's figure flashed and disappeared into the night. Shortly after Mufeng disappeared, Ichimaru Jin, outside the industrial zone, also put away the prop to monitor Mufeng. Having just entered the True Central Spiritual Art Institute for half a year, you will be able to use the Flying Dragon Strike Thief Thunder Cannon without singing. Mufeng, you must be hiding a big secret. I can't say. You will become Aizen's biggest opponent in the Soul realm. Looking at the industrial zone shrouded by the barrier, Ichimaru Jin squinted and whispered to himself. However, no matter what secrets you have, I hope you don't get in my way, otherwise. A fierce light flashed from the bottom of his eyes, and Ichimaru Jin took a deep look at the industrial area again, and with a stroke of the Zanpakuto, cut out a space passage and stepped into it. In another area of the industrial zone, in a rather complicated street, a female Shinigami wearing the uniform of the True Central Academy of Spiritual Arts was holding the Zanpakuto tightly and scanning the surroundings vigilantly. Young Sendao found it. At this moment, a shout came from behind the female death god, and along with the shout, there was also a spider-shaped simulation virtual. Chapter 58_Gather. The 31 Red Cannon. Under the reminder of the shouting, the female death god also discovered the simulated ghost that was rushing towards her. Without the slightest panic on her face, she quickly raised her right palm, aimed at the rushing Miku, and sang in a low voice. Reiatsu poured out of the female death god's body, and a moment later, a crimson fireball appeared in the female death god's right palm. ZZ tilde. As soon as the fireball condensed and formed, it whistled and shot out, slamming into the imitating virtual world. Boom! The air waves rolled, simulating Shu being hit directly by the red fireball, and instantly being engulfed by the air wave. However, a red fireball was not enough to kill the simulated virtual. The spider-shaped simulated virtual hard resisted the impact of the red artillery, passed through the air wave, and continued to rush towards the female god of death. There is a price to pay for the frontal resistance to the red artillery. Although the spider-type simulation virtual has not been killed, its body is already broken. The female god of death seemed to have already anticipated that the Kai artillery could not kill the simulated virtual. After releasing the Kai artillery, she sang again without hesitation. The King's Lander, the mask of flesh and blood, the omniscient, the one who flutters his wings and takes the name of human being, the truth and temperance, standing on the wall of the dream without sin only with his minion. 33 of the broken wave, King Wo pendant. Without waiting for the spider type, the simulated phantom approached, and a burst of flame rushed out of the hands of the female god of death, slamming into the spider type simulated phantom. Boom! Previously, the simulated virtual world, which had been severely damaged by the Kai artillery cannon, was no longer able to defend against it. The explosive flame stronger than the Kai artillery cannon was directly blown into pieces and dissipated in the air. After killing the spider-shaped simulation virtual, the female god of death sighed and put down her right palm. Be careful. Before waiting for the female death god to subside for a while, in a corner, another simulated virtual rushed over and rushed towards the female death god. The female god of death has just released 2 ghost paths, and within the time limit, it will be difficult to condense the spiritual pressure and release the ghost paths again. However, she still did not panic, but shouted loudly, Gira, woot. As soon as the voice sounded, a figure jumped from a roof with a Zanpakuto in both hands. With a flash of cold light, the sharp Zanpakuto sank directly into the virtual body, cutting it in half. At the same time, the god of death, who has been reminding the female god of death, has not been idle. He had just reminded the female death god to be careful, when a simulated virtual puppet sprang from the side and rushed towards him. Brush! Without the slightest hesitation, he directly appeared in front of the simulated virtual, and slashed towards the simulated virtual. The Zanpakuto was attached with spiritual pressure, and a sliver of sword light bloomed, cutting the simulated virtual into 2 in an instant. Cut! After beheading the imitation virtual, the god of death, who just made a sound, immediately ran to the female god of death. Renji! The girl death cried, looking at him. The 3 gods of death were naturally Hinamori Dao, Kira, and Renji. It's unexpectedly easy to kill 3 more mimic, Renji said with a smug grin. The imitations in front of them were created by the True Central Academy of Spiritual Arts and were specially used to train the real god of death. The combat power of each imitation may not be as good as the real one, but it is not much worse. Even if the 3 of the ordinary freshmen of the True Central Spiritual Arts Academy join forces, they can only barely outperform a simulated virtual. After all, it was only half a year for these freshmen to enter the True Central Spiritual Arts Academy. But the 3 of them joined forces, but they were able to easily kill multiple Miku. How could Renji not feel proud? Thanks to the three of us joining forces, otherwise, it would definitely not be so smooth. Ji Liang said in a gentle tone, but there was also a hint of excitement in his word. What? I can handle it alone, but I'm at a level capable of fighting a real virtual. Renji put his hands on his hips and continued arrogantly. It's here again. You have such a powerful mouth. Hinamori Taobai scolded Renji with a smile. That's not the case. I can definitely beat the real virtual. Renji clenched his fist and retorted. I know, you are very powerful. However, the real emptiness is not so easy to deal with. Moreover, it is almost time now. We should go back. Hina Sendao glanced at the sky and reminded aloud. As for the previous word, Hinamori Dao did not perfunctory anymore. Renji's current strength can indeed fight against the real virtual. Yes. Hearing the approval in Hinamori Dao's word, Renji responded directly. Yes. Ji Liang also did not object. It is indeed not too early for the time to gather. The three of them immediately rushed towards the agreed meeting point. The horizon has turned white, and it is not far from dawn. At the agreed meeting point, most of the freshmen and some sixth-year students have arrived early. For the vast majority of freshmen, simulation training is not an easy task, and the earlier it can end, the earlier it will be. Only a team like Hina Moritao and the others, whose combat power is strong after all, will be delayed until the last moment. The freshmen chose to assemble and were responsible for supervising and protecting their sixth-year student. Of course, they also completed their duty. Along with these freshmen, they rushed to the assembly point. Not only these ordinary sixth-year students, but Mu Feng, the team leader of the simulation training, and other three people have already arrived at the meeting point. They need to count the number of people to make sure that there is no accident. It's almost time to return, Qinglu said, looking at the sky with his arms crossed. Well, it's almost here. Anyway, it's finally over safely. Kanazawa glanced at the freshmen who were gathering here not far away, and breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. From the moment she entered the world to the present, her mind has been tense for fear of any accident. Hisagi, who was the leader of the three, still had a tense face and didn't speak, but the awe on his face also eased a lot. Just like the other two, Hisagi's mind has been tense for fear that something will happen. You know, it is a common occurrence that there are accidents in simulation training. The area of this industrial area covered by the barrier is not small. Even if the sixth session has cleared it in advance, it is difficult to guarantee that there will be no fish that slip through the net lurking in the industrial area. Moreover, the enchantment can only isolate the situation here from the outside world, and cannot solidify the space. In other words, void can still enter the enchantment by tearing space. As far as Shu is concerned, the god of death is a natural enemy, and it is also an incomparably tempting delicacy. The strength is not wrong, but the intern god of death with a pure spiritual body is a delicious feast. It is normal to attract a little Shu. Hisagi and others, in a simulation training hosted before, discovered the incident of real and virtual attack. Of course, there is an enchantment covering the surrounding, and there are not many virtuals that can sneak in. Moreover, once the sneaked void pressure exceeds a certain limit, it will be detected by the enchantment at the first time. Therefore, most accidents are just a few minor accidents, and there will not be any big trouble. With previous experience, Hisagi and others have already prepared various measures to deal with the accident. Even if there is an accident, they can solve it as soon as possible. Hisagi and the others were actually not too worried. However, no accident is the most perfect. It's a pity that Hisagi and the others were happy a little early. Chapter 59_Crowd Attack. Boom. Click. Hisagi and the others had just relaxed when a loud noise suddenly came from a corner of the industrial area, and a large amount of tyrannical and chaotic auras rushed out, spreading to the entire industrial area. At this point in time, it happened to be the point in the world where the barrier arranged by Aizen completely collapsed. After the breath came out, the scene covered by the enchantment was also revealed. Huge dark base cracks appeared in the night sky, covering most of the industrial area. A large number of black dots fell from the sky toward this side. What going on? Why did such a huge space crack suddenly appear in the barrier? Hisagi's face changed dramatically, and his face instantly paled. The enchantment group. Call the enchantment group. Please reply immediately when the enchantment group receives. Immediately, Hisagi used a special communication device to send a message to the enchantment team that was watching over the industrial area. The enchantment team was responsible for detecting the situation in the industrial zone and preventing a full-scale invasion into the enchantment. Now that something happened, Hisagi of course wanted to immediately ask the enchantment team what happened, but Hisagi called out several times, but he didn't get a response from the enchantment team. Such a huge space crack, the enchantment team can definitely notice, but the enchantment team did not give any response to his call, which is obviously abnormal. Without any hesitation, Hisagi immediately and decisively ordered all sixth-year students immediately lead the first-year freshmen to a safe place, open the gate of crossing the world and return to the world. Shizawa, Qinglu, you go to organize. Yes. Kanazawa and Aoka, obviously aware of the seriousness of the matter, order, quickly suppressed the shock in their heart, obeyed Hisagi's order, and began to organize a group of freshmen to evacuate from a certain factory. First-year freshmen, come with us. We must leave and return to the Soul Realm. Most of the freshmen did not know that the cracks in the space and the black dots in the sky were light. Compared with the fear and panic in the eyes of the sick raiders, their eyes were more puzzled and curious. However, for these freshmen, the prestige of the sick class students is still enough, and many people also noticed that something seemed wrong, and followed the sick class students obediently and retreated to the inside of the factory. Here is the sick-year students' chief Hisagi Shubei. There is a large-scale invasion of the virtual circle in the present location of 4X. I request immediate support from the Soul Society. I request immediate support. After ordering the other sick student, Hisagi immediately used the communication tool to contact the Soul Society. The situation in front of him is no longer something he can handle. What that? What a big hole. Renji, Hinamori Dao and the others who had just arrived at the meeting point also noticed the space crack that appeared in the sky, and the always carefree Renji pouted. He was only interested in fighting. The space crack or something was not in him, within the range of knowledge. Of course, at the moment when he saw the crack in space, Renji's whole body was tense and he entered a state of alert. Although he didn't know what the space crack represented, his fighting instinct made him perceive an unprecedented dangerous aura from the space crack. Space crack? How can such a huge space crack appear here? The chaotic, tyrannical, sudden burst of aura should be the aura of the virtual circle mentioned in the book. How could the aura of the virtual circle appear in this world? Hinamori, Momo and Kira were not as calm as Renji. Renji didn't know what the space rift represented. They did. In an instant, the faces of both of them were filled with horror. Boom! Before everyone could fully react, a giant phantom suddenly descended from the sky and appeared first in front of everyone. Damn, it's actually a giant virtual. The scale of this virtual circle invasion is actually so large, and the leader is the giant virtual. The moment the giant virtual fell to the ground, Hisagi's face changed wildly, and his right hand subconsciously clenched the Zanpakuto in his hand. The first year escape. Those who don't have time to enter the factory, flee as far away as possible, and escape as far as possible, and finally escape outside the barrier. Hisagi turned around and yelled at the freshmen who had not yet retreated to the factory. After hearing Hisagi's order, almost all the freshmen fled to the factory or far away without hesitation. In fact, without Hisagi's orders, these freshmen would choose to run away. Although the freshmen didn't know that what appeared in front of them was the strongest gigantic phantom below the Great Phantom. However, they could see that the gigantic phantom was always the real phantom. It's hard enough for them to deal with the simulated virtual, let alone the real virtual. And, unlike the simulated virtual reality, the real virtual reality will kill you. At the first sight of the giant virtual, most of the new students' eyes were already filled with fear. Hisagi's order just gave them a legitimate reason to retreat. However, some people did not retreat immediately. Among those who did not retreat, there were three of them: Kira, Hinamori, Momo, and Renji. Ji Liang was simply shocked. He never thought that in the simulation training, there would actually be a phantom, and it was a relatively powerful giant phantom in the phantom. Young Sendao was overwhelmed by the spiritual pressure on the giant virtual body. As for Renji, in addition to shock and fear, there is more eagerness in his eyes. Unlike the original plot that chose to escape at the first time, today's Renji has been guided by Matsumoto and Mufeng, and it is not inferior to those official death gods. The giant ghost that appeared in front of everyone has yet to show its powerful combat power. Renji only considers it to be a common ghost. It is true that a newborn calf is not afraid of tigers. As a freshman Renji, this is the first time I have seen Shu, and Jane is not weak, so I naturally have the idea to challenge the giant Shu. Roar! Seeing a group of new students, they all fled, and a roar came from the giant virtual mouth. For the giant virtual, the death gods in front of him are all his prey. Now that the prey wants to escape under its nose, how can it be indifferent? Brush! A fierce light flashed in his eyes, and the giant virtual wielded his huge claws, and with the slightest wind, he grabbed Hisagi who was standing in front of him. The speed of the claws was very fast, and Hisagi was worried about the first-year freshman behind him, so he had to hold the Zanpakuto in his hand and slam it horizontally, blocking it to the top of his head. Clang! The Zanpakuto and the claws collided together. Hisagi only felt a strong force coming from the Zanpakuto. His arms shook, and he briefly lost consciousness. Even the Zanpakuto almost escaped. Once the blow is blocked, the giant virtual will obviously not give up. Brush! The giant virtual did not remove his right claw, but waved his left claw and grabbed Hisagi. There was only one Zanpakuto, and Hisagi didn't have a second Zanpakuto to block the giant Shu's left claw. Chapter 60 _ The Abused Hisagi. Boom! Seeing that the giant virtual's left claw was about to fall, Hisagi took a deep breath. His eyes narrowed, the spiritual pressure all over his body suddenly bloomed, and he rushed out of the Zanpakuto and bombarded the giant virtual's right paw. In terms of real combat power, Hisagi is definitely not as good as the giant virtual. After all, under normal circumstances, the giant giant virtual can only be contested by the officials. Juju Shu is only a 6th-year student, and he is not a genius like Mufeng and Ichimaru Yin. How could he possibly be comparable to a senior official? However, being able to become the chief of the 6th class and qualifying for the 13th division of the Gotei in advance, Hisagi's Reiatsu is comparable to the elite Shinigami, comparable to the spiritual pressure of the elite death god, the unreserved outbreak. Even the giant virtual cannot be ignored. Under the bombardment of Reiatsu, the giant virtual right claw was lifted uncontrollably. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Hisagi's figure flashed, and he quickly performed Shunpo, escaping from the original place, causing the giant virtual left claw to flutter in the air. Avoiding the left claw of the giant virtual does not mean that Hisagi can sit back and relax. The giant virtual is much stronger than him. Boom! Figure appeared. The giant 13-year-old opened his bloody mouth, and a large amount of spiritual pressure gathered, turned into a spiritual pressure ball, and bombarded Hisagi. The spiritual pressure ball contains a lot of spiritual pressure, and its power is not inferior to the ordinary ghost path of the 50 or so. Therefore, Hisagi could only choose to dodge. Brush. With a jump, Hisagi jumped directly into the air, avoiding the Reiatsu ball. And where he was standing, a small pit appeared, and a large number of cracks spread around. It's not a problem to always escape. Taking advantage of the moment when the giant virtual just cast the spiritual pressure ball, Hisagi made a bold move, clenched the Zanpakuto with both hands, and poured the spiritual pressure in his body into it, towards the vital point of the giant virtual, the mask on his face. Chop off. The mask on Shu's head is the biggest key to Shu's body. Once the mask is broken, Shu will die directly. It's a pity that the giant virtual is not something that a trainee Shinigami like Hisagi can deal with. Under normal circumstances, the giant virtual needs a seat officer to deal with, and this deal refers to repelling. If you want to kill, you must have a very high-ranking officer, or even an officer who understands Shikai. The mere elite Grim Reaper is still one level away. When Hisagi's Zanpakuto was about to fall, the giant virtual withdrew the right claw that was originally grabbing at Hisagi, and moved forward. Clang! The Zanpakuto was easily blocked by the sharp claws, and at the same time, a strong force hit Zanpakuto through the sharp claws again. His figure was in the air, and Hisagi had nowhere to use his rank. His figure suddenly flew out uncontrollably, slammed into the wall behind him heavily, and then slid to the ground. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. The blood dripped slowly along the cheek, and the body of the god of death was far from being weak. Hisagi was already injured by the collision just now. Damn, is this the strength of the giant virtual? It seems that I am still a long way from the seat officer. Hisagi held the Zanpakuto with one hand to support his body, and he was half kneeling on the ground, panting heavily, and said with an ugly expression, "The power of the giant virtual is somewhat beyond his expectation." Taking advantage of his illness, the giant virtual would not give Hisagi too much time to recover. After grabbing the flying Hisagi, the giant virtual immediately waved his claws and grabbed Hisagi again. His body had just been traumatized, and faced with the right claw grabbed by the giant virtual, Hisagi could not dodge at all, and the only way was to resist. Clang! Raising the Zanpakuto with both hands, Hisagi burst into Reiatsu again, blocking the right claw of the giant virtual. With the outburst of Reiatsu, Hisagi was barely able to block the attack of the giant virtual. However, in this case, the giant virtual seems to have already considered it. Just as the right claw was blocked, the giant virtual left claw grabbed out like lightning and grabbed towards Hisagi. Not good. A strong death crisis appeared in Hisagi's heart. Without thinking about it, Hisagi immediately began to explode the Reiatsu within his body, wanting to repeat the old trick to avoid the giant virtual left claw. But as soon as Hisagi's mind sank into the body, a strong sense of weakness came from within. In the time just now, he had erupted 3 times in a row, and the spiritual pressure in his body had already gone to the empty building, where the spiritual pressure continued to erupt. In an instant, Hisagi's face turned pale, and there was a hint of despair in his eyes. The inability to break out the spiritual pressure means that he can only take the left claw of the giant virtual. Hisagi only had one Zanpakuto, which had already been used to block the giant virtual's right claw. In other words, Hisagi was already in a desperate situation of death. The new students behind Hisagi have all fled under his orders. Only Hinamori, Momo, Renji, and Kira were left. At this moment, the 3 people have already reacted. At the first moment of reaction, Kira chose to escape, as did Hinamori Dao. The desire to try in Renji's eyes disappeared, replaced by anxiety and fear. Although Renji is a little arrogant, he still has the most basic self-knowledge. In the past few months, under the guidance of Matsumoto and Mufeng, his strength has improved by leaps and bounds. But Renji didn't think that he was a 6th grader's opponent. The chief of the 6th-year student of the giant virtual company can be easily defeated. How can he challenge it? But after a few steps, Hinamori Dao stopped her footsteps and looked at Hisagi and Jujuku behind her. What Hinamori saw this time was exactly when Hisagi was knocked into the air by the giant virtual blow, and he was half knelt on the ground. "What are you doing, Hinamori? Didn't 217 17 tell us to escape. The leader's order is absolute. Kira immediately turned his head to look at Hinamori and shouted eagerly, "Yeah, Hinamori Dao, let go. Even the sick raiders are no match, and we won't go up." Renji also shouted, "It's not that they don't want to stay and fight the giant virtual with Hisagi, but the giant virtual is too powerful." Hisagi, who is the chief of the 6th-year student, made all his effort, but he couldn't hurt the giant phantom. Even if they made a shot, it would not help. But, looking at Hisagi, who was half kneeling on the ground, Hinamori Momo's eyes flashed a hint of unbearableness. With a pure and kind-hearted nature, she couldn't bear to watch Hisagi fight against the mighty giant virtual alone. Moreover, the reason Hisagi chose to fight the giant virtual was because he wanted to buy them time to escape. However, Hinamori Momo also knew that even if he stayed, he and Hisagi would not be the opponent of the giant virtual. To stay or not to stay, the two contradictory thoughts made it difficult for Hinamori to decide. However, Hinamori's struggle did not last long. Not long after she turned around, Hisagi fell into a desperate situation of death. "Be careful," a squeak sounded, and Hinamori chose to take action without hesitation. With a single step, he rushed towards Hisagi. The Zanpakuto suddenly came out of its sheath, clenched both hands, and faced the giant virtual left claw. Pirate God level upgrade system. Grim Reaper, Chapter 61-80. Chapter 61_Danger. Clang. The giant void's left claw bombarded Hina Sendao's Zanpakuto, and the force suddenly hit, and Hina Sendao's hands trembled, and her figure was directly repelled by the giant void's left claw. After repelling Hinamori Dao, the giant virtual left claw VV slanted and continued to grab Hisagi. Obviously, the giant virtual can also see that Hisagi is more threatening than Hinamori Dao. Hina Moritao is just a freshman. Although she has a good talent and has received the guidance of Matsumoto and Mufeng, she is only equivalent to an ordinary death god at best. Compared with Hisagi, it is still one level lower. How can she stop the giant virtual left claw? If it weren't for the attention of the giant virtual, almost all of it was put on Hisagi, and the claw just now was enough to kill Hinamori Dao. Clang, clang. 2 sounds came out. The giant virtual just repelled the young Sendao, and there were 2 Zanpakuto on the left and the right, which appeared under its left claws and supported its left claws. Renji, Kira, Hinamori Dao looked at the 2 figures that appeared beside her with gratitude in her eyes. Kira and Renji didn't speak, just nodded at Hinamori Dao, and then turned their eyes to the giant virtual body. They put all their strength into the 2 Zanpakuto holding the giant virtual, and together with Hinamori Dao's impact on the giant virtual just now, the 3 of them worked together to block the giant virtual's left claws. Boom! Taking advantage of this opportunity, Hisagi also burst out the spiritual pressure that had just recovered in his body, forcing the giant virtual's right claw away. "Huh, you guys!" With the Zanpakuto barely supporting his body, Hisagi Vivi gasped and looked at the 3 of them. He really didn't expect that there would be a new student in the face of the giant virtual. Dare to save him. "I'm so sorry, this is against the order." Kira clenched his Zanpakuto tightly and said with difficulty, "This is saving you, so please forgive us." Team leader. Renji followed after Kira. As soon as the words fell, Kira and Renji suddenly exerted their strength, forcing the giant virtual's left paw away. After getting out of the constraints of the giant virtual, without the slightest hesitation, Renji, Kira, and Hinamori Dao raised their hands to the giant virtual in unison, and sang in unison, "O King's Lander, the mask of flesh and blood, the omnipresent, the flying wing, the thing that bears the name of mankind, burning flames, ashes, the vanity of annihilating truth, burning all things, 42 of the destructive wave, heavenly flame." A large amount of spiritual pressure gathered towards the hands of the 3 of them, exchanged for a hot flame, and flew towards the giant virtual. It turned out to be the number 42 ghost path. Although the power is not half as powerful as the full version of Tianyanbang, but after entering the True Central Spiritual Arts Institute, I have mastered the number 40 ghost paths in half a year. It can already be called a genius. The freshmen are really talented. Quote. Hearing the chants of the 3, Hisagi's eyes flashed with surprise. He did not expect that the 3 of Hinamori Momo, Kira, and Renji would be able to perform the number 42 ghost way. You must know that as the chief of the sick raid, he has only mastered the strongest ghost path, but only in the 40s. Boom, boom, boom. 3 flames exploded in front of the giant virtual mask. The hot flames were accompanied by the impact of the explosion. Suddenly, the giant virtual was repelled, and the airwaves set off by the explosion also blocked the giant virtual vision. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the 4 of them did not hesitate to use Shunbu with all their might to escape into the distance. From the very beginning, Hinamori Dao, Renji, and Kira never thought of defeating the giant virtual. They cast ghosts just to repel the giant virtual and create an opportunity to escape. Leader, how did such a big void sneak into the barrier, and what is the space crack in the sky? While running, Renji asked a question in her heart. Kira and Hinamori Momo also looked at Hisagi, waiting for his answer. I don't know either. I only know that the giant phantom came through the space crack. Hisagi replied helplessly. He didn't know why there was such a big mistake in this this simulation training. Such a big void. We are not opponents at all. What should we do? Ji Liang said with a little worry. After only touching it for a while, he clearly noticed the thick spiritual pressure in the giant virtual body. With the spiritual pressure strength of the giant virtual, coupled with the powerful defense of the virtual, even if the four of them join forces, it is impossible to beat the giant virtual. I have already asked the Soul Society for support. I just need to hold on for a while until the support staff of the Soul Society arrive. Hisagi reassured. Yeah, Kira, don't worry, we can't beat it, but we can run. It's so big, it's definitely not fast. It can't catch up with us. Renji also comforted. Hearing these words, the worries on Kira and Hinamori Dao's faces eased a little. Only Hisagi felt an ominous premonition in his heart. For some reason, he suddenly thought of the black bot that fell to the ground together with the giant phantom just now. If those black dots also represent emptiness, then their situation is definitely not as easy as what Renji said just now. Boom, boom, boom. Hisagi's ominous forebodings soon came true, and there were several collision sounds, and 5 or 6 giant dummies about the same size as the giant dummy just now fell to the ground, encircling the surrounding area. How is it possible that there are so many giant voids? Hisagi said in a complacent manner. One giant phantom has forced them to flee in embarrassment, and 5 or 6 giant phantoms are simply forcing them to death. A sense of despair filled the hearts of the 4 of them. Roar! A roar sounded, and the giant virtual bodies around them opened their bloody mouths one after another, and the spiritual pressure balls quickly condensed. 5 or 6 spiritual pressure balls gathered together, and the spiritual pressure fluctuations were faintly comparable to those of ordinary emptiness. The surrounding air seemed to have become heavier under the pressure of this spiritual pressure. Damn! Feeling that all the surrounding areas were blocked by the giant ethereal ball, Hisagi's face became extremely pale, and one spiritual power was comparable to the 50-odd Ghost Road. 5 or 6 spiritual power balls were definitely not something that people like them could do. Resisted. Hinamori, Momo, Kira, and Renji were not much better than Hisagi. Under the pressure of the surrounding Reiatsu, the faces of the 3 instantly turned pale, and their brains fell into a blank face. Although the strength of the 3 of them is not weak, they are only freshmen who have just participated in a simulation training. It is the first time to see the real imaginary, and the Shinshing and so on are not even the usual 6th-year student. How can they resist it? Imaginary level of life and death coercion. Boom! In just a moment, the spiritual pressure balls in the giant virtual mouth condensed and formed, and several spiritual pressure balls shot out from the giant virtual mouth and slammed into the 4 people. Each Reiatsu ball can be compared to the 50-odd ghost path. Once it is hit in the front, with the strength of Hisagi and others, there is no doubt that he will die. Seeing that the spiritual pressure ball was about to fall, a gentle voice suddenly came from not far away. The 63 Heavenly Golden Cover. Chapter 62 Mufeng shot. Hum. With the sound of the voice, a huge spiritual pressure suddenly erupted around Hisagi and the others. In an instant, a circular mass glowing with golden light condensed out of thin air and enveloped Hisagi and the others. Boom, boom, boom. With the mass blocking, the Reiatsu balls that blasted towards Hisagi and the others were immediately blocked, and they all bombarded the circular mass. The spiritual pressure ball, which was comparable to the 50-odd ghost path, landed on the golden hood. Huo Ran didn't hurt the golden hood in the slightest, but only made the golden hood shake. And these spiritual pressure balls themselves, under the rebound of the golden hood, returned the same way at the same speed as before, and slammed into the giant virtual people who shot the spiritual pressure ball. Roar, roar, roar. After being slammed by the spiritual pressure ball, a group of giant virtuals took a few steps backwards uncontrollably, and let out a painful roar. With the defense of the giant virtual, the mere spiritual pressure ball is not enough to kill it, but the damage is still possible. Could it be that the support from the Soul Society has arrived? But why does the sound make me feel familiar? Could it be that I know the person here? Hisagi Vivi was stunned when he looked at the golden mask around him, and then, as if thinking of something, he quickly turned to look at the source of the sound. The next moment, a familiar figure appeared in Hisagi's field of vision. After seeing the voice that he had just shot and rescued himself, Hisagi had just returned to his senses. His expression fell into a sluggishness again, and his eyes were full of disbelief. Shepherd, shepherd, shepherd. Unlike Hisagi, Hinamori, Momo and the others quickly reacted, exclaiming with surprise in their voices. Having been with Mufeng for nearly half a year, how could they not hear Mufeng's voice? Yes, it was Mufeng who rescued the 4 people just now. Are you all right? Mufeng asked in a gentle tone. We're fine, Hina Sentao quickly replied, but before she could finish speaking, her expression suddenly changed, and she shouted eagerly, be careful. Just when Mufeng was talking to Hina Sentao, a giant phantom touched behind him and was about to attack him. Hee, don't worry, Mufeng said lightly, indicating that Xiao Sendao didn't need to worry about himself, then slowly turned around, aiming his right hand at Dashu behind him, and shouted in a low voice. The 63 Thunder Roar Cannon. Crackling, a thunder light rushed out of Mufeng's hand and bombarded the giant virtual body. Roar! The giant void that was hit only had time to let out a scream, and then exploded and dissipated in the air. Seeing that huge Shu was killed by Mu Feng, Hina Sentao breathed a sigh of relief, and the worry in his eyes subsided. Immediately, Hina Sendao's eyes were quickly filled with shocking color. Just now, because she was facing a desperate situation, she had no time to take care of him. Her mind was all rescued by herself, and Mu Feng's figure was filled. It was only now that she noticed that Mu Feng was using a ghost of number 60 and above, and she still gave up singing and casting. Ghost Road number 60. Although Xin Dao already knew that Mu Feng's talent was very strong, as early as 4 months ago he could perform number 30 ghost ways without singing, but she could never have imagined that in just 4 months, Mu Feng would be able to perform the ghost way of number 60 or more without singing. Hina Marita's ghost talent is quite good, otherwise, with her temperament, it is impossible for her to enter the special training class. For this reason, she has a good understanding of ghost ways. Although she has never been in contact with ghost ways in the city, she is very aware of the difficulty of ghost ways above 60. It's hard to master it, let alone give up singing. Not only Hinamori Momo was shocked, but also Kira and Hisagi, especially Hisagi. At the beginning, he didn't believe that Mu Feng rescued them. It was too unbelievable that a freshman who had just entered the Junyang Spiritual Art Institute for half a year could perform the ghost way of number 60 or more. For anyone, the first reaction would be incredible. Unlike Hinamori Momo and others, Hisagi was a 6th-year student, and he had already obtained the qualification to enter the Gotei 13th Division. Therefore, he is more clear than Hina Moritao and others the meaning of ghosts above number 60. Ghost roads range from number 1 to number 99, and every 30 is a major level. Number 30 and below belong to the low-level ghost way. Even the lower-level death god is difficult to grasp, and to play it to the extreme, it belongs to the foundation of ghost way. This is also the reason why the freshmen of the special training class can skip the ghost path on the 30th and above and start practicing the ghost path on the 30th and above just a few months after entering the Junyang Spiritual Arts Academy. Those who can enter the special training class are all geniuses, and of course they don't need to spend too much time on the basic ghost path. Once the ghost road number is above number 30, it is not the same. The difficulty of mastering has begun to increase significantly, and there are also rigid requirements for spiritual pressure. Ghosts above number 30 can only be mastered by the official god of death. Even if the unofficial god of death is mastered, it is difficult to exert all the power of ghost. The current situation of these new students in the special training class is like this. Although they have mastered the ghost realm of number 30 or more, in fact, only a very small number of people can exert the full power of the ghost realm. Another point is that for ghosts on the 30th and above, every 10th ghost is a small level. Number 30 to 40 Grim Reaper, corresponding to the official Grim Reaper, that is, the weakest type of Grim Reaper in the 13th division of the Gotei. 40 to 50 ghosts can generally master the elite among the gods of death, and Hisagi is currently at this level. Numbers 50 to 60 are the god of death at the level of the seat official, and the god of death at this level can compete with the giant phantom. As for number 60 and above, they corresponded to the powerful officers who understood Shikai. Each of them was the mainstay of the 13th division of the Guardian, belonging to the strong among the gods of death. Hisagi's biggest dream has always been to understand Shikai and become the strongest among the gods of death. But now, a freshman who had just entered the True Central Spiritual Art Institute for half a year, but in front of him, displayed a ghost way of number 60 or more, and still gave up singing and casting. Hisagi could not accept it for a while. Even though Mu Feng had the title of a once-in-a-millennium genius at the True Spiritual Art Institute, Hisagi felt extremely unbelievable. Among the four, Renji was the only one who was relatively calm. As early as a month or two ago, he had already known that Mu Feng had mastered the ghost way of number 60 and above, and he should have been surprised long ago. Mu Feng noticed the expressions of Hisagi, Hinamori Momo and others. Similar eyes he has seen countless times as early as in the world of pirates. Therefore, his expression did not change in the slightest, and he continued to walk towards Hisagi, Hinamori Momo, and the others calmly. Only in the corner of his eyes, when he swept somewhere, Mu Feng's expression changed, and a meaningful smile appeared in his eyes. Chapter 63 Put a spoke in wheel. In fact, Mu Feng did not arrive just now. As early as when the first giant void appeared, he had already rushed to the assembly point, and secretly took action to expel most of the ordinary void and great void. If it wasn't for Mu Feng's secret shot, the other 6th-year students and freshmen would not have retreated so smoothly. After all, there are quite a large number of ordinary virtual and large virtuals that come to the world through spacecraft, enough to be in the tens of thousands. Tens of thousands of ordinary virtual and large virtuals, even if they are evenly spread across the industrial area, the area where Hisagi, Hinamo Dao, etc. are located, will not be as simple as a few giant virtual. God of Death, the temptation to Shu is quite big. If it wasn't for Mu Feng's shot, this area would definitely attract more than half of of shoe. Of course, it wasn't just Mufeng who shot out to expel the emptiness, but also Aizen and Ichimaru Jin. They had been restraining the spiritual pressure, hiding in the dark, and guiding the emptiness gushing out from the cracks in the space. Like Mufeng, they didn't want things to get bigger. In addition to this, Aizen and Ichimaru Jin still have plans to figure out Hinamori Momo, Renji and others. Aizen and Ichimaru Jin were perfectly hidden, and even if an ordinary captain came, if he didn't pay attention, he might not be able to find them. Therefore, Aizen and Ichimaru Jin subconsciously felt that Mufeng could not detect them. Still, like the original plot, leading the giant virtual siege to Hisagi and others. It's a pity that Aizen and Ichimaru Jin didn't know that Mufeng had a panoramic view of all their actions. The reason why Mufeng didn't stop him and sat and watched them act was because he wanted to use this incident to sharpen Hina Sentao and the others. The great terror between life and death is the best way to sharpen one's mind and achieve self-breakthrough. Second, I want to calculate the blue die. Aizen made this move in front of her because she wanted to appear at the last moment in the form of a savior to show kindness to Hinamori Dao and others, so that Hinamori and others would be grateful to him, so as to manipulate and subdue Hinamori Dao and Renji et al. In the original plot, it was because of this incident that Hinamori completely worshipped Aizen. Now that he knew about this, he didn't stop it, but instead added fuel to the flame. Of course, Mufeng had only one purpose, which was what he just did, to cut off the Who in advance, and at the last moment destroy Aizen's plan and rescue Hisagi himself. Young Moritao et al. What kind of revenge can be compared to kicking others away when the other party is about to succeed, and the last route is his own? It's quite a coincidence. It just happened to be shot before us, and this plan is all in vain. Ichimaru Jin, who was hiding not far away, put down the Zanpakuto in his hand, and said with regret as he saw that he had just shot and killed a giant virtual Mufeng. He was actually ready to make a move just now, but unfortunately he was still a step behind. Before he could make a move, Mufeng had already appeared. Hearing Ichimaru Jin's word, Aizen's face flashed a gloomy look. However, in an instant, the gloom was suppressed again, and Aizen's face was still flat and said, "It's a coincidence. This Mufeng did give me a lot of surprises. This time, I didn't think carefully about the plan and didn't take him into account. However, this time I can find such an interesting person as Mufeng. It's not a failure. With such a future opponent, the Soul Society should not be lonely anymore." Quote. As he spoke, Aizen's eyes flashed with a glimmer of light. If the result of the previous test only made him start to pay attention to Mufeng, then the accident just now made him regard Mufeng as his opponent. Of course, future opponent, not the present. The current Mufeng, in Aizen's view, is not qualified to be his opponent for the time being. Let go. It's our turn to take action. We can't let Mufeng kill all the giant phantoms, then our 5th division would be too derelict. As soon as the voice changed, Aizen said lightly to Ichimaru Jin, "Brush." The two of them flickered and disappeared. Since Mufeng has already taken action, it would be meaningless for them to continue to defend. It would be better to appear in the world in the name of the 5th division, so as to avoid some minor trouble. The location of Aizen and Ichimaru Jin had already been locked by Mufeng's perception. As soon as the two left, Mufeng noticed it. Is this giving up? It's really decisive, Mufeng said to himself in his heart. A smile couldn't help but put on his face. Successfully sabotaging Aizen's plan made him feel extra comfortable. As for why Aizen and Ichimaru Jin left, Mufeng can also guess one or two. When the god of death goes to the present world, he needs to pass through the gate of the world, and every time the gate of the world is opened, there is a record in the soul world. This time, in order to guide the giant virtual siege of Hisagi, Hinamori Momo and others, and finally at a critical moment, they rescued Hisagi, Hinamori Momo and others. Aizen and Ichimaru Jin did not pass through the 13th chapter of the Guardian Garden. The team's cross-border gate came to the world, but came to the world through other means. If the top level of the Soul Society investigates the record of the opening of the gate, it will be easy to find this out. This point, Aizen must have also taken into account, and there is a corresponding remedial plan. However, any remedial plan will leave flaws, and at the same time need to pay a certain price. If the plan is not destroyed by Mufeng and continues to be implemented, Aizen is willing to pay such a price. However, now that the plan has been ruined, it is necessary. With Shepard, they appeared early and late, and there was no difference. Recovering his perception, Mufeng's figure flashed, and he appeared in front of Hina Sentao and the others, and asked with a little concern, "Hinamori, Kira, don't you have any?" "We're all right thanks to you, Mufeng. If it wasn't for you, we'd be more fortunate than good. Give up singing and cast the number 63 Ghost Way. Mufeng, you're too powerful." Hina Sentao was the first to react, looking at Mufeng with excitement. Her eyes were full of gratitude, admiration, and some other factors that were deeply hidden. "It's amazing." After being yelled at by Hinamori Momo, Hisagi and Kira also woke up from the shock and couldn't help but whisper to themselves. Then, after realizing that Mufeng was by his side, Ji Liang took the lead in thanking Mufeng. "Thank you for saving us." Renji on the side, although a little reluctant, still had a cold face and thanked Mufeng. Thank you for your help. In fact, after so many days of getting along, Renji has long been convinced of Mufeng. But 4 months ago, Mufeng took him seriously, and Lianji loved Face more. Therefore, the relationship with Mufeng is still the same as it was 4 months ago. Hisagi didn't say a word, but the way he looked at Mufeng also showed his gratitude to Mufeng. It's nothing, it's just a little effort. Mufeng didn't care about getting the right way, and for him, saving Hisagi, Hinamori Dao and the others was really just a matter of hand. Now is not the time to talk about this. What we should think about most now is how to escape from here. There are 5 or 6 giant phantoms around. Hisagi, the most able of the 4, suppressed the other emotions in his heart and said solemnly. Chapter 64 Aizen arrived. After Hisagi's reminder, the other 3 also reacted, but they did not make any comment but looked at Mufeng. Mufeng is now the strongest among the 5, and the first thoughts of the 3 are listening to Mufeng. Aware of the gazes of the 3, Mufeng Vivi Isho said lightly, "Don't worry, someone will take care of the giant void around you." Mufeng's words were very confusing. The 4 of them looked at Mufeng with doubts and were about to ask. At this moment, the sound of footsteps suddenly came from not far away. Woo, followed by, "There is a cold glow." This cold light intuition skipped past Mufeng, Young Sendao and the others, and shot at a giant phantom not far away. Shu, who was shot by Hanmang, didn't even have time to let out a roar, and was directly penetrated and dissipated into the air. After Hanmang hole penetrated the giant void, it retracted back at an extremely fast speed. Hisagi, Hinamori Momo and the others subconsciously looked in the direction of Hanmang's withdrawal, and a middle-aged man dressed in Captain Yuri walked over with a young man. The young man also held a short zanpakuto that shone with cold light. Obviously, the cold light just now was sent by the youth. "Your honor is Division 5, Captain Aizen, Vice Captain Ichimaru Jin." Hisagi's voice trembled a little. As an elite of the SI class, and already qualified to enter the Gotei 13th Division, Hisagi of course knows about the 13 captains who are at the top of the Gotei 13th Division, as well as the corresponding vice captain. 1 or 2. It was because of this knowledge that Hisagi brought a trembling tone to his voice the moment he saw Aizen and Ichimaru Jin, although he had already obtained the qualification to enter the Gotei 13th Division. However, even if he entered the 13th Division of the Guardian, he could only get the status of an elite member at most, and there were still more than a dozen seats on top of that, and above the seats are the vice captains and captain. The captain is the one who really stands at the top of the Soul realm. Even if he successfully entered the 13th Division of the Guardian, he was not necessarily qualified, and he often saw the captain. "Well, we are here to rescue you. Thank you for your hard work." Aizen nodded with a gentle smile on his face. "Ah, it turned out to be Captain Aizen. It's the first time I've seen such a big man." Mufeng stood in front of young Moritao and Aizen without a trace, and said slightly exaggeratedly, "You should be the genius who claims to be the once-in-a-thousand-year-old genius at the true Central Academy of Spiritual Art. You really deserve your reputation." The thunder roar just now was very beautiful. "It seems that even if I don't come to the rescue, you can handle it." Aizen didn't seem to notice Mufeng's small movement, and looked at Mufeng with a hint of admiration in her tone. "As if I really saw it. An excellent junior. It very good. It's only half a year since you entered the true Central Spiritual Arts Academy, and you have mastered the ghost path of number 60. You are much better than me back then. How about it? After graduation, are you interested in coming to our 5th Division?" Ichimaru Jin squinted, with a hint of sincerity and a hint of admiration in his tone. The 2 captains have praised them. "I'm just good at ghost ways. As for joining the 5th Division, I will consider it. After all, I have just entered the True Spirit Academy and it's still a while before I graduate." Mufeng's face was humble and flattered. Hee. Hearing Mufeng's word, Ichimaru Jin's eyes became even tighter, and a strange smile appeared on his face. At this moment, he completely realized why Aizen attached so much importance to Mufeng, because he saw a trace of Aizen's qualities from Mufeng. Hee. With your strength, you can completely apply for graduation in advance. Junyang Spiritual Arts Academy is no longer suitable for you, and the 13th Division of the Guardian is the place you should stay. I also have some research on ghosts. What do I understand? When you enter the 13th Division of the Guardian, you can come and talk to me. As for whether you come to the 5th Division, it doesn't matter. Of course, if you come, our 5th Division is still very welcome. Aizen has a gentle smile on his face, a look that is willing to help the younger generation. Of course, so are the few of you. If you are willing to come to the 5th Division, I am also very welcome. Olva. Seeing the hypocritical and faint smile on Lan Ran's face, Mufeng couldn't help holding in his heart. I have to say that Aizen's acting skills and shrewdness are really unfathomable. If he hadn't seen the original plot, I'm afraid he would really think that Aizen was a gentle and amiable captain. It's such an honor. I will definitely ask Aizen for advice when I have time. Mufeng forced a hint of excitement on his face. Hisagi, Hinamori Momo, and others have long been stunned by the identity of Aizen. As for Aizen, they only know how to nod mechanically. Aizen nodded and was about to continue to say something. Roar, roar, roar. A few giant virtuals that had been neglected all around finally couldn't help but let out a roar, interrupting Aizen's word. You stand back first, and leave the next thing to us. Glancing at the giant virtual who was roaring, Aizen said lightly. Saying that, he and Ichimaru Jin went forward together, preparing to deal with the giant phantoms surrounding him. Shoot it, sharp gun. A low roar sounded, and the Zanpakuto in Ichimaru Jin's hands suddenly began to extend, with a cold glow rushing out towards the giant virtual world around him. The incomparably sharp cold glow instantly pierced through two giant voids. After Ichimaru Jin shot, Aizen also shot. Boom! Instead of using the Zanpakuto like Ichimaru Jin did, he raised his right palm and aimed it at a giant virtual. The tyrannical spiritual pressure rushed out directly from his hand, crushing a giant phantom with ease. In an instant, the giant virtual world surrounded by them was killed by two people. This is the strength of the captain and vice-captain, Hisagi muttered to himself with a dull look on his face. If Mufeng just shot and killed a giant virtual with ghost, he was surprised. Then Aizen and Ichimaru Jin gave them a shock. They never imagined that the 5.6 giant phantom, which was so powerful in their eyes, would be so vulnerable. Among the five, only Mufeng remained calm. His real realm is the heavenly Dao level, and when the captain level is changed to the Naruto world, it can only be regarded as the shadow level at most. The mere shadow level, in the eyes of the source level, is not much stronger than the ant. However, through the breath that Aizen and Ichimaru Jin had just released, Mufeng also peeked out some details of Aizen and Ichimaru Jin. Ichimaru Jin has already broken through the captain rank, and he is indeed a genius in the soul world. Aizen's true strength is at least super captain rank. The old fox is the old fox, and I still can't figure out the details without being able to guard against it. Mufeng's eyes narrowed slightly, and he glanced at Aizen and Ichimaru Jin with imperceptible perception. After peeping for a while, after confirming that no more information could be found, Mufeng slowly retracted his perception. Chapter 65_closing. Click. The giant virtual just around was slaughtered, and before everyone recovered, a loud noise suddenly came. After Aizen released the suppression, the space crack above the sky began to expand again, and the black hole enveloped the entire industrial area. Boom, boom, boom. Those Daxu who were manipulated by Aizen and slaughtered by Mufeng's savage hands finally appeared in this world. These Daxu are not like those transformed by Aizen, which can hide their own breath and movement. Like a high-rise building, Killian, almost every step he takes, the entire industrial area will shake the country of Yamamoto Yuanujai. After losing control, these big virtuals that appear in the world are all left with instinct. Therefore, their purpose is only one, and that is the area where Mufeng and others are located. The rest of the sick-year student, as well as the freshmen, took advantage of the time that Hisagi Shubing and others had bought for them, and returned to the soul realm through the gate of the world. In the entire industrial area, there are only a few death gods left, such as Mufeng and Xiao Taosen. For Daxu, the god of death is the most delicious food. Mufeng, Chu Taosen and others are like the only light left in the dark night. Of course, these Daxu will instinctively rush towards these 13 miles. As these Daxu approached, the vast spiritual pressure like a sea of smoke swept through Mufeng, Hiya Taosen and others like a hurricane. In an instant, Hisagi Shubei and Hina Tamori only felt a shiver all over their body. Their bodies seemed to freeze, and they lost consciousness. This is a big virtual. Hisagi Shubing's teeth trembled and his voice trembled a little. He never imagined that so many accidents would occur in a mere simulation training session. Just a few giant phantoms have shocked him inexplicably, and now even big phantoms have appeared. Daxu, that is an extremely powerful void that only the vice-captain can deal with. He spent 6 years in the True Central Spiritual Arts Academy, and also spent a period of time in the 13th Division of the Guardian, and he had never heard of Daxu. It can be said that for ordinary gods of death, Daxu is like a legend. Now, a mere freshman's simulation training has aroused a lot of emptiness, and not just one, but a group, just like a dream. Dashu is here. It seems that the space channel is very stable this time. In this case, it must be dealt with as soon as possible. Otherwise, it will be troublesome. Silver, you immediately send the information here back to the Soul realm. Lan Ran's tone was still gentle, as if seeing the space crack above the sky for the first time. I'll send you back to the Soul realm later. It's not suitable for you to stay here. Yin, open the gate of crossing the realm for them and send them back to the Soul realm. Turning around and looking at everyone, Aizen quickly made arrangement. Yes, Ichimaru Jin complied. Aizen is the captain, and of course Hisagi Shuhei and the others could not refuse his order. Besides, no one will refuse. Daxu who is approaching can suffocate them with Reiatsu alone, and no one wants to face them. As for Mufeng, of course he did not refuse. After all, his current identity is still a freshman at the True Central Academy of Spiritual Art. After that, things were very simple. Through the gate of crossing the world opened by Orochimaru Jin, Mu Feng, Hinatayasun and his party soon returned to the Soul realm. What happened in the present world has been transmitted back to the Soul realm by Lan Ran, and the entire high level of the Soul realm was shaken. Therefore, after returning to the Soul realm, waiting for everyone was an inquiry from the 13th division of the Guardian. If it is only during the simulation training, if it is attacked by a common virtual, or 2 new students die, it is nothing at all, and the Junyang Spiritual Art Institute can handle it by itself. However, in the enchantment of the simulation training, space cracks along with the virtual circle suddenly appeared, and through the cracks appeared in the world. There are not only hundreds of giant virtual world but also a large number of virtual world. That is not a trivial matter. A multitude of phantoms appear in this world, and an invasion of this scale would hardly happen once in decade, not to mention the location of the invasion is still in the enchantment of simulation training. This is even more unheard of. The enchantment arranged by the simulated training is not an ordinary enchantment. Once an illusion that is stronger than the ordinary void appears, the enchantment will immediately sound an alarm. In the past, simulation training has also been attacked by giant virtual machine, but every time, as soon as the attacking giant void entered the enchantment, it was discovered. Afterward, he was killed by the Shinigami who came to support the 13th division of the Gote, and there was never any accident. However, not only did the enchantment not respond to Shu's infiltration this time, but there was also a space crack that covered almost the entire industrial area within the enchantment. How could the core Soul world not be disturbed? Almost immediately, Yamamoto Yuanyujai Shigekuni ordered several captains to go to the world together to deal with the cracks in space. Several captains shot together, and only the lowest level large-scale invasion was quickly suppressed. Compared with the ordinary death god, Dashu is almost like a legend, but for the captain level, the lowest level big virtual is only slightly stronger than the ordinary virtual. Once Bankai is opened, it can be easily killed. In other places, because of scruples in this world, the captains may not dare to use their full strength. However, the industrial area where the simulation training is located is almost empty, and with the protection of the simulation training enchantment, the captains do not need to worry at all. After killing the invading Datsu, the ghosts who specialize in ghosts also took action and sealed the space crack together with the space node. The ruined buildings in the industrial area were also fooled by the god of death, who was specially responsible for dealing with the corresponding things like 593. I don't know how many times the Soul Society has done it, and it is very convenient to deal with. The matter was dealt with, but the reason for the appearance of the space crack, even if the captains personally took action, did not find out. With Blue Dye's meticulous mind, the traces that can be erased, of course, are erased one by one. Those traces that could not be erased were also destroyed by the pervading virtual circle in the air. Don't say, those captains who don't know anything, even if Aizen comes to check, they may not be able to trace the whole thing back. Can't find the reason. This matter can only be let go. In the end, the top executives of the Soul Society can only blame the virtual circle. After all, similar intrusion incidents have happened many times. It's just not as sensitive as this time. It happened directly in the enchantment of simulation training. This time, in addition to Dashu's invasion, which shook the entire Soul world, there was another person who also caused the Soul world to shake. Needless to say, this person is of course Mu Feng. Just after entering the True Central Spiritual Art Institute for half a year, he was able to give up the ghost path of chanting and cast number 60 and above, and easily kill the giant virtual. Such an achievement is unprecedented. After this battle, Mu Feng's name as a once-in-a-thousand-year-old genius has been confirmed, and it is known to the entire Soul Society. Chapter 66_Captain Meeting. After half a day, first in Captain's room, Yamamoto Yuanyujai Shigekuni, with a stern face and a crossbar on his forehead, is standing in the center. 11 gods of death, dressed in different clothes and with different expressions, were standing on the left and right on either side of him. These gods of death wear the Captain Yuri, who symbolizes the pinnacle of the Soul realm. Is everyone here? Yamamoto Yuanyujai Shigegwo glanced at everyone, and then said solemnly, well, now I will explain the main content of this meeting. I believe everyone already knows that the new students of the True Central Spiritual Arts Academy encountered a large-scale invasion of the virtual circle when they entered the simulation training in the present world. This is what we are going to discuss today. Aizen, this time the simulation training of the 5th division is in charge of your team, and now it is up to you to explain the situation to everyone. Quote, Yamamoto Yuanyujai Shigekuni turned his attention to Aizen and motioned for Aizen to explain the situation of this incident. Hearing Yamamoto Yuanyujai Shigekuni's word, Aizen stood up and said apologetically, I'm very sorry, but I didn't expect that there would be such a big omission in this simulation training. I haven't investigated the specific situation very clearly. According to the complaints of the sick raiders who participated in the simulation training, the space crack it appeared suddenly when they were about to return to the Soul Realm. Moreover, it can be confirmed that before the space crack appeared, all members of the enchantment group were killed. According to their corpses, the members of the enchantment group should have died under the sudden attack of the virtual. The reason for no response. After a short pause, Aizen continued, "When I arrived in this world, the cracks in space were completely formed. The enchantment group was killed by Shu's surprise attack. How could it be possible for Shu to raid the enchantment group in the enchantment? Although the enchantment group is not strong, but together, even if the giant virtual is short, it is difficult to kill them. And once the giant virtual enters the enchantment, it will be discovered. How can it be possible to raid the enchantment group? Moreover, the enchantment group was killed by all members before it even had time to send out the information. Chun Shui, have you found anything else that's not quite right?" Vivi pondered for a moment, and Yamamoto Yuanujai Shigekuni looked at Jingle Chunshui. Jingle Chunshui slightly pressed the hat on his head, and said with a headache, "I found something, which is similar to what Captain Aizen just told. In this world, including the Shinigami who participated in the simulation training this time, I didn't find anything. It's a bit weird in the virtual circle. It is acting alone. So many great virtuals and ordinary virtuals invade the world together. There must be a stronger virtual driving behind them." Quote, after listening to Jingle Chunshui's word, Yamamoto Yuanujai Shigekuni couldn't help but have a headache. There was such a big mistake in the simulation training, whether it was from the true Central Academy of Spiritual Arts or from the Central 40 sick room. An explanation was needed. After all, these sick-year students and freshmen who participated in the simulation training are the future of the Gotei 13th Division, and it is they who have created the true glory of the Gotei 13th Division. If the reason is not found, the next time something like this happens, the foundation of the Gotei 13th Division will be shaken. However, the conclusion of Aizen and Jingle Chunshui gave him a very headache. Although he also felt that this time, the incident might have a lot to do with the virtual circle, but he couldn't send someone to the virtual circle to investigate. This matter is here for the time being. Chun Shui, add more staff to the virtual circle, and always pay attention to the movement of the virtual circle. If this time, it is really planned by the virtual circle, then for the next period of time, the virtual circle will, I'm afraid it won't be peaceful. After pondering for a while, Yamamoto Yuanujai Shigekuni quickly made a decision. "Yes, Captain." Jingle Chunshui pressed his bamboo hat, and a cold light flashed in his eye. Not only him, but other captains also flashed similar expressions in their eye. Every time the virtual circle is not peaceful, it often means war. For Shu, almost all captains have the same attitude. There is also the Junyang Spiritual Art Institute, and I instructed to go on. From today, every simulation training, the enchantment team will be doubled, except for the original enchantment. Where the enchantment group is located, a defensive enchantment will be arranged. In addition, dispatch a top 5-seat officer to be responsible for protecting the enchantment group, to see the situation in the enchantment, and to inform the Soul Society at any time in the event of an accident. The foundation of the third team must not be lost. Quote, after setting the tone for the handling of the virtual circle invasion, Yamamoto Yuanujai Shigekuni added another order. Yes, all the captains obeyed in unison. After talking about what just happened, Yamamoto Yuanujai Shigekuni raised an issue again. Not long ago, Captain Aizen recommended to me that Ichimaru Jin, the vice captain of the 5th division, should be the captain of the 3rd division that is still vacant. It is rare that all the captains gathered today, so let's discuss it together. Ichimaru Jin, is it possible to be promoted to the captain of the 3rd division? Ichimaru Jin was promoted to the captain of the 3rd division, so he has already understood Bankai, and he is indeed a genius. Yeah, comprehending Bankai so quickly, it seems that the old man is old. Yamamoto Yuanujai Shigekuni's words just fell, and some of the captains below began to talk in a low voice. Okay, please express your opinion. After waiting for a while, the discussion among the captains was almost over, and Yamamoto Yuanujai Shigekuni made a sound to suppress everyone's discussion. Agree. Not surprisingly, all the captains agreed. Under normal circumstances, it is not an easy thing to take over as a team captain. The captain is the true pinnacle of power in the soul realm. If you want to be the captain, in addition to understanding Bankai, you also need to convince the crowd. Most importantly, in general, every captain has a master. However, since several captains betrayed the soul realm together decades ago, the captains of the 13th division of the Guardian have not been completed, and the position of the captain of the 3rd division has been vacant until now. Bankai, not everyone can comprehend. Therefore, from decades on, as long as someone understands Bankai and performs well, they can get the position of captain. Ichimaru Jin, all the captains also understand. Of course they won't be right. If that's the case, then it's decided. From now on, Ichimaru Jin, the vice captain of the 5th division, will take over as the captain of the 3rd division. Aizen, you can choose a new vice captain and report to the 1st division. All the captains captains did not object, and Yamamoto Yuanyujai Shigekuni had no reason to object and immediately decided, "Yes, thank you, Captain." Aizen thanked him gently. "Okay, that's it for today's meeting. You all go back. Chun Shui, stay here for a while." "Yes." The other 10 captains all saluted Yamamoto Yuanyujai Changuo and withdrew from the first team captain's room, leaving only Jingle Chunshui alone. Chapter 67 Maintenance of Hiraku Chunshui. With the departure of the captains, the first team captain's room fell into silence for a short time. After being silent for a while, Yamamoto Yuanyujai Shigekuni stared at Jingle Chunshui and asked aloud, "Chun Shui, have you figured out what I asked you to investigate? Is this virtual circle invasion related to Mufeng?" "The investigation is clear. The information that has been probed so far shows that this time the invasion incident has nothing to do with Mufeng, and he should not know about it beforehand, otherwise he will not participate in this simulation training. The virtual reality of the invasion, there are a lot of big voids in the middle which the current Mufeng can't compete with." Jingle Chunshui replied respectfully, "Chun Shui, your speculation is too arbitrary. According to the news from land, that Mufeng can give up singing and perform ghost ways of number 60 or more. Even if it is limited to Reiatsu, he can't use stronger ghost ways, but by abandoning the ghost path of number 60 or more, it is enough to protect himself under the most inferior Daxu. Besides, with his combat power, there is no need to participate in simulation training, which is also a doubt." Yamamoto Yuanyujai Shigekuni did not fully listen to Jingle Chunshui's word, but directly questioned. "This is not because he has any prejudice against Mufeng, but in this matter, Mufeng does have many doubts. From the Superman's record to the purpose of participating in the simulation training, there is no doubt in life." "Captain, you do have some truth, but it's all speculation." As soon as Yamamoto Yuanyujai's words sounded, Jingle Chunshui retorted without hesitation, "The combat power that Mufeng has shown in this world is indeed a bit unexpected, but his talent was originally the level of evildoer. Ichimaru Jin, known as a genius, only spent a year to understand Shikai. Mufeng is more talented than him, even stronger. It is not impossible to understand Shikai within half a year, and master the ghost path of number 60 and above. Besides," after a brief pause, Jingle Chunshui continued, "it's not without reason that Mufeng went to the world this time. According to the information investigated, the 3 freshmen who fought against the giant virtual with the leader of the 6th-year student team have a very close relationship with Mufeng, especially the one among them. Girl, the reason why Mufeng participated in the simulation training was to take care of them during the training." Quote, speaking of this, Jingle Chunshui's tone couldn't help but become weird, especially when he mentioned the young Taeyasin. There was a hint of emotion in his word. And this time, if Mufeng hadn't arrived in time and rescued the 4 Hisagi shubbing, the consequences of this invasion would not be as simple as it is now. The 6th-year student, as well as the best among the freshmen, are at least future chairperson. If they sacrifice, it will definitely be a great loss to the Soul Society. Not only that, but according to some indications, the reason why the 6th and freshmen were able to safely withdraw to the Soul Realm was also because he was guarding in secret. So, Captain, I dare to conclude that this time the invasion incident has absolutely nothing to do with Mufeng. Even if it does, Mufeng can only be a victim." After finishing the words in his heart in one breath, Jingle Chunshui looked firmly at Yamamoto Yuanyujai Shigekuni, showing his determination to protect Mufeng. Looking at Jingle Chunshui's firm gaze, Yamamoto Yuanyujai Changuo couldn't help but lose his mind. After a long time, Yamamoto Yuanyujai Changuo withdrew his gaze and sighed. "When people are old, they have more scruples. I don't know, these worries in my heart are just guesses. With the talent shown by Mufeng, it will not be difficult for me to surpass me in time, and it will definitely become another soul in the soul world pillar. However, talent is originally a double-edged sword. The stronger Mufeng's talent is, the more difficult it is to restrain. Chun Shui, do you understand my difficulties?" Listening to Yamamoto Yuanyujai Changuo's slightly depressing words, Jingle Chunshui's heart was shocked, and he subconsciously pressed the hat on his head. Immediately, he suppressed the emotions in his heart. Yamamoto Yuanyujai Changuo means Jingle Chunshui is not ignorant. He was cultivated by Yamamoto Yuanyujai Changuo. Of course, he knows the worries of Yamamoto Yuanyujai Changuo. He is also concerned about these Jingle Chunshui. Understand. However, understanding is understanding, which does not mean that he will agree. Mufeng's talent is indeed a double-edged sword. If he loses control in the future, it will indeed bring disaster to the Soul Society. But these are just possibilities. There is also a bigger possibility for Mufeng to be loyal to the Soul Realm with sincerity. Both possibilities are possible, and from the current point of view, the latter is more likely. Therefore, Jingle Chunshui will never see Mufeng being unfairly treated because of a little guess. This is the justice he abides by. Moreover, in his opinion, if Mufeng was treated unfairly because of a little speculation, it would be more likely to push Mufeng to the first possibility. Captain, I still still firmly believe that Mufeng will never threaten the Soul Society. Jingle Chunchui looked at Yamamoto Yuanujai Chongguo solemnly. Hope it. Sighing again, Yamamoto Yuanujai Shigegwo looked at Jingle Chunchui with a little more sigh. After pondering for a moment, Yamamoto Yuanujai Chongguo changed his words and suddenly said, since this matter has nothing to do with Mufeng, and Mufeng has saved a lot of new students, then it is meritorious. The 13th Division of the Protecting Court is clearly rewarded and punished. If you have merit, you need to reward. Chunchui, it is up to you to give Mufeng appropriate reward. Yes, Captain. Hearing Yamamoto Yuanujai Shigekuni's word, Jingle Chunchui was suddenly shocked, and a hint of joy flashed in his eyes. Since Yamamoto Yuanujai Chongguo asked him to reward Mufeng, it means that he listened to what he just said. How could Jingle Chunchui not be surprised by being able to persuade the always stubborn Yamamoto Yuanujai Shigegwo? Last time, I assigned Mufeng's personal guidance according to your request. I have made a request before, hoping to teach the ghosts of Mufeng number 70 and above. Why don't I have this as a reward this time? After adjusting his mood, Jingle Chunchui thought for a while and said, teaching the ghost ways of number 70 and above. Mufeng has mastered ghost ways of number 60 and above, and is indeed qualified to contact ghost ways of number 70 and above. According to the rules, only the 13th Division of the Guardian can become a chairperson. Only in the future will I be able to contact the ghosts of number 70 and above. Although Mufeng has made a contribution this time, the rules are the rules. Yamamoto Yuanujai Zongguo frowned, and after thinking for a while, his tone turned back. Well, starting from today, Mufeng will be given the status of a replacement seat officer, and the treatment will be equivalent to that of a seat officer. When the words fell, Jingle Chunchui was startled by Bibi at first, and then there was a wry smile on the corner of his mouth. He had to admit that Zhang was still old and spicy. In a few words, Yamamoto Yuanujai Shigegwo not only met Mufeng's requirement but also did not break the rule. Also, give me an order for the rest of the captain. Before Mufeng graduate, each team is not allowed to go to the True Central Spiritual Arts Academy to harass Mufeng. As if thinking of something, Yamamoto Yuanujai Shigekuni added another sentence. Yes, Jingle Chunchui said respectfully. Chapter 68_Cherish. Of course, Mufeng had no way of knowing what happened at the top of the Soul Society. After returning from this world, he, along with the others, received inquiries from the Gote 13th Division. Perhaps it was because of his reputation that he was not deliberately harassed during the inquiry process, and it could only be regarded as a routine matter. After fooling the inquirer with a previously fabricated rhetoric, Mufeng returned directly to his residence. This time, the trip to the world, although there was no danger, was under Mufeng's control, but Mufeng's consumption was not small. In terms of spiritual pressure, it is second. With the immortal seal on his body, his spiritual pressure recovery speed is several times that of ordinary people, and he can make up for all the spiritual pressure with ease. Mufeng's main consumption is still spiritual. First of all, every ghost way he casts uses subtle abilities, which gives many ghost ways the ability to turn corruption into magic. The use of subtlety requires the consumption of mental power. The greater the change of ghost, the greater the consumption of the mind. Secondly, in order to facilitate the blue dyeing, Mufeng covers the entire industrial area with perception almost all the time, which is also a kind of consumption. After such consumption, although Mufeng appears to be still at his peak on the surface, his mind has been exhausted. Now that he returned to the Soul realm, Mufeng, of course, immediately returned to his residence to restore his exhausted mind. When Mufeng and the others returned to Soul Court realm, it was probably in the early hours of the morning. The inquiry from Soul realm didn't take long, so the sky was still dark. After returning to his residence, without saying a word, Mufeng directly meditated and entered a state of cultivation. Meditation can not only increase the spiritual pressure, but also restore the exhausted mind. There was nothing to say all night, and in the blink of an eye, it was the next day. On the third day, the Soul Society and the True Central Spiritual Arts Institute are still under discussion. After all, after the news of the present world came back yesterday, most people were still asleep. Now, this time, the incident is completely fermented. In other places, because the discussion is not quiet, the same is true here in Mufeng. Early in the morning, Mufeng was woken up by a scream. Brother Mufeng, are you okay? At this time, there was only one person who appeared at Mufeng's residence and woke Mufeng, and that was Matsumoto Ranju. As a seat officer, Matsumoto Ranju learned about the news of the world as early as last night. However, because it was inconvenient to leave Jinglingting at night, she did not arrive at Mufeng's residence immediately. It's you, Lu Anju. I'm fine. You don't know my strength. There are just a few giant phantoms. It's impossible to get me. Pushing gate of opening. Seeing the concern in Matsumoto Ranju's eyes, Mufeng's heart warmed. His tone softened a little, and he said, after seeing that Mufeng was not injured, Matsumoto Ranju quickly breathed a sigh of relief, and immediately, upon hearing Mufeng's words, word, Matsumoto's face turned red. It seems that this time, she really cares a little and is confused. She doesn't know how strong Mufeng is. However, there is one thing she can be sure of, that is, Mufeng is definitely better than the information from the world, and he can give up singing and perform ghost ways of number 60 or more, which is comparable to the master who understands Shikai. Even she herself is not sure that she can beat Mufeng, and she is the pinnacle of Shikai, and she is also a vice captain. The combat power of the deputy captain level and the invasion of the lowest level Daxu level are indeed difficult to hurt him. Hehe, Luanju, you care so much about me. You don't have a crush on me. ZZ tilde tilde I am very discerning. I'm an authentic potential stock, and I'm still the kind that keeps rising. Looking at Matsumoto Ranju, Mufeng's heart moved. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he laughed out loud. Brother Mufeng, what are you talking about? Don't talk nonsense. I'm your sister. Of course I want to care about you. Hearing Mufeng's word, Matsumoto Ranju's mind just calmed down, suddenly trembled, and she hurriedly retorted, Sister, I've never admitted it. Besides, it's not impossible to love a sister and a brother. You say yes, Lu Anju. Mufeng continued to laugh out loud. Brother Mufeng, don't talk nonsense. I really think of you as a younger brother, a sister-in-law love. How is it possible? Matsumoto Ranju hurriedly continued to explain, as if the explanation was too urgent, and the words seemed quite incoherent. Ranju, I'm just talking. Why are you so nervous? Could it be that I'm right? You really like me? Ignoring Matsumoto Ranju's rebuttal word, Mufeng interrupted it forcefully, staring at Matsumoto Ranju with a trace of heat in his eyes. Brother Mufeng, don't talk nonsense. Under Mufeng's gaze, Matsumoto Ranju's words became pale, and his eyes flickered, not daring to look directly at Mufeng. Ranju, since you don't like me, do you dare to look me in the eyes and say what you don't like about me? Mufeng continued to press, without giving Matsumoto Ranju a chance to breathe. I don't dare to. Matsumoto Ranju continued to hold on, but as soon as his eyes touched Mufeng's line of sight, Matsumoto Ranju subconsciously staggered his line of sight and did not dare to look at Mufeng at all. How could I fall in love with a little brat like you? Matsumoto Ranju cried out again, as if only words could give her the courage to ignore Mufeng's gaze. Hearing the word, little kid, Mufeng's face suddenly stiffened. He only now remembered that the identity that the system had replaced him seemed to be only 13 or 4 years old, so he could only be regarded as a teenager. Even compared to Renji, Jiliang and others, they are much smaller. Mufeng's complexion changed, and he did not hide from Matsumoto Ranju. This time, Matsumoto Ranju looked at Mufeng Dao as if he had found a secret weapon. Yes, brother Mufeng, how could I possibly fall in love with a little brat like you? Also, you are so young. You just think about falling in love every day. It's really bad. It seems that he has caught Mufeng's pain point. Matsumoto Ranju said more and more smoothly. The panic just now was swept away little by little, and his eyes no longer dodged. Ranju, you can't talk nonsense. Believe it or not, I'll let you taste the power of a brat. Seeing that Matsumoto Ranju was still talking about his age, Mufeng's face couldn't help but turn blue, and immediately, as if thinking of something, Mufeng's gaze swept across Matsumoto Ranju's body with a trace of heat, and continued to tease with the same tone. Swept away by Mufeng's aggressive gaze, Matsumoto Ranju's body froze, and a slight shyness slowly rose from the bottom of his heart. Although Matsumoto Ranju usually wears sexy clothes, deep down, she is actually quite conservative. Otherwise, Matsumoto Ranju in the original plot would not have waited for Ichimaru Jin for so many years. Seeing Matsumoto Ranju's shy face and unsexy dress, Mufeng's heart swayed, with a wicked smile on his face, ready to go further. At this time, a girl suddenly came from not far away, quenching Mufeng's evil thoughts. Chapter 69_3's Gratitude. Morning, Chairman Matsumoto. Mufeng, what are you talking about? Not far from Mufeng's residence, Hinamori Dao, Renji and his party were walking towards this direction. Cough, I didn't talk about anything. I didn't talk about anything. Mufeng coughed, and quickly shifted his gaze from Matsumoto Ranju to the other side, covering it up calmly. Yeah, nothing, just chatting about what happened yesterday. Matsumoto Ranju also suppressed the ups and downs in his heart, and used the incident of yesterday as an excuse to prevaricate. It's just the blush on her face that she couldn't hide. Fortunately, Hinamori Dao, Renji and others did not notice this. Although it was not too late for the group, except for Rukia, everyone seemed to be a little lethargic. It was obvious that they did not sleep well yesterday. Hinamori Dao, Renji, and Kira are only a freshman who has only been in the True Central Spiritual Art Institute for half a year. Yesterday, they saw the real virtual for the first time, and the first time they saw was a powerful giant virtual. It was to see Daxu and face Daxu's spiritual pressure. With such an experience, even with the ordinary officers of the 13th Division of the Guardian, it would be difficult to calm down in a short period of time. Not to mention, the three of them are freshmen. He was not stunned directly, but now he was able to appear in front of Mufeng and greet him, which was quite good. good, and it was enough to prove that the three people's temperaments were not bad. What's the matter with you coming to see me so early? You just came back from this world. You should rest more. After suppressing all the strange emotion, Mu Feng's expression returned to indifferent, and he looked at everyone with a little doubt. The three of them looked at each other, and finally Kira stood up and said, I'm here to thank you for your life-saving grace. As he spoke, a grateful expression appeared on Kira's face. Hina Morita also nodded, with a hint of gratitude and a different color in her eye. Renji hesitated for a while before finally biting and saying, I'm here to thank you for your life-saving grace, and what happened last time was my offense. From now on, I will never refuse any of your orders, as long as I can do them. As I said yesterday, saving you all is just a matter of hand. Besides, after getting along for so long, no matter what, they are considered friends. In any case, I will not sit back and watch you fall into danger. So, if I thank you, I don't need to say anything. As for let him pass the path. Mu Feng glanced at the three of them, and said with a faint isho, who didn't care. Mu Feng didn't really care about the gratitude of the three. As he said, saving the young Moritao, Renji and others was just an effort. After knowing each other for so long, he wouldn't put them in danger if they knew each other for so long. Environmental matters. Sit back and watch. Of course, incidentally, Aizen's plan can also be ruined. Hearing Mu Feng's word, the three of them didn't say anything, but buried their gratitude to Mu Feng in their heart. The three of them are not ungrateful people. Although Mu Feng's life-seeking great, although Mu Feng's words do not let them care, they obviously will not simply let go, as Mu Feng said. Renji, in particular, put this kindness firmly in his heart, and secretly vowed to repay Mu Feng. It's a pity that Renji didn't know that there was too much difference between him and Mu Feng, and his thought of repaying his gratitude would never come true if there were no accident. Young Sendao and the others were grateful to Mu Feng, but the other two people on the side looked a little embarrassed. Matsumoto Ranju is a little better. She was just moved by Matsumoto Ranju, and at this moment she is hiding her peace of mind and has no time to pay attention to Mu Feng's side. Rukia is different. She came with Hinatao and others, and stood with them. Now, they are all grateful to Mu Feng, but she can only be embarrassed by herself. Standing there, you don't know what to say. To be honest, Rukia is a little regretful. Why did she want to follow Hinamori Momo and the others? Hina Sentao and others came here today to thank Mu Feng for what happened yesterday. This matter has nothing to do with her at all. She just felt uncomfortable when she came here. However, with everyone's word, Rukia's gaze towards Mu Feng also changed a little. About Mu Feng, Rukia also heard about Hinamori Dao and others yesterday. Why give up singing and cast more than 60 binding road, block countless giant virtual attack, and use ghost road, kill giant virtual ghosts with one move, use Shunpo to instantly span more than 10 meters, etc. It sounds like Rukia can be described as fascinated by. This is the true Central Academy of Spiritual Art. The souls who enter the true Central Academy of Spiritual Arts will become the god of death in the future. As a god of death, how could you not admire the strong among those gods of death? It can be said that there are stories of officers, vice captains, and captains circulating in the true Central Spiritual Arts Academy. However, whether it was the chief officer, the vice captain, or the captain, it was too far for a freshman like Rukia. Mu Feng is different. Mu Feng's deeds this time are no worse than those of the so-called seat officials. The most important thing is that Mu Feng is not as far away as those seat officials. Before, Mu Feng was just a genius in Rukia's eyes. Now, after going through this incident, Mu Feng has become a strong man. Rukia looked at Shan Mu Feng's eyes. How could it not change? This is like, you are chasing stars, and suddenly one day, there is a star beside you. Rukia is not a nympho, but she is obviously still in the stage of a young girl chasing stars when she just entered the True Spiritual Art Institute. But Mu Feng is powerful and talented, and most importantly, Mu Feng can be seen and touched. Therefore, Rukia almost transferred her admiration for other strong men to Mu Feng in an instant. Not only Rukia, but also the girls in the Shino Spiritual Arts Academy. After hearing about Mu Feng's deed, almost all of them were like this. 2.7. After the three of them thanked Mu Feng, they didn't know what to say for a while, and the atmosphere gradually became colder. Mu Feng also discovered this, swept the same four people, and then said, everything that needs to be said has been said. Let go back. What you need most now is rest. Hina Moritao, Renji and the others, BB nodded. They knew their own state. They knew very well that their current state was very poor and they really needed to rest and recuperate. The three gratefully saluted Mu Feng again, and turned around to prepare to return to their residence. Rukia glanced at Mu Feng, then at Renji, and in the end, she could only leave Mu Feng's residence with Hina Sentao, Renji and others with a little helplessness. The other three were gone, and even if she wanted to stay, she couldn't find a suitable reason. Chapter 70 Replacement Officer. After watching the four leave, Mu Feng turned his attention to Matsumoto Ranju on the side. Aware of Mu Feng's gaze, Matsumoto Ranju's emotions that had just calmed down rose again. Fortunately, Matsumoto Ranju reacted immediately immediately, and suppressed all the distracting thoughts in his heart, so he was not affected by Mu Feng's gaze. After taking a deep breath and trying to calm himself down, Matsumoto Ranju looked at Mu Feng with a serious expression. Brother Mu Feng, I came this time not only to see you, but also to convey to you the reward given to you by the higher-ups of the Soul Society. In view of your contribution to yesterday's invasion, the Commander-in-Chief decided to give you a backup. The status of a Chief Officer is equivalent to that of a Chief Officer. That is to say, from today onward, you are the Chief Editorial Officer of the 13th Division of the Guardian. As he spoke, Matsumoto Ranju's word gradually brought a trace of excitement. Brother Mu Feng, before he graduated, he was granted the status of a post office officer. The status is equivalent to that of a seat officer. You are the first one. How about it? Are you satisfied with this reward? As a replacement officer, Mu Feng pouted, with a look of disdain. It's just a mere chairperson. It's the same as there is no one. It's better to give some substantive reward. 10. Hearing Mu Feng's word, the smile on Matsumoto Ranju's face softened a little. The post officer status means that Mu Feng can obtain the official position as soon as he enters the 13th Division of the Guardian. Ziguan, that is the middle level of Jingling Court. I don't know how many gods of death there are, and they all dream of getting an official position. Even she herself had struggled for a while to get the official position. Therefore, Matsumoto Ranju was very happy for Mu Feng to receive such a reward. After receiving the news from the first team, she couldn't wait to arrive at Mu Feng, hoping to inform Mu Feng as soon as possible. However, Mu Feng's reaction just now made Matsumoto Ranju a little disappointed. After thinking about it, Matsumoto Ranju quickly put away his disappointment. She just thought about how difficult it is to get an official position, but ignored that Mu Feng is not an ordinary person. Mu Feng is known as a monstrous genius who is known to be a once-in-a-thousand-year-old genius at the True Central Spiritual Arts Academy. He has just entered the True Central Spiritual Arts Academy for less than half a year, and he has mastered the Ghost Way after the 60th. The Ghost Path of number 60 and above corresponds to Shikai. Able to perform the Ghost Path of number 60 or more means that Mu Feng has realized Shikai. Ichimaru Ginto a year to understand Shikai, and he was hailed as a genius at first sight. As soon as he joined the 13th Division of the Guardian, he got an official position, and soon became the vice-captain. Mu Feng is more enchanting than him. When Mu Feng graduated, the vice-captain dared not say that the official position was a certainty, and the number of seats would not be too low. The obtained status as a reserve officer is indeed a bit tasteless to Mu Feng. Thinking of this, the excitement on Matsumoto's face gradually dissipated. I forgot, little brother Mu Feng is a great genius. For others, a position that is difficult to obtain is as simple as trying to get things out of your pocket. This reward is really nothing. However, there is one thing that is useful. With this, after you have the identity, you will be qualified to contact the ghosts of number 70 and above. In this way, you don't have to hide the ghosts I taught you. Quote, Matsumoto Ranju's tone turned light, rather helpless. Speaking of which, she finally found out that the reward given to Mu Feng by the senior officials of the court's Soul realm was almost nothing. Well, I see. Mu Feng nodded and said nothing more. He didn't expect that the higher-up in the Soul Society would give him any reward. To be able to get the qualification to use the Ghost Road of number 70 or above is good enough. It is better than nothing. Moreover, to be honest, Mu Feng didn't expect too much for the rewards that the top executives of the Soul Society could give. Unlike Pirates and Naruto World, there are not many treasures in the world of death. After informing Mu Feng of the reward given to Mu Feng by the senior officials of the Soul Society, and chatting with Mu Feng for a while, Matsumoto Ranju also said goodbye to Mu Feng and returned to Jingling Court. Because of yesterday's accident, the entire 13th Division of the Guardian is in turmoil, and there is an extreme shortage of personnel. Even Matsumoto Ranju, who was on vacation, was called back. The space cracks that appeared in the present world have been sealed. However, the aftermath remained. For example, after the space crack appeared, the space around the entire industrial area was affected and became extremely fragile, resulting in a large number of virtual spaces that could invade the world through that phase. Just to guard against this, you need to mobilize a lot of manpower. There are many other similar effects. It can be said that the 13th Division of the Guardian has been busy in the recent period of time. After Matsumoto Ranju left, Mu Feng did not return to the house to continue the news, but used Shunpo to rush towards the open space at a very fast speed. Hinamori Dao and the others returned to their residence to practice cultivation, and Matsumoto Ranju was not there either. Because the 13th Division of the Guardian was too busy dealing with the follow-up effects of the invasion, it was impossible and would not have sent someone to monitor him. There were not many opportunities like this. It just so happened that I could take this opportunity to increase the spiritual pressure in my body. There was no one around, and Mu Feng didn't need to be able to hide. With Shunbu's full force, Mu Feng appeared in the open space in a moment. With a wave of his hand, an enchantment appeared out of thin air in the open space. Very barrier is also a kind of ghost, only most of them cannot be used for combat, so they are sent to the ghosts who specialize in ghosts, and few people master them. Mufeng's Ghost Dao attainment is at the master level. Looking at the entire corpse and soul world, the Ghost Dao attainment can be comparable to or better than Mufeng. I'm afraid it won't exceed 10 fingers. This is the conclusion drawn by including Team Zero. With such ghostly attainment, the mere enchantment Shepherd Wind will of course be displayed, and the effect of this enchantment is only to cover up the figure and breath. Ozekri. It was a miniature version of the barrier that the Aizen faction Daxu had set up when he was testing him yesterday. After setting up the barrier, Mufeng stepped in without hesitation. In the past, when practicing Ghost, Mufeng almost always practiced in the enchantment in order to prevent Hina Morita, Renji and others from knowing his true strength. Above the open space, there is only Mufeng alone, but he still chose to use the barrier to cover up his situation. Because next, what he needs to do is to raise his spiritual pressure to the captain level through the system. The captain level, for most death gods, is already the pinnacle of desire and unreachable. Even the weakest captain, once they cast Bankai, have the power of cracking rock, and they can easily crush the death gods above the captain. Ordinary Shinigami, breaking through to the captain level, only needs to understand Bankai. Without Bankai, it won't make much of a fuss. Is different. He broke through to the captain level, not relying on Bankai, but using the spiritual pressure to force himself to the captain level. As a result, it is difficult to guarantee that there will be no accident. For example, leaking a little breath or something. Comprehending Bankai, there will be a qualitative change in the spiritual pressure of Shinigami. Even if it is a little breath, it is extremely eye-catching when placed in the Junyang Spiritual Art Institute. Mufeng didn't want to expose the fact that he had broken through to the captain's level because of this, thus causing unnecessary trouble. Chapter 71 Shop Items Part 1. As soon as he entered the barrier, Mufeng thought about it and called out the system interface. A brilliance flashed by, and the familiar system interface appeared in his field of vision. The strongest god system, host Shepherd, belongs to the world of death, plundered world, pirate world, Naruto world, physical strength, mortal level, indestructible level, energy intensity, mortal level, origin level, soul strength, extraordinary, 99%, indestructible, skill, kendo, open black lens bracket grandmaster close black lens bracket open black lens bracket 100% comprehension close black lens bracket master swordsmanship, 8000 swordsmanship, special swordsmanship 100 times Momo, sword intense slash, fighting technique, open black lens bracket grandmaster close black lens bracket open black lens bracket 50% comprehension close black lens bracket mastering skills, marine rokushiki, you can freely use all marine rokushiki and its extended move, free fighting, you can freely use most of the fighting techniques in the world of Reaper, ghost weight grandmaster level, comprehension degree 10%, if you have enough spiritual pressure, you can give up singing and cast any number 1 ghost way, extended skills, into the micro, according to your own mind, you can slightly change the appearance and characteristics of ghosts, immortal art, holy grade comprehension 50%, special Zanpakuto, the rest of the skills are being sealed. As before, Mufeng's personal familiarity has not changed much, and Reiatsu still remains at the peak of Shikai, that is, the extraordinary 99%. Although according to the data, Mufeng is only the last 1% from the captain level, but the last 1% is a moat that is extremely difficult to cross. 99% of the previous ones are quantitative changes, and you only need to accumulate them step by step. The last 1% is a qualitative change. The difficulty of breaking through is several times that of the previous 99%. Ordinary Shinigami, after accumulating Reiatsu to the peak of Shikai, he only needs to understand Bankai, and he can be embodied by Zanpakuto. In one fell swoop, he pushed himself to the level of captain, breaking the shackles of the last 1%. This is a direct qualitative breakthrough. Change to Mufeng, but he couldn't do it. Up to now, Mufeng has not even understood Shikai, let alone Bankai. Therefore, if Mufeng wanted to make a breakthrough, he had to take another path, which was to use quantitative changes to trigger qualitative changes, forcibly pushing himself to the captain level. Mufeng's spiritual pressure increased, and he was not constrained by the Zanpakuto like the rest of the gods of death. If you can't understand Shikai or Bankai, it will be difficult for your own Reiatsu to improve. In theory, as long as Mufeng is willing to accumulate, sooner or later, he will be able to complete the accumulation of spiritual pressure and push his spiritual pressure to the captain level. It's just that it takes a long time to accumulate. The captain level Reiatsu is at least 5 times that of Shikai SE. In other words, Mufeng needed another 5.5 years to complete his breakthrough. 5.5 years was a long time, and Mufeng didn't want to waste time like this. This is why Mufeng was willing to participate in the simulation training before, and because of Tosong's relationship, he sought a specially invited team leader. Originally, Mufeng just hoped that, while breaking Hillen's plan, he would take the opportunity to make a fortune and shorten the time to break through to the captain level. However, he never thought that Lan not only fell in love with Sen and the others but also fell in love with him, and tried to test him at a great price. Lan's move to test his plan not only exceeded his expectations but also made him earn a large sum of money. You know, Mufeng originally just wanted to arrange Lan in the industrial area to attack the enchantment group, as well as slaughter all the big and giant virtuals of Sen and others so as to harvest the origin point. In this way, there are not too many origin points that Mufeng can harvest. After all, apart from him, all 6-year students and freshmen participated in this simulation training. The strongest among the 6 students can only be regarded as an elite death god. To attack Sen and others, the amount of phantom that Lan used must be small, and the quality is also very average. However, Mufeng did not expect that Lan Jin would send hundreds of giant dummies, dozens of big dummies, and the spatial cracks covering the entire industrial area. It was also because of Mufeng. Such a large amount of emptiness had all died in Mufeng's hand. Let Mufeng earn a lot of money. Not only does it shorten the time for Mufeng to break through to captain, but even as long as Mufeng is willing to wait his origin point, he can break through to the captain level in between his thoughts. This is what Mufeng did at this moment. Glancing across the system interface, Mufeng's gaze skipped the personal information panel and locked onto the advanced god level mall interface. Seriously, since the upgrade of the mall, Mufeng is the first time he has truly entered the high-level god level mall. Previously, the origin point was always 0. Without the origin point, Mufeng would of course not enter the high-level god level mall, and it would be uncomfortable to find it. Now, just after receiving a large wave of origin point, it is time to enter the high-level god level mall for a wave of consumption. The mind moved lightly, and the panel of the advanced god level mall immediately began to enlarge. After a while, a brand new interface appeared in front of Mufeng. On the top line of the interface, the number of origin points owned by Mufeng is written. Below the origin point, which is similar to the previous mall, is the exchange window. You can use the origin point to exchange various items. Currently, only experience scrolls and energy scrolls can be exchanged. As for the bottom column, which also occupies the largest area of the interface, there are 12 items that have been refreshed in the advanced god level mall recently. Some differences from the intermediate god level mall are that the advanced god level mall will refresh 12 items each time, which can be purchased. These items are refreshed every month. Moreover, compared to the product introduction above the intermediate god level mall, the items refreshed by the advanced god level mall look more refined and three-dimensional, just like a real entity. VV's eyes flashed, and Mufeng quickly set his eyes on the items refreshed in the high-level god level mall. As soon as his sight touched the first item, that item instantly became larger, and countless messages were wounded one by one from the bottom of Mufeng's heart. It turned out to be Saiyan blood. Seeing the blonde hair reaching his waist with a somewhat familiar figure, Mufeng couldn't help exclaiming, "Saiyans are among the Dragon Ball. They are born warriors. They have a Super Saiyan mode that is extremely powerful and explosive. With every gesture, they can destroy the planet with physical strength alone. If the force value of the Saiyans in Dragon Ball is fully displayed, I am afraid that the ordinary Saiyans in their P period are at least at the Samsara level, or even the Heavenly Tao level. As for the Super Saiyan mode, even the weakest Super 1 is enough to explode the Heavenly Tao level." Mufeng really did not expect that the first item refreshed in the high-level god level mall was actually this one. It was simply too surprising and unexpected. With his excitement, Mufeng quickly swept his gaze to the exchange price of Saiyan blood. Chapter 72_mall items below. In the next moment, the excitement on Mufeng's face disappeared, and the whole person disappeared. At a glance, although he did not see the exact price of Saiyan bloodline, the series of zeros had already made Mufeng understand that Saiyan bloodline was not something he could exchange now. The wave of origin points that took the opportunity to harvest yesterday was not even a fraction of the Saiyan bloodline. Quote. "I knew it would be like this. System, do you want to play with me like this?" After being speechless for a while, Mufeng couldn't help but started complaining about the system. Since Saiyan blood can't afford it, there's no need to continue watching. Mufeng decisively withdraws his mind from the Saiyan bloodline and turns to the next item. This is, as soon as Mufeng's gaze turned to the next item, 7 crystal beads emitting mysterious rays of light came into view. Could it be that this time the high-level god level mall refreshed the Dragon Ball special? First, there was Saiyan blood, and now even the 7 Dragon Balls are out. 7 crystal beads with stars. Such an iconic thing. No need to click in. Mufeng knows what it is. He really did not expect that the high-level god level mall is so powerful that even the legendary Dragon Balls that can summon dragons and fulfill their wishes of 170 have been refreshed. Moreover, all 7 were brushed out at one time. In this way, only if Mufeng exchanged the Dragon Balls, he could summon Shenlong and realize his wishes. The dragon among the Dragon Balls, although not truly omnipotent, is definitely a heaven-defying first level existence. Its value is far above the blood of Saiyan. In addition, it is enough to say that through Dragon Ball wishing, there is a great possibility to obtain Saiyan blood. You only need to make a will to get the Saiyan bloodline, and the value is of course above the Saiyan bloodline. Moreover, the high-level God level mall also proved a point. Mufeng did not implement the price of the two after all, but just by skimming, he could judge that the price of the Dragon Ball was far above the blood of the Saiyan. Although the advanced God level mall is relatively pitted, one thing is certain, that is, the higher the price of the item given in the advanced God level mall, the greater its value. Saiyan blood couldn't even afford it, let alone the more expensive Dragon Balls of Saiyan blood. Mufeng turned his attention to the third item without hesitation. Like the first two items, the third item, which came out of Dragon Ball, was the fairy beans that came out of Kalanta. Shanto is a magical item that claims that no matter how many injuries, only if you die, you can recover after one drop. The system did not explicitly say where the limit of the fairy beans is, but it is still very easy to restore the state of heavenly Tao. It can be said that it is a necessary life-saving medicine. Compared with Dragon Ball and Saiyan blood, the price of fairy beans is undoubtedly much more close to the people. However, Mufeng still cannot afford it. To be able to restore the state of a Tiandao level powerhouse, the price of course cannot be lower than that of the Tiandao level. Thanks to the system's word, Mufeng is now even at the heavenly Tao level, and there is still a long way to go. He can't afford to consume the heavenly Tao level immortal bean. The fourth item refreshed in the high-level God level mall is finally no longer an item in Dragon Ball. Unfortunately, Mufeng still cannot afford it. This item is a sapling. However, it is not an ordinary sapling, but a sapling of the legendary world tree that can support a world. The third sentence in the introduction already explained that this sapling is not something that Mufeng can touch. You can construct a small world that is large enough to accommodate world tree saplings in the host body. Yes, construct a small world. Construct a small world that belongs to the world tree sapling, and also belongs to the owner of the world tree sapling. That is a small world that is completely yours. Although Mufeng didn't know how much a small world was worth, but he himself has the identity of a world agent, and he has a deep understanding of the feeling of controlling life and death in the world and being above the gods. This is only the status of the world agent given by the system, and it can only be regarded as a manager. The value of the world tree saplings is self-evident that they can open up a small world of their own. It can be said that the fourth item is the most valuable among the first four items. Of course, in this way, it undoubtedly means that none of the first four items can be exchanged by Mufeng now. Even if he recovers to the heavenly Tao level and harvests the origin point in the world of the god of death, he may not be able to exchange the rest of the items except the fairy bean. Next is the fifth item. There was a flash of lightning, and a book shining with thunder appeared in Mufeng's eyes. 5 dazzling characters of Sea Tiger Blasting Fist were printed on the book. Sea Tiger Blasting Fist seems to be a bit of an impression. It seems to be in the Hong Kong comic. The protagonist in it seems to be able to easily break the planet. The things produced in the high-end God level mall are so high-end. Seeing now, there is no value lower than Tiandao level. Mufeng muttered to himself. I have to say that the items refreshed in the high-level God level mall did bring him a surprise, and the surprise was quite big. There are 5 items in a row, each of which is the best of the best, but the problem is that he can't exchange the items at the boutique level. Not only now, but even in the future, it will be difficult for him to accumulate enough origin points to exchange these items for a long time. After skipping the 5th item, Mufeng looked at the 6th item again. Brush. A sword light flashed, and in an instant, Mufeng only felt a sting in his eyes, as if countless sharp sword pierced his eye. Like the previous Sea Tiger Blasting Fist, the 6th item is also a book. It's just that, above this book, it's not thunder, but endless sword light. Just a little sword light simulated by the system stabbed Mufeng's eyes, and even touched Mufeng's Grandmaster level kendo to a certain extent. It is conceivable that this book must not be simple. 3-footed sword. In the age of reckless desolation, the high-level God level mall can even refresh the things in the novel. After browsing through the information from the 6th item, a trace of surprise flashed in Mufeng's eye. The 3-footed sword, he had heard of it, was a sword skill that the protagonist had been practicing in the early and middle stages of an online novel in his previous life. In the past, the rewards of the system, or the things refreshed in the mall, were generally limited to comic. Unexpectedly, after upgrading to the advanced God level mall, even the things in the novel can be refreshed. It really gave Mufeng another big surprise. Accident is an accident. Like the previous 5 items, the 3-footed sword is also not something he can touch now. Therefore, it was difficult for Mufeng to suppress the thoughts in his heart and looked at the next item. Chapter 73_Redeem Energy Scroll. After looking at it for so long, I finally found something that I hope to exchange. Looking at the 7th item, Mufeng almost instantly had the urge to burst into tears. Because this item is finally not like the previous one, it is impossible to read. Brush. As soon as the line line of sight entered the 7th item. A purple armor that seemed to be materialized appeared in front of Mufeng. Dragon's Sacred Claw. The 7th item is the Holy Robe from Saint Seiya. The force value of the comic Saint Seiya is also very high, especially those Saint Seiya who have understood the small universe, and other battles also have the destructive power of destroying the sky and destroying the earth. However, the system's Heavenly Dragon Sacred Claw, although it belongs to the Purple Dragon, one of the Saint Seiya's 5 small powerhouses, is only the most basic bronze sacred clothing. Although it has potential, its value is limited. The current Mufeng can't be exchanged, but once Mufeng returns to the Heavenly Dao level, it will definitely not be difficult to exchange this holy garment. After the 7th item is the 8th item. The 12 items refreshed in the high-level God-level mall. It seems that the polarization is more serious. Each of the first 6 pieces is a boutique, but the price is terrifyingly high. Starting from the 7th item, each item is considered a high-quality item. Even if the shepherd style is in full swing, these items have a lot of help, but the price is much lower. Compared with the first 6 items, the prices of the latter items are not even a fraction of the price. The 8th item, still from Dragon Ball, is a training book about Chi in Dragon Ball. In Dragon Ball, the power of Kai can be described as a major feature almost throughout. This book is, of course, a masterpiece. The following 4 items inherit the characteristics of the 7th and 8th items, and they can be regarded as high-quality goods, but the price is not high. Among them are the Pet Holy Angel Beast from Digimon, and the Dragon-Killing Mystery from Fairy Tail. In short, almost none of the 12 items refreshed in the high-level God-level mall are garbage. It's a pity that the current Mufeng can't even exchange the cheapest. After browsing all the items, Mufeng decisively closed the bottom column of the Advanced God-level mall interface. Since you can't exchange it, then you can see it out of sight, so you don't have to worry about it. After closing the item bar, Mufeng cast his eyes on the exchange bar. As soon as his eyes touched the exchange bar, some information appeared in his mind. This information is an introduction to the redemption bar. Compared with the intermediate God-level mall, the exchange bar of the Advanced God-level mall has also changed a lot. First of all, the types of items have changed from the original experience scrolls to energy scrolls and experience scrolls. Of course, in fact, the types of items have not increased. The energy scroll and the experience scroll were originally split from the previous experience scroll. After the split, the energy scrolls and experience scrolls have also been changed from the previous primary, intermediate, to level 1, 2, and 3. The first level energy scroll corresponds to the level below the mortal level, which is the level of ordinary people, and is more suitable for ordinary people to upgrade to the mortal level. The secondary energy scroll corresponds to the mortal level and is suitable for the use of the mortal level. By analogy, the third level energy scroll corresponds to the extraordinary level, which is the most suitable energy scroll for Mufeng's current level. The above is the energy scroll, and the experience scroll is almost the same. The first level experience scroll corresponds to the basic first level, and the second level experience scroll corresponds to the mastery first level. On top of this, there are expert, masters, grandmasters, etc., which correspond to the corresponding level of experience scroll. After the revision, the price of the experience scroll has also changed. Compared with energy scrolls, the price of experience scrolls of the same level is much cheaper, about 1/5 of the energy scroll. This division does not mean that high-level scrolls cannot be directly used for low-level promotion. However, according to the information from the system, whether it is to use a low-level scroll to upgrade a high level, or to use a high level to upgrade a low level, it will cause a certain amount of weight. Because after the strict division of the system, the energy purity provided by each level of energy scrolls corresponds to the corresponding level. When the energy scroll is lower than its own level, it needs to cause qualitative changes with quantitative changes, and certain losses will inevitably occur in the middle. When the energy scroll is higher than its own level, the energy contained in it needs to be diluted and converted, and there will also be a certain amount of loss. The situation with experience scrolls is similar to that of energy scroll. The new version of the energy scroll and the experience scroll is much more complicated than the previous experience scroll, and it is no longer completely universal for all levels as before. In fact, in this way, it is beneficial to Mufeng without any harm. After the subdivision, the effect of the energy scroll and the experience scroll has not been reduced much, but the utilization of the origin point has been improved by a level. You can let Mufeng use every point of origin on the blade. Anyway, energy scrolls and experience scrolls can be directly exchanged from the system. After subdividing the level, it only makes the exchange a little more troublesome. With a slight movement in his mind, Mufeng clicked the exchange bar without hesitation and began to exchange it. Level 1 energy scrolls only need 10 points to exchange. Level 2 requires 100 points. Level 3 requires 1000 points, and each time the level is increased by 1 level, the source points required for exchange will increase tenfold. As for each level, how many energy scrolls are needed to fill the progress bar, the system does not clearly explain. This will will change according to the difference in the world and the difference in energy. For example, the barrier that Mufeng will break through is the barrier from Shikai's peak to Bankai, and when he changes to Naruto world, it is the barrier for elites to reach the shadow level. At the same path, because of the difference between the world of death and the world of Naruto, as well as the difference between Reiatsu and Chakra, the number of third-level energy scrolls that need to be consumed will also be different. Different levels, the number of energy scrolls of the same level that you want to break through is also very different. Therefore, Mufeng didn't know how many energy scrolls he needed to break through to the captain level. Fortunately, Mufeng has harvested a considerable number of origin points this time, but he is not afraid of the consumption of origin points. Generally speaking, an ordinary virtual can provide 5 origin points at a minimum, and a maximum of dozens of points. A giant virtual can pass dozens to hundreds of origin points. Origin point above. During yesterday's time, Mufeng slaughtered dozens of big phantoms and hundreds of giant phantoms sent by land at one time. After the cracks in the space appeared, he cast the ghost path and swept another batch of phantom. There are as many as 6 figures, and the third level energy scroll can easily be exchanged for more than 100%. 100 copies of the energy scroll should be enough for Mufeng to break through. Chapter 74 Break through the realm of rebirth. Under Mufeng's gaze, the column of origin point quickly decreased by 1,000. A brilliance flashed along with it, and a shimmering energy scroll appeared in Mufeng's hand. After observing the energy scroll for a while, Mufeng tapped the energy scroll to the soul strength column on the personal interface. Brush. The energy scroll in his hand dissipated immediately, turning into countless light spots pouring into Mufeng's body. For a moment, Mufeng only felt that there was an extremely pure spiritual pressure in his body. As soon as this spiritual pressure appeared in the body, it merged with the original spiritual pressure in his body, as if it was a part of the spiritual pressure in his body. There is no sense of inconsistency. With the addition of this pure spiritual pressure, the spiritual pressure in Mufeng's body became stronger, and he was one step closer to breaking through to the captain level. At the moment, Mufeng immediately exchanged 10 energy scrolls and chose to use it. Boom! 10 incomparably pure spiritual pressure. With the use of the energy scroll poured into the body just for a moment, Mufeng felt that the spiritual pressure in the body had nearly doubled compared to before. Barriers also seemed to be within reach. After the 10 energy scrolls were used, Mufeng's personal information panel finally changed. The original Shikai 99% jumped to Shikai 100% instantly. After adding the last 1%, it undoubtedly means that Mufeng is already in Shikai's perfect state and has already touched the threshold of the captain's level. Going down, it is the accumulation of spiritual pressure, breaking through to the captain level in one fell swoop. Without hesitation, Mufeng exchanged 10 more energy scrolls and chose to use it. The 10 energy scrolls increased the spiritual pressure in Mufeng's body again, but this time, the personal information panel has not changed at all. This is quite normal. Shikai is 100%. It is already Shikai's perfect state, and the next step is to break through to the captain level. Before breaking through the captain, the personal information panel will of course not change. There was no change in the personal information panel, which undoubtedly gave Mufeng a headache because he had no idea how many level 3 energy scrolls he would need to break through to the captain level. It would be perfect if the system could display the progress bar of the breakthrough after 100%. A thought flashed through his mind. Mufeng shook his head, suppressing the thought. The system setting was not something he could control. Glancing across the exchange column, Mufeng exchanged 10 energy scrolls again, and then slapped it towards the personal information column. Brush. The third 10 energy scrolls were transformed into pure spiritual pressure and integrated into Mufeng's body, adding another part to the already rich spiritual pressure. Just after the energy scroll was used up, Mufeng suddenly discovered that with the use of the energy scroll, after the personal information bar was 100% extraordinary, there was an extra progress bar. With the use of these 10 energy scrolls, the accuracy bar has increased by about 10%. 50% of the accuracy bar is already filled, and 50% is left empty. The upgraded system is actually so powerful. I just complained, and the system has an accuracy bar. After noticing the accuracy bar, a surprise flashed in Mufeng's eyes. He didn't expect that the system would actually accept his idea just after he thought about it. Sure enough, the upgraded system is much more intelligent than the previous system. 10 energy scrolls are 10% of the progress, and there are still about 50% of the progress left to be filled. If you want to fill up, you need 50 energy scrolls. With a thought, the origin point was instantly reduced by 50,000, and there were 50 more energy scrolls in the inventory. With a single tap, all the energy scrolls dissipated, and a huge spiritual pressure entered Mufeng's body. On the personal information panel, the accuracy bar after soul strength also jumped, and all the vacancies were filled. A tricolor shimmer suddenly rose, filling the entire progress bar. Boom! An indiscernible light sounded, and the progress bar emitting emitting 3-color shimmers exploded with a bang, and countless light converged into the column of soul strength. The next moment, the column of soul strength jumped suddenly from the original 100% extraordinary to 10% reborn. According to the division of the system, the transcendent is the rebirth. Transcendent has begun to master beyond the power of mortals. Rebirth is a real rebirth. At this realm, one's own power will completely surpass the mortal, and with a wave of hand, you can slaughter the city and destroy the country. In the Naruto world, this realm is called the Shadow level. In the Death God world, this realm is called the Captain level. In the Pirate world, this realm is called Admiral. Although because of the different rules of the world, there will be some differences in the power displayed. However, one thing is the same. Once you break through to this realm, the mortal threat will be reduced to a very limited level. Unless you are willing to pile up a large number of mortal and extraordinary levels, otherwise, it is difficult to threaten the life of the reborn level powerhouse. The realm of rebirth is the beginning of truly transcending the mundane and moving towards a higher realm. With the transformation of the personal panel, the soaring spiritual pressure in Mu Feng's body also broke through a certain limit. Boom! A tyrannical aura rose from Mu Feng's body, spread to the surroundings, and instantly filled the entire enchantment. The weeds on the open space, like being swept by a hurricane, were all crushed and turned into powder. Fortunately, this aura didn't last long, and it was suppressed by Mu Feng. Otherwise, the surrounding open space would suffer. The aura that Mu Feng just showed was comparable to the aura after Captain Bankai, and it was still out of control. The captain level spiritual pressure is fully open. Even ordinary death god can't bear it, let alone the weeds and gravel above the open space. Speaking of which, Mu Feng couldn't help but feel a little fortunate about the barrier that he had just set up around him. Otherwise, the news that he has broken through the captain's level cannot be concealed 100%. After suppressing the breath on his body, Mu Feng sank his mind into 1.8 and began to taste the changes in his body. In the world of pirate, he has already walked through it once. However, at that time, the abilities he possessed were far more complex than they are now, and the classification of the pirate world was not very clear. Therefore, Mu Feng was completely confused to break through to the realm of rebirth, and then confused to become stronger. Now that he has come over again, with the realization of the heavenly Tao level, and the fact that there is only one kind of energy in the body, Mu Feng really understands the meaning of the system's name for this realm. Ding! Just as Mu Feng sank his mind into his body, before he could thoroughly investigate the changes in his body, a soft sound came from the depths of his soul. Suddenly, Mu Feng only felt that the world was spinning in front of him, and his whole mind was sucked into a vortex in an instant. Chapter 75 Shikai, Part 1. When Mu Feng came back to his senses, he suddenly discovered that he had appeared in an unfamiliar space without knowing when. Aside from the disappearance of the system panel in front of him and the Zanpakuto on his waist, Mu Feng didn't notice any other changes in himself. The spiritual pressure that had just broken through the captain's level was still there, and the marks of the two world agents were still there, can also be perceived. After making up his mind, Mu Feng swept his gaze around. This is an extremely empty space, with nothing around, only an endless darkness, and he is standing in the center of this darkness. Here it is. A trace of doubt flashed in Mu Feng's heart, and he was about to continue exploring this space. Clang, clang, clang. A crisp sound came from all around. Brush, brush, brush. A Zanpakuto with different shapes and a unique aura was formed around it. After all around were filled with these Zanpakuto, Mu Feng was not far in front of him, in the center of this space. Ding! A Zanpakuto exuding colorful 14 rays of light slowly condensed and took shape. Hum, hum, hum. As soon as this colorful Zanpakuto was condensed and formed, the Zanpakuto around it couldn't help trembling, just like the Zanpakuto in the center of the worship base. Isn't this my Zanpakuto? Taking a closer look, Mu Feng instantly recognized it, appeared in the center of the space, and was receiving countless Zanpakuto to worship the colorful Zanpakuto, which was the special Zanpakuto that the system rewarded him. Mu Feng almost didn't know the Zanpakuto condensed around, but there were a few extremely iconic Zanpakuto, which Mu Feng could barely recognize. Several Zanpakuto were recognized, namely Senbon Sakura, Sharp Gun, and Grey Cat. Senbon Sakura has been used and of course is familiar with him. The magic gun, he only saw it yesterday, and the shape of the magic gun is relatively easy to distinguish from others. The Grey Cat is Matsumoto Ranju's Zanpakuto, and after having been with her for so long, Mu Feng is naturally no stranger to her Zanpakuto. It's just that Mu Feng didn't understand why these Zanpakuto appeared here and worshipped his Zanpakuto. Wait, a flash of light flashed through his mind. Mu Feng reacted instantly, glanced around, and thoughtfully said to himself, could it be that this is the spiritual space where my Zanpakuto is located? Quite familiar with the original plot of the Shinigami, and the scene in front of him is very similar to the scene when the protagonist of the Shinigami world, Ichigo Kurosaki, realized Shikai. He remembered that Kurosaki Ichigo entered a certain space, and only realized Shikai through a conversation with the so-called Uncle Zanyu. As for Shikai, he learned a lot from Matsumoto Renki during this time. Through these understandings, as well as his own vision of the heavenly Tao level, Mufeng also had a preliminary understanding of the Zanpakudo unique to the world of death. The so-called Zanpakudo, the sword, is actually not the point. The shallow punches issued by the Junyang Spiritual Arts Institute are just the carrier. The real core of Zanpakudo lies in the Shinigami himself. According to his observations of Matsumoto Ranju, Hina Tayasan and others, the souls that can become the god of death all have a common feature, that is, in the deepest part of their souls they are born with a fragment of the rule. It is with these fragments that the god of death can absorb the power of the outside world and condense the spiritual pressure. The Zanpakudo was created by the god of death by pouring the regular breath from the depth of the soul into the carrier of shallow strike. This is also the reason why there have never been two identical Zanpakudo in the soul world, because each death god has different rules and fragments engraved in the spirit, and it is even more different after mixing the soul breath of the death god. The rule fragments engraved in the depth of the soul of the god of death are very similar to the devil fruit in the pirate world, and they are the eternalization of the rules of the world. The only difference is that after the rules of the pirate world are eternalized, the devil fruit is condensed, and whoever eats it will have it, the innate ability of a god of death. Moreover, compared with the two, there is another difference. The rules contained in the devil fruit in the pirate world are relatively complete. After eating it, you only need to dig out the power in it to change. Relatively speaking, the fragments of the rules in the depth of the soul of the death god are relatively broken. Not only do they need a corresponding carrier to exert their power, but they also need enough spiritual pressure support to restore their original appearance. Therefore, the core of Zanpakudo is always the god of death itself, and the carrier of shallow strike is only secondary. As long as it is strong enough, a stone or a branch is enough to become a carrier. Of course, shallow strike was specially developed by the ancestors of the Soul Society as a carrier. Compared with ordinary items, it is more suitable to be a carrier. The shallow attack is only the carrier, and the sole origin of the god of death is the core. Therefore, the so-called Shikai, calling the name of Zanpakudo, is actually calling the real name that is inscribed in the depth of the soul and belongs to the god of death himself. The name of Zanpakudo was the real name of the power that was born after combining with his own soul the rules of the death god world engraved on the source of his soul. The Zanpakudo system in the world of Shinigami is also very different from the devil fruit in the world of pirate. A devil fruit is just a fruit, an item, a dead thing through and through. However, Zanpakudo is different because the rules engraved in the depth of the soul are innate and part of the origin of the soul. Therefore, Zanpakudo has its own consciousness. Of course, the consciousness of Zanpakudo was formed by the influence of the god of death itself, and it can be said that it is one with the god of death. 480 deep in the soul of death god, this piece of consciousness itself also has a certain degree of autonomy. It is precisely because the Zanpakudo has consciousness that the god of death is different from those possessing devil fruits in the pirate world. The god of death wants to discover his own power, which belongs to more condition. I said before, I want to understand Shikai. First of all, the first point of its own spiritual pressure strength must be strong enough so that the power of Zanpakudo will be fully formed. After the spiritual pressure is enough, it is necessary to continuously communicate with the Zanpakudo, realize the power of the Zanpakudo, and form a resonance with the Zanpakudo so as to draw out the real power of the Zanpakudo and display the Shikai. This communication, in essence, is to gain the approval of Zanpakudo. Zanpakudo has its own consciousness, and the source of this consciousness is the fragment of the rules of the death god world. It is the incarnation of the rule fragment itself, and the understanding of this rule fragment can be imagined, and it must be extremely in-depth. At the same time, Zanpakudo's consciousness is also a part of Shinigami's own consciousness. In other words, these insights are also Shinigami's own soul. At this point, the god of death is much more fortunate than the devil fruit. They don't need to discover the power of the rule fragment. The consciousness of Zanpakudo has already helped them discover it. As the saying goes, there are gains and losses. Although the consciousness of Zanpakudo is part of the consciousness of the god of death, it has a certain degree of autonomy of its own, and the god of death cannot directly absorb this consciousness and use it for his own use. This leads to the issue of Shikai and Bankai. Chapter 76 Shikai, Part 2. Shikai is to communicate with the consciousness of Zanpakudo, integrate a trace of Zanpakudo's consciousness, and draw out the true power of Zanpakudo. As for Bankai, Mufeng doesn't know much. After all, Matsumoto Ranju does not have Bankai yet, and his understanding of Bankai is still very limited. Although I don't understand it, Mufeng also speculates that the so-called Bankai should be the consciousness of completely defeating Zanpakudo, and began to integrate with Zanpakudo to thoroughly discover the true face of Zanpakudo. Above Bankai, that is, above the captain level, Mufeng also has some opinion. It's just that that realm is still far from Mufeng, so it's useless to talk about it. Current spiritual pressure is at the captain level, but his realm is at the level of just getting in touch with Shikai, and it is too early to explore Bankai. Carefully forcefully recalling Shikai's information. Mufeng locked his gaze on the colorful Zanpakuto in the center of the space. In the spiritual space in front of him, Mufeng also listened to Matsumoto Ranju's explanation. Every Shinigami, at the last moment of comprehending Shikai, will be pulled into the spiritual space, where he will receive the test of Zanpakuto's consciousness. In the original plot, Kurosaki Ichigo was pulled into Zanu's spiritual space, not because he was special, but something that every god of death must experience. Of course, as the protagonist, Kurosaki Yue is quite special, such as his extremely huge spiritual world, and the Uncle Zanu. Once the Shinigami can pass the test, he will be recognized by the Zanpakuto and will realize Shikai. If you don't pass it, you won't be recognized. However, the opportunity is not just one time. You can try again and again. It's just that, based on the years of experience in the Soul world, every time he re-enters the spiritual space of Zanpakuto, the test he faces is different. Not only that, but it is not an easy thing to re-enter the spiritual space. It does not mean that as long as you have entered the spiritual space once, you can enter the spiritual space at will in the future. The real controller of the spiritual space is not the god of death, but the consciousness of Zanpakuto. Don't know what my test will be, Mufeng said to himself in his heart, and there was a hint of interest in his eyes. To be honest, he was quite surprised when he was suddenly pulled into Zanpakuto's consciousness base this time. In fact, he just felt that his Reiatsu breakthrough to the captain level was one of the conditions for him to understand Shikai, but he never thought that once he broke through the captain level, he would be able to comprehend Shikai. He originally thought that after his Reiatsu had broken through to the captain level, he would communicate with his Zanpakuto and then realize Shikai. Unexpectedly, as soon as Reiya broke through to the captain level, he was pulled here. After staring at his Zanpakuto for a while, and seeing that the so-called test had never appeared, Mufeng thought about it, and suddenly raised his legs and walked towards his Zanpakuto. Mufeng's position originally belonged to the center of the spiritual space, and the distance between it and the Zanpakuto was not far away, and he found the front of the colorful Zanpakuto within a few steps. During this period, there were no obstacles. The difficulty test is to pull out the Zanpakuto, or will the test appear after the Zanpakuto is pulled out? Seeing the Kikai Zanpakuto still did not respond, Mufeng's eyes flashed a trace of puzzlement. After pondering for a while, Mufeng finally reached deep into his right hand, grabbed his Zanpakuto, and pulled it hard. Clang! It was very easy. The colorful Zanpakuto stuck on the ground was easily pulled out by Mufeng. Hum. When the Zanpakuto was lifted by Mufeng, all the Zanpakuto in the space trembled. As if celebrating, the colorful Zanpakuto was pulled up by Mufeng. After that, the test that Mufeng had been waiting for did not appear, but some information suddenly appeared in the back of his mind. Click. Before Mufeng could figure out what the extra information was in his mind, his mental space was shattered. Mufeng was shocked, and when he reappeared, he still returned to the outside world. What was a little different from just now was that the Zanpakuto, which was originally hanging around his waist, appeared on his right hand at some point, and it also flashed a colorful light. It's over. I just realized Shikai so easily. After a cursory glance at the extra information in his head, Mufeng opened his mouth lightly and muttered to himself in a dazed way. The information that just popped up in his mind was nothing else. It was the real name of his Zanpakuto, as well as his Zanpakuto ability. How could he not have imagined that he was pulled into Zanpakuto's consciousness base, but pulled out Zanpakuto with ease, and then realized Shikai? If pulling Zanpakuto is a test, Shikai's test is probably the easiest in the history of Soul Society. Mufeng touched his chin and said quite speechlessly, for the so-called Shikai test, he made a lot of preparation. Although he is very confident that he will be able to understand Shikai, he should be prepared. But he never thought that he suddenly realized Shikai in such a confused way. Ding! While Mufeng was still struggling with Shikai's problem, the system's long-lost reminder sounded again. Congratulations to the host for understanding Shikai. The second seal of the system has been unsealed. Please check it yourself. Finally unblocked again. A bright light flashed in Mufeng's eyes, and he couldn't wait to call up his personal information panel. With a flash of brilliance, Mufeng's personal information panel appeared in front of him after unlocking the second seal. Host Shepherd belongs to the world of death, plundered world, pirate world, Naruto world, physical strength, mortal level, indestructible level, energy intensity, mortal level, origin level, soul strength, reborn level, 10%, indestructible level, skill, kendo, open black lens bracket grandmaster close black lens bracket open black lens bracket 100% comprehension close black lens bracket master swordsmanship, 8000 swordsmanship, special swordsmanship 100 times Momo, sword intense / fighting technique, open black lens bracket grandmaster close black lens bracket open black lens bracket 50% comprehension close black lens bracket mastering skills, marine rokushiki, you can freely use all marine rokushiki and its extended move, free fighting, you can freely use most of the fighting technique in the world of Reaper, ghost Ghost Way, Grandmaster level, comprehension degree 10%. If you have enough spiritual pressure, you can give up singing and cast any number 1 Ghost Way. Extended Guild, into the micro. According to your own mind, you can slightly change the appearance and characteristics of ghosts. Immortal Art, Holy Grade, comprehension 50%. Reincarnated Rinnegan, open black lens bracket, indestructible level, close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket, 100% evolution rate, close black lens bracket, has pupil skills. Amaterasu, Kamui, Yuyu, Bishinga. Some skills are under seal. Observation Hockey, open black lens bracket, indestructible level, close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket, evolution rate 30%, close black lens bracket. Extended Guild, predict the future. Mindspeed. Conqueror Hockey, original level, evolution 10%, extended Guild. Smash, divine power. Ninjutsu, open black lens bracket, infinite level, close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket, 100% proficiency, close black lens bracket. Immortal Body, indestructible level, evolution degree. Teleportation, the ability to teleport within the range. Observation Hockey can perceive ... The World Agent, Pirate World, Naruto World. In the Pirates and Naruto world, he has the power to follow the law, surpass the gods, and control all living beings. The rest of the skills are being sealed. Chapter 77_Vientiane Knife Wheel. His eyes swept across the information panel, and Mu Feng's eyes flashed with satisfaction. This time, the system has lifted most of the seals on his skills, and even Rinnegan's seals have also been partially lifted, which greatly exceeded his expectation. Unexpected. As for the remaining third seal, he also had some guesses. Judging from the skills on the personal information panel, the third seal should be his body. Previously, Mu Feng had discovered that this time he entered the soul realm with a spirit body. In other words, now he only has his soul left, and his body is not there. His physical body cannot disappear out of thin air. The only possibility is to be sealed by the system. This can also be seen from the skills just unblocked on the information panel. This time, the system almost unblocked all of his skills. The rest of the skills that have not been unblocked are all related to the physical body. Armament Hockey, Ninjutsu, and Rinnegan all require his physical body to perform. After all, in his spirit form, he can't provide armament Hockey unique to Pirate World, chakra unique to Naruto World, and pupil power that most of Rinnegan's skills require. However, compared to armament Hockey, Ninjutsu 967 and the like, Rinnegan's restrictions seem to be much smaller, and many skills that require less pupil power have also been unblocked. Of course, this can still be explained. Naruto World pupil-like blood-based boundaries were originally mixed with soul-like power, and pupil power not only existed in the body but also existed in the soul and the like. Just after the second seal was lifted, Mu Feng had already sensed the pupil power in his eyes, but compared to the heyday, it seemed a little insignificant. After getting used to it and regaining the strength in his body, Mu Feng fixed his gaze on a certain introduction on the personal panel. Vientiane Saber Wheel, reborn level, evolution 10%, a special Zanpakuto unique to the host created by the system extracting the origins of the three worlds of death, Pirates and Naruto, and based on the origin of the world of death. Extended skill, Shikai, the Wanxiang Knife Wheel, can transform into this Zanpakuto by absorbing a breath of other Zanpakuto, possessing all the abilities of the original Zanpakuto. Currently transmutable target, Senbon Sakura, Grey Cat, Shubaishui, Shuei Maru, Bankai. Vientiane Sword Wheel. This is the real name of his Zanpakuto, and his Shikai skill is very simple and there is only one, and it is estimated that there will only be one in the future. However, only this Shikai class is enough, because the Wanxiang Knife Wheel is after Shikai, it can be transformed from any Zanpakuto. That is to say, although Mu Feng only has one Shikai skill, in fact this one skill is equivalent to tens of thousands of skills. No wonder the system said before that I will definitely be satisfied with the compensation this time. Sure enough, every shot the system makes is a fine product. With a murmur of joy, it finally sounded from Mu Feng. Mu Feng is quite satisfied with his own Zanpakuto Shikai, and even has a feeling of surprise. Even in terms of Mu Feng Tiandao level eyesight, the Shikai skills of the Vientiane Blade Wheel can be called perverted, and its degree of defying the sky is definitely not inferior to the writing wheel eye that can be called a bug in the Naruto world. It is not without reason that Mu Feng will give Wanxiang Blade Wheel such a high rating. The Shikai skill of Wanxiang Blade Wheel is not as simple as the introduction on the personal information panel. Brush. As soon as his mind moved, the colorful light flashing on the Vientiane Knife Wheel immediately subsided and returned to its original appearance. Holding the Vientiane Blade Wheel tightly in his right hand, Mu Feng whispered without hesitation, "Imagination." Vientiane Blade Wheel. Above the Vientiane Knife Wheel, the colorful light flashed again. However, this time, the colorful light only flickered for a while, and then suddenly shattered. Then the entire blade began to dissipate little by little, and cherry blossoms suddenly floated in the enchantment Senbon Sakura form of Vientiane Knife Wheel. wheel. If Vientiane knife wheel wants to transform into a Zanpakuto, it must first absorb a breath of the Zanpakuto, and then it can be transformed. This kind of absorption can be silent in the case of the opponent using the Zanpakuto to complete the attraction. Moreover, this kind of absorption has already been carried out when the Vientiane knife wheel is not Shikai. That's how the breath of the gun was drawn, because it needs to be absorbed when the opponent uses the Zanpakuto. Therefore, yesterday, the Vientiane knife wheel only absorbed the breath of the magic spear, and did not absorb the breath of the mirror. Among the Zanpakuto that can be transformed into the Vientiane blade wheel, Jinghua Shuiyu is not included. Of course, in addition to this method of absorbing, the Vientiane blade wheel can also collect the opponent's Zanpakuto's breath by absorbing the opponent's spiritual pressure for a long time. Similar to Shubai Shui and Shuei Maru, they collected their breath through this method. As for Senbon Sakura, it is added by the system. Mufeng already owned Senbon Sakura before, but now his Zanpakuto can be transformed into any Zanpakuto, and the original Senbon Sakura is useless. Therefore, the system directly integrates Senbon Sakura with Vientiane knife wheel. To be precise, the Vientiane knife wheel is made with Senbon Sakura as a carrier. Based on this, although Mufeng has never seen Kuchiki Byakuya, he can draw the breath of the original Senbon Sakura from him, but he can also transform the Vientiane knife wheel into Senbon Sakura. Brush the cherry blossoms all around. Just after flying for a while, under the control of Mufeng, they gathered in his hand, and they merged into an ordinary Zanpakuto since childhood, to transform into a new Zanpakuto. But Mufeng held the Vientiane knife wheel with one hand, then lowered it, slowly released his right hand, and whispered, "Bankai Senbon Sakura Kujiyoshi." The Wanxiang knife wheel that was released by Mufeng fell toward the ground, and the surrounding ground, following Mufeng's words, suddenly rippled. After the blade tip of the Vientiane knife wheel touched the ripples, it sank into the ground and disappeared. The next moment, from the ripples in the ground on both sides, a huge Zanpakuto gradually rose, the number of which could be as many as 1,000. Immediately afterward, these huge blades flew and scattered, turning into countless cherry-shaped blades flying in the air. This scene is undoubtedly Senbon Sakura as Bankai Senbon Sakura Kujiyoshi, and this is the Shikai skill of the Vientiane sword wheel, which transforms any Zanpakuto and grasps the meaning of all its abilities. This all abilities also include Bankai. Only Shikai Vientiane blade wheel, after transforming from other Zanpakuto, can display the Bankai corresponding to Zanpakuto without any hindrance. How could Mufeng not be satisfied with such a perverted ability? Chapter 78_Heaven Defying Shikai. Shikai is already so defiant, it's hard to imagine the extent to which Bankai of the Vientiane blade wheel will defy the sky. Moreover, after the transformation, the Zanpakuto can display Bankai, which is not the most abnormal place for the Vientiane blade wheel. The real name of Mufeng's Zanpakuto is the Wanxiang saber wheel. Vientiane can now understand it, which means that it can be transformed into other Zanpakuto. The knife wheel after Vientiane, like the word Vientiane, also has a corresponding meaning. Glancing at the cherry blossoms that had almost routed the entire barrier, Mufeng thought about Vivi. All the cherry blossoms dissipated instantly, and the Zanpakuto on his right hand reconvened. Raising the Zanpakuto with his right hand, Mufeng also held his left hand up. Click. With a slight pull of both hands, they separated immediately. Originally holding a Zanpakuto in both hands, he suddenly turned into a Zanpakuto in his left and right hand. In other words, the Vientiane knife wheel suddenly changed from one handle to two. This change also belongs to the application of the Shikai skill of the Vientiane knife wheel. This application is not as simple as turning out two Vientiane knife wheels. The two Vientiane blade wheels, like the previous Vientiane blade wheel, can be transformed into other Zanpakuto. Roar, Shawaimaru, scatter, Senbon Sakura. The Vientiane sword wheel in the right hand is scattered again into cherry blossoms, while the Vientiane sword wheel in the left hand becomes a snake-bellied sword, which is the form after Renji's Zanpakuto Shikai in the original plot. Through the Shikai technique of the Vientiane blade wheel, Mufeng suddenly has two Zanpakuto, and both of them can be Shikai as Zanpakuto. As such, it's a little scary. It can be transformed into any Zanpakuto at will, which has made Mufeng almost omnipotent, and can master thousands of Shikai skills and Bankai skills to deal with any situation. Today, the Vientiane blade wheel can still be split and transformed into two Zanpakuto at the same time. This also means that Mufeng can use the skills of two Zanpakuto at the same time. Nothing more than Shikai skills. If it is replaced by Bankai skills, you can imagine, if Mufeng is holding Liuran Ruahuo in one hand and Bing Lun Pill in the other hand, how perverted. The destructive power is definitely more than 1+1. In addition to these two combinations, there are countless combinations. Another point is that the Vientiane knife wheel can be split into two, then it can be split into 3, 4, and even countless. Long as Mufeng's spiritual pressure is strong enough, he can transform into countless Zanpakuto. When he thinks about being attacked by countless Bankai skills, how cool it would be. This is the real horror of the Vientiane knife wheel. As mentioned earlier, clear. The Vientiane wheel is just Shikai, and there is Bankai on top of Shikai. Of course, that's all for later. Just breaking through to the captain level and comprehending Shikai's Mufeng, he can only transform into two Zanpakuto and perform Shikai at the same time. If he wants to use two Zanpakuto Bankai at the same time, Mufeng has to keep working hard. Zanpakuto at the same time Bankai. There is no doubt that the power is strong, and the consumption is also not too small. With Mufeng's current spiritual pressure, it is not enough to do this. Clang! With a slight movement of his mind, Shikai of the Vientiane blade wheel was released. Mufeng inserted the Vientiane blade wheel back into his waist, and then turned his attention to the personal information panel and the advanced mall panel. There's nothing to see in the personal info panel, just looked at it. There is actually nothing to see in the high-level God-level mall, and none of the refreshed items can be exchanged for him. The items refreshed in the high-level God-level mall are all based on the heavenly level. Shepherd's Wind has not fully recovered his strength yet. He stays in the soul realm, and his actions are restricted. Glancing at the items refreshed in the high-level God-level mall, and then looking at it again, there are still more than 100,000 origin points left. Mufeng thought for a while, and with a thought he directly converted all the origin points into energy scrolls and chose to use them. These origin points, for those exchange items in the high-level God-level mall, are like a drop in the bucket, and it is useless to stay. It is better to exchange them into energy scrolls to improve their spiritual pressure. This time, although the system has unblocked most of the skills he has mastered, but his original power, together with his physical body, has not been unsealed. In other words, if he wants to display his skills, he also needs the support of Reiatsu. As soon as the energy scroll was used, countless incomparably pure spiritual pressures appeared out of thin air in Mufeng's body. Mufeng sank his mind into the body, and easily refined these pure spiritual pressures into a part of the spiritual pressure in his body. Boom! A tyrannical aura rose from Mufeng's body, and in just a few seconds, the spiritual pressure in Mufeng's body doubled again. Sure enough, it still depends on the system, and the improvement is relatively fast. Yesterday, I harvested a wave at random, and the source point obtained has increased the spiritual pressure several times. Can break. A light flashed in Mufeng's eyes. The feeling that this spiritual pressure has been greatly increased is really cool. Let him have an urge to go to the virtual circle, plunder the origin point, and push himself back to the heaven level again. Immediately, Mufeng suppressed this impulse again. While it was possible to do so, he wasn't going to actually do it. In the past 6 months, after relying on himself to raise his spiritual pressure from nothing to the peak of Shikai, Mufeng found that the spiritual pressure obtained without the system was more solid than the previous strength in his body, and it was more handy to manipulate. Therefore, Mufeng is not going to rely on the system to help the seedlings grow, and in a short period of time, he will increase his spiritual pressure too much. Of course, Mufeng does not mean that he will not rely on the system in the future. Relying on system improvement can be much faster than cultivating on your own, and Mufeng would not give up on such a shortcut. Moreover, everything in him came from the system. Mufeng means that in a short period of time, don't rely on the system to raise the spiritual pressure too much. As it is now, it's almost there. In other words, from now on, Mufeng is not going to raise his strength too much at one time. In fact, the spiritual pressure provided by the system is quite pure and will not cause too many sequelae. He only needs to polish for a few days to remove the effect. Therefore, relying on the system to improve spiritual pressure is not a bad thing. After squandering all the origin points, Mufeng put away the panel in front of him and began to realize the changes in his body. After a long time, Mufeng slowly opened his eyes, stretched out his right palm to face a large rock not far away, and shouted in a low voice, "The 90 of the Broken Tao, the Black Coffin." Chapter 79_different. Woot, woot, woot. Following Mufeng's word, countless black iron blocks fell from the sky, turning into a black coffin, covering the big stone. Click. When the black coffin dissipated, countless holes appeared on the big rock that Mufeng chose, and the whole big rock shattered and scattered into countless rubble. The 91 ways of breaking the way. 1,000-handed Jiaoshan eliminate cannon. After casting the black coffin, Mufeng showed a ghostly way, and a large amount of spiritual pressure gathered in front of Mufeng, and then turned into countless rays of fear, blasting towards the enchantment somewhere. This ghost path, Mufeng did not keep his hand when he cast it, and every ray of light emitted had the general power of phantom flashes cast by the lowest level Daxu. With so many terrifying rays of light, if it really falls somewhere in the barrier, the entire barrier will be overturned. Obviously, Mufeng also understood this. Therefore, seeing that these rays of light were about to hit the ground, Mufeng suddenly waved his right hand. In an instant, all the light was dissipated, and then, under the action of the immortal seal, it was absorbed by Mufeng again like a swallow returning to its nest. The front foot was used, the back foot was retracted, and the entire enchantment returned to calm again, as if nothing had happened. Turning hands for the clouds and covering the hands for rain, these methods repeatedly reflected appreciated Mufeng's amazing control. If nothing else, just relying on this power of control over ghosts, I am afraid that no one in the entire corpse and soul world can match one or two. This is also one of Mufeng's harvests after the second seal is unsealed. Although the second seal did not have the power to return to Mufeng, it returned to his spiritual realm. In other words, Mufeng's current state of mind has returned to the heavenly Tao level. Although Mufeng's heavenly Tao level was forcibly broken through, the foundation was very unstable. But the heavenly Tao level is the heavenly Tao level. With heavenly Tao level mind and will, Mufeng manipulates his body, but the spiritual pressure of the reborn realm is of course very handy. In fact, even if his mind and will have not recovered, it is not difficult for Mufeng to do this. After the second seal was lifted, Rinnegan's abilities were unsealed except for those powerful pupil technique. With the characteristics of Rinnegan, it is not difficult at all to manipulate the Reiatsu within the body. That's right, the ghost way of the soul world, if it is transformed, is still very rewarding. In the future, I will continue to use the ghost way in front of others. As for the Zanpakuto, it is regarded as a trump card. After a little calculation, Mufeng said to himself, the power of the two ghost halves just now. Shikai's skills of the Vientiane saber wheel are too heaven-defying, and Mufeng doesn't want to be known by too many people, especially not by Aizen. It's not that he was afraid of Aizen, but that he was worried that Aizen would come back to trouble him after knowing his Shikai skills. Now, he has broken through to the captain level, and he really started to move. Even if Aizen made a full shot, he might not be able to do anything about him. Of course, he couldn't help Aizen, but if Aizen did not choose to do it, but chose other conspiracies, it would be a little troublesome. Aizen is an old fox with a surprising number of conspiracies. If he really wants to play any conspiracy, Mufeng can't guarantee that he will count it. What Mufeng hated the most was trouble, so he should keep a low profile and make a fortune in silence as the kingly way. After resting for a while, Mufeng cast a few more ghost waves, put away the enchantment, and rushed towards his residence. Reiatsu has already broken through to the captain level, and Shikai has also realized that he has done everything that needs to be done, and there is no point in staying in the open space. For Mufeng, perhaps the most important thing at the moment is to return to his residence, polish the soaring spiritual pressure in his body, and lay a solid foundation for himself. Time passed by little, and in the blink of an eye, it had been almost a few months since the last simulation training ended. In a few months, it was enough for young Taeyasun and others to recover from the shadow of the last virtual circle invasion. In fact, within a few months, Hinatamori, Renji, and Kira were not ordinary people. In the future, the three of them will be vice captains at least, and this trivial matter is nothing to them. On the third day after the simulation training, the three of them appeared in the open space with Rukia. Of course, this incident still has an impact on the three of them. Through this incident, the three of them realized their own inadequacies and practiced more assiduously. Under the influence of the three, Rukia also became harder than before. Diligent practice, in exchange for the corresponding result, is a steady increase in strength. Among them, the most obvious improvement is not Hinatamori, not Renji, nor Kira, but Rukia. The reason for this is that, on the one hand, Rukia is weaker than the other three, and on the other hand, Rukia did not pay much attention to her practice before. The four of them, in terms of talent, strictly speaking, the strongest should be Rukia, followed by Kira, followed by Hina Taeyasun, and the worst is Renji. However, both now and in the future, the strength of the four is very different from the talent. This is especially evident in Rukia. Rukia has the strongest talent, but is the weakest among the four in terms of strength. This can also be seen from the division of the four. Hina Taeyasun and the others are all in the special training class, which is the first class, while Rukia is in the regular class, which is the second class. In dividing the class by Shino, in addition to his talent, he also considered combat power. After all, according to the results of the original test, Rukia can enter the first class. After that, because of Mufeng's relationship, the four began to practice under the guidance of Matsumoto Ranju. But the gap between the four has not changed. Rukia is still the weakest among the four, and Renji is still the strongest among the four. Even decades later, Renji became the first of the four to understand Bankai, and Rukia was the only one of the four who didn't become the vice captain. There is only one reason for this to happen, and that is Shinsheng. 3.9 For a real strong person, talent may be important, but it is not as important as Shinsheng. They have poor talent and strong temperament, similar to those of Renji. As long as they are alive, they will continue to improve. Even if the speed of progress is relatively slow, their progress will not stop. In the long run, with a little accumulation, such a person will become a strong person sooner or later. He has a bad temperament and outstanding talent, similar to Rukia. Even if he makes rapid progress at the beginning, he will gradually fade away in the end. Besides, Renji's talent is not much worse than Rukia's. Therefore, Shinsheng is the most important factor in becoming a strong person. Originally, he was not very obsessed with the nature of the mind, but now, under the influence of Hinatamori, Renji, Renji, and others, he gradually became more attached to his heart. In comparison, the progress is of course more obvious. Chapter 80_leisurely pasture. In a few months, it was enough to smooth out the impact of the accident caused by the simulation training, and the operation of the corpse soul world also returned to the right track. Matsumoto Ranju also returned to Mufeng's side and continued to teach the young Taeyasin, Rukia, etc. people. As for Mufeng, not long after Matsumoto Ranju took over the task of private instruction, she had nothing to teach Mufeng. The King's Lander, the mask of flesh and blood, the omniscient, the one who flutters his wings and takes the name of human being, the truth and temperance, standing on the wall of the dream without sin only with his minion. 33 of the broken wave, King Wo pendant. In the open space, 4 chants suddenly sounded, followed by 4 groups of explosive flame. Boom! Not far away, the wooden stakes specially used as targets were all burst by the explosion, and countless broken wood chips were flying in the air. In the open space, it goes without saying that Hina Tamori, Rukia and the others are practicing Ghost Road number 33. Just like a few months ago, the 4 of them were still practicing with the number 33 Ghost Dao Kingwo Phantom. Still practicing King Huo Ping. It doesn't mean that the 3 of them have not made much progress in a month. In fact, among the 99th and 13th Ghost Ways, each Ghost Way is not simple. It is not possible to perform it through singing, which means that you have mastered this Ghost Way. Mastering and being able to perform are only the foundation for the practice of Ghost Realm. It has been said before that the ghosts number 30 to 40 represent ordinary death god, and the Ghost Roads number 40 to 50 represent elite death god. This common god of death refers to those common gods of death who have entered the 13th division of the Guardian. Any ordinary Shinigami who entered the 13th division of the Gote could be comparable to the 6th year student of Shino, and could fight against Shinji. In each session of Junyang, only the best 100 or so people can pass the team entry test, enter the Guardian 13th team, and become an ordinary death god. It can be imagined from this that, corresponding to the ordinary god of death, how can the 30 to 40 ghost paths be simple? If it is really enough to master it, then the freshmen of the special training class like Hina Tamori and Renji can already enter the 13th division of the Gote. Just mastering is not enough. With this level of mastery alone, the ghost path displayed by singing is only 1/3 to 1/2 of the ultimate power of a ghost path. Therefore, after mastering it, there is still a long way to go. Not only freshmen, but the ghosts mastered by the 2nd year students are still in the 30s. Only the 4th or even 5th year students can get in touch with the ghosts of the 40 or more. In fact, for ordinary death god, ghosts are not the higher the number, the stronger. An ordinary reaper, even if he has mastered the ghost path of number 40 or more, the power that can be exerted is still only at the level of ghost path of the 30-something level, and it may not even be comparable. Quote. The 39 circular gate fan. Quote. After the King Huo Pang, the 4 of them displayed another binding path. Under their chant, a circular shield appeared in front of them, protecting their front. It very good. The 39th bondage is so skilled, and now you can fight against the real and the virtual. The 4 of them had just put away their circular shields when a familiar voice suddenly came, and then a figure appeared in front of them out of thin air. This figure is Mufeng. The reason why Mufeng appeared out of thin air was because Mufeng just came out of the enchantment. The enchantment isolates the inside and outside. From the enchantment, Mufeng walked outside. It seemed like it appeared out of thin air. It very good. The talents of the 4 of you are quite good. I hope you can continue to work hard and don't live up to this talent. Matsumoto Ranku, who had been watching behind them, nodded in satisfaction. To be honest, although she was Mufeng's private mentor in name, in fact, in the past few months, it has been Hina Taeyasin, Rukia and others who have accepted her guidance. Seeing that the 4 of them have made such great progress, Matsumoto Ranju is of course satisfied. Brother Mufeng, today ends so early. After praising the 4, Matsumoto Ranju turned his attention to Mufeng. Compared with the 6 months before the simulation training, Mufeng's life has changed a lot in the past few months. In the 6 months before the simulation training, Mufeng was practicing hard all the time, improving spiritual pressure, practicing Ghost Realm, and the rhythm of life was extremely regular. Since the end of the simulation training, Mufeng's life has become different. Far from being as hard as before, he has become casual and willful. From time to time, he will find an excuse to end his practice early. Even sometimes, they simply do not enter the enchantment to practice Ghost Wave. If it wasn't for Matsumoto Ranju to understand Mufeng, I'm afraid they would think that Mufeng had swelled at this time. After all, after the simulation training battle, Mufeng's genius name resounded through the entire Soul Society. Although I don't believe that Mufeng is complacent and no longer practiced assiduously, Matsumoto Ranju has never figured out why Mufeng has such a chain. It's normal for Matsumoto Ranju to not understand. She doesn't know Mufeng, and of course she doesn't understand the reason. Before the simulation training, to be precise, before breaking through to the captain level, The reason why Mufeng practiced assiduously was due to his inner discomfort and sense of crisis. As a former Tiandao level, he suddenly became an ordinary person. Mufeng must practice hard, and strive to break the seal as soon as possible and restore his own strength. Moreover, in the corpse and soul world, where the weak eat the strong, only strength can give him a sense of security. After breaking through the captain level, it is different. Breaking through the captain level, the second seal is open, and now Mufeng has a certain ability to protect himself. As long as Mufeng doesn't kill himself and provoke a limited number of terrifying powerhouses, no one can do anything to him. With the power of self-protection, the sense of crisis in my heart gradually faded. Without the sense of crisis, Mufeng also has no motivation to work hard. In addition to this reason, there is another reason, and that is the system. After trying to increase the spiritual pressure several times in a short period of time, how could Mufeng be willing to continue to increase the spiritual pressure little by little? With the Zongnan shortcut and normal practice, it seems a little tasteless. Moreover, Mufeng is not without practice. Since the last time the spiritual pressure in his body has skyrocketed, he has been polishing the spiritual pressure in the body so that the spiritual pressure in the body is as pure as possible, which is convenient for the next improvement. Grinding the spiritual pressure in the body can be done anytime, anywhere, and there is no need to do it. In terms of ghost ways, Mufeng's current state of mind and spirit is at the level of heaven, and he can easily deduce what kind of ghost ways under the high house, which greatly reduces the time for practice. As a result, Mufeng undoubtedly became much more relaxed. Pirate God level upgrade system. Grim Reaper, Chapter 81 100. Chapter 81 Create Ghost. Brother Mufeng, you came out. Big Brother Mufeng. Hearing Mufeng's voice, the young Taosin and Rukia, who had just calmed down the spiritual pressure in their bodies, quickly turned their heads and looked at Mufeng, with a hint of closeness in their voices. After the last incident and the recent period of time, Mufeng was relatively free and often pointed them out. The relationship between the four of them and Mufeng became much closer. Young Taosin and Rukia also changed the name of Mufeng to Big Brother Mufeng. Although Ji Liang and Renji didn't call Mufeng so, but in their eyes, the sense of estrangement between them and Mufeng was significantly weakened. After saying hello to Mufeng, the four people noticed what Mufeng and Matsumoto Ranju had just said, and Hina Taosin was the first to say, "This is all due to Big Brother Mufeng and Big Sister Luanju. If it wasn't for your guidance, we would definitely not be able to progress so fast." Following the young Taosin, the other three also agreed. Everyone's words were filled with respect. After going through the last crisis, the four of them understood the importance of strength, and also understood how precious Matsumoto Ranju and Mufeng have been pointing their fingers for so long. It can be said that this period of time is definitely the most important period in the life of the death god for the four of them. After this, there will never be anyone who will guide them so wholeheartedly. The respect in the eyes of the four came from the heart. "I've already called you my sister. What are you doing so politely? It's just a small effort for me to guide you. You really don't need to care that much." Matsumoto Ranju waved his hand, motioning the four to put away the set just now and stop talking. Hearing this, the four of them also put away the gratitude in their eyes and said no more. After getting along for so long, the four of them all know Matsumoto Ranju's character. She is bold and unrestrained, and she doesn't like being grateful to others. As for Mufeng, there was a faint smile on his face the whole time, and he didn't pay any attention to the words of the four. In his realm, the gratitude of the four is meaningless. He doesn't need it, and he doesn't care. However, seeing the respect in the eyes of the four of them, Mufeng was still very happy. These respects and gratitude prove that he and Matsumoto Ranju are not intertwined. Mufeng and Matsumoto Ranju don't care about the gratitude of others, but they really don't want the people they teach to be ignorant white-eyed wolves. Facts have proved that Hina Taosin, Rukia and others are not such people. In fact, Mufeng knew for a long time that young Taosin, Rukia and others were not the kind of ungrateful people. After all, in this life he has only been with the four of them for half a year, but in the previous life he has seen the four of them for decades. Although this is the real world of death, not comic, the whole world originally evolved from comic, and the characters in it are basically the same as those depicted in comic. Having experienced Pirate World and Naruto World, Mufeng is quite certain about this. Because of this, Mufeng did not stop Matsumoto Ranju and accepted the four. Of course, Hina Taosin was the first to ask him for guidance, which accounted for a large part of the factor. In fact, the only person Mufeng planned to point out at first was Hina Taosin, and the other three were incidental. After stopping the grateful words of the four, Matsumoto Ranju turned his head, and a pair of beautiful eyes locked on Mufeng again. "Brother Mufeng, I have been listening to you a few months ago. You are fiddling with creating a new ghost way. I don't know what's going on now. Did you come up with it? Create a new ghost way." Hearing Matsumoto Ranju's word, the eyes of the four of them lit up, and all looked at Mufeng. "Although I don't understand the specific meaning of Matsumoto's word, but just create creating a new ghost. These words sound very powerful. The ghost ways in the soul world, whether it is breaking the way or binding the way, are divided into numbers 1 to 99. This does not mean that there are only 198 kinds of ghost ways in the soul world. In fact, the number of ghosts in the soul world, in terms of breaking and binding, exceeds 200. Numbers 1 to 99 have evolved to the present, and have become a division of the power of ghost, not a division of quantity. Many ghost ways, through the innovation of countless death gods in the corpse and soul world, have appeared corresponding variants. It is not an easy thing to understand any ghost path, from mastering it to the ultimate use of it, and finally to abandoning the chant. The difficulty of each going step increases exponentially. If you want to create a new ghost realm, you must completely understand the ghost realm, not only the first and second ghost realm, but also a lot of ghost realms before you can hope to create new ghost realm. Therefore, creating a new ghost way is not a trivial matter, even if it is placed in the 13th division of the Gote. The most important thing is that Mufeng has been in Junyang Spiritual Arts Academy for less than a year. If Mufeng can really create a new ghost path, it will definitely be a legend. This kind of thing is equivalent to witnessing history. How could the four of them not immediately set their sights on Mufeng? Aware of the wooden pipes of the four, Mufeng glanced at the four of them lightly, then looked at Matsumoto Ranju Vivi and nodded. I'm already a little worried. What's wrong, Luanju? Do you want to see it? Zero. Of course, what you came up with is destined to create history, and of course I want to see it. Matsumoto Ranju didn't deny it, but nodded, with a look of eagerness on his face. Mufeng stared at Matsumoto Ranju, and after pondering for a while, he said, since Luanju, you want to see, then I will show the latest results in advance. Speaking of which, we have never played against each other. Yes, we really haven't played against each other yet. I used to think you were too weak and I was afraid of hurting you when we fought, but now it seems that I am no longer your opponent. Brother Mufeng, I have seen you before. The person with the most evil talent. Matsumoto Ranju looked at Mufeng and couldn't help sighing. From the first time she saw Mufeng, she still remembered clearly what happened in the middle. She never thought that Mufeng, who almost died under an ordinary empty mouth, had grown to where she is now in less than a year, and even she had no confidence in defeating Mufeng. Hehe, Ranju, you are too modest. Mufeng neither refuted nor agreed with Matsumoto's words just now, but shifted the topic back to the battle. Since I haven't played against each other before, I think it's better to hit the sun if you choose a day. Let's discuss it today and show you the results I've tinkered with recently. By the way, let's see how strong you are, Luanju. Good. Without hesitation, Matsumoto Ranju nodded decisively and agreed. Chapter 82 Learn from each other. The words between the two were heard very clearly by Hina Taeyasin, Rukia and the others who were standing not far from them. Suddenly, the four of them were shocked and fell into a brief stun. Mufeng wants to discuss with Chief Officer Matsumoto, but Chief Officer Matsumoto still thinks that he is not Mufeng's opponent. Renji, who was the first to come back to her senses, murmured in disbelief. Although Mufeng had already exposed his ghostly attainment comparable to that of Shikai in the simulation training a few months ago, Renji still couldn't believe that Mufeng would be stronger than Matsumoto Ranju for such a long time. Under the deliberate attention, Renji is not the same as before for Matsumoto Ranju, only knowing that she is the chairperson. According to the news from the Gote 13th Division, although Matsumoto Ranju is only the 5th seat now, its real combat power is comparable to that of a vice-captain. Shikai chief and vice-captain level, although both are at the level of Shikai, but the difference in strength is huge. The 60 to 89th ghost paths all correspond to the first level of Shikai. However, generally speaking, Shikai officials correspond to only the 60 to 70th ghost path. Further up is the vice-captain level. Even the weakest vice-captain must master the ghost path of number 70 or above. This is a hard condition. If you can't meet this requirement, unless there are special circumstances, it will be difficult to convince the public even if you are elected as the vice-captain. And the ghosts above number 80 can master the powerhouses in the vice-captain level. Compared with the normal way, it is much more difficult to understand Shikai, improve Reiatsu, develop Shikai skills, and master the ghost path, especially the ghost path above the 80th. You must know that in the original plot, Aizen relied on the abandonment of singing, and the black coffin with only 1/3 of the power severely injured a captain. Although the captain did not use Bankai at that time, it can be seen that the power of ghosts above number 80 is wrong. Shepard is indeed a genius, and in the last simulation training, he even showed the ghost way of number 60 or more. But as I said before, ghost realms get harder as you go further. Ghost realms above number 70 are far stronger than ghost realms number 60. Therefore, Renji didn't think that in just a few months, Mufeng had mastered the ghost path of number 70 or more. Not only Renji thought so, but Kira thought so too. Yeah, how is that possible? I think Mufeng is right. Chairman Matsumoto must have been humble just now. Ji Liang also agreed. That's not necessarily true. Sister Luanju has always said something something. She must have her own reasons for saying so. Almost all of our understanding of Big Brother Mufeng comes from the last simulation training. It's been a few months. Who knows what kind of progress has Big Brother Mufeng made? He is a genius. Unlike Renji and Kira, Hinatayasen was very confident in Mufeng, so he immediately put forward a rebuttal. That's right, Big Brother Mufeng is a genius. Rukia also nodded to support the young Tayasen. Her beautiful eyes were full of little stars, and her cheeks were also flushed. Renji was about to refute, but Kira suddenly interrupted him. Don't talk about it. Aren't you curious? What did Mufeng show in advance? It sounds a bit mysterious. Of course I'm curious. Young Tayasen and Rukia nodded quickly. Their curiosity was already filled by the things that Mufeng mentioned about to show. Renji also nodded and said nothing. Secretly, he couldn't help but Matsumoto Ranju heaved a sigh of relief. In fact, although Renji said in his mouth that Mufeng couldn't be stronger than Matsumoto Ranju, but deep down, he actually didn't have much knowledge. For a long time, Mufeng gave them the feeling that it was the embodiment of miracles and legend. In Mufeng, it seemed that the word impossible had never been mentioned. Therefore, Renji didn't know how to refute Hinata Mori and Rukia just now. Hey, the four of you, stand farther away. I'll discuss with Mufeng brother later. I'm afraid I won't be able to take you into account. Ranki Matsumoto, who had already made a decision, shouted to the four who were really arguing. Hearing this, the four of them hurriedly stepped back without any hesitation. Whether it is Matsumoto Ranju or Mufeng, they are not comparable to them now. The fight between Matsumoto Ranju and Mufeng, I am afraid that the minimum must be a ghost of number 60 or above. This level of ghost, even if it is only Shubo, is not their little shrimp that can rival the ordinary death god. Can resist. Soon, the four retreated to a safe position. Glancing at the four of them, Mufeng, who was a little reluctant to let go, waved at the four of them. A surge of spiritual pressure poured out, and a defensive barrier immediately enveloped the four of them. The four of them were not surprised, watching Mufeng and Matsumoto Ranju, waiting for their discussion. With a wave of his hand, he can set up an enchantment. Mufeng has shown it many times in front of the four of them, and the four of them are already used to it. However, the four of them didn't know that if Mufeng's hand were seen by the ghost, they would be shocked immediately. Barriers are different from ghosts. Any barrier, no matter how strong or weak, needs to manipulate the arrangement of Reiatsu. Between the wave of hand, a barrier is arranged, even if the big ghost priest may not be able to do much. To be able to set up the enchantment so quickly means that the manipulation of his own spiritual pressure has reached the point where the hand is like an arm, and it is superb. With this one move alone, Mufeng can only use the ghost way of around number 60, and he doesn't necessarily lose to the general vice captain level, because every ghost way in Mufeng's hands can be used to the extreme, and the release speed is far faster than ordinary death. After performing the ghost way, Mufeng looked at Matsumoto Ranju with a faint smile on his face. Ranju, let you see what I have achieved in the past few months. Matsumoto Ranju nodded and hummed. The next moment, in response to Mufeng, Matsumoto Ranju's whole temperament changed. His face suddenly became serious. His body was lingering with lingering pressure, and the Zanpakuto at his waist also reached his right hand. Yiren regarded Mufeng as a strong force enemy. In comparison, Mufeng is much calmer. Looking at the entire Soul world, there are not many who can beat him now. Matsumoto Ranju is not even a captain, so Mufeng certainly doesn't care too much. Ranju, Mufeng still released a part of the spiritual pressure, and a spiritual pressure that was not inferior to Shikai's chief officer rose from Mufeng's body. After releasing the spiritual pressure, Mufeng smiled 5.2 and looked at Matsumoto Ranju with a flat face, as if waiting for Matsumoto Ranju's shot. The two confronted each other like this. Standing not far away, the four people in the barrier held their breath and stared at Mufeng and Matsumoto Ranju without blinking, looking forward to their fight. Mufeng and Matsumoto Ranju are at least at the level of officials. This level of competition is almost the first time for the four who have just entered the true Central Spiritual Art Institute. Mufeng's face was flat, and Matsumoto Ranju looked into her eyes, but she didn't feel that Mufeng was despising herself. Different from Xiao Taeyasen, Rukia and others, Matsumoto Ranju knew more about Mufeng and deeply know how powerful Mufeng is. From the very beginning, Matsumoto Ranju decided to attack Mufeng himself instead of letting Mufeng attack first. She was worried that if Mufeng shot first, she probably wouldn't even have the chance to do so. Chapter 83 Mufeng vs Matsumoto Ranju. Woot. Without thinking too much, Matsumoto Ranju directly performed Shunpo. The whole thing was like a phantom, instantly appearing behind Mufeng, and the Zanpakuto in his hand slashed towards Mufeng mercilessly. In the eyes of Matsumoto Ranju, Mufeng is as unfathomable as an abyss, and it is impossible for him to be hurt by a slash of his own level. Therefore, when Matsumoto Ranju made his move, he had no intention of holding back. The 39 circular gate fan. Just as Matsumoto Ranju thought, when her Zanpakuto was about to slash Mufeng, Mufeng. Mufeng gave a low drink, and a round shield appeared under Matsumoto Ranju's Zanpakuto. Boom! Click! The slash hit the circular shield, and several cracks appeared in the center of the entire shield immediately, and then these cracks continued to expand around. In just 1 or 2 breaths, the crack expanded to every corner of the shield, and the circular shield shattered and dissipated into the air. The impact of the shattering shield, with the anti-shock power of the slash, rushed towards Matsumoto Ranju through the Zanpakuto. Matsumoto Ranju was stunned, and he retreated sharply behind him, using his backwards to diffuse the strength from the Zanpakuto. At the same time, Matsumoto Ranju made another move. This time she was using Ghost, the star-studded beast bone spire. The red crystal steel Zanpakutos wheel movement as the wind and the air. The sound of each other's spears fills the virtual city. The chant quickly came out of Matsumoto Ranju's mouth. She slowly raised her right hand and aimed it at Mufeng's back. Although Matsumoto Ranju can already perform number 70 or more, or even number 80, she has been unable to give up her singing and perfectly perform number 60 Ghost. After all, not every god of death is as perverted as Mufeng, and any ghost can give up singing and perform perfectly. 0 tilde tilde. A large amount of spiritual pressure gathered towards Matsumoto Ranju's right hand, and the lightning flash, and a beam of light composed of thunder rushed out from Matsumoto Ranju's right hand, with a powerful breath bombarding Mufeng's back. Mufeng still didn't answer his head, he just drank softly in his mouth. The 63 heavenly golden cover. Spiritual pressure poured out from Mufeng's body, and a circular light mass glowing with golden light condensed out of thin air, shrouding Mufeng in it. Boom! The thunder roar bombarded the golden hood, which only made the golden hood vibrate, and then dissipated into the air. Compared with breaking the Tao, the binding Tao is more inclined to restrain the enemy, as well as to defend and protect oneself. Therefore, the number 99 bondage road is divided into many categories. This leads to the fact that the bound roads of the same number are often stronger than the broken one. For example, the 81st boundary road will be able to defend against all the binding roads below the 90th. The golden hood and the thunder roar cannon are both the number 63 ghost road, but the power of the two is not the same. The golden hood can almost resist all the breaches below the number 70. Number 70 and below, of course, including the thunder roar cannon. After the thunder roar cannon dissipated, Matsumoto Ranju also stabilized her figure and looked at Mufeng with a solemn expression. She was inevitably a little surprised that Mufeng blocked her own attack so easily. The temptation of Matsumoto Ranju is over here, and Mufeng outperforms Matsumoto Ranju. Why do I think that Mufeng's performance just now is much more powerful than that of Sister Luanju? Without even moving, he blocked Sister Luanju's attack. Seeing the two confront each other again, young Taeyasin, who was beside him, couldn't help but mutter to himself, "It was just a test just now." And Chief Officer Matsumoto also used the ghost way. That guy, Mufeng, is not weak in the ghost way. Besides, Mufeng didn't take advantage of it, and it can only be regarded as a tie at best. As soon as Hina Taeyasin finished speaking, Renji retorted, "I just think that Big Brother Mufeng is very powerful." Big Brother Mufeng just gave up the golden hood that he chanted and displayed, and he didn't move the whole time. Young Taeyasin refused to admit defeat and refuted Renji. "To use the ghost way, you need to move. I also know that Mufeng's ghost way is perverted, but ghost way is not the whole of the god of death. The most important thing for the god of death is the Zanpakuto. Look at it." Wait for Chairman Matsumoto. "When he uses his real power, Mufeng will definitely be unable to resist." Renji replied immediately. For some reason, when Mufeng is involved, Hina Taeyasin and Renji are tit for tat almost every time. One feels that Mufeng is wrong, and the other feels that although Mufeng is wrong, its strength is limited. After Renji finished speaking, Hina Taeyasin was not to be outdone, and was about to continue to refute Renji. Ji Liang, who was standing behind the two, seemed to be a little upset by the quarrel between the two, and stopped aloud. Okay, don't quarrel anymore. When the results of the discussion come out, don't you know who is stronger and who is weaker than Mufeng and Matsumoto Ranju?" Hearing Ji Liang's word, the two glared at each other, closed their mouths, and returned their attention to Mufeng and Matsumoto Ranju. Ji Liang glanced at the two of them, and a hint of helplessness flashed in his eyes. During this period of time, he could often hear the quarrel between the two, all because of Mufeng. He actually understood the reason why the two could not argue. Having been with Mufeng for so long, although she has seen how perverted Mufeng is, Renji has long since given up the idea of competing with Mufeng. But Renji is a strong person after all. He is also a freshman at the True Central Spiritual Art Institute, but they are very different from each other. This kind of psychological imbalance cannot be easily smoothed out. Therefore, Renji was so serious about Mufeng's affair. In fact, he didn't want to belittle Mufeng, but just wanted to be closer to Mufeng. From this point of view, Renji has already deceived himself a bit. Thinking of this, Ji Liang couldn't help but have a wry smile in his heart. He didn't have such thought in his heart, but he didn't show it like Renji did. It can only be said said that Mufeng was so dazzling that it took away all the light. Entering the Zhenyang Spiritual Arts Academy at the same time as Mufeng was simply a great misfortune. As for Hina Taosan's thought, everyone can see it, and the performance is too obvious. Not only the young Taosan, but Ji Liang glanced at it. Rukia, who was like a nympho, sighed softly in the bottom of her heart. Compared with them, Mufeng was simply a winner in life. Suppressing many thoughts in his heart, Kira turned his attention back to Matsumoto Ranju and Mufeng. Ranju, Shikai, just relying on these ghosts to see my latest achievements is not enough. With a thought, Mufeng dispelled the golden shroud that enveloped him, turned around, and looked at Matsumoto Ranju indifferently. Matsumoto Ranju said nothing, nodded and agreed directly. After the test just now, she also knew that using the ghost way in front of Mufeng was equivalent to making an act. Whisper, Grey Cat. Slowly raising the Zanpakudo, aiming the blade at Mufeng, Matsumoto Renku shouted in a low voice. Chapter 84 Shikai _ Grey Cat. With the sound of the Shikai language, the Zanpakudo in Matsumoto Ranju's hand suddenly began to disintegrate a little bit. This is Matsumoto Ranju's Zanpakudo Grey Cat, a ghost-type Zanpakudo. The blade turns into smoke, and uses all the surrounding sand as its combat power. The place where the dust touches can be done just by waving the handle. Cutting action. Completing Shikai, Matsumoto Ranju's eyes narrowed, and countless smoke wrapped in smoke surrounded Mufeng from all directions. This is the second time Mufeng has seen the Grey Cat. Of course, he knows the power of the Grey Cat without any hesitation. He immediately shouted again. The 63 heavenly golden cover. The golden light shield that had just been dispelled reappeared around Mufeng, enveloping him in it. Brush. When the mask was formed, the smoke of the Grey Cat had also surrounded it. Matsumoto Ranju's right hand clenched the handle of the knife and waved it without hesitation. The smoke and dust that had no lethality in the blink of an eye showed the slightest edge, like countless small sharp blades. The crazy cutter day. Gold hood. There was a sour cutting sound, and under the bombardment of the thunder roar cannon, the Tianjin cover that was safe and sound began to collapse little by little under the cutting of smoke and dust. In a short while, the mask that enveloped Mufeng collapsed suddenly, causing a burst of air wave. Under the impact of the collapse of the golden hood, the smoke and dust that lingered around were almost blown away. Without the smoke and dust as a medium, Matsumoto Ranju could no longer attack Mufeng. She had to stop her swing temporarily, and the scattered smoke and dust in the air returned to their original appearance again. Ranki's Grey Cat, to a certain extent, is very similar to Kuchiki Byakuya's Senbon Sakura, both of which turn Zanpakudo into countless sharp blades to attack the enemy. From this point of view, the potential of Matsumoto Ranju is not low. Is this the Shikai of Chief Matsumoto? Seeing the smoke that filled the surrounding, and the scene where the smoke turned into a sharp blade, cutting and collapsing the golden hood, Renji, Hinatamori and the others were all stunned, their eyes filled with shock and yearning. Even Rukia, who has always been like a nympho, was like that. Among the four, Hinata Mori, Renji, and Kira had met Shikai of Ichimaru Jin before, and this was the second time they had met Shikai. It's just that because of the environment last time, they didn't put all their minds on Shikai, plus Shikai from Shimaru Silver, but from the outside, there was nothing outstanding, so the three people's feelings were not deep. Now, seeing the Shikai of Matsumoto Ranju, and the Shikai of the Ghost Department, the three people can truly appreciate the power of Shikai. The golden shroud, which could not be broken by thunder and roars, only lasted for a moment under Matsumoto Ranju's Shikai, which is enough to explain the terribleness of Matsumoto Ranju's Shikai. Countless dusty sharp edges, even across the barrier. The skin of the four of them has a tingling feeling. As I said, once Chief Officer Matsumoto displays Shikai, Mufeng will definitely be unable to resist. Renji murmured subconsciously. This time, Hina Taosan did not refute. It's not that Hina Momomori thinks Renji is right, but that all her thoughts are put on Matsumoto Renki's Shikai. For ordinary death gods, Shikai has been their lifelong pursuit. The four of them are just freshmen at the Zhenyang Spiritual Arts Academy, and they have ambitions, but they are not big. It can be said that Shikai is also their pursuit today. Now that they can see Shikai of Matsumoto Ranju, how can the four of them not be fascinated? After Renji finished speaking, among the four, a thought suddenly flashed in Kira's mind. Able to perform the ghost path of number 60 or above, such as Shikai, since Mufeng can display the ghost path of number 60 or more, it means that he must have understood Shikai. So what is the Shikai of Mufeng? It seemed that he had never heard of it. At this moment, Ji Liang suddenly felt that Mufeng was really mysterious, and there were too many things hidden in him. However, as soon as this thought flashed through Kira's mind, he ignored it. Because of the battle on the field, it has already started again. Brush. With a thought, Matsumoto Ranju once again mobilized the smoke and dust, and came towards Mufeng. The smoke and dust in the sky almost obscured Mufeng's figure, and these smoke and dust, under the control of Matsumoto Ranju, can instantly turn into countless sharp blades, killing Mufeng. Seeing that the surroundings were surrounded by smoke and dust, Mufeng finally fought back. Boom! He didn't use the ghost path. He didn't pull out the Zanpakuto. Just a sudden burst of spiritual pressure. The tyrannical Reiatsu swept all around. The smoke and dust of the gray cat can be said to be pervasive. Wherever the smoke and dust pass, it is the blade of the gray cat. In terms of difficulty, the gray cat is definitely not inferior to Senbon Sakura. However, like Senbon Sakura, the gray cat also has an Achilles heel, which is even more serious than Senbon Sakura. The Senbon Sakura blade can be turned into countless sharp blades. Of course, the enemy is unavoidable. However, at the same time, it will inevitably lead to each blade being extremely vulnerable. Just a trivial bombardment is enough to knock a blade into the air. The smoke and dust of the gray cat are the same, and the smoke and dust of the gray cat, only when Matsumoto Ranju swings the handle of the knife will it turn into a sharp blade and cut the enemy. This led to the fact that before Matsumoto Ranju waved the handle of the knife, the smoke and dust around him were real smoke and dust. The powerless smoke and dust were swept away by the Reiatsu and dispersed again. Whoosh! Taking advantage of this opportunity, Mu Feng's figure flashed, and it was very easy for Ben Luanju to flash out of the gray cat's encirclement. To tell the truth, for the god of death in the soul world, it can be said that after comprehending Shikai's pastoral style, it can be said that he is born to conquer any person, including Yamamoto Yuanyujai 3.9 Changguo, because the Shikai of Mufeng can transform into any Zanpakuto and master it full power. Since you can master it full strength, of course, you can also find out where the weakness lies. Any Zanpakuto, including Yamamoto Yuanyujai Shigekuni's Ruo Ren Ruo Huo, is not perfect. Since then, as long as Mufeng is given enough time, he can master the weakness of any death god, and it is not difficult to restrain him after mastering the weakness. Senbon Sakura similar to the gray cat before. It is said that recently, after understanding Shikai, Mufeng has transformed into a gray cat and played with it more than once. Therefore, Mufeng knew very well about the many shortcomings of gray cat. Right now, Mufeng is taking advantage of one of the gray cat's shortcomings. Chapter 85_Cat Wheel Dance. After a circle of smoke and dust lashed out, Mufeng raised his right palm and performed the ghost way again. The 58 ways of destruction. Tian Lan. A faint low voice sounded, and a large amount of spiritual pressure quickly gathered towards Mufeng's right hand. Woohoo! A whistling sound rang out, and an incomparably huge whirlwind rushed out from Mufeng's right hand and swept away towards the lingering smoke where Mufeng had just been. Tian Lan only broke the Tao on the 58, and its power was very different from that of the ghosts above the 60th. After all, ghost realms above 60 and ghost realms above 60 are the difference in level. However, when it is used to deal with the gray cat of Matsumoto Ranju, Tian Lan is more useful for many ghosts above the 60th. Where the whirlwind passed, a burst of flying sand and rock, and the smoke and dust of the gray cat were blown away in an instant. Lanju, although your gray cat is good, its shortcomings are also obvious. With this level alone, you will definitely suffer when you encounter an opponent of the same level. Therefore, in this regard, you have to work hard to make up for it. Just a moment. Mufeng put away his right hand, stood on the spot with a flat face, and pointed out, I know this, but Mufeng brother 13, don't underestimate the gray cat, it's just a warm-up. Matsumoto Ranju's face was a little ugly, and there was a hint of anger in his tone, although she knew that Mufeng's words just now were pointing her. However, as an officer comparable to the vice captain, using Shikai, but still being blocked by Mufeng's understatement, Matsumoto Ranju would not feel comfortable. Gray cat. Matsumoto Ranju snorted softly and waved the hilt on her right hand, and a large amount of smoke and dust immediately gathered in her right hand at a very fast speed, and then continued to float towards Mufeng. After a while, Mufeng's surroundings were filled with smoke and dust again. Brother Mufeng, you must have known about my Zanpakuto before. The ability of the gray cat is to turn the blade into smoke and dust, and these smoke and dust are the blade of the gray cat. It was just an appetizer. Once I fully if you push the gray cat, it's like this. While speaking, Matsumoto Ranju snapped his fingers. In an instant, the smoke and dust lingering around Mufeng spun at a high speed like a whirlwind, and these smoke and dust, under the urging of Matsumoto Ranju, appeared cold, like countless sharp knives, in the whirlwind. Under the leadership, he was cutting towards the pastoral wind. The high-speed smoke and dust around it will push the gray cat's edge to the extreme, and all the enemies it encounters will be cut to pieces. This trick is the cat wheel dance that I developed. Once it is used, it is difficult for me to control it. So, Mufeng brother, if you can't stand it, you must tell me, and I will do it as fast as possible. Take back the gray cat. Matsumoto Ranju reminded very solemnly that she was not showing off anything but expounding a fact. As she just said, after the cat round dance was performed, it was indeed beyond her control. Whirlwind and thunder are extremely powerful forces in nature, and manpower can't control them if they want to control them. After reminding him, Matsumoto Ranju manipulated the whirlwind of smoke and dust, rapidly shrinking while rotating. At the same time, the speed of selecting smoke and dust was gradually accelerating. Since Mufeng used the spiritual pressure to disperse the smoke and dust before this time, Matsumoto Ranju learned a lesson, and the smoke and dust lingering around Mufeng was still a considerable distance away from Mufeng, which was enough to eliminate the influence of spiritual pressure. Because of this, Matsumoto Ranju must compress the cyclone to really hurt Mufeng. Mufeng, who was wrapped in the whirlwind, did not say a word from beginning to end, and even Matsumoto Ranju's reminder did not respond accordingly, as if he had disappeared. Noticing this, Hinamomo, who had been staring at Mufeng and Matsumoto Ranju not far away, didn't dare to breathe. Her heart almost reached her throat, and her eyes were full of worry. This is Sister Luanju's true strength. What a terrifying whirlwind. Just looking at it gives people an incomparably sharp feeling. Big brother Mufeng is wrapped in a whirlwind, and he has been silent for a while, so there will be no accident. No, Hinamori, Mufeng may not be as good as Chief Officer Matsumoto, but there is no problem with self-protection. Besides, Chief Officer Matsumoto will definitely pay attention and won't really hurt Mufeng. Kira quickly comforted him. In fact, he didn't have any bottom line in his mind. The fight between Matsumoto Ranju and Mufeng had already surpassed their little shrimps by too much, and he couldn't see anything at all. In fact, it was not only the young Sentao who was worried, but deep in his heart, he was also sweating for Mufeng. Looking at Kira, after hearing what Hinamori Dao said just now, Renji's eyes also had a hint of worry. After getting along for so long, Mufeng is still his savior. Renji is not one of the ruthless. Of course he is worried about Mufeng's safety. Among the four, the one who was least worried was probably Rukia. After hearing about Mufeng's deeds and seeing Mufeng's actions a few times, Rukia completely became Mufeng's little fangirl, and she worshipped Mufeng to the extreme. Therefore, Rukia is the only one among the four who is not worried that Matsumoto Ranju will hurt Mufeng. On the contrary, she firmly believes that Mufeng will be able to block Matsumoto Ranju's attack, and then defeat Matsumoto Ranju. Leave aside the thoughts of the four onlookers. Mufeng, who was shrouded in a whirlwind, was about to fall into danger. Under the control of Matsumoto Ranju, the surrounding smoke and dust were not compressed slowly. In just a few dozen breaths, the cyclone was compressed to a thickness of only a few meters, and the sharpness was almost like a substance covering the surface of the cyclone. At a high speed, as Matsumoto Ranju just said, once it touches it, it will be completely shredded. However, Mufeng, who was in such a situation, was particularly calm. Ranki's cat wheel dance looked good, but it's just as flashy as Kuchiki Byakuya's Senbon Sakura. More than the neck, less than the previous. Taking the virtual as an example, if it is transformed into a giant virtual, no matter it is a giant virtual, it will be torn into pieces by the whirlwind. However, in exchange for Daxu, the lethality of the whirlwind is a bit insufficient. It can only hurt, not kill. Ranki's gray cat has the same original attributes as Senbon Sakura, and is more suitable for group attack, but it is somewhat lacking in single attack. Matsumoto Ranju has not studied this aspect. Even Dashu can only injure but not kill, and it is even more impossible to deal with Mufeng. As long as Mufeng is willing, an inverted crystal mountain is enough to easily block the gray cat cutting. However, Mufeng didn't want to end the battle so easily. In this fight against Matsumoto Ranju, in addition to the outcome, there is another point that he has not yet achieved, and that is to show his recent achievements like Matsumoto Ranju. This is also one of the reasons why Matsumoto Ranju is willing to learn from him. Therefore, Mufeng hadn't made a move until now, just thinking about what means to use to resist the attack of destruction. Seeing that the sharp blades around him were about to approach, Mufeng Vivi pondered for a while, and made a decision in his heart. Chapter 86 Technique of the Great Fall. Water Escape. Great Waterfall Technique. Amid the smoke and dust, a dull shout came out, and Mufeng waved his right hand gently. Countless spiritual pressures rose into the sky in his body, and with a clatter, above his head, a large amount of water flowed down from the sky like a flood that had opened the gate, sweeping towards the surrounding. Rain is the natural nemesis of smoke and dust. When the water suddenly gushed out, the smoke and dust lingering around him became heavier, and many of them fell directly to the ground. As soon as the smoke and dust became heavier, the speed of the whirlwind's rotation inevitably slowed down. The slow speed of the whirlwind happened to boost the power of the waterfall. A lot of smoke and dust were swept away by the flood. In just a moment, the terrifying tornado lingering around Mufeng completely collapsed and dissipated. As the smoke and dust dissipated, the waterfall that fell from the sky gradually disappeared, and Mufeng's figure reappeared in everyone's eyes. Just like before, Mufeng still had a flat smile on his face. Not to mention injury, he couldn't even see the dust, as if it wasn't him who was surrounded and killed by the whirlwind just now. Just now. What was that? Ghost, or Shikai of Mufeng. The scene of the cyclone being defeated, the four people who were on the sidelines were stunned. After being stunned for a while, Kira stammered and asked, born from a noble family, he has a certain understanding of the ghost ways of number 60 and above. He didn't remember. In the ghost realms above number 60, 60, there was a waterfall technique. Therefore, he was a little unsure whether the waterfall just now was a ghost or Shikai of Mufeng. Brother Mufeng is so powerful, he actually forcibly broke Sister Luanju's whirlwind. Young Sentao couldn't help but exclaimed in admiration. I guessed it would be like this. Big brother Mufeng will definitely be able to break the attack of Sister Ranju. Rukia also came back to her senses and said with a look of surprise. She had just been convinced that Mufeng would definitely be able to resist the attack of Matsumoto Ranju. Unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, Mufeng broke the whirlwind of Matsumoto Ranju, not only turning what she believed in into reality but also exceeding it. Clenched his fist. The waterfall that just appeared, whether it was a ghost or Matsumoto's Shikai, could break through the attack of Matsumoto Ranju head-on, which meant that Matsumoto's strength was no longer weaker than Matsumoto Ranju. Matsumoto Ranju is comparable to the vice captain. Mufeng is not weaker than Matsumoto Ranju, which means that Mufeng's current strength is already the first level of the vice captain. Last time, during the simulation training, Mufeng was only at the Shikai level, but in just a few months, Mufeng was promoted to the vice captain level. This speed of improvement is simply appalling. After a few months of hard practice, not only did he not narrow the distance between himself and Mufeng, but he was thrown a longer distance again, and it was really unacceptable to meet Lianji for a while. The vice captain level, for Renji, has been the goal of his life. Brother Mufeng, the ghost way just now is your latest achievement. Not only the four onlookers were shocked, Matsumoto Ranju was also shocked by Mufeng. Different from the four onlookers, the smoke and dust that enveloped Mufeng was broken down by the Grey Cat blade, and she could vaguely perceive the situation in the smoke and dust. Ranju can be sure that Mufeng just performed ghost way, not Shikai. Well, the Great Waterfall technique is indeed the result of my recent research. How about it? The power is not bad. Mufeng Vivi nodded, lightly skipping a lot of questions, focusing on the power of the Great Waterfall technique. Well, a very good ghost path, at least comparable to the broken path of number 70 or more. Mufeng brother, I didn't expect you to grow to this point. Matsumoto Ranju sighed with a slight sigh, and a complex color flashed on his face. Although she had already predicted that Mufeng's true strength might be above hers before he made the move, but after it was really confirmed that Mufeng had surpassed him, Matsumoto Ranju was still a little unacceptable. The technique of the Great Waterfall is comparable to the ghosts of number 70 and above. Being able to cast it off without singing shows that the spiritual pressure in Mufeng's body is at least on the same level as hers. Reiatsu is at the same level, and can also give up singing to cast a powerful ghost. Matsumoto Ranju has no confidence that he can beat Mufeng. Moreover, the most important thing is that Matsumoto Ranju did not dare to confirm that this is Mufeng's true strength. Hehe, it is comparable to the ghost road of number 70 and above. It seems that the technique of the Great Waterfall is quite passable. Mufeng said lightly and didn't care. It's okay, brother Mufeng, you won't be inflated. I don't believe it. You don't know how difficult it is to create a new ghost way, and it's still a high-level ghost way above number 70. Matsumoto Ranju is not angry seeing Mufeng's indifferent expression. She couldn't help but want to go up and kick him, so that he could fully understand the meaning of the Great Waterfall technique. It has been said before that creating ghosts is not an easy task, and this is not simple. It refers to the ghost road of number 60 and above. For thousands of years, there have been many geniuses in the ghost realm below number 60 who have created corresponding variants and even brand new ghost realm. However, the ghost realms above number 60 were not created. Thousands of years ago, when ghost realms were just sorted and divided into 99th grade, many ghost realms above 60 were still vacant. In the past few hundred years, it has only been fully completed a little bit. Therefore, there are only 39 types of ghosts above number 60 in the soul realm, whether they are broken or bound. Because of the insufficient number, many of the 39 types of broken and bound roads were barely counted. This is what many ghost geniuses have done since they have exhausted the soul world for thousands of years. From this, it is conceivable that Mufeng has created a ghost road of number 70 or more. Once it is spread, it will be a shock to the soul society. Brother Mufeng, you cast the Great Waterfall technique again. It was too sudden. I haven't felt its full power yet. Matsumoto Ranju asked aloud. The creation of ghosts above number 70 is a major event in the entire soul society, and the protagonist of this event is a freshman who has entered the True Spiritual Art Institute for less than a year. Under the blessing of this halo, Matsumoto Ranju is no longer a witness to history and miracle. Therefore, she couldn't wait to hope that Mufeng could do it again. Good. Mufeng nodded and did not refuse. For Mufeng, who had already broken through to the captain level, there was no pressure at all to perform the Great Waterfall technique. Don't say, do it again, even 10 times. It's fine. Chapter 87 Grey Cat House. With a slight wave of his right hand, Mufeng shouted in a low voice. Water escape. Great Waterfall technique. The spiritual pressure spewed out, turning into a huge stream of water, rushing towards Matsumoto Ranju. Matsumoto Ranju stared at Mufeng Mufeng, not daring to neglect, and displayed his strongest defensive trick. Great Cat House. The sound of sweet drinking sounded from the mouth of Matsumoto Ranju. The smoke and dust that had been swept away by the pastoral wind had been recondensed by Matsumoto Ranju at some point in time. Under the control of Matsumoto Ranku, the smoke and dust in the form of the great cat blade quickly compressed and transformed into a gray wall, blocking Matsumoto Ranku's body. Ranki's gray cat and Kuchiki Gyakuya's Senbon Sakura are really very similar, both in defense and attack. Boom! The water flow like a waterfall heavily bombarded the gray wall composed of smoke and dust. Because the water and the sky restrained the smoke and dust, under the erosion of the waterfall, the gray wall disintegrated at a very fast speed, only supporting the ash wall. For a moment, the gray wall was overwhelmed like the previous whirlwind. After absorbing the water, the smoke and dust that formed the gray wall fell to the ground in large quantities, and the entire gray wall shattered. After disintegrating the gray wall, the waterfall summoned by Mufeng continued to rush towards 203 Matsumoto Ranju, and it was about to bombard Matsumoto Ranju. With Matsumoto Ranju's delicate body, it would definitely not be able to stop the scouring of the waterfall. Matsumoto Ranju seems to have anticipated this for a long time. At the moment when the Grey Cat's house collapsed, he gathered the spiritual pressure to his feet, ready to use Shunpo to escape from here at any time. However, before she could use Shunbu, Mufeng suddenly waved his right hand again. Brush! In an instant, the surging waterfall actually collapsed and dissipated into the air with spiritual pressure. Sister Ranju, now you should have a clear sense of the power of the great waterfall technique. Mufeng dissipated his breath with a faint smile on his face, staring at Matsumoto Ranju. Ah! Hearing Mufeng's word, Matsumoto Ranju suddenly woke up from his stupor, and quickly replied, feel it, feel it. Just now, Mufeng disperses the hand of the waterfall, which really shocked Matsumoto Ranju a little. She has never seen it before, and someone can disperse it at will after breaking the Tao. Haha, then Sister Ranju, do you think my move can be compared to how many ghosts? Mufeng looked at Matsumoto Ranju in a dazed manner, and asked casually with a light issue. Noticing the smile on Mufeng's face, Matsumoto Ranju's pretty face couldn't help but turn red, and the smile on Mufeng's face clearly told her that she was absent-minded before and was noticed by Mufeng. However, the blushing on his face only lasted for a moment before being suppressed by Matsumoto Ranju, and he replied with a stern face, the ghost way you just performed is a bit restraining my shikai. Therefore, I can't give an accurate judgment. Judging from the momentum shown by the waterfall just now, it should be no less than the breaking way below number 80. However, from the ghost that Mufeng's younger brother displays will be stronger than the original power. Therefore, this waterfall technique should be ranked number 75. Quote, Matsumoto Ranju looked directly at Mufeng, with a hint of brilliance in his eyes, and continued, Brother Mufeng, congratulations, you have created a new advanced ghost way. Compared to number 75, Mufeng Vivi nodded, and didn't care anymore. He just asked casually. In fact, with his ghostly attainment, the technique of the Great Falls has long been determined and ranked among the number 99 breakthroughs. Compared with Matsumoto's evaluation of the technique of the waterfall, Mufeng is more concerned about another issue mentioned in Matsumoto's word. I actually saw that the ghost way I displayed was stronger than the normal ghost way. Sure enough, none of the people who can become deputy captains are simple people. Mufeng's eyes flickered, and he sighed in his heart. He didn't expect that Matsumoto Ranju knew early in the morning that the ghost way he performed was somewhat different from the normal ghost way, because the ghost road attainments have broken through to the master level, and he has also mastered the ability to penetrate microscopically. The power of each ghost road that he exerts has been urged to the extreme. This makes every ghost path that is cast from his hand stronger than normal. Shepherd's Wind didn't care too much, but in the enchantment not far away, the pot exploded. Have you heard what Chairman Matsumoto just said? Ji Liang swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said with a dull face, did I hear it wrong? Chief Officer Matsumoto actually said that the waterfall that Mufeng just displayed was a ghost path created by him, and it was comparable to ghost path number 75. Quote, you heard it right. If Sister Luanju didn't talk nonsense, Big Brother Mufeng did create a high-level ghost way that is comparable to the number 75 ghost way. Hina Sendao also said with a bitter expression. Among the four, she has the highest innate talent for ghosts, and her research on this aspect is also the deepest among the four. It is because of this that she is more aware of what Matsumoto's words just now represent. Before, when I heard that Mufeng had created a new ghost way, Hina Sentao thought that Mufeng had only created a ghost way above number 30, and if it was more powerful, it could only be a ghost way of number 3 or 40 at most. Less than a year after he entered Junyang, he created the 3rd and 40th ghost path, and Mufeng was already defying the sky. However, she never thought that Mufeng had created a high-level ghost way above number 70. That is an ordinary vice-captain level high-level ghost that can only be mastered. Although she has a strong talent in ghost way, it can be regarded as a once once-in-a-decade encounter. But Hina Sendao is very clear that ghost ways above the 70th are already the limit of her talent, and it takes decades of hard work. There is only a little hope that I can touch that level. His limit, when it came to Mu Feng, was easily broken. Shepard not only mastered the ghost ways of number 70 and above, but also created a high-level ghost way that is comparable to the ghost way of number 75. This gap made Hina Moritao's heart involuntarily full of bitterness. Comparing the two, she and Mu Feng were simply people from two different worlds. The same is true for Renji on the side. After hearing Matsumoto Ranju's evaluation, Renji's clenched right fist finally opened Matsumoto Ranju, with a look of slump and disbelief on his face. At this moment, he finally understood that he and Mu Feng were people from two different worlds. Compared with a monster like Mu Feng, he was looking for a sin for himself. However, unlike Hina Moritao's bitterness, after letting go of the comparison with Mu Feng, Renji's thoughts became much smoother. There was no other emotion in the eyes looking at Mu Feng, only reverence remained. Chapter 88_Hit and Wait. The ghost way just now is my latest achievement. How is it, Lu Anju? It's okay, Mu Feng asked casually, sensing that the atmosphere around him was a bit wrong. At the same time, with a slight wave of his right hand, the barrier that enveloped Hinamori Momo, Rukia and the others was lifted. What do you mean by improvisation? Matsumoto Ranju gave Mu Feng a white look and said angrily, if you still call it improvisation, wouldn't the ghosts of Jingling Court commit suicide in shame? Ha ha. Shepard's indifferent Isho did not reply. Mu Feng's indifferent look. What does Matsumoto Ranju think? Why does she feel unhappy just when she is about to continue to speak out and teach Mu Feng a lesson? Hina Moridao's voice suddenly sounded in her ears. Brother Mu Feng, Sister Luanju, we still have something to do, so let's go back first. Matsumoto Ranju turned to look at the four who had approached, and there was a hint of doubt in her eyes. If she remembered correctly, Hinamori Momo, Rukia and the others should have no class today. In the past, when there was no class, they would stay late before going back. Now it's not even evening, and it's still a long time before it gets dark. Going back at this time is not in line with the habits of the four of them. However, when Matsumoto Ranju noticed the bitterness on Hinamori Dao's face, he instantly understood why the four of them went back so early. She just remembered now that Mu Feng and the four of them seemed to be in the same class. When they entered Junyang at the same time, Mu Feng can already create ghost ways of number 70 and above, and the four talents have just mastered ghost ways of number 30. This kind of blow is really not a big deal. Little Shi, who also graduated from Mao, is very clear that for the vast majority of Mao's preparatory death god, the vice captain is already their lifelong pursuit. If Mu Feng gave up the ghost way of chanting and performing more than 60, it would be a shock to Hina Morita, Rukia and others. Well, now that Mu Feng has easily created a ghost path above number 70, it is a blow that shattered their dream. Well, since you have something to do, you can go back. Matsumoto Ranju nodded. Hinamori, Rukia and the others looked at each other, and then said in unison, so I understand. Goodbye, Sister Luanju, or Big Brother Mu Feng. See you tomorrow, Chairman Matsumoto, Mu Feng. After a quick goodbye, the four of them walked towards their residence without hesitation. Today's incident has dealt a big blow to them. Although they are talented, they are still only a newcomer who has just entered Junyang for less than a year. Seeing the figures of everyone leaving, Matsumoto Ranju thought for a while, and appeared behind everyone in a flash, and slowly said, sometimes this world is so unfair. Some people are destined to be like the sun, shining endlessly and covering everything. However, we can't forget ourselves because of the sun's light. We should work hard to burn ourselves. Only in this way, only then can we always look up to the figure of the sun, and even one day, under the light of the sun, our own light will bloom. Quote, Matsumoto Ranju's low voice rang in the ears of the four. Hearing these words, the four of them were shocked, and looked back at Matsumoto Ranju, and then at Mu Feng. In the end, among the four, Renji, who had the strongest heart, was the first to nod at Matsumoto Ranju, followed by Renji, and Hinamori Dao also nodded at Matsumoto Ranju. After seeing Renji and Hinamori nodding, Kira and Rukia also nodded firmly to Hinamori. Under the influence of what Hina Morita said just now, the loss in the eyes of the four gradually faded away, replaced by firmness. After nodding, the four of them didn't say anything, turned around and walked back to their residence. Woo! After the four figures disappeared, Matsumoto Ranju dodged and returned to Mu Feng. Why don't you appease them? Just relying on the words just now, can it be effective? After glancing at Matsumoto Ranju, who returned to his side, Mu Feng said indifferently, that's enough, little brother Mu Feng. Don't underestimate their character. Matsumoto Ranju replied softly. While talking, Matsumoto Ranju suddenly reacted and looked at Mu Feng with some puzzlement. Brother Mu Feng, saying that, you can also see your performance just now, and it hit them hard. If that's the case, why didn't you avoid them just now? Hehe, avoid them for a while, but for the rest of their lives. Since they want to stay by my side, then sooner or later these things will have to go through. I'm just giving them a vaccination preparation in advance. Only by facing the gap and seeing yourself clearly can you be qualified and almost stay by my side. There will be many similar blows in the future. Mufeng said lightly to himself, a glint of light flashed in his eyes. You're right to say so. I have to say, Mufeng brother, you are just born to hit people. If it weren't for me, I'm already past that grade. I'm afraid I'd be hit by you too. It's less than a year after entering Junyang. You can beat me already. It's a monster. Matsumoto Ranju looked at Mufeng up and down like a monster, and Zuizuke said in surprise, in a few months, you have created a high-level ghost way. Zuizu, Mufeng brother, you said there is still something you can't do. Now, even if you tell me tomorrow that you have comprehended Bankai, I will believe without hesitation. Quote, haha. Shepard's indifferent Isho did not answer. Mufeng is not going to tell Matsumoto Ranju that what she knows about herself is only a tip of iceberg. 0. Don't say it. Let's just say that Matsumoto Ranju just mentioned that although Mufeng didn't understand Bankai, his spiritual pressure has broken through to the level of captain. In addition, the technique of the waterfall that Matsumoto Ranju has just learned is only a part of Mufeng's recent achievement. If Matsumoto Ranju knew about this, she would have to be added to the people who had just been hit. After all, for Matsumoto Ranju, being a captain is also an unattainable pursuit that he has longed for all his life. The original plot, until the Invisible Empire invaded, Matsumoto Ranju also understood Bankai and broke through to the captain level. This is enough to show that Matsumoto Ranju's talent can only be at the captain level. That's right. So, Mufeng brother, you just deliberately discussed with me in front of them. In front of so many people, you seem to have given me no face at all. Seemingly remembered something, Matsumoto Ranju suddenly said, and his eyes shifted to Mufeng, as if waiting for Mufeng to give him a reasonable explanation. Mufeng touched his chin and was speechless for a while. He really didn't know how to explain this matter. Just now, he did deliberately, in front of the four of them, to discuss with Matsumoto Ranju, and when they were discussing, it seemed that he didn't hold back. Looking at Matsumoto Ranju's increasingly ugly face, Mufeng hurriedly said, let's learn from each other. Just learn from each other. When I understand that I see them, I will say that it is Luanju. You deliberately let me, so that's all right. Chapter 89_Convention. I let you. Brother Mufeng, what do you mean? I'm not as good as you. How can you be sure that just now is my full strength? Come on, or let's fight another 300 rounds to see if I am not as good as you. Matsumoto Ranju's pretty eyes looked a little bit angry. Ranju, that's not what I meant. Saying you let me, it's just an excuse. No, it should be the truth. It's because you just let the water out that we were tied. How could I be better than you? It should be you better than me. Hearing Matsumoto Ranju's slightly angry tone, Mufeng hurriedly exclaimed, it's not too bad. Matsumoto Ranju's face showed satisfaction. I'm a senior officer. You haven't entered the 13th division of the Guardian. How can you be better than me? I just let you. Yes, Luanju, you were right. Mufeng agreed without hesitation. For the first time, he discovered that Matsumoto Ranju, who has always been bold, has such a difficult side. However, Mufeng also knew that Matsumoto Ranju's words just now were all joking. Of course, there must be some small emotions mixed in with it. After all, being surpassed by the person he taught, for anyone else, the current mood must be very complicated, even though Matsumoto Ranju didn't teach him much. Has it been decided yet? The satisfied look on his face only lasted for a moment before being suppressed. Matsumoto Ranju's face suddenly became solemn, and he asked solemnly, yeah. Mufeng nodded and put away the smile on his face. You should know that once you enter the 13th division of the Guardian, you will not be as free as you are now, and many things will become involuntary. Also, are you willing to those two little beauties? If they knew, you are about to leave the True Spiritual Art Institute, and you must not cry to death. Matsumoto Ranju couldn't help but reminded aloud. Sooner or later, you have seen what happened just now. For me now, staying at the True Central Spiritual Arts Academy is beneficial to them. This year, they have been taught what they should be taught, and the rest is left. They have to rely on themselves. The master leads the door, and the cultivation depends on the individual. The talents of the four of them are not bad. They have to rely on themselves to get to that point. Mufeng glanced at the direction in which Hina Sendao, Renji and the others left, and said lightly, here. He suddenly turned his head to look at Matsumoto Ranju, with a wicked smile on his face. As for whether I can be as free as I am now after entering the True Central Spiritual Art Institute, I'll have to look at you, Ranju. Look at me. Ranju Matsumoto showed a puzzled look on his face. Can you be free? What does it have to do with me? Could it be that you want to join the 10th division? If you decide to join the 10th division, I can apply for you some relatively leisurely work. However, you should know that once you enter the 10th division, you will definitely be in the top 5 seats. The top 5 seats in each division have heavy responsibility, and this is something no one can avoid. Team 10. I'm not interested. What I mean is, after I enter the 13th division, I can find a captain at random, pick it up, and play with a captain. Then you will be my deputy. 20. Luanju, Captain, so I can continue to relax, Mufeng said casually, not caring about his words at all. It didn't sound like he was bragging. Just find a captain, and after you pick it up, you can be the captain yourself. Little brother Mufeng, how dare you say it? You think the captain is Chinese cabbage? With your current strength, being a vice captain is more than enough. Want to be a captain? You're still a long way off. When will you realize that Benkai will say such a big thing? Matsumoto Ranju said in a sullen manner like shepherd's wind turned white. She really felt that Mufeng was a little swollen, and he even said things like challenging the captain so casually. Although Mufeng's talent is indeed very against the sky, he will definitely become the captain in the future. However, it seems a little arrogant to say such a thing before entering the Gotei 13th Division. I know how strong the captain is. Don't worry, I won't challenge if I'm not sure. Let's leave this aside. Luanju, just say, if I really become the captain, or something else equivalent. Use position as captain. Would you like to come and help me? Mufeng stared at Matsumoto Ranju with bright eyes. If you can really become the captain, I will definitely help you, Matsumoto Ranju said without hesitation. Really? Hearing Matsumoto Ranju's affirmative answer, Mufeng's eyes lit up, and there was a hint of joy on his face. Of course it's true. When did I tell a lie? Matsumoto Ranju said with certainty, but just after the affirmative words were finished, she changed her words and continued. However, you have to hurry up. In a short while, I will be promoted to vice captain. At that time, it will not be up to me to decide whether to stay or not. Matsumoto Ranju said this. Mufeng finally understood why Matsumoto Ranju just agreed so readily. Dare Matsumoto Ranju doesn't believe that he can get the position of captain in the near future. Therefore, the promise just now, in the eyes of Matsumoto Ranju, is the same as not saying it. Thinking of this, the corners of Mufeng's mouth twitched, and he said lightly, Ranju, then it's settled. I hope you don't regret it when the time comes. How is it possible? I have never regretted what I said. As long as you become the captain before I become the deputy captain, I will definitely be transferred to be your deputy. Matsumoto Ranju didn't think much, and promised again. In her opinion, no matter how fast Mufeng is, it will take 7 or 8 years for him to break through to the captain level, and then he needs to defeat an old captain before he can become captain. At that time, she was already the vice captain. A promise or something, of course, is void. As long as the reason is appropriate and the captains of both sides do not object, it is not a big problem for the various divisions of the 13th Division of the Guardian. However, the vice captain was different. The vice captain is the captain's assistant and is responsible for managing the internal affairs of the squad. A competent vice captain is not so easy to cultivate. Therefore, in general, unless there are special circumstances, the vice captains of each division cannot and will not be mobilized. To mobilize, it is only possible to be promoted to captain like Ichimaru Jin. 1.1 Reason why Matsumoto Ranju just answered. Haha. Shepherd Isho gently, not saying anything. He didn't quite know what Ranju Matsumoto's idea was, and he didn't know much about the situation of the 13th Division of the Gotei, but he knew that Matsumoto's ideas were destined to go bankrupt. At this moment, Mufeng really wants to know what kind of expression Matsumoto Ranju will have when he sees him being the captain. It should be very exciting. With this thought in mind, the smile on Mufeng's face couldn't help but grow stronger. Noticing the smile on Mufeng's face, Matsumoto Ranju's heart suddenly burst. She always felt that the smile on Mufeng's face seemed a little strange. However, she didn't know what the strangeness of Mufeng's smile was. After thinking about it for a long time, I didn't understand what Mufeng was laughing at. Matsumoto Ranju quickly put the strange feeling in his heart behind him. Chapter 90 Graduate Early. The center of the True Central Academy of Spiritual Art. The main office. This is the core of the True Central Spiritual Art Institute, which is in charge of the affairs of the True Central Spiritual Art Institute. In normal times, although there are often teachers coming and going here, it is generally not busy. The Junyang Spiritual Arts Academy has been established for hundreds of years, and has already had a very reasonable operating order. However, today, the entire main office is extremely lively, with hundreds of teachers coming in and out in an orderly manner, and there are endless discussions. Isn't this Mr. Koga? What about the results of your 4th special training classes assessment this time? I heard that this year's assessment of your class is to go to the world to fight against the real and the virtual. It's okay, although a few failed, but fortunately nothing happened. By the way, this is not how the 6th year students of this class are. How many people have passed the pre-selection and can participate in the graduation assessment 3 days later? This time, a total of 161 people from the 6th class passed the preliminary selection, which is similar to previous years. I just don't know how many people passed the graduation assessment and qualified for the team. 161 people is already very good. According to the situation in previous years, at least 80% of the people can pass the graduation assessment. What's more, there are still people who have qualified for the team in advance. This kind of talent. I am afraid that as soon as he joins the team, he will be an elite, and he will be expected to be elected in 3 or 5 years. Teacher Xiaochuan, you are a great achievement. A fluke, just a fluke. Today is not an ordinary day, but the settlement day of the annual graduation assessment of the True Central Academy of Spiritual Art. All these teachers came here to register the results of the final assessment of each class. Although there are 6 sessions of the True Central Spiritual Arts Academy, this does not mean that the souls who enter the True Central Spiritual Arts Academy can only stay in the True Central Spiritual Arts Academy for 6 years. The entry test for the Gote 13th Division was not so easy to pass. In fact, even the students of the special training class could hardly guarantee that they would pass the team entry test the first time and enter the 13th Division of the Guardian. Therefore, many of the 6th class students every year need to repeat for 1 year. In addition to the threshold of the entry test for 6th year students, other grades also have certain upgrade threshold. This is the so-called graduation examination. True Central Spiritual Arts Academy is free to cultivate. All souls who enter True Central Spiritual Arts Academy have to pay a great price. They do not want to raise worms who only know how to play and do not know how to work hard, but want to cultivate useful talent. The purpose of the graduation assessment is to screen out those who have eaten and waited to die. Compared with the team entry test, the graduation assessment is not difficult, and the standards of each class are different. Only with a certain amount of effort, you can easily pass. If you can't pass, you will be demoted in light grade, and in serious cases, you will be demoted and repeated. If you continue to do this after being punished, you will be expelled directly after you fail to do so. For hundreds of years, the Zhenyang Academy of Spiritual Arts has also expelled many people. Therefore, it does not mean that after entering the True Central Spiritual Art Institute, everything will be fine. In this world of the weak, only those who work hard can be recognized. The results of each class's final assessment will be aggregated to the main office, and teachers' scores can be determined according to the assessment result. After all, the results of the graduation assessment also have a certain relationship with the teaching and management of the teachers of the class. After registering the result, in 3 days, it will be the time for the annual test of the 13th Division of the Goding Court. This is a big event for the True Central Spiritual Arts Institute. Therefore, today's excitement can be said to be a precursor to the team entry test 3 days later. Just as a group of teachers gathered together and waited in line to enter the main office to register their grade, a boy who seemed to be only 15 or 16 years old suddenly appeared in front of the main office. This is the main office. It's really lively, the young man murmured to himself as he glanced around at the teachers who were discussing. The appearance of the young man did not attract the attention of the teachers. Many teachers glanced at him, and then discussed with the people next to him again. He was just a young man, and he was not worthy of their attention. However, the boy's next move surprised all the teachers. I saw this young man, ignoring the teachers who were still in line, and walked straight towards the main office. This time, all the teachers were not discussing, and their eyes were all focused on the boy. They couldn't figure out what the young man in front of them wanted to do. Young man, this is the main office. It's not a place for you to intrude. Hurry up and get out. If you continue to intrude in, you will be scolded. An older teacher couldn't help but reminded. Hearing the teacher's word, the young man walked slowly, turned to look at him, and said lightly, "Thank you for reminding me. I know this is the main office, and it is because I know that I am here." After speaking, he quickened his pace and walked into the main office. He knows that this is the main office, and he dares to enter. Could it be that he has something to do with the dean and the others? I don't know. This young man is very good looking. I've never seen him before. I haven't seen it before, but it doesn't look like a simple character just from the air. As soon as the boy entered the main office, the teachers outside started talking again. A young man dared to trespass in the main office today, so they couldn't help but doubt the identity of this young man. Not a simple person. After you said that, I remembered that I met this young man there. A young teacher suddenly said, "You've seen it. Then tell us quickly what the identity of this young man is." Many teachers immediately gathered in front of the young teacher after hearing this. "I'm not too sure, isn't it?" The young teacher paused and said in an uncertain tone, "I don't know if you all know that among the new students this year, there is a demon." "You mean that freshman named Mu Feng? I heard that he, after just watching it once, he has mastered the basic free strike and basic swordsmanship. He is already the 9th ghost, and can be regarded as the strongest genius in the soul world after 733 years. A teacher said quickly, "Your news is a bit outdated. According to the latest news, the freshman named Mu Feng, in the original simulation training accident, once performed a ghost way of number 60 or more without singing, and killed one giant virtual." Another teacher interjected, "I've heard of this too. It's just a freshman, and it's a bit exaggerated to say that he doesn't sing and cast ghosts above number 60. Quote, whether there is an exaggeration, I don't know. However, it is a fact that Mu Feng has used ghosts of number 60 or more to kill giant ghosts. This is what I heard from the 6th year student chief." "Heard? What do you you mean? It was Mufeng who just entered the main office. All the teachers turned their attention to the young teacher. Young teacher gave a wry smile, and then said, I'm not sure if it is, but half a year ago, I was fortunate enough to meet Mufeng. The young man just now has many similarities with Mufeng, but it has already passed. It's been more than half a year, and I'm still not sure whether he is Mufeng. If it's really Mufeng, this time the team entry test will shock the entire senior management of the 13th Division of the Guardian. A teacher couldn't help but sigh. You mean? A teacher seemed to have thought of something, with a look of surprise on his face. Well, Mufeng appeared here at this point in time for only one purpose, and that is to graduate early. The teacher who just sighed, nodded and replied. Chapter 91 Graduation Reason. Graduate early. It's just been a year since I entered the True Central Academy of Spiritual Art. Isn't it a bit early to apply for graduation now? A teacher said hesitantly. Is it early? Do you think that with Mufeng's current strength, the Zhenyang Spiritual Arts Academy is still suitable for him? Moreover, after entering the Zhenyang Spiritual Arts Academy, it is not unprecedented to apply for graduation within a year. After a teacher, there was a retort. As soon as these words came out, the teacher who had just spoken out immediately closed his mouth angrily. Just kidding. Mufeng had already been able to perform the ghost way of number 60 or more as early as half a year ago, and the teachers of the True Central Academy of Spiritual Art, only a limited number of them can perform ghost ways of number 60 or more. Able to perform the ghost path of number 60 or more means that you have comprehended Shikai. After comprehending the first level of death, even if he was placed in the 13th Division of the Guardian, he was still a mainstay, and at least he could get into the top 10 seat. Don't underestimate the top 10 seat. In any squad, the top 10 seats must have dozens of death gods under them. How could such a person be willing to go to the True Spiritual Art Institute and become a small teacher? Moreover, even if they were willing to come to the True Central Spiritual Art Institute, the higher up would not allow it. The 17th officer at the Shikai level, even in the 13th division of the Gote, is extremely lacking, so how could he be allowed to serve as the teacher of the True Spiritual Art Institute? The True Spiritual Art Institute is only an organization that selects members for the Gote 13th division. Talents selected after the selection will still be sent to the Gote 13th division for further training. To put it bluntly, the True Spiritual Art Institute is only a place to lay the foundation for the Shinigami who enter the Gote 13th division. A place to lay the foundation, of course, does not need to bother Chief Shikai. Such an important combat force serves as a teacher. In fact, not to mention the Shikai officer, there are not many teachers in the True Spirit Academy who can compare with ordinary officers. The limited number of those who can perform the ghost way of number 60 or more were assigned to the True Central Spiritual Art Institute because they were seriously injured during the battle with the virtual, and their combat power was greatly reduced. In other words, with Mufeng alone, only using the number 60 ghost path, the power of this level is enough to destroy all the teachers of the True Central Spiritual Arts Academy. Therefore, in truth, the Zhenyang Spiritual Arts Academy really can no longer accommodate Mufeng. Besides, it took only 1 year for Ichimaru Yin to apply for graduation after entering Zhenyang Lingshu Institute. There is indeed a precedent. Not to mention, even recently, Ichimaru Jin spent only 1 year before graduating from Zhenyang Lingshu Institute and entered the nursing school, Court 13 Division. Thinking about it this way, it is reasonable for Mufeng to propose graduation now. Indeed, a genius like Mufeng, a small pond like Zhenyang Spiritual Arts Academy, can no longer hold him. Only a stage like the 13th Division of Gote is suitable for him. A teacher sighed. Leave these aside. If Mufeng really plans to apply for early graduation, then the team entry test 3 days later will be a rare event in the past 100 years of the Zhenyang Spiritual Arts Academy. After sighing for a while, the teacher's voice changed and continued. While speaking, a look of anticipation flashed in his eyes. As soon as the teacher's words were spoken, the eyes of the surrounding teachers lit up, and they all thought of this matter. Although Mufeng entered the Zhenyang Spiritual Arts Academy for less than a year, he has already gained a reputation. The name of the most powerful genius in the Zhenyang Spiritual Arts Academy for thousands of years has been spread throughout the entire protecting court 13th division. Except for a limited number of special divisions, the eyes of the rest of the divisions were all fixed on Mufeng. Once the news of Mufeng's application for early graduation spread, it is conceivable that the entire 13th division of the Guardian will be shaken. Back then, when Ichimaru Yin applied for an early graduation, he alarmed several captains. This is still Ichimaru Jin, and he didn't reveal that he had comprehended Shikai in advance. Otherwise, more people would be alarmed. Although the 13 divisions of the 13th division of the Protectorate Division performed their respective duties, except for the 1st division, the other 12 divisions were all in a competitive relationship with each other. For a genius like Mufeng, no team is willing to give up. Just when the teachers were still talking about it, the boy in their mouth had has entered the main office. Just as those teachers guessed, this girl is none other than Mu Feng. Moreover, the purpose of Mu Feng's coming to the administrative office, as the teachers guessed, was to apply for an early graduation. In fact, the idea of graduating early as half a year ago, after understanding Shikai, Mu Feng already had it. After the simulation training, Mu Feng finally broke the second seal. However, the second seal, although all his skills were unsealed, his power was still sealed. Apart from the spiritual pressure, Mu Feng still doesn't have much power to use. In other words, the unsealing of the second seal has a very limited effect on the improvement of combat power. As a result, Mu Feng's mind naturally turned to the third seal. In fact, with Mu Feng's captain-level spiritual pressure, plus various skills, in the entire Death God world, there are not many who can stabilize him. Moreover, even if he can't beat him, after unblocking teleportation, it is not difficult for Mu Feng to escape. It can be said that after the second layer of the seal is unsealed, only Mu Feng will not kill himself, and basically nothing will happen. However, as a former Heavenly Dao level powerhouse, how could Mu Feng be reconciled, and his strength has been sealed all the time? The main task of the system is still a little far away. There is no doubt that for Mu Feng, breaking the third layer 613 seal is the most important thing at the moment. With the experience of the first two times, Mu Feng can know without guessing that the condition for breaking the third seal must be Bankai. The problem is, his Zanpakudo, wanting Bankai, is not an easy task. Shikai still needs captain level Reiatsu as a precondition, and Bankai's difficulty can be imagined. At the lowest level, it is also possible to raise the Reiatsu to above the captain level. Moreover, based on Shikai's situation, it might not be possible to be above the captain level Reiatsu from the peak of Shikai to the captain level, and to cultivate alone by oneself. If you want to raise the spiritual pressure to the captain level, it is impossible for Mu Feng to do it with only a few decades of hard work. Not to mention, go a step further. For decades, Mu Feng didn't want to wait. As a result, Mu Feng had only one way left to go. That is, hunt and kill the virtual, brush the origin point. There is a system, as long as there are enough origin points, let alone the captain level or above, even if it is the Spirit King level, Mu Feng is confident that he can break through in a short period of time. However, the origin point is not Chinese cabbage. There are only two ways to obtain the origin point. One is to use the heaven and earth treasures for the system to swallow and convert, and the other way is to obtain it through killing. Chapter 92_Wind blows. In the world of the God of Death, there are no natural treasures, and the only things that have a little value are not so simple. You can get them. To obtain the origin point in the world of death, Mu Feng has only one way to go. This is relatively simple. In the last simulation training, Mu Feng relied on hunting and killing void, and ruthlessly scraped a sum of origin point. And those ordinary emptiness and great emptiness that Mu Feng killed were just a drop in the bucket compared to the entire emptiness circle. The most indispensable thing in the virtual circle is the virtual. After all, compared to the God of Death, the birth of the virtual is much easier. If you want to go to the virtual circle, it is not something you can do casually. Not to mention going to the virtual circle, staying in the Zhenyang Spiritual Arts Academy. Even if Mu Feng wanted to go to the world, it would be very difficult. Therefore, after stabilizing his spiritual pressure, Mu Feng thought about graduating early. For the vast majority of the gods of death, the 13th division of the Guardian is far from the freedom of the true Central Spiritual Arts Institute, and any god of death of the 13th division of the Godai has corresponding responsibility. This was especially true for those newcomers who had just entered the Godai 13th division. After the newcomers enter the 13th division of the Guardian, not only will they continue to be exposed to various more advanced death techniques, but also whether they will be assigned tasks, they will be much more busy than in the true Spiritual Art Institute. Of course, what I just said refers to ordinary people. Mu Feng is not ordinary people. He has already prepared for this. True Central Spiritual Arts Academy is a very free place. Similar to early graduation, you can ask for it at any time. However, in contrast, the requirements for early graduation are also much higher than normal graduation. After all, in order to receive special treatment, you have to demonstrate a talent that deserves special treatment. Based on this regulation, Mu Feng could have proposed to graduate early and then enter the 13th division of the Guardian Court. The reason why I have waited until now is because Matsumoto Renku's one-year guidance time limit has not yet come. Although after entering the 13th division of the Guardian Garden, it will become more convenient for Mu Feng and Matsumoto Renku to communicate with each other. But Jingling Ting, after all, does not have the freedom of Zhenyang Lingshu Institute. Once Matsumoto Ranju stepped down as a private instructor, he would definitely have to take on other responsibilities, and it would be difficult for him to be as leisurely as he is now. Second, it was because Mu Feng was a little reluctant to live his life today. There are 3 beauties every day, and they can tease them from time to time. Except for the 2 light bulbs of Renji and Kira, which are a little annoying, they are extremely comfortable. Because of this, Mu Feng Mufeng has been delayed until today. Although the main office is the center of the Zhenyang Spiritual Arts Institute, it is not large in scale. The place where Mufeng is located is a place dedicated to registering and organizing information. The layout is very simple. There is only a set of tables and chairs, and an elite death god who is registering information. When I first came in, there was a teacher waiting in line for registration information. Fortunately, the elite death god's work efficiency was not slow. Not long after Mufeng came in, the information registration work had already been completed. Without being polite at all, Mufeng stepped aside from the teacher and stood directly in front of the elite death god who was in charge of the registration. Please state your name, grade, class, and classes taught. Elite death said without looking up. Mufeng, 1 class per class. Mufeng did not remind the elite death god, but replied lightly, what about the lessons taught? The elite death god asked again. Suddenly, he seemed to notice that Mufeng's voice was too old, and the elite death god quickly raised his head to look at Mufeng. Although Mufeng is famous now, but because he is usually too low-key, not many people have seen him in person. Most people only know his name and don't know him. The elite death god in front of him is obviously also the majority one of the people. Seeing Mufeng's immature face, the elite death god's first reaction was whether Mufeng went to the wrong place. Dude, did you go to the wrong place? This is not the place you should be. No mistake. Don't tell me you can't submit an application for early graduation. Mufeng said lightly. Young man, you're mistaken. I'm not here. Wait, the elite death god didn't care what Mufeng said, and didn't want to refute it directly, but he dared to say half of the word, and the elite death god was suddenly stunned. Asked hesitantly, you just said you were applying for early graduation. Yeah, can't you be here? Mufeng nodded and asked back. Of course, the elite death hurriedly replied. Applying for an early graduation, which is no small matter. Anyone who dares to apply for an early graduation is a genius, but he cannot be neglected. Since you can, then apply for me quickly. I'm in a hurry. Mufeng said lightly, but there was a hint of refusal in his word. Okay, I'll do it for you. But, glancing at Mufeng again, the elite death god couldn't help reminding him. Applying for early graduation is much more difficult than normal graduation, and if you fail to pass, there will be corresponding penalties. Are you sure you still have to apply? Because of the cover of the system, Mufeng's current face looks like he is only 15 or 16 years old, which is too young compared to most of the gods of death. Therefore, the elite gods of death are afraid that Mufeng will be impulsive and apply for early graduation. As the elite death god just said, if you apply for early graduation, you will be punished if you fail to pass. After all, to apply for early graduation is to break the rules in the first place. If there is no corresponding punishment, someone will do this every 3 days. I know all this. Apply for me. I don't care about this difficulty. Mufeng glanced at the elite death god with some surprise, and then said, well, since you insist on applying, I can't say anything. I'll apply for you. With that said, the elite death god was ready to register Mufeng. Elite death looked at the registration form he was holding, and saw the information just registered with just a glance. 1 class per class. Mufeng. In an instant, the elite death god only felt a buzzing sound in his head, and the whole person was done. After a while, he pointed at Mufeng with a trembling voice and said, you are Mufeng, 1 class per class, the Mufeng who has been known as the strongest genius in the past 1,000 years. Yes, it's me. Mufeng nodded, not surprised at all. As for his own fame, Mufeng has experienced something recently, which is why he has been keeping a low profile. I didn't expect you to apply for early graduation. I was wrong just now. The difficulty of early graduation is really nothing to you. The elite death god was full of excitement and said respectfully. After Mufeng's identity was revealed, things were easy to handle. Without Mufeng speaking, the elite death god took care of everything with great enthusiasm. The whole process, Mufeng has been watching. Even if he wants to intervene, the elite death will not let him. In this way, under the enthusiasm of the elite death god, Mufeng's graduation application was quickly completed. The graduation application has been advanced, and the rest has nothing to do with Mufeng. He decisively returned to his residence. Not long after Mufeng left, his graduation application was sent to Seoul Realm. At the same time, the news of his application for early graduation has also spread throughout the True Central Spiritual Arts Academy through the mouths of many teachers. As soon as the news came out, the high-level officials of the Zhenyang Spiritual Arts Academy and the Soul Society were all boiling. Chapter 93_Vibration, Up. Jing Lingting, the first team captain's room. Jingle Chun Sailor hurried in with a piece of information in his hand. The 8th Division is in charge of the information of the entire Soul Society, as well as the information of various death gods. Therefore, Mufeng's early graduation application uploaded by the True Central Spiritual Arts Academy was handled by the 8th Division first. In the past, after the 8th Division obtained this kind of information, it would be sent directly to the 2 vice captains of the 1st Division, who would handle it accordingly. But Mufeng's application application for early graduation was obviously not something that the vice captain could handle. Captain, news has just come from the True Central Spiritual Arts Institute that Mufeng has submitted an application for early graduation today. Without talking nonsense, Jingle Chunshui reported directly to Yamamoto Yuanyujai Shigekuni. What? Vivi was startled in Yamamoto Yuanyujai's eyes, and he quickly reacted, put away the shock in his eyes, and said lightly, "Isn't it normal for Mufeng to apply for an early graduation? With his talent, Junyang Spiritual Arts Academy is no longer the place for him to stay. Indeed, with Mufeng's talent, it is a matter of time to apply for an early graduation." Jingle Chunshui also nodded in agreement. Then his voice changed with a hint of awe. "Captain, what needs to be considered now is that Mufeng enters after the 13th division of Gotei. How should the positions be arranged? With his growth rate, he can understand Bankai in less than 10 years. However, the position of the captain of the 13th division already has a master. This matter, if you don't think about it in advance, I'm afraid it will leave troubles later." Hearing Jingle Chunshui's word, Yamamoto Yuanyujai Shigegwo's eyes narrowed, and of course he could understand the meaning of Jingle Chunshui's word. In the Soul Society, if you want to become a captain, generally speaking, there are 3 ways to choose. The first is to jointly recommend by more than one captain, and then conduct a final vote at the captain's meeting. If more than half of the captains approve, they can directly take over the position of captain. The premise of choosing this path is that there is still a vacancy in the position of captain. Of course, understanding Bankai is the most basic condition to become a captain. Ichimaru Jin got the position of captain through this method. The second is the inheritance within the team. When a captain resigns, some members of the team have already understood Bankai. As long as there are more than 10 chief officers jointly recommended, and the rest of the team members do not object, the team member can directly inherit the captain's position. In the original plot, Hitsugaya Toshiro inherited the position of captain of the 10th division through this channel. As for the third option, under the witness of the team members or many captains, enter a duel with the current captain, and after winning, you can replace him. Although there is order in the soul world, it is a place where the weak eat the strong and the strong are respected. The winner is the king, and the same applies here. Unlike the first 2 pathways, this pathway can be carried out regardless of whether the captaincy is vacant or not. After all, the captain of the 13th division of the Gotei is not always full. The lifespan of the god of death is quite long. It has been accumulated for thousands of years. Without any accident, the 13 captains can still be found. Previously, the position of the captain of the 3rd division was vacant because of a conspiracy led by Aizen several decades ago, which severely damaged the Soul Society. At that time, because of Aizen's persecution, there were more than a dozen captains and vice-captains who were forced to defect from the Soul Society. With so many captains and vice-captains, it was not easy for the Gotei 13th division to make up for it in decades. Now, with Ichimaru Jin filling up the vacancy of the 3rd division, the captain of the 13th division of Gotei has already taken over. If Mufeng wanted to become a captain, there was only one way left to challenge the current captain. But this is what Yamamoto Yuanyujai Shigekuni and Jingle Chunshui didn't want to see. Once Mufeng challenges and wins, then the current captain must step down from the position of captain and step back behind the scene. This was undoubtedly a loss for the Gotei 13th division. Moreover, if not handled properly, there may be hidden dangers. You are right, this matter does need to be considered in advance. With Mufeng's talent, no matter which team he is placed in, it will be difficult to be suppressed. However, in the end, it depends on which team Mufeng goes to, of his own will. After Jingle Chunshui's reminder, Yamamoto Yuanyujai Shigekuni also thought about the whereabouts of Mufeng, which was indeed a problem. However, he did not focus on this matter, but noticed another problem. Chun Shui, I'm sure it won't be long before the news of Mufeng's application for early graduation will spread to all the squad. As a result, the team entry test 3 days later will be very lively. In Yamamoto Yuanyujai Shigekuni's view, even if Mufeng wants to become the captain, it will take at least 10 years. Bankai is a hurdle for any genius. In comparison, the team entry test after 3 days is more urgent. Jingle Chunshui was stunned at first. He didn't understand how Yamamoto Yuanyujai Shigekuni suddenly mentioned the team entry test 3 days later. However, Jingle Chunshui soon reacted, and Vivi's eyes flickered. Indeed, the team entry test 3 days later will probably be the most lively team entry test in the Junyang Spiritual Arts Academy in the past 100 years. There is a certain degree of competition between the 13th division of the Gotei, except for the 1st division, his 8th division, and the 4th division specializing in medical treatment, and the 12th division of Niyuli. Among the other squad, there is often competition for talent. The talent shown by Mufeng will undoubtedly cause competition among various teams. Moreover, this time, I am afraid that each squad leader will take action in person. Mufeng from half a year ago was already comparable to Chief Shikai. Graduating, he had already understood Shikai, which is not something something that an ordinary officer or vice captain is qualified to deal with. Even the captains of each squad had to treat Mufeng equally. One can tell when Mufeng realized Bankai and became a captain. In the past, each team was not too enthusiastic about Mufeng. Just like Ichimaru Jin before, there are not many people competing, because at that time, there were still many vacancies for the position of captain. Once you get the talent you get and understand Bankai, you will definitely be the captain of 3.3. As a result, the early efforts of the major teams have lost their due value. However, things are different now, and now each squad has a captain. There is only one way for Mufeng to become the captain, and that is to challenge an old captain and replace him. How can it be a simple person who can be the captain? Even if Mufeng understands Bankai, it will take at least a certain amount of time to accumulate before he can confidently challenge the veteran captain. Before Mufeng became the captain, he would undoubtedly become an important force in the squad. A captain-level combat power, even if only for a few years, is worth fighting for. Not to mention other people. If it weren't for the special situation of the 8th division, even he would be tempted. Thinking of this, Jingle Chunchui couldn't help but look at Yamamoto Yuanujai Chonguo, and he wanted to know how Yamamoto Yuanujai Chonguo would deal with this matter. Chapter 94_vibration below. Aware of Jingle Chunchui's gaze, Yamamoto Yuanujai Shigegwo thought for a while, and said solemnly, 3 days later, go with the old man to the True Central Spiritual Arts Academy. The old man would like to see how the strongest genius of the True Central Spiritual Arts Academy has been in the past 1,000 years. Yes, I'll make arrangements now. Jingle Chunchui obeyed. Although I don't know why Yamamoto Yuanujai Shigekuni wanted to go to the True Central Spiritual Art Institute in person, Jingle Chunchui can predict that this time the team entry test of the True Central Spiritual Art Institute will definitely become a rare event for hundreds of years. Moreover, Yamamoto Yuanujai Chonguo personally held the battle, and the rest of the squads would have restraint even if they wanted to compete for Mufeng. At the same time, the 5th Division Captain's Room. Captain Aizen, news has just come from the True Central Spiritual Arts Institute that Mufeng has applied for an early graduation. Ichimaru Yin walked into the captain's room and told Aizen. Although Ichimaru Jin has been promoted to the captain of the 3rd Division, Aizen still handles many things. Oh, so soon? I thought he would lurk at the True Spiritual Art Institute for a while, and then apply for an early graduation. Lan Ran said lightly, with no surprise on his face. It seemed that Mufeng's application for early graduation was already under his control. Captain Aizen, judging from the last simulation training, that Mufeng can be a vice captain without any pressure when he enters any squad. It is not difficult for him to graduate early. It is not until now that he applies for early graduation. Graduation should be considered finished. Why are you? Ichimaru Jin squinted his eyes and asked in confusion. Haha. Judging from the last confrontation, Yin, do you think Mufeng will be a person who is willing to be subordinate to others? Aizen said lightly while dealing with her own affairs without looking back. No, in half a year, you can give up singing and cast the ghost path of number 80 or more. Whether it is talent like this or hidden, Mufeng can't be a person who is willing to be subservient to others. Ichimaru Yin did not hesitate. Back, although he had only seen it once, he could still see that Mufeng Ying was extremely proud. How could a proud person be willing to be subjugated by others? Since Mufeng is unwilling to be subordinated to others, it is not a good choice for him to enter the 13th Division of the Guardian Court too early. With his rank, he won the position of vice captain, and above him, there is still a captain who is pressing down, not as free as the True Central Academy of Spiritual Art. Aizen said lightly. However, Captain Aizen, even if Mufeng doesn't apply for early graduation, he can only stay in the True Central Spiritual Arts Academy for 5 years. After 5 years, unless he has no ambition, he will also enter the Guardian Court 13th team. 5 years earlier and 5 years later, there is no difference. Ichimaru Jin asked again. You are wrong, the difference is very big. Lan Ran turned to look at Ichimaru Jin, and continued. If Mufeng chooses to join the 13th Division of the Guardian after 5 years, then at that time, the position that belongs to him will be not the vice captain, but the captain. Quote, Captain, how is this possible? After 5 years of understanding Bankai, it's a bit. Hearing Aizen's word, Ichimaru Jin's heart was shocked, and he couldn't help but retorted, but as he spoke, his voice became smaller and smaller, because he thought of Mufeng's previous deed. 5 years to understand Bankai, for others, maybe an impossible thing, can be put on Mufeng, then maybe, compared with the outside world, he undoubtedly knows more about Mufeng. The outside world only knew that Mufeng could abandon his singing and use his 60-odd ghost ways. He knew that, not to mention the ghost path of the 60s, even the ghost path of the 80s, Mufeng could give up singing and perform. In half a year, he was able to give up singing and play the ghost path of number 80 or more. No matter what trump card Mufeng has or his talent, Bankai is not difficult for Mufeng. 5 years, Mufeng could really comprehend Bankai. Yin, you have to be careful about this Mufeng. It is a matter of time for him to be promoted to captain. The only difference is who he is challenging. Aizen reminded faintly. Hearing Aizen's reminder, Ichimaru Jin felt Vivi in her heart. Aizen's reminder just now is very reasonable. With Mufeng's talent, it is almost inevitable to get the captaincy. Now that the position of captain is full, Mufeng has to challenge a captain if he wants to become the captain. As a newly promoted captain, Mufeng is likely to take him as a challenge target. Captain Aizen, don't worry, if Mufeng really dares to challenge me, I'll let him know that talent doesn't mean everything. Ichimaru Yin squinted his eyes and said coldly, in terms of talent, Ichimaru Yin believes that he is not comparable to Mufeng, but in such a short period of time, he can realize that Benkai has become a captain, and he also has an unknown trump card. In fact, those who can become captains are not simple people. These are not pure talents that can be erased. Yeah. Aizen Vivi nodded, did not continue the topic, but said lightly, Silver, let's go take a look at the team entry test in 3 days. Speaking of this, there was a glimmer of light in Aizen's deep eyes, and he intuitively told him that Mufeng's application for early graduation at this time was definitely not arbitrary. He was looking forward to what kind of movement Mufeng would make. Yes, Ichimaru Jin complied. He also wanted to see how Mufeng would perform in the team entry test 3 days later. In the courtyard of the 11th team station, Zaraki Kenpachi was standing in the courtyard with a boring face. For him, the days without fighting were extremely boring. Xiaojian, news came from the Zhenyang Spiritual Arts Academy just now that the man named Mufeng seems to have submitted an application for early graduation. Kaolu Bachenliu suddenly appeared out of nowhere and said in a cute tone, Mufeng, he was the one who was able to withstand the pressure of my spiritual pressure during the potential test of the True Central Academy of Spiritual Art. Didn't he just enter the True Central Academy of Spiritual Art for less than a year? Hearing Yachinliu's voice, Zaraki Kenpachi showed a little interest in front of him and said he still had some impressions of Mufeng. After all, Mufeng has been regarded as one of his future opponents. Xiaojian, your news is a bit outdated. Mufeng is now the strongest genius in the Zhenyang Spiritual Arts Academy for thousands of years. Half a year ago, he could give up singing and perform number 60 Ghost Wave. On the shoulder of Zaragi Kenpachi, he introduced it aloud. Half a year ago, I was able to give up singing and cast the number 60 Ghost path. It growing so fast. Seemingly thinking of something, he grinned Isho and said, Hee, I've decided that I must bring this kid to the 11th division, so that it won't be long before you have one more opponent. Let me know. In 3 days, I will go to the True Central Spiritual Art Institute to participate in the team entry test. Zaragi Kenpachi immediately ordered. Wow, this way, it's not fun to watch again. Xiaojian, I support your decision. Kaolu Bachenliu also agreed. The rest of the squads also acted differently because of this news. All in all, before Mufeng entered the 13th division of the Guardian, he had already stirred up the entire 13th division of the Guardian. Chapter 95_Captain gathered. 3 days later, Shunbu Training Hall. This is the largest venue of the Zhenyang Spiritual Arts Academy. In previous years, the team entry test was conducted here, and this year was no exception. The only difference from previous years is that the Shunbu Training Hall was maintained by a group of guards early on. Moreover, these guards, at worst, are the first-level ordinary death gods, not the lower-level death gods that are more common in the True Central Academy of Spiritual Art. You must know that even if the captain visits the True Central Academy of Spiritual Art, it is usually only some squad members who lead some lower-level death god, or the 6th-year students of the True Central Academy of Spiritual Art, who were responsible for maintaining order. All of them were ordinary death gods, and they surrounded the entire Shunpo Training Hall. It can be seen that this time the team entry test will definitely not be as simple as in previous years. In addition to dispatching ordinary Shinigami to shut down the Shunpo Training Hall, the directors of the True Central Spiritual Arts Academy, together with the graduates who participated in the team entry test this time, also appeared in the Shunpo Training Hall early, waiting eagerly. As early as 3 days ago, the news of Mufeng's application for early graduation was spread to the 13th division of the Guardian. Instructions for team testing. For hundreds of years, although the True Central Spiritual Arts Academy has sent countless talents to the 13th division of Goding, even more than half of the gods of death of the 13th division of the Godai came to the True Central Spiritual Arts Academy. However, this still cannot be changed. The fact that the 527th Institute of True Spiritual Art is only a subordinate institution of the 13th division of the Godai. In the past, not to mention the captain, even the vice-captain rarely appeared in the True Central Spiritual Arts Institute. One is that the captain and vice-captain of the 13th division of the Guardian have their own responsibilities, and the other is that the level of the Zhenyang Spiritual Arts Academy is too low to be in the eyes of the captain. For hundreds of years, there have been quite a few geniuses at the True Central Spiritual Arts Academy. Many of the captains and vice captains of the 13th Division of the Guardian have come out of the True Central Spiritual Arts Academy. For the Gotei 13th Division, the True Spiritual Art Institute has become an indispensable place. It can be said that the 13th Division of the Gotei can stand firm in the Soul Society. Even after losing more than a dozen captains and vice-captains, they could still make up for it in a short period of time. But these, in the eyes of the captains, are nothing. The geniuses from the Zhenyang Academy of Spiritual Art, no matter how powerful they are, can only become captains on an equal footing with them, and most of them stop at first-class officers and vice-captains. A group of geniuses with the highest achievements and only comparable to them. How could the captains care too much? Therefore, even if each division has a demand for the talents exported by the True Central Spiritual Arts Institute, Dingtian will only send the chief shikai or vice-captain to deal with it. Few of the captains personally appear at the True Central Academy of Spiritual Art to select talent. In other words, Mu Feng's performance half a year ago was too monstrous, as well as some other factors that attracted many captains. Captains rarely appear, not to mention the captains who are above the captain level. Although the True Central Spiritual Art Institute was established by Yamamoto Yuanyujai Shigekuni, and even the first president of the True Central Spiritual Art Institute was Yama himself. However, since the True Central Spiritual Art Institute was on the right track hundreds of years ago, Yamamoto Yuanyujai Shigekuni has seldom paid attention to the True Central Spiritual Art Institute, and has not visited the True Central Spiritual Art Institute once for decades. Now, Yamamoto Yuanyujai Shigekuni has to participate in this team entry test together with many captains. This is the first time in hundreds of years. It is conceivable that this time the team entry test is of great significance. Not only the high-level executives of the True Central Spiritual Arts Academy came to the Shunbu Training Center early, but many students of the True Central Spiritual Arts Academy also appeared outside the Shunbu Training Center early. The reason why these students are here is not because of Yamamoto Yuanyujai Shigekuni and many captains. The fact that Yamamoto Yuanyujai Shigekuni and many captains will attend this team entry test, the high-level officials of the True Central Spiritual Arts Institute did not spread it out in advance. They appear here because of Shepard. The news of Mufeng's application for early graduation had spread throughout the Zhenyang Spiritual Arts Academy as early as 3 days ago. After the last simulated training event, Mufeng was already a celebrity in the Zhenyang Spiritual Arts Academy. The fact that Mufeng applied for an early graduation naturally attracted the light of many people. Almost everyone in the Zhenyang Academy of Spiritual Arts wanted to know which team Mufeng would choose and what kind of positions would be granted after graduation. With the passage of time, under the waiting of countless gods of death, Yamamoto Motoyujai Shigekuni and the captains who attended this team entry test finally came to the Shunpo Training Hall. It was no secret that Yamamoto Yuanyujai Shigekuni attended the team entry test in the Gotei 13th Division. Therefore, the captains all chose to go to the True Spiritual Art Institute with Yamamoto Yuanyujai Shigekuni. 1 chief captain, 11 captains, and 13 vice-captains. In addition to the position of captain of the 4th Division, all the senior management of the 13th Division of the Gotei team were dispatched and all appeared in front of the Shunpo Training Hall. So many people, of course, can't hide the students who are surrounded by Shunpo Training Hall. Most of the students have never seen the captain or vice-captain. However, this did not prevent them from recognizing the haori that the captains were wearing, symbolizing the position of the captain. Look, isn't that Captain Eisen of the 5th Division? A few months ago, Captain Eisen came to the True Spiritual Art Institute, and I was fortunate enough to meet him, because a few months ago, Eisen had been to True Central Spiritual Arts Academy, so many sharp-eyed students immediately recognized Eisen. It's not just Captain Eisen. The people around him seem to be wearing Captain Yori, and one of them is not the captain of the 11th Division, Kenpachi, who was in charge of the 11th Division during the potential test. A first-year student suddenly said. This year's potential test was presided over by Kenpachi Zengeki himself. The first-year students still remember the outstanding appearance of Kenpachi Zengeki. They are all wearing Captain Yori. So, these are the captains. So who should be the one who walked in front of all the captains? A 15th grade student swallowed and said with some difficulty, I saw the one who was walking in the front, above Captain Yori, who seemed to be embroidering one. Someone interjected. In an instant, the noise in front of the Shunbu Pavilion disappeared, and almost everyone looked at the old man walking in front of the captains with disbelief on his face. The number embroidered on the Captain Yori represents the squad number. There is only one person in the entire corpse and soul world who is qualified to wear the team leader Yori, and that is Yamamoto Yuanyujai Changguo. For the countless souls in the Soul Society, Yamamoto Yuanyujai Shigekuni and the other captains of the 12th Division are not of the same order of magnitude. The rest of the squad leaders, in the eyes of countless souls, are symbols of the strong. The court soul world has always been respected by the strong, and being a strong person will naturally be revered. But Yamamoto Yuanyujai Yuanyujai Chonguo is different. In the hearts of countless souls in the corpse and soul world, Yamamoto Yuanyujai Chonguo is not only a strong man but also a myth. Chapter 96_Wayward Zaraki Kenpachi. It was he who single-handedly created the Jingling Court and brought peace to the Soul Society. It was he who established the 13th Division of the Guardian, which has been guarding the Soul Society. Despite the current state of the Soul Society, there are still many drawbacks. However, the achievements of Yamamoto Yuanyujai's country cannot be denied. If it wasn't for Yamamoto Yuanyujai Chonguo, who gave up the killing and understood the justice in his heart, the countless souls in the corpse and soul world would definitely be much more miserable than now. Although tyranny is terrifying, unrest is even more terrifying. No matter how bad the order is, it is better than no order. Not to mention the current order of the Soul Society is not too bad. Yuanyujai Shigekuni has long been a living monument in the hearts of countless souls in the corpse and soul world. It is conceivable that after the people surrounding the Shunpo training hall recognize the identity of Yamamoto Yuanyujai Shigekuni, their hearts must be shocked. Even the captain of Yamamoto is here. Is this year's entry test going to go against the sky? At the same time of being shocked, a large number of old students of the True Central Spiritual Arts Academy flash similar thoughts in their mind. Well, can I ask, when I joined the team for the test in previous years, Captain Yamamoto and all the captains would also be present. After a while of silence, a certain first-year student stammered and asked, breaking the silence around him, how is it possible? In the past years, it was already great to have one or two vice captains. How could a big man like the captain have the time to pay attention to the team entry test? An old student replied, then why did Captain Yamamoto also come this time? The first-year student who just spoke up continued to ask in confusion. Probably because shepherd's wine, and only a monster like him can attract Captain Yamamoto and other captains. After being silent for a while, the old man replied in a low voice. A first-year student who had just entered the True Central Spiritual Arts Academy for less than a year, but attracted Yamamoto Yuanyujai Shigekuni and more than a dozen captains, which made this old student feel a little uncomfortable. Not only this old man, but the rest of the old students around him were silent for a while. However, these emotions were quickly suppressed by the surprise of seeing Yamamoto Yuanyujai Shigekuni. Most of the people in front of the Shunpo training hall are preparing for the death class, and 99% of them will be able to enter the 13th Division of the Guardian. However, even if they entered the 13th Division of the Guardian, it would still take a long time to reach the level of the captain, not to mention the heavy country of Yamamoto Yuanyujai. Many of the members of the 13th Division of Gote may not see Yamamoto Motoyujai Shigekuni until they die. Therefore, the enthusiasm of the people can be imagined. Of course, the high-level officials of the True Central Spiritual Arts Academy have already considered this. After Yamamoto Yuanyujai Shigekuni and others appeared, a large number of death gods poured out of the Shunpo training hall, and the surrounding people were separated and maintained order. Under the escort of many gods of death, Shigekuni Yamamoto, together with 11 captains, successfully entered the Shunpo training center. Captain, please go this way. I should have arranged a place for you to watch the ceremony. As soon as Yamamoto Yuanyujai Shigekuni and others entered the Shunpo training center, the dean of the True Central Spiritual Art Institute, welcome up. I'm giving you trouble. Yamamoto Yuanyujai emphasized the gentle way of the country. No trouble, no trouble. It's my honor to be able to serve you and the captain. Hearing Yamamoto Yuanyujai Shigekuni's word, the dean's face flushed red and his tone trembled. This trembling is not fear, but excitement. Yamamoto Yuanyujai Chonguo's words just now may seem like nothing to Yamamoto Yuanyujai Chonguo, but to the dean, it is a supreme honor. Yeah, Yamamoto Yuanyujai Chonguo nodded, without saying anything else, followed behind the dean and walked towards the viewing position arranged by the dean for himself. With Yamamoto Yuanyujai Chonguo pressing down, the rest of the captains naturally had no opinion and followed behind the dean. After a while, Yamamoto Yuanyujai Shigekuni and the captains all took the positions arranged by the dean in advance. After doing it for so long, Zengi Kenpachi, who has always been restless, finally couldn't bear it any longer. He glared at the dean extremely impatiently and said, "That dean, when will the entry test start? And Mufeng, why haven't we seen him?" Touching the fierce gaze of Zanaki Kenpachi, the dean's heart trembled, and he hurriedly said, "The team entry test will start immediately. As for Mufeng, his graduation assessment will start after the team entry test. It's still a while away, so he hasn't arrived yet. I'm here for him this time. No matter what means you use, I must see him immediately. Otherwise." Zakagi Kenpachi grinned, revealing a sinister smile. Yes, Captain Zaraki, I will send someone to call Mufeng, and I will send someone to call," the dean said without hesitation. In the eyes of the dean, the current Zengi Kenpachi is like a monster that wants to choose someone to devour. He is afraid that if he answers one step late, he will be swallowed directly by Zengi Kenpachi. Hearing the dean's answer, a satisfied smile appeared on Zaraki Kenpachi's fate. And then Zanaki Kenpachi's gaze fell on the graduates who participated in this team entry test not far away. This is the graduate of this team test. It's really bad. Few can see it. I think the team test should be waived. Yes, Captain Zaraki is right. These graduates are indeed far worse than you, but the entrance test is the rule of the Gotei 13th Division for hundreds of years. Free, the dean said somewhat submissively. In front of Yamamoto Yuanyujai Chonguo, the dean originally wanted to be tougher, but when Zaraki Kenpachi was talking, he would leak a little breath, consciously or unintentionally, and press on him. Zengmu Jonpachi, known as a monster, has such a fierce aura that a mere dean of the true Central Spiritual Arts Academy can't bear it. Under the pressure of Zaraki Kenpachi, the headmaster who has not yet understood Shikai can speak in an orderly manner. It is already very good. Hey, since it's unavoidable, let's change the test content. As for my momentum, if I can last for a minute, I even pass the test. Saying that, Zaragi Kenpachi stood up regardless, trying to use his aura to oppress those graduates. Before he could release his aura, a rather elegant figure appeared in front of him, blocking his way. If Mufeng was here, he would definitely be able to recognize the identity of Kenpachi's silhouette at a glance, because Mufeng once owned the Zanpakuto of this figure. Yes, it was none other than Kenpachi, the owner of Senbon Sakura, Byakuya Kuchiki. Kuchiki Byakuya looked at Kenpachi Zengi with an indifferent expression, and said indifferently, the test of joining the team is the hundreds of years of rules of the 13th division of the Godu. What did you say? Zaraki Kenpachi grinned and looked at Kuchiki Byakuya, which was different from the ordinary Zanpakuto, and he didn't know when it appeared in his hand. Could it be that you want to be here and have a fight with me? As soon as the words came out, the fighting spirit ignited in Zakajian's 8 eyes. Recently, the members of the 11th team have been repaired by him, and he is worried that he can't find an opponent. Kuchiki Byakuya's actions just now undoubtedly ignited the desire to fight in his heart. To be honest, Zaraki Kenpachi actually wanted to fight with the captains of the various squads for a long time, but Yamamoto Yuanyujai Shigekuni kept pressing him, and the rest of the captains were not like him, with countless estimates and willful actions. So, no suitable opportunity has been found. Chapter 97 entry test on. Enough, Zaraki Kenpachi, the dignified captain, so disregarding the rules. What a proper way to take me back to my seat. Yamamoto Yuanyujai Shigekuni glared at Zengi Kenpachi. Hisagi Shubing in his hand exerted force, he knocked on the ground and shouted sharply. Most of the time, Yamamoto Yuanyujai Shigekuni is more indulgent towards the captain. He hoped that the captains under him have their own personality rather than just making promises. Only such a captain can stand alone. However, indulgence does not mean that it is okay to ignore the rules. Willful behavior. The behavior of Kenpachi Zengaki just now clearly touched the bottom line of Yamamoto Yuanyujai Shigekuni. Hearing Yamamoto Yuanyujai Shigekuni's angry shout, Kuchiki Byakuya didn't say anything, and returned to his position with a look of indifference. Cut. Boring. Zaraki Kenpachi made a grumble, but after he finished grumbling, he also put away his momentum and returned to his position, never mentioning the modification of the content of the team test. For Zaraki Kenpachi, Yamamoto's words of 12 Yuan Lujai Shigekuni still have a certain deterrent effect. Seeing that Zaraki Kenpachi put away his aura and returned to his position, the dean of the True Central Spiritual Arts Institute secretly wiped away a cold sweat. Zaraki Kenpachi's aura like a wild beast was too oppressive to him. In order to prevent any further accident, after Zaraki Kenpachi returned to his position, the dean immediately went to the viewing platform, came to the group of graduates, and began to preside over the team entry test. Of course, on Mufeng's side, he also sent a god of death to inform him, hoping that Mufeng would come over sooner, but he didn't want to face the oppression of Zengmu Jonpachi again. The entry test for graduates is not complicated. There are only 3 items in total. The first item is the spiritual pressure test. If you want to enter the 13th division of the Guardian, the first condition is that the spiritual pressure is higher than the threshold of ordinary death god. Every member of the 13th division of the Guardian is the weakest, and the weakest is the ordinary death. Only the death of this level can barely go to the world and fight against Ujin. The combat power is not at the level of ordinary death god, and even the weakest virtual can't handle it. This kind of combat power, entering the 13th division of the Guardian, is courting death. Being able to pass the preliminaries of the True Central Spiritual Arts Academy and obtain the graduation qualifications already shows that their spiritual pressure has reached the standard. So this one, almost all graduate can pass. It's a specialty item. The god of death has 4 stunts, slashing fists and walking away ghosts. Each god of death has different talents in 4 aspects here, different effort, and different achievements today. In this item, the test is to test each death god's mastery of slashing fists and walking ghosts. Every death god must be proficient in at least 2 of them, or one of them is particularly outstanding, in order to pass. The test results will also be preliminarily determined, and the graduates will think about it in the future. The various divisions of the 13th division division of the Guardian, although they do not reject the talented Shinigami, but individual divisions have some special preferences when it comes to recruiting talent. For example, the 11th ranked team usually only recruit those who are proficient in slashing and white fight, or slashing and shunpo, and those who are proficient in ghost ways are not required. Because the 11th division, since Tsuragi Kenpachi became the captain, has become a gathering place for fighting madmen. Compared with Ghost, those fighting maniac prefer the feeling of fisting to the flesh. Therefore, Ghost Road is more discriminated against in the 11th team. Don't say, if you are good at Ghost Dao, even Zanpakuto belongs to the Ghost Dao type, and you will be rejected. Another example is the 4th team, which only recruits talents with Huadao talent. In addition, those who are good at instant steps and white fights may also be sent to stealth maneuvers. Those with outstanding ghostly talent will also be sent to Ghost. These institutions are all closely related to the 13th division of Gotei, and independent of the 13th division of Gotei. In short, the second test is each graduate talent in the 4 stunts of death. Compared with the first item, this item started to brush people. The standards of the 13th division of the Gotei are basically the same as those of the Shino Spiritual Arts Academy, but there are still some differences. Also, compared to the previous primaries, the pressure to enter the team is obviously greater, and under the high pressure, there is a good chance that something will happen. Therefore, for the second item, every year, several people fail to pass. This year, the probability of such a situation will only be greater, because not only the captain, but also Yamamoto Yuanujai Shigekuni attended the team test this year. Under the watchful eyes of Yamamoto Yuanujai Shigekuni and the 11 captains, the psychological pressure of the graduate can be imagined. As for the last item, it is actual combat. What the 13th division of the Gotei need are talents who can fight with Shujin, not talents who have the ability to have a spirit pressure and have extremely low combat power. Of course, this one is more talented in Ghost Way and Return Way, and you can choose not to participate. If they don't participate, they will be sent directly to the 4th division, or the Ghost. The 4th division is in charge of the medical treatment of the entire 13th division of the Guardian. As long as the medical level is sufficient, it is not very important to have combat effectiveness. The Ghosts are the same as the 4th division. The Ghosts are responsible for the research of ghosts, as well as the maintenance and development of many enchantments in the Soul Society. Whether they have combat effectiveness is also different. This type of talent is a special talent. Except for the special talent, the rest of the graduates are all required to take the team entry test. In recent years, the content of the team test has hardly changed. That is, under the hands of an elite death god for 3 minutes. Being able to survive under the elite reaper for 3 minutes is enough to prove that he has a strong combat power 807. This can also ensure that when encountering a virtual, you can survive. The dean glanced at the group of graduate and then decisively ordered, "Entry test start." The dean's voice just fell, and several gods of death with a crystal ball in their hands appeared in front of the graduate. The crystal balls in the hands of these death gods are the spiritual pressure balls used by the True Central Spiritual Art Institute during the enrollment test. Compared with perception, this spiritual pressure ball is more accurate. Without the dean speaking, the graduates lined up in several teams and stood in front of the gods of death in an orderly manner to be tested by the crystal ball. However, before the test started, a graduate suddenly came out of the crowd and stood aside. Of course, the reason why this graduate did not take the test was not because he had given up the test, but because he did not need to take the test. Among the 6th class students, there is only one person who does not need to participate in the team entry test, and that is the 6th class student Chief Hisagi Shuhei. Joining the team to test the situation here, Yamamoto Yuanujai Shigekuni and the 11 captains could see clearly. They also noticed when Hisagi Shuhei left the test team. "Chun Shui, what's the situation over there?" Yamamoto Yuanujai Shigekuni, who didn't know much about the situation, asked with some doubt. Chapter 98_entry test below. Captain, the graduate who just came out is named Hisagi Shoving. He is the chief of the 6th class. As early as last year, he was qualified to join the team and does not need to participate in the team test. Jingla Chunshui got up and replied. Hearing Jingle Chunshui's introduction, many captains' eyes lit up. Before graduating, he can obtain the qualifications to enter the 13th division of the Guardian, and his future achievements are at least at the level of the chief officer. After a little training, he will become one of the main players of the division. The reason why the 11 captains will attend this team entry test is almost all for Mufeng. However, there is only one Mufeng, and 10 of the 11 divisions are destined to return empty-handed. Although Hisagi Shubing is not comparable to Mufeng, he is still a talent. If Hisagi Shubing can be recruited, even if Hisagi Shubing is not recruited in the end, this trip is not in vain. It's just that, in the minds of the captains, when this idea just came up, Dong Xian Yao, who has always been taciturn, suddenly said, Hisaki Shuibe has applied for the 9th division, and now he is a member of my 9th division. As soon as these words came out, the captains who were about to speak out for the competition were all dumbfounded. They could only withdraw their eyes angrily, and turned their eyes to other graduate, hoping to find another talented person. It's a pity that only one talent like Hisagi Shubing can be produced every few years from the True Spiritual Art Institute. The remaining more than 100 graduate, like those ordinary graduates in previous years, are not outstanding talent. The first test passed without a hit. Immediately after that, the second test began. More than 100 graduate, under the watch of Yamamoto Yuanujai Shigekuni and others, showed their trump cards one by one without reservation. As expected, because of the excessive psychological pressure, many graduates next to the passing line made mistakes and were eliminated. Compared with last year, the number of people who were eliminated is a lot more. Fortunately, most graduates have a very high level, and even if they are under a lot of pressure, they still perform extremely well. The number of people eliminated this time is still within the controllable range. After the second item, there is the third item. This item is the most rare among the three items, and it is the level with the largest number of elimination. In previous years, the 13th division of the Guardian would normally send 10 elite Shinigami to test these new students. In order to speed up the progress this year, the number of elite death gods has been directly increased from 10 to 30. More than 100 graduates were divided into 30 groups and participated in the test respectively. Like the previous two items, this one was actually rehearsed accordingly within the True Spiritual Art Institute. Although the 13th division of the Guardian is always striving for perfection for each member, as long as the spirit pressure is passed, the talent is acceptable, and the temperament is not too bad, there is basically no problem in entering the 13th division of the Guardian. The True Spiritual Art Academy only lays the foundation for these graduates. After entering the Gotei 13th division, the graduates still need to face many tests. Only by passing these tests can they finally become full members of the Gotei 13th division. Passing the team entry test this time does not mean that he will definitely become an official member of the Gotei 13th division. Even if there are some people who use certain methods to pass the entry test, they will be eliminated one by one in the later test. For each squad, the test for the reserve force is not as simple as the team entry test. In those tests, there are almost no means to cheat, and the end of being eliminated is sometimes miserable. Because these tests are fighting against the virtual, I think it shouldn't be possible to do a fake. The 13th division of the Guardian has never been a holy place for old age, but all the time, they are giving their lives and killings to guard the court's old world and the iron-blooded guardians of this world. Of course, as a matter of fact, the matter of overuse is almost never seen among these graduates of the True Central Spiritual Arts Institute. From the first year to the 6th year students of Junyang Spiritual Arts Academy, each session will have a corresponding graduation assessment, and only after passing the graduation assessment can they be promoted. The difficulty of those graduation examinations is not low. Every graduate has to stay in Junyang Spiritual Arts Academy for at least 6 years and needs to take 5 completion examinations, 5 completion assessment, each of which is recorded. These are all untruthful. 30 group carrying out the third test at the same time almost filled up the entire Shunpo training hall, and battles were in full swing everywhere. Although the rules say that as long as you stay under the Elite Reaper for 3 minutes, you will pass the test. However, once the battle begins, it does not end if it wants to end. Moreover, almost every graduate knows that the results of the team entry test will be related to the treatment after joining the team. The first and second items are all dead things, just as they should be. It different. No one can tell the result of the actual battle. If the state is good and the performance is extraordinary, it is not impossible for the ordinary death to defeat the elite death. After all, the gap between elite reapers and ordinary reapers is not that big. Persistence for 3 minutes under the elite death god is definitely different from defeating the elite death god. Even if he fails to defeat the elite death god, if he persists for a while, the final evaluation will definitely be higher than if he only persisted for 3 minutes. Therefore, almost every year, when the third test is conducted, all graduates will fight against the elite death gods at all costs. This year is even more so. Almost all the senior management of the 13th division of the Guardian are watching from the sideline. How can the graduates not be enthusiastic? Everyone wants to show their best side in Yamamoto Yuanujai Shigekuni in front of others. Based on this, the graduates of this class are all like chicken blood. They don't seem to be participating in the test at all, but more like they are working hard. Fortunately, the elite Shinigami in charge of testing these graduates was sent by the Gotei 13th division. Each of them is the best among the elite death god, and has extremely rich actual combat experience, so there is no capsizing in the gutter and being defeated by the graduate. Perhaps it really benefit from the fighting spirit of the graduate. The third item with the highest elimination rate in previous years has dropped a lot this year, 5.7. Combined with the second item, 1 increase and 1 decrease. The pass rate of this year's entry test not only did not decrease but was slightly higher than previous years. There are more than 100 graduates in total, and they are divided divided into 30 groups. Those with larger numbers have only 5 rounds at most. One round lasts a few minutes, and 5 rounds are over in less than an hour. Compared to previous years, it is indeed much faster. However, this time, it was a little embarrassing. Shepherd graduation assessment was placed after the team entry test. The team entry test has ended. Next, it is time for Mufeng to conduct an early graduation assessment. However, because the team entry test ended too quickly, Mufeng, the righteous master, has not appeared until now. Mufeng did not appear, and the assessment could not be carried out. Therefore, as soon as the entry test was over, the Shunpo Training Center fell into an embarrassing situation. Chapter 99_exam start. The dean of the True Central Spiritual Arts Academy did not even dare to go to the viewing platform to report the results of the team entry test. You don't need to think about it to know that he is now heading to the viewing platform, and 99% of the time he has to meet the wrath of Zanaki Kenpachi. Even at such a distance, he could sense the impatience on Kenpachi's face. Although Yamamoto Yuanyujai was oppressed by the heavy country, it was impossible for Kenpachi Zengeki to do anything out of the ordinary, but the dean still did not want to face the pressure of Kenpachi Zengeki again. Fortunately, the embarrassing situation did not last long. Mufeng didn't know the exact time when the team entry test ended in previous years, so he arrived at the Shunbu training hall a little earlier. I didn't expect that this year's team entry test was so lively. Not only did 11 captains come, but even the chief captain came. It's really an honor. Brush. With a dodge, Mufeng displayed Shunbu at the foot of the foot and appeared in the Shunbu training hall with a slightly lazy tone. With Mufeng's perception, although he did not deliberately use observation haki to investigate the situation in the Shunpo training hall, the 11 captains, one chief captain, did not deliberately hide the breath, and he could sense it from a long distance. Arrive, which is one of the reasons why he appeared here earlier. To be honest, he did not expect that even Yamamoto Yuanyujai Shigekuni would be attracted by his application for early graduation. Originally, Mufeng thought that his graduation assessment would only attract a limited number of captains such as Aizen, Ichimaru Yin, etc. Even, maybe, Aizen and Ichimaru Jin might not come back. After all, whether it is the team entry test or the early graduation assessment, in the eyes of those captains, it should be a small game. However, this is better. Glancing over Yamamoto Yuanyujai Shigekuni and the captains sitting behind him, Mufeng quickly changed his previous plan. Previously, Mufeng was just preparing to handle the so-called graduation assessment at will to obtain the qualification to join the team, and then use the rules of the 13th division of the Guardian to seek the position of captain. It now appears that this plan can be advanced. Hey, Mufeng, don't worry about the graduation assessment. How about coming to my 11th team? Although I haven't played with you, but I can see that you are the same person as me, and the 11th team is definitely the most suitable for you. Play. Quote. Before waiting for the others to speak, the impatient Zaragi Kenpachi immediately grinned. As he spoke, he got up and prepared to walk towards Zaragi Kenpachi. As soon as Zaraki Kenpachi said these words, the rest of the captains immediately became unwilling, except for Aizen, Ichimaru Yin and others, because they had other thoughts and did not want to include Mufeng in their squad. The remaining captains is very interested in Mufeng. Geniuses like Mufeng, the soul world may not be able to appear for hundreds of years, and the captains don't want to miss it. Even Yamamoto Yuanlujai Changguo got up and put Mufeng in the mind of the first team. Moreover, in the opinion of Yamamoto Yuanlujai Changguo, it is most beneficial to the Soul Society to let Mufeng enter the first team. Generally speaking, other teams can only have one captain and one vice captain, but a team can have multiple vice captains. If Mufeng joins the first team, it is not impossible to give Mufeng a vice captain in the future. In this way, it is avoided that a captain-level combat power is lost because of the competition for the position of captain. The most important thing is that if Mufeng enters the first team, Yamamoto Yuanlujai Shigekuni can also guide and control him nearby. After all, judging from the talent that Mufeng has shown now, given time, he will surely become one of the masters in the court soul world. In his opinion, such a master, if not guided and controlled, is a ticking time bomb for the Soul Society. Although after Jingle Chunchui's many arguments, Yamamoto Yuanlujai Shigekuni is no longer ready to kill Mufeng, but the idea of guiding and restricting, and even controlling Mufeng, is still deeply rooted in his heart. From a certain point of view, the idea of Yamamoto Yuanlujai Shigekuni is actually not wrong. Only controllable power can make people feel at ease and trust. In fact, even if Mufeng was not included in the first team, Yamamoto Yuanlujai Changguo would never sit and watch Sengi Kenpachi break the rule of the 13 divisions, except for the first division. No matter which division Mufeng chooses, Yamamoto Yuanlujai Zangguo will not have much objection. The replacement of captains has happened many times. In most cases, in fact, it can still be handled more satisfactorily. Only the 11th team under Zengmu Janpachi, Yamamoto Yuanlujai Shigekuni did not want Mufeng to choose, and even if Mufeng really chose the 11th team, he would not hesitate to use the power of the captain to intervene. As the commander-in-chief of the 13th Division of Gotei, Yamamoto Motoyuji Shigekuni has the right to transfer the members of each division. It's just that most of the time, he won't go against the wishes of each captain and forcefully use this right. However, this time is different. Zaraki Kenpachi itself is a time bomb for the 13th Division of the Godu. In order to limit Zaraki Kenpachi, Yamamoto Yuanyuji Shigekuni almost tried his best. If Mufeng entered the 111th team, then the 111th team would have 2 time bombs. In addition, the current 111th team, under the leadership of Zengmu Janpachi, has become more and more arrogant. 2 time bombs, a group of thorn. If something happened to stimulate them, Jing Lingting would not be overturned. Based on this alone, 213, Yamamoto Yuanyuji Shigekuni must stop Zaraki Kenpachi. Therefore, as soon as Zengi Kenpachi was exported, Yamamoto Yuanyuji Shigekuni rebuked him without hesitation. Kenpachi, is it an old word? You shouldn't listen to it. Dignified captain, over and over again, willful and reckless. Are you trying to make others laugh? Hearing Yamamoto Yuanyuji Chongguo's scolding, Zengi Kenpachi remembered that Yamamoto Yuanyuji Chongguo was also there, and immediately closed his mouth angrily. Yamamoto Yuanyuji Chongguo is stronger than him, and in his heart, he still has a little respect for Yamamoto Yuanyuji Chongguo, so he generally listens to Yamamoto Yuanyuji Chongguo's word. Moreover, he just shouted out on a whim. Since he became the captain of the 11th Division, Zaraki Kenpachi's reckless personality has not changed much, but compared to before he joined the 13th Division of the Gotei, he has become more restrained. Most of the time, he would not violate some of the rules of the Gotei 13 Division at will. Otherwise, similar to Kuchiki Byakuya's behavior just now, Zakagi Kenpachi would have taken the shot regardless. Seeing that Zengaki Kenpachi was reprimanded by Yamamoto Yuanyuji Shigekuni, the captains who had just been unable to sit still flashed a gloat in their eyes, and then they all put it away and refuted Zengaki Kenpachi's preparation. Chapter 100 Amazing Reiatsu Control. What happened just now was just an episode. What the captains were most concerned about was still Mufeng's graduation assessment. Mufeng has already arrived, and Zaraki Kenpachi, who just wanted to destroy the graduation assessment, was also suppressed. Next, he naturally continued the process. The dean who presided over the assessment immediately announced the start of the graduation assessment. Like the team entry test, there are also 3 assessments for early graduation, but the content is also the same as the team entry test, namely the spiritual pressure test, the death god stunt test, and the actual combat test. Of course, the difficulty of the early graduation assessment is 1 level higher than that of the team entry test. Entry test, as long as all aspects are not worse than ordinary death, can pass. Many members of the 13th Division of the Guardian are only at the level of ordinary death god, but they have relatively rich experience in fighting against the virtual. If the army is used as an analogy, these graduates of the Shino Spiritual Arts Academy are recruits who have not seen much blood, while the members of the 13th Division of the Guardian are veterans who have seen blood. They are all soldiers, and their strength is not much different. At the ordinary level of death, it is almost impossible to pass the graduation examination, and even the application cannot be passed. The goals of early graduation are geniuses, not ordinary people. It is enough for ordinary people to have a team entry test. After 116 years, as long as they are not bad, they can enter the 13th Division of the Guardian. For ordinary people, the gap between 3 or 4 years and 6 years is not big, so there is no need to apply for early graduation. Only the real genius, the time gap of 1 or 2 years, cannot be ignored. Compared with the true Central Spiritual Arts Academy, the environment of the 13th Division of Goading is undoubtedly more suitable for the growth of the God of Death. Going to the 13th Division of Goading for a few years early, and going to the 13th Division of Goading for 2 years later, for some geniuses. That said, it may be a small level gap. Almost all geniuses are extremely hungry for power. In this way, 6 years became a shackle for them. In order not to delay such a genius, early graduation was born. Therefore, early graduation is prepared for geniuses from the time of birth. Naturally, the requirements for graduation assessment are also at the genius level. Not only are there requirements for the assessment, but there are also requirements for the application. There are 2 requirements for the application of the graduation assessment. First, the application must be lower than the 4th grade. That is to say, the 5th and 6th grade students are not eligible to apply for early graduation. It is not long before the 5th and 6th class graduates officially graduate, so there is no need to apply for early graduation. Moreover, in the 5th or 6th year, even if they meet the requirements for early graduation, they are not considered geniuses. In addition to this requirement, the applicant's Reiatsu must not be lower than the Elite Reaper. It is less than 4 years after entering the true Central Spiritual Arts Academy, and the spiritual pressure of the Elite Death God level is the threshold for applying for early graduation. graduation. The reason why it is Elite Reaper level Reiatsu rather than Elite Reaper level combat power is to consider some geniuses with special talents such as outstanding Huidout talents and so on. This is only a requirement for applying for early graduation, not for passing the graduation assessment. In fact, this requirement is only the lower limit of the early graduation assessment. If you just barely meet this requirement, 99% of the time you won't pass the test. Just applying for early graduation requires such high requirement. It is conceivable how high the threshold for early graduation should be. Of course, for Mufeng, these are not problem. You must know that the most dazzling achievement in Mufeng's record column was to use the ghost path of number 60 or more to kill a Daxu. With this record, how could it be possible to stop him in the mere assessment? Not to mention applying for an early graduation. As long as Mufeng is willing to communicate with the higher-ups of the Soul Society, he can ignore the assessment and join the 13th Division of the Guardian Court directly. This is also the reason why Death, who was in charge of submitting the application, didn't ask for anything after hearing Mufeng's name, and directly helped Mufeng complete the application. Graduation early, because the requirements are relatively high. Once passed, the treatment after entering the 13th Division of the Guardian is also very high. Generally speaking, if you enter the 13th Division of the Guardian Court by graduating early, you will directly become a candidate for the chairperson. After the initial test, you can directly become the chairperson. As for Mufeng, just relying on the record known to everyone, entering any team is enough to secure the position of the chief officer, and it is also the one that ranks in the top 5. The so-called test is just a transition. However, since Mufeng has applied for early graduation, and there are Yamamoto Yuanyujai Shigekuni and others watching the ceremony, it is time to leave. After the dean announced the start of the assessment, a god of death, holding a spiritual pressure ball, appeared in front of Mufeng with a little respect. Shepard's name has long spread throughout Jinglingting. The god of death with a little discernment knows that Mufeng is only a mortal, and he will definitely understand Benkai and become the captain in the future. Therefore, most of the death gods are still in awe of Mufeng. Mufeng also had a general understanding of the process of the graduation assessment, so he did not embarrass the death god, but stepped forward and put his hand on the crystal ball. Whoa! The spiritual pressure on the right hand vomited secretly, poured into the spiritual pressure ball, and the spiritual pressure ball suddenly glowed. This spiritual pressure ball used for the assessment is specially made, and it will display different colors according to the size of the spiritual pressure. For example, under the ordinary death god, the spiritual pressure ball appears colorless. The ordinary death god is white, the elite death god is blue, and the ordinary officer is cyan. The limit of the spiritual pressure ball is that of ordinary officers and Shikai officers. The spiritual pressure contained in it is relatively large, and the spiritual pressure ball is difficult to detect. Also, no detection is required. Shikai of Zanpakudo is more accurate than any Reiatsu ball. 483 combat power displayed half a year ago. The color of the spiritual pressure ball should be cyan, or the limit. However, what surprised everyone was that the light from the spiritual pressure ball is not cyan, but blue, or light blue. This color only appears when those Shinigami who have just entered the elite Shinigami level are testing Reiatsu. Seeing this result, the graduates who were looking around, as well as some members of the Gotei 13th Division, including the dean, all had a thought flashed through their mind. Could it be that the rumors before Mufeng were all rumors? Of course, this is just the opinion of those ordinary gods of death. Yamamoto Yuanyujai Shigekuni, the 11 captain, and the vice captains, after seeing the blue light on the Reiatsu ball, the expressions in the depths of their eyes are different. There are surprises, plainness, appreciation, wonder, and complexity, but there is no disdain and doubt. With their eyesight, they could of course see that the blue light on the spiritual pressure ball was deliberately made by Mufeng. This is also the reason why some people are amazed. They can suppress their spiritual pressure to the level of elite death god. Most of them can do it. There are not many, and this requires a very amazing Reiatsu control. With this one hand, some of the vice captains who didn't believe that Mufeng could abandon the chanting and cast the ghost way of number 60 or more, began to believe it a little bit.